My fiancée severed my tendons and buried me alive in a coffin. Yet she remains oblivious to the fact that I am destined by the king of hell. Traditional folklore, horror, Feng Shui, incantations, ancestral worship. Feng Shui and fortune-telling, skin painting and soul-calling, shadow walking and corpse driving, curses and hexes, tattooing and talisman creation, puppet manipulation with threads, sealing red doors with wax, digging dog pits on grave hills, feasts for ghosts in river god temples. The righteous thunder can dispel filth, invoking Taoist soldiers with yellow and white willows. Paper effigies do not kindle the living. The cobbler forges needles from leather. The Miao people nurture poison, and the South Seas harbor small spirits. Chapter 1. The Feng Shui of the Azure Dragon. On the eve of my 9th birthday, my grandfather crafted a coffin and buried me in a graveyard of the forgotten. This peculiar custom has been passed down in my family. From the age of 3, my grandfather would annually construct a coffin for me. The first year it was made of willow, the second of cypress, and the third of sandalwood. The coffin was initially lined with chicken bones, followed by a sprinkling of square copper coins. Once I lay inside, he would cover me with a yellow silk cloth, densely inscribed with prayers for the deceased and exhortations to abandon wickedness for virtue. These inscriptions, reminiscent of tiny flies, were rendered in a deep, purplish-black hue, all penned in my grandfather's blood. Finally, the coffin was sealed and interred 3 feet beneath the earth. In the first year, I spent 2 hours underground when my grandfather unearthed me. My little face was already turning a shade of blue. Once I regained my composure, my grandfather imparted a most peculiar piece of advice. Should you ever find yourself buried alive, you must find a way to survive. Thus began my lessons in a breathing technique, enabling me to endure longer within the confines of a sealed coffin. This year marks the 7th, and I find myself encased in a rather unremarkable stone coffin, crafted with a rough-hewn simplicity, devoid of any embellishments. It took my grandfather 3 days to unearth me from the depths below. In times past, during this season, he would prepare a lavish spread of dishes, and we would sit together joyously celebrating my birthday. However, this time, my grandfather took me on an arduous journey, spanning an entire day, to seek out a prestigious family by the name of Chow. Upon discovering me, my grandfather noticed an unusual, expansive azure birthmark on my back, resembling a tattoo, akin to a throne of the underworld. He proclaimed that I possessed a rare and illustrious fate, one that was both exceedingly noble and profoundly sinister. Such a destiny is hardly one that an ordinary individual could endure. My grandfather bestowed upon me the name Lin Shou, and despite his tireless efforts, he could only manage to ace me to the tender age of 9, after which he found himself powerless to protect me any further. To ensure my survival, he was compelled to strike a bargain with the Chow family. He could disregard the dire taboos of Feng Shui to resolve the locking dragon cave issue, thereby saving their family, but under the condition that I would be bound by a red thread to one of the Chow granddaughters, sharing a room by day and a coffin by night. Only after the consummation of our marriage could the red thread be severed. Upon hearing this, the Chow family eagerly acquiesced. At this juncture, many might scoff, dismissing it as yet another antiquated marriage pact, unworthy of intrigue. Yet, what I have conveyed is merely the surface. The true horror of this affair extends far beyond the realm of imagination. It even implicated the legendary and most fearsome taboo of the folk. That very night, the marriage contract was established between both parties, and my grandfather left behind a high jade lamp with a blue lotus as a betrothal gift. The granddaughter of the Chow family, with whom I was betrothed, was named Chow Shiurong. She was exquisitely beautiful, a true embodiment of grace. From that day forth, the 2 of us children shared the same roof, dining and sleeping together. Chow Shiurong exhibited an extraordinary kindness towards me, assisting me in removing my shoes and personally bringing hot water for me to wash my feet. At night, when it grew cold within the coffin, she would tightly embrace me, warding off the chill. However, 2 months later, on a certain deep night, a tremendous noise erupted from Qinglong Mountain, where the Chow family's ancestral grave lay, causing the earth to tremble violently. The Chow family, overwhelmed with excitement, summoned everyone to the ancestral hall to pay respects to their forebears, and the following day, they hosted a grand banquet in celebration. Yet on that very night, before my eyes, Chao Shiwerong severed the red thread and pointed at me, exclaiming, "Throw away everything he has touched." My heart sank, and I inquired about her meaning. "What do you mean?" Chao Zurong's lovely face was etched with frost as she coldly scoffed. "Your grandfather, that old man, calculated that my life is invaluable, akin to a phoenix fro, the heavens, and forced me into this betrothal, allowing your worthless life to bask in my glory. If it weren't for my parents insisting on this, would I allow your wretched existence to tarnish me? The thought of it makes me feel nauseous." I was utterly unprepared for such terrifying words from a mere 9-year-old girl. "Then I shall leave." Seeing their overwhelming numbers, I feigned anger and shouted before turning to walk away. "If he dares to run, break his legs." To my astonishment, at Chao Shuirong's command, a group of individuals armed with clubs encircled me, blocking my exit. I found myself unable to escape, so I retreated and taunted, "Have your hands not washed my smelly feet? Shouldn't you be lopping them off? You're seeking death." Chao Shuirong fumed with rage, seizing a club and swinging it violently towards me. In a swift motion, I grasped her arm, yanked her closer, and shattered a glass bottle from the table, brandishing it against her neck. I shouted, "Everyone, back off!" I began to drag her towards the exit. Just as we neared the door, Chao Shuirong unexpectedly drew a dagger from her sleeve and lunged at me. Taken aback, I pushed her away with force, narrowly evading the blade, but she let out a piercing scream as her own dagger grazed her left cheek. Although it was merely a small cut, it left her pale with fear. Seizing the opportunity, I bolted outside, skillfully evading the blocking figures. Just as I seemed poised to escape over the wall, a figure loomed before me. Before I could react, I collided with him, and it felt as if I'd been struck by a truck, sending me tumbling to the ground. Rolling helplessly, the middle-aged man, whose face was ashen, approached and with a brutal kick shattered my left leg, subsequently breaking my hands and feet. "How dare you mar my face? How dare you?" Chao Shuirong exclaimed, one hand clutching her left cheek, the other wielding the dagger, as she frantically stabbed at my palm, shouting, "WH! Air, are the tendons? How do you sever the tendons?" "Miss, this should suffice. Your minor injury can be treated." The man with the sallow face advised that be quiet. "I intend to sever his tendons." "Gao Suzong's Vim Fai Suli." "Very well, allow me to assist," the sallow-faced man replied. "Teach me how to do it. I will do it myself." Chao Shuirong retorted with malevolence. The sallow-faced man fell silent for a moment, then grasped my left hand and pointed at my wrist. "Target here," he instructed. With a ferocious intent, Chao Shuirong plunged the knife downwards. Due to her lack of skill, she left my wrists and ankles in a ghastly state, blood splattering onto her pristine warehouse. I was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited me should my tendons be severed. Even if I survived, I would be rendered a cripple. Yet, I had promised my grandfather that I would strive to live well. Clenching my teeth, I remained silent, twisting my body as I laboriously crawled away. Suddenly, a group of people burst in from outside. "What is happening?" "Rinjir, what are you doing?" Chao's father exclaimed, alarmed. "He marred my face. I want him dead." Chao Shuirong shrieked with venom. "Though his grandfather is deceased, this lad still holds some value," Chao's father replied, frowning. A wave of despair crashed over me, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, my ears ringing. Despite my earlier apprehensions, hearing the Chao family utter those words nearly caused me to faint. "I do not care. I want him dead. I demand his death." Chao Shuirong screamed, with a sense of resignation. Chao's father waved his hand and commanded, "Take him away and kill him, but do it cleanly." "No, that would be too merciful." Chao Shuirong objected vehemently. "Doesn't he enjoy lying in a coffin? Let him have his fill. Hurry and administer the medicine to him. Do not let him perish. I intend to seal him in a coffin and bury him alive in the mountains, only to unearth him later for the purpose of nailing his corpse." Chapter 2. Sealed and buried. When I regained consciousness once more, I found myself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. The air was stifling, tinged with a faint scent of earth. This sensation was familiar. I was confined within a coffin, buried deep beneath the ground. My wounds had been treated, the bleeding staunched, yet my limbs felt utterly devoid of strength. In such a predicament, even if my tendons were intact, I remained powerless to escape. As I lay in the abyss, my desire for survival intensified with each passing moment. My grandfather had once spoken of the days we would still share, and I refused to believe he had perished. I cannot succumb to death so easily. While others might panic and falter when entombed alive, the experience had become second nature to me. I meticulously replayed the events that transpired within the Chow family, and at last, I unearthed a glimmer of hope. Resolutely, I adjusted my state of mind and began to regulate my breathing. In the confines of the coffin, there was no sun or moon to mark the passage of time. Eventually, I was jolted awake by a sharp sound. Then came a series of muffled thuds. Suddenly, I realized that it was the sound of the coffin nails being pried loose. Why did the young lady instruct us to bury him, only to suddenly demand we dig him up again? What could be her intention? A voice murmured from outside. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Can we truly fathom the young lady's thoughts? Replied another voice. Indeed, but our esteemed young lady certainly is. Quite unsettling, came the trembling response from a first. Are you trying to court death with such nonsense? The second voice admonished urgently. All right, I shall say no more. The two individuals continued their labor, extracting the coffin nails one by one before they began to collectively push the coffin lid. It is indeed incredibly heavy. One of them complained. Do you think the child inside? The other said, trembling. What nonsense are you spouting? It has been buried for 7 days. You can't possibly think the person is still alive, retorted the first. No, it's not that I'm afraid of them being alive. I am concerned. I fear that something might happen. I have heard that this burial mound is quite ominous, especially since tonight is the 15th day of the 7th month. Shut your mouth. You're bringing bad luck. With a thunderous sound, it seemed that the coffin lid had been pushed open by the two. Once, that Chao Shui Rong had sworn an oath, declaring that I would never attain rebirth. If that is the case, she would not allow me to remain buried forever. I was destined to be unearthed. This was my slender thread of hope. Now, it appears that my gamble was correct. But had it not been for my extraordinary experiences since childhood, I could not have possibly endured 7 days within the coffin. It seemed as if it was predestined. The child's corpse appeared somewhat peculiar. Why was there not even a trace of post-mortem changes? When I was lifted, one exclaimed in shock. Post-mortem changes? Nonsense. Hurry up and carry me. Why should I be the one to carry? Look at your lack of ambition. Let us take turns. The two grumbled as they hoisted me and began their descent down the mountain. Before long, a low rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. When the world is this weather? Why is it suddenly going to rain? One cursed. How good. Didn't I just say that this burial mound is quite sinister? It is said that every 15th day of the 7th month, there is guaranteed thunder on this mountain, without exception. Where do you get such nonsense? The lady instructed us to secure this child to the mulberry tree with 99 nails, and we must complete it before nightfall. Time is of the essence. Hurry. How urged repeatedly. My dear brother, could you refrain from uttering such words in front of the child? What if they become so agitated that they rise from the dead? Rise from the dead? Nonsense. Hal retorted as he glanced back. I slowly rolled my eyes and grinned at Hal. Suddenly, the sky rumbled, and a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. It's happening. Hal shouted, turning to flee. I bit down on the ear of the person carrying me, and amidst their agonizing screams, I was flung to the ground. Both of us scrambled down the mountain in a chaotic tumble. I lay on the ground for a moment, noticing a few patches of grass nearby. I crawled over and chewed on it, swallowing the bitter sap until I could eat no more. Then I began to crawl deeper into the mountain. They were merely startled by my sudden action. Should they regain their composure, they would undoubtedly come after me. The mountain path was treacherous, making even walking a challenge, let alone crawling. With a moment's carelessness, I almost rolled headlong into the abyss below. My limbs felt weak, and I resorted to biting down on exposed tree roots to pull myself up. Occasionally, a low thunder rumbled in the sky. I was already at the brink of exhaustion. If a torrential downpour commenced, it would surely spell my doom. In the darkness, I could not tell how long I had been crawling. My strength had waned, and my mind was beginning to cloud over. I murmured to myself that I would live as long as the southern mountain. With a sharp bite of my tongue, I endeavored to maintain my clarity. After a further struggle, A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and amidst the sudden brightness, a small temple unexpectedly emerged ahead. My heart leapt with a mix of astonishment and joy, akin to a drowning soul seizing a life-saving straw, propelling myself forward with all my might. Yet, despite the temple appearing within reach, it felt as distant as the heavens. Suddenly, I discerned a figure standing before the temple, gazing in my direction. I opened my mouth to call out, but my voice was swallowed by the thunder. At last, when I crawled to the temple's entrance, the light streaming from within allowed me to see clearly that it was an elderly woman clad in black with hair as white as snow. She noticed my presence, but, with an expressionless face, turned and entered the temple. Exhausted, I struggled to reach the threshold, but it remained an insurmountable barrier. With a final exertion, a wave of dizziness overcame me, and I felt a tightening around my neck. Before I knew it, the old woman had appeared before me and forcibly pulled me inside the temple. Chapter 3. 36 Copper Coins. The thunder pulled the old woman, set me down on a mat upon the ground, and then turned to exit. As I raised my gaze, I beheld a statue of a female deity standing before me, exquisitely carved with grace and poise, even down to the minute detail of a red mole at the corner of her left eye. 3 incense sticks were placed in a burner, sending curling wisps of smoke into the air. As I became entranced by the sight, the soft sound of footsteps approached. The old woman re-entered, carrying a steaming bowl of rice porridge and placing it before me. I found myself both hungry and thirsty, and without a moment's thought for the heat, I leaned in and ravenously drank from the bowl. Once a warm porridge settled in my stomach, I finally caught my breath and expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear elder, for saving my life." The elder remained silent, taking a handful of incense, ash, and inscribing a few characters upon the ground, stating, "You have managed to crawl to the temple. It signifies a bond between us." I was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this elder was mute. Then it dawned on me. No wonder she had been observing me at the temple's entrance. Had I failed to reach this sanctuary and perished in the process, she might have remained indifferent. Why did those people attempt to bury you alive? The mute elder inscribed once more. I was astounded and asked, "Did you witness this, elder?" She nodded and wrote, "I saw individuals enter a coffin in the mountains, only to unearth it after 7 days. Remarkably, you survived." I was profoundly astonished, realizing that this mute elder had indeed observed everything. After a brief hesitation, I recounted my experiences at the Chow family, though I omitted any mention of the decree from the King of Hell. "Your limbs are indeed incapacitated," she wrote, stirring a wave of sorrow within me. At that moment, a distant rumble of thunder echoed overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning across the sky. The elder glanced outside and inscribed, "Tonight's storm will be fierce. The temple may not withstand it." I was taken aback, noticing that the walls and ceilings of the temple were adorned with yellow talismans, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. "We need someone to attract the lightning, to share the burden of this impending storm. Would you be willing to go?" She gestured toward the vacant space in front of the temple. "Attract the lightning?" I gasped in shock. "Isn't this akin to courting death? If you are willing to go and manage to survive, I could assist in reattaching your tendons," the mute old woman inscribed on the ground. "Can it truly be retrieved?" I found it hard to believe. The old woman, with an impassive expression, nodded and wrote, "It is up to you." I glanced outside, where the sky was shrouded in dark clouds and lightning flickered, my heart racing with trepidation. "Grandmother, could you procure 36 copper coins for me?" I inquired, taking a deep breath. The mute old woman rose and exited the door. After a brief moment, she returned, carrying a black cloth bag, which she opened to reveal a trove of ancient copper coins. "Please, grandmother, escort me outside." She lifted me and walked to the temple's entrance, setting me down in the open space before the temple, then turned back inside. I attempted to move my hands, but they felt soft and powerless. I could not even grasp the coins, so I resorted to picking one up with my mouth and placing it on the ground. I intended to arrange a locking yang formation, forming a large circle with the 36 coins around me. The vitality of these copper coins, having passed through countless hands, was quite robust. This locking yang formation serves to counteract negative energies and imprison malevolent spirits. However, It is also known as the Thunder Pool, signifying that malevolent entities cannot trespass beyond its threshold. After much contemplation, I realized that among the skills I possessed, this thunder pool might offer some degree of protection against heavenly thunder. Well, my grandfather taught me this technique. He insisted that I grasp a handful of coins with one hand and throw them casually, allowing the coins to stand upright and form a circle around me. Over the years, I have perfected this skill, yet regrettably, it seemed futile at this moment. I clutched the copper coins in my mouth, laboriously balancing each one upright. Above, the thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a flash of lightning struck a nearby pine tree. I let my thoughts dissipate, finally managing to set up the Lock-Yang formation, utterly exhausted as I collapsed into the circle of coins. A few raindrops as large as beans hit my nose, followed by a torrential downpour. The thunder roared. A cacophony of explosions erupted overhead, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning descended upon the small temple, dazzling and fierce. I had no idea whether the thunder pool would prove effective, and even if it did, I was drenched to the bone. I feared that even a mere brush with the thunder's wrath would reduce me to ash. In the blink of an eye, I recalled the earlier conversation between Miao and his companion, who mentioned that this burial mound was cursed, always struck by thunder on the 15th of July. Yet now it seemed that the true malevolence lay not with the burial mound, but rather with this goddess temple. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic crash resounded, and a bolt of lightning descended directly upon me. The 36 copper coins surrounding me began to spin wildly before exploding in a powder with a deafening bang. A jolt coursed through my body, and I succumbed to darkness. When I awoke, I found myself resting on a mat within the temple. The storm outside had ceased, and daylight flooded in. I attempted to move slightly, only to be met with sharp pain. My wrists and ankles bore wounds, covered in a thick, foul-smelling ointment. The ancient woman entered from outside, inspecting my hands and feet, then took a handful of incense, ashed her right upon the ground, stating, "You have been in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. I have lanced your wounds and reconnected your tendons." I was taken aback, astonished to realize I had been unconscious for such an extended period. Nervously, I inquired, "So, has it been accomplished?" The mute old woman presented me with a bowl of porridge, urging me to consume it first. As I sipped the porridge, I observed her carrying in an earthen jar. Towering over her, "What is inside?" I hastily asked. "5 little spirits," she replied. With a sudden motion, she tossed me into the jar and sealed it with a heavy stone slab, locking the opening tight. Chapter 4. The 5 Ghost Pulse Connection. I had previously heard from my grandfather about a peculiar and sinister medical practice known as the 5 Ghost Pulse Connection. I never imagined my first encounter would occur in such a personal manner. I found myself sealed within the jar for a full 3 days and nights. The experience akin to a living nightmare. Yet, upon awakening from this ordeal, the outcome was unexpectedly fortuitous. The meridians that had been utterly ravaged by Chao Shui Rong were miraculously restored to perfection. You possess the fate of the King of Hell. Even if your injuries are healed, your time is limited. What is there to be joyous about? The mute old woman inscribed on the ground. A tremor coursed through me. I had not anticipated that she possessed insight comparable to my grandfather's. I could only manage a bitter smile and replied, "I will live as long as fate allows. If you desire to escape death, it is quite simple. You merely need to master the skills of the King of Hell," she wrote. My grandfather had indeed conveyed similar sentiments. Just as I was about to express the impossibility of such a task, I inadvertently caught sight of the old woman's tranquil demeanor. My heart raced, and I stammered, "Grandmother, do you know how to acquire the King of Hell's abilities?" The old woman appeared oblivious to my query, remaining utterly indifferent. Just as I was about to inquire further, I noticed her left index finger, seemingly without intention, point slightly towards the statue of the goddess within the temple. A surge of inspiration struck me, and I immediately knelt before the goddess's effigy, prostrating myself fervently. After what felt like 100 bows, the mute old woman gently tapped my shoulder and inscribed on the ground that the goddess had agreed to take me as her disciple. I was momentarily taken aback, having initially believed that the old woman intended to accept me as her apprentice, and that my kneeling before the goddess was a test of my sincerity. Little did I know, It was the goddess who would receive me as her disciple. The old woman offered me a cup of tea to present as a gesture of respect. As I accepted the cup and raised my gaze, I beheld the goddess, enveloped in the ethereal smoke of incense, appearing remarkably lifelike. Suddenly, I recalled that as I climbed to the temple, the old woman had mentioned that my ability to reach the temple indicated a connection between us. Back then, I had thought it was merely a slip of the tongue. However, it now dawned upon me that, aside from the old woman, there might be others in this temple who simply preferred to remain concealed. "Master, please enjoy the tea," I said, and without further contemplation, I knelt respectfully to present the tea. The old woman instructed me to place the cup upon the incense altar and then, bowing 3 times before the goddess, declared that the disciple-master ceremony was complete. "From now on, I shall be your senior sister," she wrote on the ground. I was momentarily stunned. If the old woman was my senior sister, how old must my master be? Our lineage has always been sparse, and now it seems only we remain. My talents are woefully inadequate to carry on our tradition. Henceforth, I shall rely on you," the old woman added. My curiosity piqued. I asked, "What lineage do we belong to?" "The Misty Mountain Spiritual Sect. We are the inheritors of the spiritual sect," she replied. I was momentarily taken aback. The so-called 3 teachings and 9 streams, along with the myriad ancient sects and traditions that have emerged throughout history, have gradually faded away into the river of time. Particularly in modern times, the old schools have steadily declined, with many having already extinguished their flames. Presently, the most active professions seem to be those of geomancers and fortune-tellers. Under the guidance and teachings of my grandfather, I began to delve into these matters from a young age. However, I had never heard of the Misty Mountain's spiritual gate. Yet, given the multitude of sects that have emerged over the centuries, perhaps this spiritual gate is relatively obscure, and it is quite normal not to have heard of it. It is not merely a matter of fame. Rather, our spiritual gate has always maintained a veil of secrecy, known only to a select few. The old woman appeared to sense my thoughts. "So that is the case," I realized. "What sect does our spiritual gate belong to?" "It cannot be a monk's. Could it be Taoist? That seems somewhat plausible, yet does not quite fit." "Then tell me, what sect should the king of hell belong to?" the old woman inquired. My heart quivered. What sect could the king of hell possibly belong to? Recalling the eerie technique of the 5 ghosts connecting pulses, I inadvertently blurted out, "It belongs to..." "The ghost sect? Everything in the world possesses a spirit. Can you tell me what our spiritual gate is about?" The old woman wrote, "Once you enter the spiritual gate, it is as deep as the ocean, destined to spend a lifetime in dealings with demons and spirits, an endless sea of suffering." Have you truly thought this through? "Sister, having just offered tea, can I still turn back?" I asked. The old woman cast a glance at me and replied, "No." I had no choice but to change the topic. "Is Misty Mountain the ancestral land of our spiritual gate? Where is it located? Have you not noticed how fog descends upon us every few days?" I gazed outside the temple, and indeed, a thick fog had enveloped the surroundings. From that day forth, I took up residence within the goddess temple. The mute old woman resided in a small cottage adjacent to the temple, where she spent her days cooking and resting. My thoughts were consumed by my grandfather, and once my wounds had healed sufficiently, I contemplated descending the mountain to inquire about him. The mute old woman did not object, even preparing some provisions for my journey. However, just as I ventured partway down the path, I succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing before I could even fully descend the mountain. It was the silent old woman who had discreetly followed me that retrieved me. Within the temple, I was under the goddess's protection, and my mortal fate was temporarily subdued. Should I wish to venture out and meet my demise, it was entirely my choice. Upon regaining consciousness, I received a stern reprimand from the mute old woman. Following this incident, I resolved to dedicate myself to rigorous study under her guidance within the temple. Life in the mountains was tranquil, save for the annual arrival of thunder on the 15th day of the 7th month, which was a source of considerable distress, growing more harrowing with each passing year. A decade swiftly elapsed. On this particular night, the 15th of the 7th month once again arrived, marking the annual Zhongyuan festival. Outside, a gentle rain fell. A recent thunderstorm had just subsided, and the trees struck by lightning around the temple continued to smolder in the rain, producing a crackling sound. Before descending the mountain, I made my way to offer a cup of tea to the goddess. The mute old woman poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to me. I knelt and bowed 3 times, accepting the tea with reverence, and humbly intoned, "Please, master, partake of this tea." The old woman took the teacup and placed it upon the incense altar. I lifted my gaze, casting a furtive glance at the statue of the goddess. Over the years, although it has always been the mute old woman imparting knowledge to me, I am acutely aware that she merely serves as an intermediary. The true teacher is a master I have never encountered. As heirs to the spirit realm, we adhere to no restrictions or conventions. The mute old woman inscribed this in the incense ash. No rules, you say? But what if I were to take on a disciple in the future? One who is ungrateful and engages in despicable deeds? I inquired with curiosity. It has been stated that there are no taboos. The disciple is yours. If you find them agreeable, then so be it. If not, you may dispose of them as you wish. What is there to lament? The mute old woman replied. So this is what it means to be free of restrictions, I thought, enlightenment dawning upon me. Before you embark on your journey, remember to accomplish 2 tasks. The mute old woman wrote. The first is to locate a book titled The Secret Scriptures of the 24 Chapters of the Spirit King. What is that? I rummaged through my mind, finding no recollection of such a title. It is something we have lost. I nodded, taking mental note. The second task is to travel to Changbai Mountain during this year's 12th lunar month and seek a 16-year-old girl with 3 moles on the sole of her left foot. She is likely surnamed Kong, though she may have changed her surname. Who is this? I asked, somewhat perplexed. Inquire with your master, she instructed. I fell silent, then coughed lightly, asking sister, what should I do once I find her? Should I bring her back? There is no need for that. Simply transform her into a red-clad spirit. I was taken aback, struggling to believe the implications of her words. Sister, are you suggesting that I turn that young girl into a malevolent red specter? It is a fearsome spirit. The mute elder cast a fleeting glance at me and inscribed something on the ground. I stared at her in astonishment, our eyes locked in silent communication. Folklore often whispers of women, clad in red, who met untimely deaths. If their grievances are profound and the opportunity arises, they may transform into vengeful spirits, draped in crimson, seeking retribution. Wherever these malevolent apparitions tread, calamity follows, leaving neither fowl nor beast in their wake, a true harbinger of doom. However, when compared to the ominous nature of these red-clad specters, the threat seems trivial, a mere shadow of something far more sinister. Of course, the path to becoming such a malevolence is fraught with challenges. While our spiritual sect possesses methods for nurturing and refining spirits, such practices are seldom undertaken lightly, let alone the transformation of the living into phantoms or nurturing them into malevolent forces. Just remember this. Whenever you encounter someone, tell them it is the mute elder seeking them. Now go. I have prepared your belongings. The elder handed me a backpack and an umbrella, ushering me out the door. Master, I am departing. For years, I had yearned to descend the mountain in search of my grandfather. Yet as the moment of departure arrived, an unexpected reluctance gripped me. I rushed back to the temple and, bowing deeply to the goddess 3 times, finally emerged through the temple gates. The mute elder accompanied me partway. Senior sister, take good care of yourself and master. I gazed at her head of white hair, a wave of emotion swelling within me. The elder nodded, gesturing toward the path down the mountain. I understood it was time to leave. Steeling my resolve, I leaned toward the elder and whispered, Senior sister, I have long wished to inquire, was the goddess in our temple sculpted to resemble our master in his youth? The elder regarded me with an inscrutable expression, neither affirming nor denying my question. I comprehended the situation. My master was undeniably handsome in his youth. I raised my thumb in admiration. With a smile, I dashed out, turning back to wave at the mute old woman, and with my umbrella in hand, I made my way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, I noticed that the gentle drizzle had abruptly ceased, leaving the vegetation still, devoid of even a whisper of wind. Looking up, I beheld the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, dark as ink and a flash of lightning silently coursed through the layers of cloud, resembling a dancing golden serpent. My heart jolted suddenly, and I cast my umbrella and bag to the ground, turning back to sprint up the mountain with utmost speed. Thunder rumbled. Crack! Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down in quick succession, cleaving the very night sky, as if splitting the entire tomb hill in two. By the time I arrived, the thunder had dissipated, and the goddess temple had vanished, leaving only charred remnants of walls. A half-burned statue of the goddess crackled in the embers. Soon after, a torrential downpour ensued. Master, senior sister, I rushed forward, frantically searching, yet found nothing. I never anticipated that a decade later, I would once again be engulfed by the same terror I felt upon hearing from grandfather about the calamity that befell the Miao family. The icy rains soaked me to the bone, yet also cleared my mind somewhat. Surely, nothing could have happened. Once I calmed myself, rational thought began to return. The temple had merely been struck by lightning. It did not signify anything dire. Furthermore, given my master and senior sister's abilities, I refused to believe they could simply cease to exist. I sat in the deluge for an entire night, until the wind subsided and the rain ceased, with the first light of dawn breaking in the east. Only then did I rise and begin my descent down the mountain, reclaiming my umbrella and backpack, leaving behind the tomb hill where I had dwelled for a decade. Chapter 6. Emerging from the mountains, the living Yama after departing from the grave mound ridge, I made a brief return to my hometown, clinging to a flicker of hope that perhaps my grandfather had returned. Alas! The dust-laden state of our home shattered my last vestige of optimism. Inquiring with the nearby neighbors, I learned that the Lin family had not returned for many years. I lingered there for an afternoon, departing before dusk to prepare for my journey to the Miao family. Having spent a decade at Grave Mound Ridge, I found myself out of touch with many matters. Furthermore, due to the current inflation, the funds provided by the mute old woman were quickly depleted, leaving me with barely enough for transportation. As I ponder my situation, I recalled that my grandfather was once a prominent figure in his circle, and having learned the art of Feng Shui from him since childhood, I decided to traverse the world as a Feng Shui master. Subsequently, I assisted Mr. He, a businessman from Zhengzhou who had prospered in hardware trade, in resolving a life-threatening predicament, which rewarded me with a substantial sum of money, alleviating my financial concerns and allowing me to focus on dealing with the Miao family. Interestingly, this affair with the He family also led to my acquisition of a peculiar object, a South Sea demon pearl. At first glance, this gem appeared to be an exquisite golden orb, yet it was, in truth, a vessel of malevolent sorcery from the South Seas. Once brought into the He household, it would gradually siphon away their fortunes, leading not only to their financial ruin, but potentially to their very demise. I instructed Mr. He's eldest son to accompany me on a tour of their home, ultimately directing his attention to a pear tree in the southeast corner of the yard, insisting that it be severed at the trunk. Although the father and son were perplexed, they complied with my request. The result of this act left the onlookers utterly astonished. From the severed trunk of the tree, a viscous black liquid began to flow abundantly. I instructed the two individuals to continue sawing, and soon enough, we discovered the precious Buddha bead nestled within the tree. 3 days later, Boss He's ailment had completely healed, and his complexion had improved significantly. In his own words, he had previously felt a persistent heaviness at home, but now he felt invigorated, as if a cloud of gloom had been lifted. When I departed from Zhengzhou, I took that enchanting bead with me. Boss He expressed his profound gratitude, bestowing upon me a substantial sum of money as a reward and urging me to reach out to him whenever I needed assistance in the future. After resolving matters and leaving Zhengzhou, I made my way directly to Meicheng, arriving that afternoon at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, located in the northwest of the city. Behold Qinglong Mountain. Does its silhouette not resemble a great azure dragon in repose? Driver Master Zhang inquired with a grin, gesturing towards the majestic range ahead. I surveyed the mountains, remaining silent for a moment before responding with a smile. Indeed, it does. Shall we ascend? Absolutely, Zhang Master replied, parking the car and accompanying me up the mountain. I had visited this place several times before, each time paying homage at the Chaosian Temple, reputed for its miraculous efficacy. Chaosian Temple? I asked, a hint of confusion in my voice. Indeed, we shall see it once we reach the top, Zhang Master chuckled. Though it was my inaugural visit to Qinglong Mountain, my heart was far from tranquil, despite my outward demeanor. This location was the ancestral grave of the Chao family, the very root of all that followed. In my youth, I had overheard my grandfather mention the Locking Dragon Cave. If my intuition served me correctly, the ancestors of the Chao family must have been guided by a sage to discover this very cave within Qinglong Mountain, subsequently relocating their ancestral burial site there. From that moment forth, the Chao family flourished and even produced high-ranking officials. However, in this world, how could all good fortune be bestowed upon just one family? As time passes, the Dragon Law Cave is bound to encounter significant troubles, leading to the potential annihilation of the Chao family. Consequently, the Chao family sought the expertise of my grandfather, a preeminent Feng Shui master, hoping he could alter their fate. My grandfather, fully aware of the immense risks involved, was initially unwilling to acquiesce. Nevertheless, later, in a bid to extend my life through Chao Shiurong, he reluctantly agreed to the family's request. Yet, even my grandfather could not have anticipated the malevolent intentions harbored by the Chao family, who had no intention of honoring their marriage pact. This is the essence of Chao Xian Temple. We ascended a stone staircase, spiraling upwards, and just as we neared the summit, Master Zhang pointed ahead and called out. As I gazed into the distance, I beheld a magnificent temple at the peak, exuding grandeur and majesty. Approaching closer, I noticed the plaque at the entrance, where the three characters Chao Xian Temple shimmered brilliantly in golden light. The temple was bustling with activity, with a steady stream of worshippers entering and exiting. When was this temple constructed? It surely wasn't here before? I inquired, frowning. If we consider from the start of its construction, it should have been about 10 years ago, Master Zhang calculated. That coincides perfectly with the time my grandfather resolved the Dragon Law Cave issue for the Chao family. Why is it called Chao Xian Temple? I asked, gazing at the three characters on the plaque. Legend has it that all the funds for the construction of this temple were donated by the Chao family. Master Zhang elaborated, chuckling as he added, I wonder if you have heard of the Chao family? They are the foremost benefactors of Mei City, and indeed, the city's leading family. I have indeed heard of the Chao family, yet this so-called premier of Meicheng seems rather ludicrous to me. I chuckled softly. Chapter 7. The Chao family. In its prime, seeing my indifference, Master Zhang chuckled, assuring me that it was no jest. He recounted that 9 generations ago, the Chao family was merely a modest landholding family. However, from that point onward, the then head of the Chao family established a familial principle of performing good deeds daily, claiming it would accumulate blessings for future generations. Remarkably, this proved to be prescient. Thereafter, the Chao family flourished and prospered, with even members of the subsequent generation attaining high office. There's a saying that wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations, yet the Chao family stands as a notable exception, having maintained its affluence for a full 9 generations. Furthermore, the current 9th generation of the Chao family is particularly extraordinary, especially over the past decade, during which they have soared to unprecedented heights. Presently, the Chao family is no longer confined to Meicheng. The Chao group's reputation resonates both domestically and internationally. This illustrates that acts of kindness and the accumulation of virtue do bear fruit. The prosperity of the Chao family is attributed to their numerous good deeds, which have bestowed blessings upon their descendants. However, upholding such a tradition of benevolence across 9 generations is no small feat. They are indeed worthy of their fortune. As Master Zhang recounted the rise of the Chao family, he could not help but express his admiration. Yet to my ears, this narrative sounded profoundly ironic. Can such a malicious family truly be deemed a paragon of virtue? The notion of 9 generations of goodwill, if I am not mistaken, appears to be nothing more than a fade to mislead the public. The true catalyst behind the Chao family's meteoric rise is, in fact, the Dragon Locking Cave, a Feng Shui treasure that has brought them prosperity for 9 generations. A decade ago, The Chow family was destined to face the repercussions of the locked dragon cave, transitioning from prosperity to decline, even risking the annihilation of their lineage. However, through my grandfather's extraordinary intervention, the Chow family not only evaded ruin but flourished, reaching unprecedented heights. Who conceived the design of this Chow Xian temple? As I wandered through the temple, I discerned that its construction was meticulously crafted, with the entire layout harmoniously resonating with the principles of yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, and the 5 elements. It was evident that the design was the work of a master artisan. I heard that the temple's abbot personally crafted the design. His divine presence is significantly linked to the temple's abundant incense offerings, remarked Master Zhang. Is that so? What is the background of this abbot? I inquired with keen interest. That remains a mystery, Master Zhang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. The abbot leads a secluded life, shrouded in enigma. Although I have visited several times, I have yet to catch a glimpse of him. Perhaps we shall seek an opportunity in the future, I suggested, shifting the topic. I have heard that the ancestral tomb of the Chow family is also located on Qinglong Mountain. Indeed, many people go there to pay their respects. Hoping to partake in the Chow family's fortune, Master Zhang chuckled. Really? Then we should also partake, I responded with a smile. Very well, Master Zhang agreed, leading me towards the rear mountain. After a journey of over half an hour, we arrived at a magnificent tomb nestled within the valley. Indeed, numerous individuals were there, burning incense and paying homage, with some even kneeling and bowing fervently. Observing their devoutness, one might easily assume they were filial descendants of the Chow family. Before the tomb stood 4 individuals, whom Master Zhang identified as guardians sent by the Chow family to prevent any untoward incidents. Let us depart. There is nothing here to behold. I cast a fleeting glance and chose not to proceed further, for this supposed ancestral grave of the Chow family is undoubtedly a fabrication, a mere ruse to mislead the unwary. The true resting place of the Chow ancestors would never be divulged to outsiders. Where shall we go now? Master Zhang inquired. Momentarily taken aback, I suggested we meander a bit longer. Accompanied by Master Zhang, I wandered through the mountains until twilight descended, at which point we descended the hill and drove towards the urban expanse of Mei City. Through the car window, I glimpsed the shadowy contours of Qinglong Mountain. The source of the Chow family's prosperity lies within the Locking Dragon Cave, the location of their ancestral grave, to bring about their downfall. One would need to dismantle this auspicious arrangement. Such an approach would be akin to cutting off the fuel from a fire. This was indeed my initial plan prior to my arrival. However, after traversing Qinglong Mountain today, I realized the futility of this strategy. The Chow family, in their quest to safeguard their lineage, had mobilized vast resources, erecting a grand Chow Xian temple atop Qinglong Mountain. This structure is not merely a temple. It is intricately designed to harmonize with the terrain, interlinking the various ley lines of Qinglong Mountain, thus transforming the entire area into an immense geomantic configuration. The Chow Xian Temple serves merely as a focal point within this elaborate scheme. What an impressive arrangement! To dismantle this geomantic construct through similar means would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, this poses no insurmountable obstacle. If one path is obstructed, another shall be sought. The Chow family is reputed for their favorable geomancy, abundant fortune, and a plethora of virtuous individuals. Thus, I shall systematically eliminate these benevolent figures, and we shall see if their prosperity endures. Chapter 8. The Phoenix's Fate. The noble woman of destiny. We indulged in a light meal, and Master Zhang resumed his journey. Approximately half an hour later, we entered the city of Mei. The transformation was quite remarkable. As I gazed out at the night scenery, memories of my first visit to Mei City with my grandfather flooded back, leaving my eyes somewhat misty. When did you first arrive in Mei City? Master Zhang inquired. It must have been a decade ago, I replied. That explains it. Over the past 10 years, Mei City has undergone significant changes. Take the old Chow residence, for instance. If you visit now, it will surely astonish you. Master Zhang chuckled. What has happened to the Chow residence? I asked. We shall see for ourselves. Master Zhang replied as he pressed the accelerator, steering towards the southwestern corner of Mei City. I recall that the ancestral home of the Chow family indeed lay in the southwest of the city. However, upon arriving at the site, and as Master Zhang gestured towards the grand estate ahead, I was taken aback. Before me stood an expansive manor, resplendent with lights and vibrant atmosphere, its grandeur far surpassing the Chao residence of my memories by more than tenfold. One could easily believe it to be a palace. Master Zhang remarked, "Well, they certainly deserve to enjoy such prosperity. Just look at the descendants of the Chao family. Each one is more impressive than the last. Mr. Chao must have 4 children, correct?" I inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Chao has 3 sons and 1 daughter, and each son is a remarkable individual. Ah, truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening." Master Zhang expressed with evident envy. "By the way, the second young master of the Chao family is in the same line of work as you." "In the same line of work? Feng Shui, perhaps?" I am somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, it is said that the second young master of the Chao family has little interest in commerce. Instead, he is captivated by the art of Feng Shui. The renowned Master Gu of Meicheng is, in fact, the second young master's mentor." "Master Zhang, you seem to know quite a bit," I remarked with a smile. "Ah." Master Zhang waved his hand with a grin. "I have a distant cousin whose son-in-law works for the Chao family, and he is quite capable. My cousin often asks me to visit his daughter when I am in the area, which is how I've come to know a fair amount." "So that's how it is," I mused, smiling in realization. Although the Chao family is indeed brimming with talent, when compared to the third young lady of the Chao family, everyone else seems to pale in comparison. Master Zhang sighed. "How so?" I inquired, knowing he spoke of Chao Shiurong. "This third young lady not only possesses striking beauty, but has been clever and gentle-hearted since childhood," Master Zhang explained. I pondered to myself, while beauty and intelligence are commendable, if Master Zhang had witnessed Chao Shiurong on that particular day, he might have reconsidered his words. It is widely rumored that the Chao family has amassed virtue over 9 generations, ultimately giving rise to the extraordinary third young lady, a destined noble, likened to a phoenix from the heavens, not of this mortal realm. "Indeed, quite impressive," I nodded. Perhaps sensing my skepticism, Master Zhang continued, "This tale is quite remarkable. When the third young lady was merely 9 years old, an immortal visited the Chao family and took her as his disciple. Is there truly such a thing as immortals?" I chuckled. "That is what everyone is saying. The truth of it remains uncertain." Master Zhang chuckled and recounted the extraordinary scene when Miss Chao San took her apprenticeship, a moment witnessed by many. What was so extraordinary, I wondered, intrigued by his words. It was said that Miss Chao San appeared like a celestial being, clad in a flowing white gown, holding a white jade lamp adorned with a carved green lotus as she paid her respects. Master Zhang, sensing my curiosity, elaborated that this white jade lamp was reputedly a treasured heirloom of the Chao family, specially selected by Miss Chao San as a gift for her master. I couldn't help but find it amusing. That lamp, intricately carved and bestowed by my grandfather to Chao Shiurong as a betrothal gift, was now being misrepresented as a family relic. How shameless! Master Zhang continued, his excitement palpable, recounting how, at that moment, an unexpected swarm of fireflies suddenly filled the air above the Chao ancestral home, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Even more astonishing was that all the trees on the estate burst into bloom. Whispers spread among the onlookers, declaring it a sign of auspicious fortune, likening it to the stars cascading down or withered rejuvenating. Indeed, from that day forth, the Chao family flourished, their fortunes ascending ever higher. Isn't it remarkable? I nodded in agreement and inquired further about Chao Shiurong as fate. After her apprenticeship, she followed her master, and as for her whereabouts, that remains a mystery. However, it is said that each year, Miss Chao San returns to Meicheng, attracting many to the old Chao residence, hoping to catch a glimpse of her enchanting presence and partake in her good fortune. Master Zhang chuckled. "Are these the individuals?" I gestured towards the crowd queuing outside the Chao residence. "Not quite. These people have come to receive the Chao family's fortune," Master Zhang remarked with a glance. "Fortune? That is a custom established by the Chao family. Anyone genuinely facing hardships can approach the Chao family to receive a sum of money, referred to as the Chao family's fortune. Each day, there are 18 slots available," he elaborated. As we conversed, a sudden uproar erupted from the direction of the Chao residence. A man broke free from the crowd, kneeling at the entrance and fervently bowing his head in reverence. "What is happening?" Master Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Then, with a sudden gasp, he called out, "It appears to be my old cousin. You stay here. I shall investigate." With that, he hurriedly exited the vehicle and rushed over. I observed that the kneeling man was an elderly fellow dressed in simple attire. Master Zhang approached him, attempting to help him to his feet, but the man resolutely refused. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, a middle-aged man emerged from the Chao residence, hastily approaching to assist the old man. When I caught sight of this individual, I was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very Hao Ge who had unearthed me from the grave mound years ago? Chapter 9. The fragrance of a beautiful corpse in contrast to that time. Hao Ge now sported a mustache, appeared somewhat plumper, and his hair was slicked back, exuding an air of sophistication. He was dressed with great care, projecting a certain grandeur. Previously, I had been pondering how to subtly test the waters and ascertain the depths of the Chao family's dealings. Now the opportunity had presented itself. Hao Ge, being a loyal servant of the Chao family, was the perfect avenue to explore what clandestine activities the family had been engaged in over the years. Lu Hao discreetly led the elderly man aside, engaging him in a hushed conversation before returning to the Chao family mansion. Soon after, Master Zhang approached with the old gentleman in tow. "My sincere apologies, Boss Shaolin. This is my distant relative. A rather peculiar incident has occurred at home." Master Zhang introduced awkwardly. "Please, let us discuss this in the car," I suggested with a smile. "My apologies for the intrusion," the elder said, his face etched with regret as he continued to nod in acknowledgement. Once they settled into the vehicle, and after Master Zhang explained, I learned that the elderly man's surname was Yang. Despite his deeply lined visage and apparent frailty, he was not significantly older than Master Zhang. "What transpired earlier?" I inquired. I mentioned that one of my old relatives' sons-in-law works for the Chao family. That would be Brother Yang," Master Zhang sighed. "The man from earlier is your uncle's son-in-law?" I must admit, I am quite surprised. Indeed, his name is Lu Hao, and he holds considerable influence within the Chao family. Each time I visit Mei City, Brother Yang requests that I check in on Xiao Yu. Master Zhang nodded, adding, "Xiao Yu is Brother Yang's daughter." "Is Uncle Yang here in Mei City to see his daughter?" I asked, realization dawning upon me. "Yes, but unfortunately, he has yet to meet her, and the circumstances surrounding this matter are quite strange. It sends shivers down my spine," Master Zhang remarked, gently patting Uncle Yang on the shoulder. "Brother, why don't you recount the entire story to Boss Shaolin? He is quite capable and may offer some valuable insights." Very well, Uncle Yang agreed. Uncle Yang nodded repeatedly, wiping away his tears as he recounted. "Approximately 3 years ago, one evening, my daughter Xiu suddenly called to announce her intention to marry. My wife and I were quite taken aback. Xiu was still pursuing her studies, so her abrupt decision to wed left us astonished. Ultimately, we could not oppose her wishes, and we had to acquiesce. However, since her marriage, we have scarcely seen our daughter. When I attempt to call Xiu, her phone is often unreachable. On the rare occasions it connects, she hastily exchanges a few words before claiming she has pressing matters to attend to and hangs up. Subsequently, I entrusted old Zhang with the task of visiting the Lu family whenever he went to Meichang to check on Xiu. Indeed, over the past few years, I have visited the Lu household nearly dozens of times, yet I have only seen Xiu a handful of times, perhaps 5 or 6 in total. Each visit, our conversations were brief. She would mention being busy and needed to attend to something, prompting me to leave the items from Brother Yang behind and take my leave. Master Zhang nodded in agreement. Upon reaching this point, he sighed, "Xiu is a child I have watched grow up. She is truly a wonderful person. Yet, since her marriage, there seems to be a palpable distance, a sense of estrangement." I inquired of Master Zhang whether he sensed anything else amiss. After contemplating for a moment, he shook his head, indicating there was nothing further. Old Zhang was correct. It is not just my sentiment. My wife and I share this feeling as well. It seems that since Xiu married into the Lu family, she has changed. Her demeanor towards us has grown quite aloof, Uncle Yang expressed with deep concern. My spouse remarked that perhaps Xiu, now married into a prominent family, must adhere to certain decorum in her speech and actions. rendering her unable to behave as she once did. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Xiaoyu is my daughter, and I am well aware of her character. Thus, I often enlist old Zhang to visit Xiaoyu, fearing that she may encounter some troubles. Uncle Yang, with reddened eyes, struck his thigh, lamenting that my wife, in her ailing state, could scarcely eat, consumed with thoughts of Xiaoyu, yearning to see her daughter. I hastily called Xiaoyu, hoping she might finally return home. However, the call failed to connect. I visited the Liu family several times, yet each inquiry yielded only the response that she was out attending to matters. I sought out my son-in-law, but he too was absent, left with no other recourse. I resolved to venture to the Chao family estate, determined to confront my son-in-law and demand clarity. Chapter 10. The Chao family estate. A haunting presence upon hearing Uncle Yang's account. I began to piece together the unfolding events. By the way, Brother Yang, hasn't your wife been plagued by nightmares? Perhaps you should speak to Ba Shaolin and seek his counsel, suggested Master Zhang. Indeed, Uncle Yang nodded fervently. The matter is as follows. Ever since Xiaoyu wed into the Liu family, my wife has frequently been tormented by night terrors, dreaming of Xiaoyu standing by her bedside, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, weeping and crying out in pain. Each time my wife awoke from these nightmares, she would weep uncontrollably, unable to return to slumber. How often has she dreamed of this? I inquired. I cannot recall the exact number, but it occurs every 3 or 4 days, always the same, Uncle Yang replied. A heaviness settled in my heart. When did this all begin? As the saying goes, one's thoughts during the day manifest in their dreams at night. If I were to occasionally have a nightmare featuring my daughter, it would be quite normal. However, experiencing this for 3 consecutive years is no mere coincidence. As the adage suggests, a mother and daughter share a profound connection, which may very well signify some ominous portent. It likely started about 3 months after Xiaoyu married into the Liu family. Yes, that seems about right. Uncle Yang calculated thoughtfully. I inquired if dreaming of her was still possible. Recently, it seems I have not dreamed of her, not since. A little over 2 months ago, Uncle Yang replied. Noticing my silence, he asked anxiously, Do you know what this means? Is it my daughter? My daughter? This alone cannot indicate much. It would be best to visit the Liu family, I reassured him. Then, might I request your company to the Liu residence? I heard from old Zhang that you possess remarkable abilities. Surely you can discern the truth of their situation. Uncle Yang said, filled with excitement. Very well. Let's go together. I nodded in agreement. Initially, I had thought Liu Hao resided nearby. However, Master Zhang drove us straight to the outskirts of the city. The Liu family's current residence is said to have originally belonged to the Chao family, a historic estate that was bequeathed to Liu Hao due to his commendable efforts. That place is extraordinarily valuable, Master Zhang remarked with envy. Indeed, they are quite affluent, I responded with a smile. Indeed, the Chao family has undergone a remarkable transformation. For us, this old residence represents a lifetime of effort. Yet for the Chao family, it is but a trifling matter. Master Zhang exclaimed with a tone of astonishment. Observing Uncle Yang lost in thought, I inquired with a smile, Uncle, what does Xiaoyu enjoy doing in her spare time? Xiaoyu once had a multitude of interests. Uncle Yang replied, but ever since her brother went missing. Alas, all that remains is her singular pursuit of news regarding him. He sighed deeply. However, when the topic of his daughter arose, he became quite animated, sharing stories with us along the way. After approximately half an hour of travel, Master Zhang brought the vehicle to a halt. Before us stood an imposing estate, its white walls and black tiles exuding an antiquated charm, likely having stood for many years. We disembarked and approached the entrance, where 2 stone lions guarded the threshold, their fierce visages strikingly formidable. The grand door stood ajar, flanked by 2 long benches upon which sat 4 burly men, their countenances grim and unapproachable. Curiously, although autumn had arrived, the temperature remained mild. Yet these 4 individuals were clad in thick garments, wrapped tightly against the chill. Who are these men? Master Zhang mused, perplexed. Have you not seen them before? I queried. He shook his head. No. In the past, there was merely an old man watching the gate whom I knew. Who are you looking for? At that moment, as we drew near, one of the men barked a question at us. The voice was remarkably loud and carried an unfriendly tone, startling Uncle Yang, who trembled as he stammered, I am looking for my daughter. This is my daughter's home. What daughter are you searching for? Today, no visitors are permitted. The man waved his hand dismissively, urging us to leave promptly. Master Zhang stepped forward and inquired, My good sir, is this the residence of Mr. Lu Hao? Indeed, the man replied, rolling his eyes. Then that settles it. Master Zhang continued with a smile, gesturing towards Uncle Yang. This gentleman is Mr. Lu Hao's father-in-law. Father-in-law? The man glared at him, incredulous. Are you speaking nonsense? How could I possibly be mistaken? You gentlemen are newcomers, so it is understandable that you are not acquainted. Would you kindly allow us to inquire within? Master Zhang, with his extensive connections, spoke far more eloquently than Uncle Yang. The man scrutinized Uncle Yang once more and coldly retorted, Even if he is the father-in-law, no one is allowed entry today. What? What has transpired? Master Zhang asked, momentarily taken aback. Move along. Why the unnecessary chatter? The man impatiently waved his hand, pushing both Master Zhang and Uncle Yang out. Uncle Yang pleaded, I have come to see my daughter. Couldn't you just inform someone inside? We will wait out here. Are you unable to comprehend human speech? The man's expression darkened. The three men seated on the bench suddenly stood up, their gazes sharp and menacing. Master Zhang and Uncle Yang, frightened, stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing their balance. I discreetly assisted them from behind and, with a composed countenance, instructed, Do not engage with these four apparitions. Quickly spit a few times towards the entrance. Both Master Zhang and Uncle Yang were momentarily taken aback. However, Master Zhang refrained from further inquiries and promptly spat 3 times towards the door, with Uncle Yang hastily following suit. Chapter 11. Dispelling Evil. The 4 guardian deities, what are you doing? The man exclaimed in fury. I chose to ignore him. Addressing Master Zhang and Uncle Yang, I cautioned, These 4 are wretched souls on the verge of death. Your yang energy is feeble, so refrain from conversing with them or approaching closely. Both men were taken aback, instinctively glancing at the 4 figures. What nonsense are you spouting? The quartet shouted in unison, advancing menacingly as if to strike. How unfortunate! I furrow my brow, scrutinizing the 4 individuals. What purpose does such thick clothing serve? What did you say? The 4 men's faces shifted dramatically at my words. You are clad in these heavy cotton coats, yet still shivering? I remarked nonchalantly. How do you know? The leader of the group asked, astonished. What is happening here? I clicked my tongue, reiterating, I have already stated that you are soon to be deceased. Do you not comprehend human speech? Nonsense, the man retorted angrily, but faltered mid-sentence, seemingly choked by his own words. After a prolonged silence, he composed himself and forced a smile, asking, Who are you? Prepare for your final rites. I replied, shaking my head, and beckoned Master Zhang and Uncle Yang to follow me inside. The 4 men intended to obstruct us, but as they shifted their stance, hesitation took hold. In that moment of uncertainty, we had already passed through the entrance. It was still the cleverness of Boss Lin that startled those 4 men into a daze. Master Zhang chuckled softly. I did not frighten them, I remarked while surveying the arrangement of the courtyard. This residence appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet within it lay a hidden marvel, embodying a quintessential classical Chinese style, complete with lotus ponds and artificial hills, as well as long corridors in the courtyard, everything one could desire. However, if it were merely these features, it would not warrant surprise. What astounded me further was the meticulous attention to Feng Shui, every detail evidently crafted by a master in the art. Master Zhang and Uncle Yang gasped in astonishment. Then those 4 are truly in grave danger. Their disbelief was palpable, and they did not bother to lower their voices. Wait! Suddenly, someone called out from behind, and the man who had previously been in pursuit hastily approached us. What do you want? Master Zhang and Uncle Yang jumped at the unexpected interruption. The man merely glanced at them before rushing to my side, hesitating momentarily before asking you. You mentioned that we were in imminent peril. What exactly do you mean? I turned to leave, and Master Zhang and Uncle Yang hurriedly followed suit. Please wait. The man caught up, forcing a smile as he bowed slightly, leading the way. There has been an incident in the residence today. We were summoned by Mr. Liu to restore order. No unrelated individuals are permitted inside, and we did not intend to offend you. He continued to apologize profusely while bowing. What has occurred? I inquired with a slight murmur. We are not entirely certain about the specifics, but it is said that there has been unrest within the residence. The man lowered his voice. What does unrest mean? Master Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Is there something sinister at play? The man grimaced. Well, it appears to be so. Mr. Liu has even invited a master to come and set up a ritual in the inner courtyard, instructing us to guard the entrance. This residence belongs to the Chao family. How could it be haunted by malevolence? Master Zhang inquired incredulously. Indeed, the man scratched his head, yet we are merely here for the remuneration. The details remain unclear. Mr. Liu specifically instructed that this matter must not be disclosed. That is true. Master Zhang nodded. After all, this is the Chao family's abode. Should word get out, it would not bode well for their reputation. I chuckled softly and asked, why should the Chao family be exempt from such disturbances? Quite right, after all. In a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. Master Zhang concurred. The man, now visibly anxious with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, asked, does your earlier remark about our impending doom relate to the disturbances within this residence? With a thump on his thigh, he exclaimed, this is truly outrageous. We are all seasoned practitioners, brimming with vitality. Even in the depths of winter, it is no trouble to bear our arms. Yet here we sit for nearly half a day, freezing to the bone, shivering uncontrollably. Shivering is but a trivial matter. Soon, you shall no longer tremble. I paused by a lotus pond, picked up a stone from the ground, and tossed it into the water. With a resounding splash, the dark surface erupted in a flurry of ripples that spread outward. What? What does it mean to stop trembling? Does it imply that all is well? The man hesitated to inquire. I cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, what could a corpse possibly tremble for? Please, don't frighten me. His voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. Why would I scare you? I fixed my gaze on the surface of the pond. Didn't you mention that this house is haunted? The malevolent energy is palpable at the entrance. And yet the four of you have stood there for quite some time without bleeding from your orifices. I find that rather surprising. One of my brothers just started to bleed from his nose. He stammered, his voice trembling. Oh, well, it seems the onset has begun. Perhaps you should wait a little longer. I tossed a few pebbles into the pond, leisurely circling the lotus pool while observing the ripples that danced across the water surface. This cannot wait. We do not wish to perish. Please, show us a way out. The man pleaded despairingly. If we leave now, will it ensure our survival? Yes. Really? His face lit up with hope as he turned to dash toward the entrance. I'll call my brothers to leave at once. Go ahead. It might grant you a few more days of life, I replied with a nod. Suddenly, there was a loud splash, and the man stumbled, falling to the ground. He hurriedly picked himself up and returned, weeping and wailing. Please, have mercy. Help us four brothers. We are merely trying to earn a living. I beckoned Master Zhang and Uncle Yang to continue forward. I will lead the way. I will lead the way. The man insisted, stepping ahead of us. Before long, a group of people approached us in haste. Brother Yang, it's your in-laws. Master Zhang offered a brief reminder, then pointed to an elderly lady at the forefront, introducing her as Lu Hao's mother. The group, initially in a hurry to leave, paused when they heard Master Zhang's words, and Lu's mother cast a glance in our direction. Who are you? She inquired, furrowing her brow. Mother-in-law, it's me. Uncle Yang quickly stepped forward to greet her. Lu's mother scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly recognizing him, and asked with a frown, what are you doing here? I came to find Xiaoyu. Her mother is ill. Uncle Yang explained. However, Lu's mother paid no heed to his explanation, glaring at the man and retorting, my son told you to guard the door. What are you doing? Damn it. If you want to guard, do it yourself. We're not doing it anymore. The man interjected, his brow furrowing as he shouted. Chapter 12. A rattling bell. Allah Solwat. What are you doing? We paid for this. Lu's mother, startled by the loud shout, took a step back before angrily demanding an explanation. This cursed house, no amount of money would entice anyone to serve. The man replied, seething with anger. What cursed house? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Lu's mother exclaimed, both surprised and enraged, her voice rising sharply. The man stepped forward, his eyes glinting with menace, challenging her. "Come on, you. Don't do anything reckless." Lu's mother's bravado faltered. I stood by, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, and remarked at the opportune moment, "Elderly lady, don't let your temper flare so late at night. Your son's old friend has arrived. Shouldn't you welcome him?" "What elderly lady? Who are you calling elderly lady?" Madame Lu angrily inquired. "What is the matter with you?" The man glared back defiantly. Madame Lu's face turned a shade of iron, and she fixed a fierce gaze on Uncle Yang, coldly stating, "What is your purpose in bringing these people here?" I merely..." Uncle Yang stammered, attempting to explain, but I interrupted him, asking, "Where is the living room? Let's go inside and discuss this calmly. I know the way. Allow me to lead," the man declared, guiding us past Madame Lu, who marched ahead. "Where are you going? Who permitted you to leave?" Madame Lu shouted angrily as she pursued us. The man paid her no heed, continuing to escort us into the inner courtyard. "Stop them." Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Madame Lu bellowed, commanding the 4 guards stationed at the gate to block our passage. "Go sit somewhere and cool off." The man's expression darkened, and he barked an order. The 4 exchanged glances, and, seemingly familiar with one another, sat back down without objection. You have gone too far," Madame Lu scolded vehemently. The man turned back, glaring at her fiercely, then greeted us with a beaming smile as we entered the inner courtyard. As soon as we stepped inside, a whirlwind arose from the ground, swirling the fallen leaves into the air. The man shivered involuntarily, while Master Zhang and Uncle Yang could not suppress a chill. "So cold," the 3 of them exclaimed simultaneously. "Your yang energy is weak. Be cautious," I advised. Master Zhang and Uncle Yang's faces turned pale, and the man, frightened, trembled as he said this. "This place is indeed haunted? What nonsense are you spouting?" Madame Lu scolded. I waved my hand before her, and in the next instant, a jade pendant appeared in my grasp. This pendant, resplendent and translucent, bore incantations for vanquishing demons etched upon both sides. Casually, I tossed it to the man, instructing him to wear it and apply some pressure. "Very well," he exclaimed as he quickly donned it around his neck. Soon after, he uttered a delighted sound, remarking, "How pleasant. I feel warm all over." Upon touching her neck, Lu's mother suddenly turned pale, shrieking, "That is my talisman. Return it to me at once." She lunged forward, attempting to reclaim it. "Get away from me." The man seized her wrist and pushed her aside. "Return it to me, quickly." Lu's mother, having lost her talisman, turned ashen with fear, crying out, "You are dead men. Hurry and retrieve my talisman." A few individuals rushed forward, intent on seizing it, but the man, robust and seasoned in combat, swiftly brought them to the ground. To him, the talisman was a life-saving charm. He would not allow anyone to take it, guarding it against his chest like a hen protecting her chicks. "Let's venture inside." I beckoned to Master Zhang and the others as we made our way deeper into the inner courtyard. After a short distance, we beheld a flickering blaze ahead. No fewer than several hundred candles illuminated the space, arranged in a large circle within the courtyard, to shield the flames from the wind. Each candle was encased in a glass cover. In the center stood about 20 individuals, forming a smaller circle. These were sturdy young men, stripped to the waist, standing there with symbols painted in deep crimson upon their chests and backs. The faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Each individual bore a layer of bandage wrapped around their left wrist, with faint traces of blood seeping through. It was evident that these talismans had been inscribed with human blood. "Who permitted your entry?" A Taoist priest clad in a yellow robe emerged from the crowd, frowning as he addressed us in a stern tone. This priest, appearing to be in his 40s, wielded a peachwood sword in his right hand and a bell in his left. He had a stout physique, 2 thin mustaches adorning his lips, and a pair of small eyes that gleamed in the firelight, resembling a shrewd, anthropomorphized gopher donning a Taoist robe. "Master Sun, please help. They have stolen my protective talisman." Lu's mother shrieked as she rushed in, desperately clutching at the priest's sleeve, nearly dislodging his robe. "Release me! Release me!" Master Sun huffed, shaking off her grasp, his expression darkening as he demanded, "What is going on?" "They took my protective talisman. Please give me another one, quickly," Lu's mother implored, her voice frantic. I have none left. Master Sun furrowed his brow and then coldly barked at us. Return the talisman at once and leave my premises. What sort of trickery is this? Taoist? I approached, examining the talismans adorning the chests of the brawny young man, intrigued. What trickery? Master Sun's brows knitted together as he retorted angrily. Get these people out of here. Suddenly, two other young men, similarly clad in Taoist robes, burst forth shouting, Did you not hear? My master commands you to leave. They advanced, ready to confront us, but before they could close the distance, one of the men charged forward, seizing each of them by the neck. Scoundrels! With a sharp reprimand, Master Sun shook the bell in his hand, producing a series of peculiar, clanging sounds. The man let out a pained exclamation, stumbling as if intoxicated, his grip loosening, causing the two young Taoists to tumble to the ground. Incensed, they hurled a simultaneous kick at the man's chest. However, the man, with skin tough and flesh resilient, merely staggered back a step, unfazed. Shaking his head, he muttered, Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Master Sun rang the bell again, and the man could hardly maintain his footing, exclaiming, I feel so dizzy. Almost toppling over, he was caught by Master Zhang and Uncle Yang. It was late at night. There was no need for the incessant ringing of that cursed bell. I remarked coolly. Master Sun snorted disdainfully, turning to shake the bell violently in my direction. Noticing my lack of reaction, a flicker of cold light crossed his eyes, and he shook it forcefully a dozen more times. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the bell erupted. Taken by surprise, Master Sun and his two disciples were left in disarray, particularly Master Sun, whose hand that held the bell was now drenched in blood. Half of his sleeve blown away. I told you to stop shaking it, I chided. You. Master Sun, clutching his left hand, stared at me with a mix of shock and fury. His two disciples hurried to fetch towels to bandage his wound. One disciple remarked, Master, this bell must have been in use for a long time. It must have malfunctioned. Master Sun coughed and cursed. It's all your fault. This is a talisman for warding off evil spirits. The master instructed you to take good care of it. Yet it seems you have been rather negligent. Yes, it is all our fault. The two disciples nodded repeatedly. Should there be a next time, do not expect to remain here. Master Sun scolded once more, then shifted his gaze from me to Lu's mother. I am about to commence the ritual, and you have yet to clear these irrelevant individuals away. Very well. Lu's mother turned back, casting a glance at us, and managed a faint smile, saying, Father-in-law, it appears there are matters at home. Perhaps you should return for now? Once everything is settled, I will have Hao come to fetch you. No worries. I shall wait here. Uncle Yang replied. Lu's mother's expression darkened. Father-in-law, I must say, how can you be so oblivious? At a time like this, your presence only complicates matters for your daughter and son-in-law. That remark is rather excessive, is it not? Bring Xiaoyu out, and we shall leave immediately. Master Zhang frowned. Did I not inform you? Xiaoyu is not at home. If you do not believe me, feel free to call her, Lu's mother replied. It is precisely because the phone has been unreachable that we came here. We shall not leave until we see Xiaoyu today. Master Zhang declared loudly. Uncle Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we're going nowhere. You truly are infuriating. Lu's mother exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Please, go to the living room, have some tea, and take a moment to rest. With that, she turned and walked away. Master Zhang and the others intended to follow, but halted when they noticed I remained still. What were you all lingering about for? Lu's mother discovered that no one was following and turned back, questioning with anger. I gestured towards the vacant space beside us, suggesting that it was an ideal spot to rest if we moved a few chairs over. What? What did you say? Lu's mother glared with wide eyes. I'll fetch them, a man called out, hurriedly making his way to the nearby house to carry out 3 chairs. Placing them aside, once the 3 of us, including Master Zhang, were seated, he stood behind us. Something felt amiss, so he went back to retrieve a table and enlisted 2 others to bring over tea and snacks. You have gone too far. Lu's mother trembled with rage. I glanced at her and, with concern, inquired, Old lady, your face has turned pale. Are you all right? What? Lu's mother quickly touched her face and exclaimed, Where's the mirror? Bring me a mirror. Someone hurriedly fetched a mirror for her, which she snatched and held up to her face. It was rather reckless to be looking in a mirror in the haunted house at such an hour. I shook my head and took a sip of tea, noting its quality. This tea is quite good. It must be rather expensive. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the mirror fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. This tea surely isn't cheap, Master Zhang remarked with a quiet chuckle after tasting it. You are frightening this old lady to death. I laughed, responding, if one lives without guilt, one fears not the ghostly knocks at midnight. What is there to fear? Just then, Lu's mother sought out Dao's son again, clutching his robes and persistently requesting another talisman for protection. It seemed this house truly possessed an eerie aura. Master Zhang furrowed his brow and addressed Uncle Yang, saying, My friend, we must locate Xiuyu this time. Regardless of the circumstances, we must clarify the matter. Uncle Yang nodded repeatedly, his face etched with anxiety. Meanwhile, Lu's mother had harassed Dao's son for a while, but was met with a few reprimands. Forcing her to return in frustration, her gaze fixed on the man. Upon noticing her, he instinctively clasped his chest tightly. Father-in-law, please have him return the talisman to me. Lu's mother managed to muster a forced smile towards Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang glanced at me. Seeing my silence, he lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Lu's mother shot him a fierce glare, ready to explode, when suddenly a loud thud echoed, startling her and causing her words to catch in her throat. We ignored her and turned our attention to the opposite side, where two young Taoists had finished bandaging their master and were now bringing out a large drum. Placing it in the southeast corner, one of the Taoists raised a drumstick and struck the drum. The sound was deep and not particularly loud, yet it resonated through the stillness of the night. At that moment, within the large circle formed by 18 robust young men, an incense altar had been prepared. Dao's son, clad in a yellow ceremonial robe, lit 3 sticks of incense and inserted them into the incense burner. With his right hand, he drew a peachwood sword, while in his left, he brandished a talisman, swirling it gracefully in the air. His demeanor was solemn, exuding an air of authority. The master is about to perform the ritual. Everyone be silent. One of Dao's son's disciples commanded. Lu's mother promptly instructed the other Lu family members to remain quiet, joining her hands in prayer and standing still. The Taoist priest's son brandished his peachwood sword, circling the incense altar while reciting incantations. One of his disciples began to beat the drum. Is it customary to play drums during rituals in Meicheng? I inquired with curiosity. I have not heard of it either. It is my first time witnessing this, Master Zhang replied, momentarily taken aback. Another young Taoist standing nearby barked, Silence. Who is speaking? Casting a stern glare in our direction. I took a sip of tea and grabbed a handful of peanuts, while Master Zhang, unfazed, pour more tea for both me and Uncle Yang. Should anyone dare to speak again, I shall not be polite, the young Taoist warned coldly. Suddenly, with a series of swift strokes, the peachwood sword wielded by Dao's son slashed through the air with considerable force. With a whoosh, a talisman was sent soaring, igniting spontaneously in a flash of flame. Oh! Exclaimed Lu Mu and the others, unable to contain their astonishment. Noticing the young Taoist's piercing gaze, they quickly held their breath, daring not to move. Step forward and partake of a cup of wine, Taoist's son commanded, gripping the sword in reverse. The 18 robust young men complied, one by one advancing to the southwest corner to lift the wine bowls placed on the ground, drinking them in succession. How much do these men receive? I asked the man behind me. About the same as us, perhaps 20,000 for the night. He quickly bent down, smiling as he explained. 20,000? I replied, astonished. Is a life worth only that? Surely selling a kidney would fetch more. Chapter 14. Blood of the Youth. What? Selling lives? The man was taken aback, stammering a question. His loud exclamation drew the attention of the robust young fellows around. Who sent you here to cause trouble? Scolded the Taoist priest, his face dark with displeasure. I sipped my tea and continued to shell peanuts. I am speaking to you, the priest exclaimed in anger. What is all this noise about? I cast a glance his way, remarking, You paid 20,000 for a life. That is already quite a bargain. Shouldn't you maintain a lower profile? What do you mean, 20,000 for a life? Such deceitful words. The priest retorted. Noticing that everyone present was looking my way, I chuckled. Are these 18 unfortunate souls not all mere boys? Master Zhang shot me a peculiar glance. What do you intend to convey? The Taoist priest inquired, his expression stern. Soon, you'll have them dispersed throughout the residence, each guarding a specific position, won't you? I remarked, munching on peanuts. The Taoist's expression shifted, and he regarded me intently before coldly responding. These 18 brave men were invited by me to guard the residence. To dispel the negative energy, I require the pure essence of youthful bodies and their blood. Is there a problem with that? This method is excellent, truly impressive, Taoist. I praised, giving him a thumbs up. The priest scoffed. I possess genuine skills. I do not require your flattery. There is no rush. I'm not flattering you. Before he could finish, I interrupted. What you are essentially doing is transferring the grievances that originally resided within the house onto those 18 brave souls. That is quite a clever scheme. The Taoist's face turned a shade of purple. What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? Just stating the truth, am I not? Very well. I shall refrain from speaking further to avoid offending anyone. After I finished speaking, I turned back to continue peeling peanuts. You, Taoist's son gritted his teeth. Utterly incredulous. The 18 valiant heroes all fixated their gazes upon him. Taoist's son, what exactly is happening? Someone could not help but inquire. Are you all fools? This lad is clearly here to cause trouble. Have you not heard of my master's renowned name? A disciple of Taoist's son exclaimed loudly. Is this son fellow truly that famous? I asked Master Zhang. Master Zhang shook his head, evidently not well informed. What nonsense, I've never heard of it. A man standing behind us interjected loudly, causing many to glance over. You little brat, what are you still doing there? If you don't want to be reborn early, come over here. The man shouted at a youth. The youth hesitated for a moment and said to Taoist's son, I'm done. I'm withdrawing. With that, he began to walk towards us. As he did, the remaining 17 began to stir uneasily. Stop right there. Taoist's son bellowed. Are you all dim-witted? How can my illustrious reputation allow me to jest with your lives? Each of you shall add 10,000 and quickly return to your positions. Initially skeptical, the crowd's doubts began to wane upon hearing Taoist's son's words and the promise of an additional 10,000. Wasn't it agreed upon 200,000? Why the sudden increase? Lu Mu expressed her discontent. After receiving a glare from Taoist's son, she begrudgingly fell silent. It's merely 30,000. Why hesitate? You might as well go and sell your kidneys. Seeing the youth still dawdling, the man scolded him once more. Upon hearing this, the young man resolutely made his way towards us and addressed the sturdy fellow. Brother Tai, I shall heed your counsel. What you should heed is Mr. Lin's advice. The man known as Tai grunted. Indeed, the young man replied, nodding at me in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your guidance. I waved my hand dismissively. My previous remarks were merely grounded in righteousness. If someone chose to believe them, it would alleviate their troubles, and if not, that was their prerogative. You are continually causing disturbances. Who sent you here? What is your purpose? The Taoist priest's son, with a grim expression, strode up to me and demanded sternly. Are you unwell? I inquired, taken aback by his demeanor. Still playing the fool? Then do not blame me. Son's gaze turned icy as he subtly lifted his left hand concealed within his sleeve. At that moment, a figure rushed in, exclaiming loudly, what is happening? Has the exorcism not yet commenced? How? You have finally returned. Look what a fine mess your father-in-law has made of things. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu's mother hurried over to lament her troubles. I glanced over to find that Lu Hao had indeed returned. Father-in-law. Lu Hao paused momentarily, then, following his mother, approached us and frowned at Uncle Yang. What brings you here? Son-in-law, I came to find Xiao Yu. Her mother is gravely ill. Uncle Yang stood up to explain. Oh, did I not inform you? Xiao Yu is not at home, and her phone is unreachable. Once I manage to contact her, I shall relay your message. Why have you come here again? Lu Hao responded with evident impatience. I. Uncle Yang found himself at a loss for words in response to him. This is your old Tai Shan. What do you mean by you? What is wrong with coming to your home for a cup of tea? I took the initiative to steer the conversation. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's expression darkened, and he turned to cast a cold glance in my direction. Who are you? At this juncture, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he froze, scrutinizing me up and down before finally inquiring, "Who are you?" "This is Mr. Lin," Ironhead declared loudly. His voice boomed, and the suddenness of his exclamation startled Lu Hao. "You are surnamed Lin?" Lu Hao asked, his composure slightly shaken as he regarded me. "What is your name? Why is Mr. Lu so interested in someone with the surname Lin?" I inquired with a smile. "That's not the case," Lu Hao replied, regaining his calm demeanor. "However, my father-in-law is rather naive, and I worry he might be deceived. That is something you needn't concern yourself with. We all trust young Boss Lin." Master Zhang interjected, somewhat displeased. "Boss Lin? Where has he amassed his fortune?" Lu Hao shot another glance my way. "That is not something for Mr. Lu to fret about," I replied with a chuckle. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and turned to approach Taoist's son, saying, "Taoist, why has it not yet begun? The appointed time has already passed. We have been interrupted. We are missing one person." Taoist's son glared at us. In a few succinct words, he conveyed the situation to Lu Hao. Lu Hao frowned deeply, expressing his concern. "Is it still possible to find someone else at this point? Time is of the essence. If we miss this window, it could lead to dire consequences." Taoist's son replied coldly. Lu Hao contemplated for a moment before approaching Xiao Ganzi. "Young brother, you must have heard of my name, Lu Hao. I assure you, I will never treat my brothers unfairly. Do not heed the rumors. Even if you are uncertain about Master Sun's capabilities, you should trust in my character." "Bah!" Ironhead interjected with a curse. Chapter 15, Beneath the Grave Hill. Li Deita Ujiang. Lu Hao cast a glance at Ironhead, his face slightly flushed, yet he suppressed his anger and spoke softly to Xiao Ganzi. "How about this? If you assist me, Lu Hao, in overcoming this predicament, there will be a substantial reward for you afterward." The implication was unmistakable. Xiao Ganzi hesitated, pondering the offer. "If you choose to go, do not call me brother." Ironhead glared at him, reprimanding harshly. Xiao Ganzi quickly replied, "My apologies, Boss Lu. I shall not go." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lu Hao's face. Despite his attempts to persuade him further, he could not sway Xiao Ganzi and ultimately returned to seek Master Sunday. "Come forward and take the lead." Master Sun, with a grim expression, gestured towards his eldest disciple. "Master, I cannot do that. I have long ceased to be a novice." The eldest disciple immediately protested, his face filled with distress. Master Sun snorted coldly and pointed to his younger disciple. "You then?" "Master, I am not." The young disciple was taken aback, scrambling to find an excuse to decline. "What do you mean, not? Just a few days ago, you used the blood of a novice. Are you no longer one now?" Master Sun chastised. The young disciple, utterly cornered, lamented with a sorrowful expression, "Master, what about you?" Master Sun smacked his shoulder, effectively silencing the latter half of his sentence. Subsequently, under the coercive insistence of Master Sun, the young disciple reluctantly removed his upper garment, lacerated his wrist to draw blood, and inscribed a talisman upon his chest and back with the crimson liquid. The elder disciple commenced to beat the drum, while Master Sun brandished a peachwood sword before the altar. With a commanding voice, he summoned the 18 valiant heroes, who then filed out in an orderly manner, each assuming a position at one of the 18 cardinal points of the residence. According to Master Sun, these were the 18 guardians, specifically designated to safeguard the home and dispel malevolent forces. Once everyone was in place, Master Sun's elder disciple brought forth a stack of gold leaf and silver paper, which he arranged upon the incense table. Master Sun waved his peachwood sword, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled through the courtyard, scattering the gold leaf and silver paper into a swirling tempest. In that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted within the courtyard. "Do not panic," Master Sun bellowed. Raising his sword high, he drew a line across the blade with his finger, allowing droplets of blood to spill forth, while simultaneously reciting the spell. The elder disciple continued to strike the drum. The deep, resonant beats echoed in harmony with the incantation, growing ever louder. Gradually, the sudden onslaught of the chilling wind was subdued, and tranquility was restored. "Is everything all right now?" Mother Lu inquired, her complexion ashen and trembling. "It is but a trifle," Master Sun replied with a serene smile. Lu Hao approached the conversation, then turned to Uncle Yang, saying, "I've arranged for a hotel. We can take you there now. Why go through such trouble? We can stay at home," I remarked, stretching as I rose. "Indeed, home is suitable." Uncle Yang concurred with a nod. Lu Hao frowned. "As you have observed, the home is currently unsettled. It would be wiser to stay at a hotel. It is of no consequence. Where shall we reside?" I interrupted him with a question. Lu Hao shot me a glare, intensifying his tone as he addressed Uncle Yang. "I will arrange for someone to take you to the hotel. I shall remain here waiting for Xiao Yu and will not go anywhere." Uncle Yang shook his head, resolutely refusing. Lu Hao's expression darkened, and he could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, "You are Xiao Yu's father. You should consider your daughter's family. Why do you insist on causing trouble?" "I do not wish to trouble you. I simply want to find my daughter. I just want to locate Xiao Yu." Uncle Yang replied, "How can you be so unreasonable?" Lu Hao retorted angrily, "After marrying me, Xiao Yu will have the finest food and clothing, and she can spend money freely. Are you truly afraid that I would sell your daughter?" Uncle Yang stammered, "Xiao Yu is not someone who values wealth over character. When you promised to help her find her brother, she found you to be a good person, which is why she agreed to marry you. Why do you bring this up now?" Lu Hao suddenly bellowed, startling everyone present. In that fleeting moment, his face twisted into a grotesque mask, resembling a malevolent spirit. Although he quickly regained his composure, I couldn't shake off my suspicion. "Uncle, when did Xiao Yu's brother go missing?" I inquired. "Enough. If you wish to stay, then stay." Lu Hao interrupted. He promptly summoned someone to escort us, but I hesitated, growing increasingly doubtful. "It has been about 10 years, I suppose." Uncle Yang, upon mentioning his lost younger son, could not help but shed tears, lamenting that had he not gone missing, he would have been of a similar age to you. 10 years, you say?" I was taken aback. Indeed, a decade ago, Xiao Yu had taken her brother out to play, and in the briefest of moments, he vanished. Master Zhang sighed, and then spoke of the Grave Hill. "Grave Hill?" A jolt ran through me as I incredulously inquired. "Master Zhang, are you referring to the Grave Hill near Liuxi?" "Yes. Are you familiar with that place?" Master Zhang paused for a moment before explaining. "Brother Yang and his family reside near Liuxi, quite close to Grave Hill. The night before the incident was the 15th of July, marked by thunder and rain at Grave Hill. The following morning, Xiao Yu took her brother to the foot of the hill to gather wild vegetables just after the rain had fallen. Who could have foreseen? Alas, such is fate." A buzzing sensation filled my mind as I glanced at Lu Hao, whose expression was dark and foreboding. The coincidence was chillingly uncanny. On the 15th of July, a decade ago, Lu Hao and another person had ventured to Grave Hill and unearthed me from the earth, intending to carry my corpse back. However, I staged a resurrection midway, frightening them into fleeing down the mountain. Without my body, they would be unable to return and report back. These two had witnessed the viciousness of Chao Shiurong firsthand. Would they dare return empty-handed? If they were to avoid such a fate, their only option would be to find another child of similar age, a substitution, if you will. Several years later, Lu Hao fortuitously married his elder sister, Yang Xiaoyu, a development that chills the spine with its implications. During the years spent at the Grave Mound Ridge, my most frequent encounters alongside the mute old woman revolved around the uncanny and the supernatural. Yet, in comparison to the treachery of human hearts, even the fiercest of spirits seem trivial. Chapter 16. The Profiteering of Shadow Money. Gold ingots floating on water. "You can go to your own quarters. I have matters to attend to," Lu Hao coldly remarked. His face darkened as he swept his sleeves and departed. Observing Uncle Yang wiping away his tears, I felt a tumult of emotions and gently placed my hand on his shoulder, offering solace. "Uncle, let us retreat for a while." All right. Uncle Yang, stifling his sorrow, nodded in acknowledgement. The individual Lu Hao had left behind guided us to our lodgings. As we passed by Dao's son, I paused to inquire, "Are you two old acquaintances?" "What?" Dao's son shot me an incredulous glare. "My master and Mr. Lu have been close friends for many years. Had it not been for Mr. Lu, my master would not have been summoned," his senior disciple boasted with arrogance. "I see." I nodded and extracted a few sheets of gold leaf from the incense altar. "What are you doing?" Dao's son demanded sharply. "Just borrowing a few sheets of paper. I replied nonchalantly, shaking the gold leaf in my hand. Rest assured, I shall return them, even if I must burn them for you after your demise. Whom do you curse? Daoist's son fumed. I smiled at him before turning away. Lu Hao had arranged for 3 rooms, all situated in the more secluded southeastern corner of the residence. Are you 2 planning to stay as well? I noticed that Tai Tu and Xiao Ganzi had approached, so I inquired of them, could you perhaps provide us with some guidance to save us brothers? Tai Tu nervously rubbed his hands and asked. I glanced at him and advised, make sure to keep that amulet around your neck. Do not remove it. For the time being, you are not in immediate danger. Does that imply that trouble is inevitable? Tai Tu shuddered at my words, his legs giving way as he slumped into a chair. You must think of a solution for us. We are still young and have yet to marry. I took several pieces of gold leaf I had received from Master Sun and folded them into the shape of a gold ingot. Surprised, I asked, you are nearing 40 and still unmarried? You seem to have misunderstood. I may appear older, but I am barely 30. Tai Tu explained with a grimace. Xiao Ganzi quickly corroborated. My brother Tai Tu is only a few years older than I. We have grown up together, and he simply looks mature for his age. I nodded and rose to approach the doorway. Tai Tu and Xiao Ganzi hurriedly followed, watching me with anxious expressions, standing by silently. Where are your 3 brothers? I queried Tai Tu. They are still guarding the entrance. He promptly replied. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I turned back to him. Do you genuinely wish for their lives to be prolonged? Tai Tu's face paled, and he hastily pulled out his phone to call the others, only to discover that the line was dead after several attempts. Frustrated, he cursed, what a useless phone. Why is there no signal? Sometimes, excessive negative energy can interfere with signals, I explained calmly. Ironhead shivered and quickly kicked the small pole, urging him to hurry and gather everyone here. The small pole did not dare to delay and rushed off. Before long, he returned with 3 individuals, one of whom had a towel pressed against his nose, his shirt stained with considerable blood. Ironhead hastily removed the talisman from around his neck and placed it on the injured man's head, then nervously approached me, asking what to do next. I observed this with a smile, saying, you are quite loyal. Ironhead sighed, replying, alas, we are all orphans, having grown up together. Loyalty is hardly the right word. I took out 7 specially forged copper coins and handed them 5, instructing them to keep them safe and to return them to me later. Yes. Ironhead quickly accepted, distributing the coins among his brothers while keeping 1 for himself. I then gave the remaining 2 coins to Master Zhang and Uncle Yang. Something will surely happen tonight. Death is a likely outcome. You have 2 choices. Either flee now to a distant place or stay here and see if there is any chance for a turnaround. I informed Ironhead and the others. Death? Master Zhang gasped, and the faces of the group turned pale. We will stay here, Ironhead declared without hesitation. Seeing my gaze upon him, he smiled sheepishly and explained. Did you not say earlier that those who run would not last long? It is better to stick with you and fight. Master Zhang, Uncle Yang, let us not sleep tonight. We shall sit together, brew some tea, and have a chat, I suggested to the 2 of them. Very well. The 2 men nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Yang, feeling guilty, lamented, it's all my fault for dragging you into this. Oh, come now, my friend, do not speak like that. I, like Boss Shaolin, have merely found myself in this predicament. Master Zhang chuckled. I gave Master Zhang a thumbs up. Though merely a driver, he possessed a noble spirit. Tai Tu and Xiao Gan brought in tea and snacks, and soon a group of us was crowded into one room, sipping tea and staying up late. The night was deep and somber, with an oppressive silence outside, devoid of even a single dog-esque bark. As the clock struck 11, I instructed Xiao Gan to fetch a basin of clear water, which I placed on the table. I then tossed in a folded gold ingot. Curious, Master Zhang and the others gathered around, taking their seats nearby. Resting my chin on one hand with my elbow propped on the table, I gently tapped my fingers on the surface. The vibrations caused the water's surface to quiver, sending ripples radiating outward, while the gold ingot remained firmly in the center of the basin, as if held fast by an unseen hand beneath the water. Suddenly, I ceased my tapping, and as the surface settled, the gold ingot unexpectedly began to move, pivoting toward the southwest. Master Zhang and the others gasped in surprise, hastily covering their mouths. I watched for a moment before rising and making my way to the window. At that instant, a piercing scream echoed from the inner courtyard. What is happening? The others in the room were taken aback. Soon after, a commotion ensued outside, with the sound of hurried footsteps creating a cacophony. Should we go out and investigate? Ironhead, filled with uncertainty, inquired. I replied, yes, you may go out and take a look. Huh? Just me? Aren't you? Ironhead's face turned pale. I gazed at him and asked, what is the matter? In nothing. Ironhead kicked a small rod with his foot, adding, you're not coming with me. The two of them tightly gripped the copper coins in their hands, took a deep breath, and opened the door to step outside. Ironhead, be careful, and don't get into trouble. Their three brothers kindly reminded them. Pa pa pa, came Ironhead's furious curse from outside. Chapter 17. Grievous wails and ghostly cries opened the door quickly. After a brief wait inside, we heard urgent knocks at the door, accompanied by Ironhead's anxious shouts from outside. Master Zhang hurriedly went to open the door. Ironhead and the small rod rushed in, their faces ashen, and hastily shut the door behind them. Take your time. First, have a cup of tea to calm yourselves. Uncle Yang offered them 2 cups of tea. They gulped them down in one go, exhaling deeply, their complexions gradually improving. It's terrible. The old lady from the Liu family has encountered a ghost. Ironhead exclaimed. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Ironhead wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued. You have no idea. It was horrifying. In the dead of night, that old lady was dragged from her bed all the way to the courtyard. Who dragged her? One of Ironhead's brothers asked. What is wrong with you? Ironhead slapped him, furious, and retorted, of course it was a ghost. Who else could it be? It is said that when the old woman was dragged out, she wailed and cried for her parents. Those who rushed over could only see her being pulled about, yet no one else was in sight, nor anything else for that matter. By heavens, if that isn't a ghost, what else could it possibly be? The more Tai Tu spoke, the more fear gripped him, prompting him to hastily sip another cup of hot tea. And then what happened? Master Zhang inquired. Tai Tu glanced at me, his voice trembling with trepidation. Then Liu Hao and that fellow's surnamed son rushed over, and together they rescued her. However, half of the old woman's ear had been torn off, and there was blood everywhere on her face and the ground, enough to scare anyone to death. The faces of everyone in the room turned pale upon hearing this. What became of the old woman? I asked, fixating on the gold ingot slowly swirling in the basin of water. That old woman was screaming as if the heavens were falling. She must have been terrified out of her wits, but she should be all right. Her cries were quite loud. Tai Tu replied. Nodding, I instructed, move this basin of water to the entrance. I'll do it. Xiao Ganzi stepped forward to lift the basin, and as he reached the door, he hesitated and asked, should I place it outside or inside? Inside. All right. Carefully. Xiao Ganzi crouched down to set the basin at the entrance. Just as he stood up to return, a loud bang echoed from the door, startling him greatly. A fierce wind howled outside, sending dust and debris swirling. The door rattled violently, as if someone were pounding on it. What on earth is happening? The individuals within the room, gripped by fear, swiftly secured all doors and windows, huddling together in silence, too terrified to utter a word. Approaching the window, I gazed outside, where a haunting wail grew increasingly louder. Not the sound of the wind, but rather a mournful cry. Someone is weeping, quivered the young man. Nonsense. That is the lament of a ghost, retorted Ironhead, his face pale. Master Zhang approached and inquired softly, Boss Shaolin, this house harbors a malevolent presence. It is indeed ominous. Do you think it has something to do with Xiaoyu? He hesitated momentarily before continuing. Do you suspect that Xiaoyu may be in danger? I cast him a surprised glance. I must admit, despite his somewhat simple appearance, Master Zhang possessed an astute mind. The Liu mother and son had been evasive, persistently refusing to allow us to see Xiaoyu. Now, with the house being haunted, I feared. Master Zhang's brow furrowed deeply, pondering the implications. If that is the case, how could Brother Yang endure such a fate? Master Zhang, you must keep watch over Uncle Yang. Remain in this room and do not venture out. I shall step outside for a moment, I declared after a moment of contemplation. You're going to. Master Zhang's eyes widened in alarm. It is uncertain at this moment. We shall assess the situation further, I replied. Understood. Master Zhang nodded, then turned to the others, announcing, Boss Xiao Lin is stepping out. Let us all stay here and refrain from wandering. Ah, you're going out? Ironhead exclaimed, his eyes darting with excitement. Then I shall accompany you to lend a hand. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, Very well, let us proceed. All right then. With a sense of anticipation, Tai Tu cheerfully moved the water basin aside, preparing to open the door. However, as soon as the basin was shifted, the door swung open with a loud bang, as if struck by an invisible force. Startled, Tai Tu nearly dropped the basin. Then, a chilling gust of wind rushed in, blinding everyone with its ferocity. Tai Tu and I stepped outside, while the others swiftly closed the door, returning the water basin to its original position. I gave a brief instruction, patted Tai Tu on the shoulder, and let him out. Master Zhang and Xiaogan hurried to shut the door firmly behind us. My goodness, Tai Tu clutched his chest, still shaken. Hardly had he spoken when another frigid wind swept through, drowning out the latter part of his words. Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts by following me outside? I inquired as I chose a direction and walked. Well, rather than risk meeting a ghost inside, I'd prefer to confront it alongside you, Tai Tu replied with a chuckle. I glanced at him. Despite his imposing figure, his mind was quite agile. I smiled and said, If we do meet a ghost, make sure to run without looking back. What? Tai Tu's eyes widened, sensing something amiss. No, even if we encounter a ghost, I will resolutely stand by your side. Then fine, don't run away when the time comes. I nodded in agreement. Are we really going to meet a ghost? Tai Tu's face turned pale with fright. It's possible, I responded, turning southwest as I walked. Tai Tu trembled as he followed. The once brightly lit house had now succumbed to darkness, the surroundings cloaked in obscurity, with only the pale moonlight cascading from the heavens, rendering the courtyard's features dimly visible. After walking for a while, I tugged at my sleeve and pointed in a hushed tone towards an artificial hill, suggesting that there seemed to be a guardian spirit present. To our astonishment, on the southeast side of the mound stood a bare-chested man, his back turned towards us, marked by a dark red talisman, one of the 18 guardians. It was evident that he was assigned to watch over this particular area. At that moment, the house was engulfed in a chilling wind, and the man stood there with his head bowed, his hair wildly tousled by the gusts. Could he be the little apprentice of that dog-like Taoist? Ironhead remarked with surprise. I too found it plausible and suggested we approach for a closer look. We stepped forward, and Ironhead shouted, Hey, little bull-nosed, how are you? He called out several times, yet the Taoist remained unresponsive, standing still as if deaf to the world. Has he lost his hearing, or what? Ironhead cursed, rushing over to give the Taoist a gentle pat on the shoulder. To our shock, the Taoist swayed and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Good heavens! Ironhead exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his skin. I approached cautiously and found the Taoist's eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead, tears of blood streaming down his face, now dried and caked. His complexion was a ghastly shade of green-black, and his lips were chapped and cracked, resembling parched tree bark. Is he dead? Ironhead's voice trembled with fear. He should still have a breath left, I replied, lifting his eyelid for a closer inspection. But he was perilously close to the end. Is he really on the verge of dying? Ironhead asked, panic in his voice. I nodded slightly and rose to survey our surroundings. A chilling breeze wafts through the air, lacking a fixed direction, ever-changing, its mournful whispers echoing with a haunting intensity, reminiscent of ghostly wails. What shall we do about this individual? Is there any hope for rescue? Tai Tu inquired, his gaze fixed upon the Taoist priest. I cast a sidelong glance at him and suggested, if you replace a copper coin in his mouth, it might just help him endure a little longer. That won't do. Tai Tu responded hastily, clutching the coin tightly. Amused, I remarked, then hold on to the coin and deliver a few firm punches to his heart and 3 inches below his navel. A spark of realization lit up Tai Tu's eyes, and he exclaimed, this could work. With that, he stepped forward, lifting the Taoist priest and delivering several powerful strikes. Such a practiced fighter he was, the priest, who had previously shown some signs of life, now lay dazed, his eyes rolling back into his head. This is bad. Do you think he might have been killed? Tai Tu gasped in alarm. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Surely that isn't iron sand palm? I queried, urging him to temper his strength. It's not iron sand palm. I've simply been endowed with great strength since childhood, Taidu sheepishly replied, adjusting his force and landing a few more punches. Suddenly, the Taoist priest opened his mouth and emitted a plume of dark mist. Taitu, caught off guard, screamed in terror and flung the priest to the ground, retreating several paces. There's no need for such alarm, I said, approaching an apricot tree and frowning as I touched its cracked bark. Indeed, Taitu blushed as he approached, mostly because that bull-nosed fellow unexpectedly spewed smoke from his mouth, startling me. The Taoist was possessed by a malevolent spirit. The breath you knocked out of him just now was what caused it. I casually explained. With a shiver. Taitu noticed my gaze fixed on the apricot tree and leaned in for a closer look, perplexed. What caused this tree to crack so? He inquired. I replied that it was the result of malevolent energy. Initially, Taitu was feeling the tree's bark, but upon hearing my words, he recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. Let's explore elsewhere, I suggested, turning to follow the direction of the chilling wind. Taitu glanced back at the Taoist lying on the ground and hurried to catch up. Another formidable one, he exclaimed. After a short distance, Taitu pointed ahead and whispered, "Look." Just as he spoke, he let out a startled exclamation. Oh no. But then paused, bewildered. Before us stood a bare-chested young man, swaying precariously in the wind, appearing on the verge of collapsing several times, yet somehow remaining upright, much like a weeble. The sight was exceedingly strange. As we approached, we discovered that this young man, much like Daoist Sun's apprentice, had blood streaming from his eyes and was barely clinging to life. I warned you to leave, but you refused to listen, Taitu remarked, clicking his tongue in disapproval. He seized the young man and unleashed a series of heavy blows until a plume of dark energy erupted from him, at which point he ceased his assault. Do you suppose the rest of them are in a similar state? Taitu asked, shaking his wrist. I would estimate so, I replied, squatting down to examine the young man's ears and nasal passages closely. Unlike Daoist Sun's apprentice, this young man exhibited blood oozing not only from his eyes, but also from his ears and nostrils. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted, swiftly followed by the flickering of lights as a group of people rushed towards us from the inner courtyard. What are you doing over there? The blinding lights struck our faces as a throng of people rushed towards us, someone shouted. I squinted and recognized Lu Hao and Daoist Sun leading the group, while Daoist Sun's young apprentice was being carried over by two individuals. What are you doing? Can't you see we're saving someone? Ironhead gruffly remarked. Daoist Sun cast a glance at us, hastening over to examine the young man lying on the ground. He pressed his fingers against the pulse in the lad's neck. He has already been revived by us. Ironhead puffed out his chest, a hint of pride in his voice. Daoist Sun frowned deeply, abruptly raising his gaze to glare at him. How did you revive him? Are you attempting to learn our methods? Not a chance. Ironhead scoffed dismissively. Daoist Sun smirked coldly. Revival? I see you are actually harming him. What nonsense are you spewing? Who is harming anyone? Ironhead nearly thought he misheard, his anger flaring instantly. Were you not just harming him? Daoist Sun's expression darkened. I wondered how my apprentice ended up like this. It turns out it was your treachery. You old charlatan. Ironhead's face flushed crimson with rage. It was your foolish scheme that harmed these people. Yet you dare to cast blame upon us. Do you think everyone else is a fool? Daoist Sun retorted, Boss Lu, these individuals have been causing chaos from the beginning. We had originally set up the 18 Arhats to secure the premises, but they secretly sabotaged everything, and now it's all ruined. I couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. This Daoist Sun truly was a character. Such absurd fabrications might even convince himself. I remarked to the Daoist priest, have I not previously asserted that your 18 guardians are ineffectual, endangering both others and oneself? I chuckled softly, inquiring further, what do you mean, Bidog Daoist? Sun Daoist, enraged, retorted, it is clearly you who conspire behind the scenes, yet dare to cast blame upon us. My mastery of Dao is profound, and the 18 guardians I have summoned are more than sufficient for protection. How could there possibly be an issue? Curse you, Ironhead exclaimed. All you do is harm others. What merit do you possess? Sun Daoist's face turned a shade of iron as he bellowed, Lu Boss. Why do you not swiftly apprehend these two rascals? Upon hearing Sun Dao's command, Lu Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he waved his hand, instructing, "First, subdue these two individuals." Immediately, a throng surged toward us. Ironhead, cursing under his breath, charged forward to engage in combat with the group. Despite their numerical superiority, Ironhead's resilience and formidable strength soon felled several adversaries. I observed with a detached demeanor, noting Sun Daoist's darkened expression as he fixed his gaze upon Ironhead for a moment before shifting to his right. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he lifted his left hand concealed within his sleeve. "What you up to, Dog Daoist?" I queried, stepping closer with a subtle smile. "Seeking death." Sun Daoist's expression twisted menacingly, his sleeve now directed towards me. In an instant, I closed the distance, and as he raised his hand, I delivered a sharp slap. Sun Daoist staggered as if intoxicated, a vivid crimson handprint suddenly adorning his previously unblemished, plump face. "You seek to perish." Sun Daoist, momentarily dazed, finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth in furious exclamation as he prepared to raise his hand once more. He had merely not managed to lift himself up in time, and his face took a solid blow. After a brief swaying, he fell with a thud, landing face down upon the ground. Chapter 19. The grass turns yellow. The temple's gray master. "Master!" exclaimed the eldest disciple, rushing to the side of the Taoist's son, urgently calling out. I waved my hand dismissively, instructing him to leave. There was no place for him here. You mustn't come closer. Do not dare to harm my master." The eldest disciple retorted angrily. "Very well," I replied nonchalantly, stepping forward. The eldest disciple's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang away. Seeking Lu Hao, I crouched beside the Taoist son and said, "Awaken, you old Taoist." As he opened his eyes, a flicker of fear and indignation crossed his face. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Lu Hao arrived with the eldest disciple, proclaiming, "Let's speak calmly. I, Lu, was indeed rude earlier, unaware of your esteemed presence." I disregarded Lu Hao's incessant babble and turned to the Taoist's son, casually inquiring, "By the way, the idea of marrying Xiaoyu into the Lu family, that wasn't your suggestion, was it? How could that possibly be?" Before the Taoist's son could respond, Lu Hao interjected vehemently, his reaction fervent. Noticing me glance his way, he cleared his throat and managed a forced smile. "My encounter with Xiaoyu was purely serendipitous. We fell for each other and wed. There's no connection to the Taoist son whatsoever." "Is that so?" I frowned, pondering. "Then why do I sense a connection?" "Perhaps you are mistaken?" Lu Hao chuckled nervously. I scrutinized him from head to toe. "Mr. Lu, your forehead is dark, and your face bears an air of misfortune, an ominous sign indeed. Have you committed some transgression?" Lu Hao's face twitched, and he chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be?" "You're jesting. Everyone knows that I only engage in endeavors that lead to loss, and never in those that weigh on my conscience." "Then why are you haunted by spirits?" I inquired. Lu Hao's complexion paled suddenly. "Haunted by spirits? You need not attempt to frighten me deliberately. It's merely that my household has been rather tumultuous of late. Perhaps we've offended someone who is now wreaking havoc upon us. That is why I called upon Master Sun to ward off the malevolent influences. However, I am curious about your purpose for coming here. That is of no consequence. Uncle Yang is still awaiting us. Please summon Xiaoyu," I replied. "Xiaoyu is truly not at home. I have explained this countless times." Lu Hao expressed his discomfort. "Does anyone believe such words?" I interjected suddenly. Lu Hao hesitated, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. He forced a smile and said, "What reason would I have to deceive you? Xiaoyu has been in quite a foul mood lately. She comes and goes as she pleases, often eluding even me. Your words sound rather familiar. Tai Tu, have you heard this before?" I beckoned to Tai Tu. Let me think." Tai Tu inhaled deeply, ruffling his hair in deep contemplation. "I've got it. Just the other day in Jiangzhou, there was a man who killed his wife and hid her away, telling her family just that." "Indeed, that's exactly it," Tai Tu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. A quiet amusement flickered within me. The tale of Jiangzhou, after all, was a mere fabrication of my own making. Yet, The collaboration with Tai Tu appeared surprisingly authentic. Lu Hao's complexion turned ashen, and with a voice laced with anger. He remarked, "This jest has gone too far." His expression stern, he scoffed coldly. "This matter is of my household. I shall handle it myself, without your unwarranted interference." Your anxious demeanor suggests a tinge of apprehension. As I spoke, I noticed that Daoist's son, still restless on the ground, subtly raised his left hand. I promptly brought my foot down upon it. A sharp crack echoed, and Daoist's son let out a pained wail. "What are you doing?" Lu Hao exclaimed, both startled and furious. "When you report this incident, be sure to insist on a thorough search of the premises, at least a foot deep, lest something be overlooked." I instructed Tai Tu. "You." Lu Hao inhaled deeply, his voice darkening. "My friend, you might not be aware of the origins of this residence. This house does not belong to me, Lu, but rather, it is entrusted to my care by the Chao family." "Which Chao family? Are they renowned?" I inquired. "Please, my friend, do not jest. Can you truly be unaware of the Chao family in Meicheng?" Lu Hao replied icily. "I genuinely do not know. What significance do they hold?" I queried, perplexed. Lu Hao's gaze turned frigid, and with a sneer, he retorted, "Very well, if you wish to oppose me, Lu, and the Chao family as well. So be it." At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Over there." Soon after, two figures approached. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man with graying temples, his frame gaunt and slightly stooped, guiding the way ahead. Behind him walked a young man, his expression stern, with hands clasped behind his back, moving at a leisurely pace. I glanced at the young man a few times before my gaze returned to the middle-aged man. Suddenly, I recognized him. He was an old acquaintance, the very one who had accompanied Lu Hao to the grave mound to unearth a coffin. He had been rather timid, and during our descent, I had bitten his ear in fright, causing him and Lu Hao to flee in panic. I recalled that he was likely younger than Lu Hao, always referring to him as Brother Hao. Yet, in his current state, hunched and with graying temples, he appeared to be at least a decade older than Lu Hao. "Zhou Xiang, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Hao immediately abandoned me and hurried over, slapping the man heavily on the shoulder before quickly turning to greet the young man with a beaming smile, bowing slightly as he spoke and nodding incessantly. It was evident that the young man was of considerable importance. Nevertheless, my attention remained fixed on Zhou Xiang, who stood there, seemingly unable to straighten his back, stooped and with a vacant gaze, exuding an air of profound fatigue. In stark contrast to Lu Hao's radiant demeanor, they appeared worlds apart. Standing side by side, one could hardly believe they belonged to the same generation. It could easily be said they were separated by an entire lifetime. To have to involve Master Gu in such trivial family matters, what a grave misstep. Lu Hao lamented repeatedly, yet his face radiated with joy. "What sort of person do you think my master is, that he would concern himself with your insignificant affairs?" The young man replied coldly. "I overheard Lu Hao mention Master Gu, and this young man is yet another disciple of Master Gu." It reminded me of what Master Zhang once said, that Chao Shuirong's elder brother had studied Feng Shui under Master Gu from Mei City. Could this individual be Chao Junwu? A decade ago, I had some interactions with Chao Junwu, but he seemed rather different from the person before me now. Indeed, Master Gu is the foremost Feng Shui master in Mei City. How could he concern himself with such trivial matters in my household? I misspoke. I truly misspoke. Lu Hao hurriedly chuckled, initially intending to praise Master Gu's prowess, extolling him as the premier in Mei City, but unexpectedly, the young man's expression darkened. "What does it mean to be the first in Mei City? That is simply my master's humility." Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, smacking himself on the mouth, and jestingly scolded, "I truly am a fool. I've spoken out of turn again. Master Gu possesses vast abilities, transcending even our Mei City. He is the greatest Feng Shui master in the world." Upon hearing this, the young man's demeanor softened slightly. "The title of greatest in the world does not please my master. As long as you comprehend it, there's no need to broadcast it indiscriminately." Yes, my mind is too dull. I'm grateful for your guidance." Lu Hao smiled apologetically and nodded repeatedly. The young man cast him a sidelong glance and languidly remarked, Do you expect someone to come seeking my master's assistance without understanding your own limitations? In this entire May City, how many individuals can truly invite my master? Yes, yes, I have been foolish. I have been foolish. Lu Hao repeatedly affirmed. The young man admonished. In the future, one must discern the gravity of matters and refrain from being overly boisterous. This time, it was Brother Chow who informed me and sent me to assist you. It turns out that the second young master summoned Mr. Wei. Lu Hao suddenly realized, exclaiming that he truly troubled both the second young master and Mr. Wei. Only then did I begin to comprehend the situation. It appeared that this individual was not Chao Junwu, but rather his junior disciple. What could this possibly mean? The gentleman, surnamed Wei, glanced my way and inquired. Lu Hao, with a somber expression, briefly recounted the events. When I entered earlier, I observed that there was indeed a disturbance within this residence. However, to summon such insignificant characters for exorcism is merely a jest, isn't it? Mr. Wei admonished. I observed that Lu Hao appeared as meek as a child being reprimanded, yet he maintained a broad smile and repeatedly acquiesced, seemingly quite wary of Mr. Wei. Although this residence is currently inhabited by your family, it ultimately belongs to the Chao family, should the disturbance become public knowledge. It would tarnish the reputation of my senior brother, Chao. Mr. Wei continued. You are correct. It is due to my busy work schedule that I have been negligent. Lu Hao dare not retort. After Mr. Wei finished his lecture to Lu Hao, he seemed satisfied and approached to examine the collapsed Taoist priest, shifting his gaze towards me. Did you strike this man? He asked. I replied that it was approximately so. The gentleman surnamed Wei shot me a cold glance, stating, I, Wei Dongting, am not unreasonable. Should you choose to engage in violence elsewhere, I remain indifferent. However, this is my senior brother Chao's residence, and to assault someone here is to oppose him. You ought to deliver a couple of slaps to yourself, as this is already a lenient consequence. I apologize, but I harbor no such inclination. I replied with a faint smile. What did you say? Wei Dongting initially appeared languid, but upon hearing those words, he abruptly turned to me, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Did he not catch what I said and require me to repeat it? I felt perplexed. Wei Dongting squinted slightly, yet he did not immediately lash out. Instead, he scrutinized me up and down for a moment. Are you also a geomancer? This man, surnamed Lin, was invited by my father-in-law. He appears to be your peer. Lu Hao leaned in and whispered an explanation to him. Wei Dongting continued to fixate on me and let out a derisive laugh. Who is your master? Are you conducting a census? I retorted. Wei Dongting's expression darkened. You're engaging in trickery. Considering we are in the same profession, I shall refrain from holding this against you. However, this place is not suitable for you. Leave immediately. Rest assured, I have no intention of encroaching on your livelihood. Why the urgency to drive me away? I shot back, signaling to Taitu that we should explore other areas. Don't be ungrateful. Wei Dongting's demeanor soured as he blocked our path. As I mentioned, I'm not competing for your sustenance. If you doubt me, ask others. I glanced at Taitu. Taitu vigorously nodded. Yes, we are indeed infringing upon your livelihood. Are you performing a duet? Wei Dongting scoffed. Since there's nothing amiss, remain here quietly. Should I discover you engaging in any other dubious activities, do not expect me to show leniency towards a fellow practitioner. Indeed, they are correct. Let's keep our distance, I patted Taitu's shoulder. The two of us retreated into the crowd, blending in as onlookers. Ironically, the very crowd of onlookers had just been assaulted by Taitu. Each one bore bruises and contusions, and upon seeing us squeeze into their midst, they instinctively recoiled in fear. Wei Dongting cast a cold glance at us, then turned to Lu Hao. Let's begin. I still need to return for a brief rest. Yes, of course. Lu Hao nodded repeatedly, uncertain of what preparations were necessary. Isn't it merely a matter of securing the residence? What more is required? Wei Dongting replied dismissively. This house is steeped in malevolent energy. It is evident that something sinister is at play. We need to uncover it. Indeed, Lu Hao exclaimed with delight. There is a malevolent force. Something dragged my mother out of the room, pulling her around and even tearing her ear. Is that so? Wei Dongting furrowed his brow. Yes, it happened not long ago. My mother is still bedridden. Fortunately, Master Sun arrived in time. Although, well, Master Sun may not possess your level of skill. He does have some ability in this domain, Lu Hao explained cautiously. Wei Dongting snorted coldly. At that moment, someone rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss Lu, something terrible has happened. We don't know whether these people are alive or dead." It turned out that the remaining members of the 18 Arhats had been discovered and brought over. Their conditions were similar to that of Master Sun's young disciple. Blood seeping from all 7 orifices, their breath faint, and their skin cracked like tree bark. "Who are these people?" Wei Dongting inquired, frowning. "They are the 18 Arhats arranged by Master Sun to secure the residence," Lu Hao replied. "The 18 Arhats?" Wei Dongting's eyes narrowed. He was intrigued. "He can summon such entities?" "Please, let us take a look," Lu Hao urged, quickly inviting Wei Dongting to examine the situation. Upon closely examining one individual, Wei Dongting's brow furrowed even deeper. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Lotus Pond and the Enigmatic Beauty. Indeed, they are the 18 Guardians. Wei Dongting spoke solemnly. Daoist Sun asserted that employing these 18 Guardians for house protection would pose no issue, and I place my faith in his words. Who would have thought, alas? Lu Hao sighed heavily. Wei Dongting continued to scrutinize the remaining individuals, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Have you discerned anything?" Lu Hao inquired anxiously. Wei Dongting abruptly raised his head, glaring at him. "What exactly have you provoked?" Lu Hao, startled, lamented, I truly do not know. What use are you?" Wei Dongting admonished, proceeding to inspect further. "Are these individuals dead, or?" Lu Hao asked, his complexion pale. Wei Dongting replied icily, "Under normal circumstances, the 18 Guardians can indeed serve as a protective charm. However, if the malevolent energy in this place is too potent, then these Guardians may merely be courting death." "What?" Lu Hao gasped in astonishment. Observing his expression, I noted that when he exclaimed, his eyes darted about, indicating that Lu Hao was not being forthright. He must have been aware of this predicament long before. However, in his desire for the house's tranquility, he seemed willing to sacrifice these 18 lives. "Truly, both wicked and foolish," Wei Dongting scolded. "Is there still a chance to save these individuals?" Lu Hao implored, panic-stricken. "What have we done to rescue those engulfed by malevolent energy?" Wei Dongting, visibly irritated, remarked, "I lack the ability, unless my master intervenes." Lu Hao hesitated before inquiring, "Then can it be?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Wei Dongting interrupted, "Don't even think about it. My master is currently in seclusion and cannot assist you." Lu Hao, with a mournful expression, lamented, "What shall we do? It's all my fault." He slapped his own face in frustration. Wei Dongting, with a stern demeanor, admonished, "Look at the mess you've created. This residence belongs to my senior brother, Chao. If this incident leads to fatalities, what will the outside world say about the Chao family?" After listening for a while, I initially thought that Wei Dongting might possess some semblance of conscience. However, it became evident that his concern lay not with human life, but rather with the reputation of the Chao family. Had I not known his surname was Wei, I might have mistaken him for a devoted descendant of the Chao family. "What shall we do?" Lu Hao implored, clearly panicked. Wei Dongting, maintaining a grim silence, turned his attention to another individual. After observing for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "What is the situation with this person?" Lu Hao, taken aback, quickly clarified, "This individual is a junior disciple of Master Sunday. He stepped in because one person was missing. There is still hope for him." Wei Dongting murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "How curious." "Ah, really?" Lu Hao exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Wei Dongting nodded. "I mentioned earlier that these individuals were engulfed by ghostly energy. It would only be possible to extract it without harming them if my master intervened. However, this individual..." He gestured towards Master Sun's young disciple, who had evidently also been afflicted by the ghostly energy, yet it had been removed from him. Could it be that Master Sun provided his disciple with some protective talisman? Lu Hao speculated as he hurried to inquire of Master Sunday. At that moment, Master Sun had already been assisted to the side by his elder disciple, standing there with a bruised visage. Upon hearing Lu Hao's question, he shook his head in denial. "Is this person also his disciple?" Wei Dongting glanced at another individual nearby. "No," Lu Hao replied. Wei Dongting's brow furrowed in confusion. It was indeed peculiar that this person's ghostly energy had also been extracted. Ah, Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. What? What is going on here? Wei Dongting quickly examined the others once more and asked, do these two possess any particular traits? Well, it seems there is nothing unusual, Lu Hao replied uncertainly. I heard Taitu snicker softly nearby, only to hurriedly cover his mouth with his hand. Yet, Wei Dongting had already caught the sound and shot a glare in our direction. What is wrong with laughing? Taitu shot back defiantly. Lu Hao stared at us for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, I remember now. When we discovered them, these two were engaged in some sort of scuffle, and we had no idea what they were up to. Wei Dongting's expression shifted as he scrutinized us from head to toe, his voice low and serious. What have you done? Why does it concern you? Taitu retorted loudly, noticing my silence. Did you really eliminate the ghostly energy? How did you accomplish that? Do you possess some magical artifact? Wei Dongting pressed on. I signaled Taitu, indicating that the performance had concluded, and suggested we leave. All right then, Taitu chuckled, following closely behind me. The two of us navigated through the crowd and headed outside. Stop right there, Wei Dongting commanded. Pretending not to hear, I continued toward the inner courtyard with Taitu. That bird of a man certainly deserves a beating. Taitu chuckled quietly. I've heard that Master Gu is quite formidable. Aren't you afraid of offending them? I inquired with a smile. Taitu scoffed. For someone like me, my life is already of little value. What do I have to fear? Really? I thought you were rather fond of your life, I remarked, casting him a glance. Taitu's face flushed, and he laughed sheepishly. It's mostly because you seem far more powerful than that way, fellow. With you around, what do I have to fear? How can you discern that? I asked curiously. Just look at your appearance, your aura, and the way you speak. It all speaks volumes. Taitu exclaimed, giving me a thumbs up. That lad pales in comparison to you. Isn't your flattery a bit excessive? I chuckled, bemused. Absolutely not. I'm always straightforward. Ironhead spoke with a solemn expression, mentioning that just moments ago, the young man with the surname Wei claimed that only his master had the power to save these individuals. Yet, you merely provided me with a single copper coin, instructing me to strike a few times, and lo and behold, the people were rescued. Can one not discern the disparity in our capabilities? That cannot be entirely accurate, I chuckled. Despite his rugged appearance, Ironhead's mind was clearly agile and calculating. Well, I have resolved to accept this logic, he said, scratching his head with a grin. As we conversed, we arrived at the lotus pond we had passed earlier. The atmosphere within the residence remained ominous, akin to the wails of tormented spirits, yet the water in the pond was dark and still, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Noticing my expression had turned serious, Ironhead wiped the smile from his face, gazing intently at the water before him. In a hushed tone, he remarked, Is there something amiss with this pond? What do you mean? I inquired absent-mindedly, pondering the situation. When we first arrived, you also observed this spot several times, Ironhead replied. And, while it didn't register at the time, the more I look at it now, the more I sense something is indeed off. Chapter 22. Heaven Bestows Benevolence. Bring forth the money. I chose not to comment further on the matter and redirected the conversation. If they come seeking your assistance to save someone, what will you do? Save someone? Ironhead paused, chuckling lightly. I hardly possess the ability to save anyone. It is only by your grace that any miracles have occurred. I queried, so, would you attempt to save them? Well, Ironhead scratched his head, hesitating. If it were possible to save them, I would certainly wish to. Is that so? Your heart appears to be quite kind, I remarked with a smile. Not entirely, replied Ironhead, his face flushing. In truth, I know those people well. They all hail from difficult backgrounds, or they wouldn't have come here to toil. Very well, if you wish to save them, then do so. I nodded, but insisted it could not be without recompense. In a moment of enlightenment, Ironhead slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I understand. We must demand money from that Lu fellow. That sounds about right. How much do you intend to ask for? I inquired. What would you consider appropriate? Ironhead's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 20 would suffice, I mused. All right then, when that Lu comes to seek us out, I shall demand 200,000. Ironhead exclaimed with enthusiasm. I cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Does your family run a charity? What charity? Ironhead asked, perplexed. Is a life truly so undervalued? I meant 20,000 per person. I retorted with exasperation. Huh? Ironhead was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. You are correct. That is indeed a life we are discussing. 20,000 is already quite a bargain. He began to calculate with his fingers, gasping. Wouldn't that amount to several 100,000 in total? He should be able to afford such a sum, right? I queried. He ought to be able to, Ironhead affirmed confidently. That Liu fellow is quite esteemed in the Chow family, and aside from other matters, he must have several 100,000 in savings. Asking him to pay for so many lives is already a concession. I concur. That seems reasonable, I replied. Indeed, you are entirely correct. Ironhead responded. We must leave some for their family to arrange the funeral. I added. Yes, huh? Taitu instinctively nodded, but halfway through, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he stammered, Arrangements. Arrangement for the aftermath? As he spoke, faint voices could be heard approaching, and soon a group of people was seen walking towards them. It was Liu Hao and his companions. Taitu squinted in their direction, immediately invigorated, his face breaking into a broad smile. Liu Hao was accompanied by Wei Daunting, who held a compass in his hands, surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. Upon noticing us by the lotus pond, Liu Hao exchanged a few words with Wei Daunting and hastened towards us. Here they come, indeed, Taitu exclaimed with excitement. Calm down a bit, I cautioned. Right? Taitu replied, his expression turning serious. Before Liu Hao could reach us, he already wore a smile, calling out from a distance. Boss Lin, I apologize for any offense earlier. I wish to extend my apologies. I chose not to respond. Taitu cleared his throat, blocking Liu Hao's advance, and coldly stated, What brings you here again? Well, I would like to ask Boss Lin to help rescue those 10 or so brothers, Liu Hao said with a long sigh. If anything were to happen to them, their families would be devastated. Of course, they would be saddened. However, we must first dismantle your Liu family. Taitu retorted. I noticed Liu Hao's expression stiffen, yet he quickly masked it with a smile, chuckling, You're jesting, my friend. Nevertheless, I implore you, Boss Lin, to consider the mercy of heaven and assist these brothers. I, Liu Hao, am pleading on their behalf. As he spoke, he deeply bowed. You wish to save someone, correct? Hand it over. Ironhead extended his hand towards Liu Hao. What? Liu Hao was momentarily taken aback. The money, 40,000. Ironhead proclaimed loudly. Let me be clear. It is 40,000 for each person. Liu Hao froze in disbelief. What? Do you expect to get it for free? Ironhead glared at him. That is certainly not the case. Liu Hao furrowed his brows, contemplating, and reluctantly stated, Compensation is only right, but this sum is exceedingly high. Excessive? Then feel free to find someone else. Ironhead shouted. Liu Hao gritted his teeth. I can provide the funds, but this price must be negotiated. After an exchange between the two, they finally settled on 20,000. I chuckled inwardly, amused by Ironhead's clever tactics. Saving someone is fine, but you must transfer the funds first. Ironhead insisted. Let's start with a 30% deposit. Liu Hao replied with a grim expression. Ironhead glanced at me, and upon seeing my lack of objection, nodded in agreement. That works. Hurry up. Liu Hao had no choice but to turn and leave to gather the money. Did you not mention that this pool seemed off? In a moment, shout out. I whispered to Ironhead. Understood. Ironhead acknowledged. Keep it genuine, nothing exaggerated. Got it. After a moment of preparation, Ironhead pointed at the lotus pond and exclaimed in surprise. What is happening here? His eyes widened, and his expression was perfectly dramatic. His shout successfully drew the attention of Wei Daunting and others. What is all the fuss about? Wei Daunting cast a cold glance at us before turning his attention to the lotus pond. After a few moments of observation, his expression shifted dramatically as he crouched down, fixated on the surface of the water. Liu Hao, who had initially intended to leave in search of funds, dashed back, urgently inquiring about the situation. Others soon gathered around as well. I noticed that Zhou Xiang stood there, hunched and expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the commotion surrounding him. Even as the crowd encircled the lotus pond, he merely flickered his eyelids, resembling a mere shell of a person. Two of you, go down and take a look. Wei Daunting commanded loudly. Liu Hao promptly designated two individuals who stripped off their shirts and leaped into the pond. A resounding splash echoed, yet oddly. Despite the considerable size of the two men, The surface of the water barely rippled. The dark, murky water appeared to engulf them instantly, akin to thick black ink. And soon the surface returned to a tranquil stillness, devoid of any disturbance. What is happening? Where are they? Where have they gone? The onlookers murmured in confusion and apprehension. Others shouted into the lotus pond, but received no reply. Logically, the water in this pond should not have been particularly deep. Yet the disappearance of the two men without a trace incited a palpable panic among the crowd. "Quick, bring me a bamboo pole," Lu Hao shouted. Shortly thereafter, two individuals procured two long bamboo poles and began probing into the depths of the pond. The lotus pond size is indeed remarkable. However, it is perplexing that two individuals have prodded at it for an extended period without yielding any results, as if they had simply vanished into thin air. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, a chill runs through the crowd, their faces paling in fear as they instinctively retreat, unwilling to approach the pond any closer. Chapter 23. The 7-star borrowing method. Suppressing the unknown sent down another 4 individuals. Wei Dongting commanded. His countenance darkened as he fixated on the pond's surface. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively recoiled further. Who would dare? Each person who descends will receive a reward of 20,000, Lu Hao proclaimed. Yet, not a single soul responded. While 20,000 is a considerable sum, it pales in comparison to the value of one's life. 50,000 for each. Lu Hao gritted his teeth, raising the stakes once more. Still, no one took the plunge. Wei Dongting's expression grew increasingly grim, prompting him to escalate the reward further. 100,000. It's merely a leap into the pond. Miss this opportunity, and there may not be another. Damn, they truly have money. Are we to let this slip away? Tai Tu grumbled. The adage holds true. Great rewards often attract courageous souls. When Lu Hao raised the offer to 100,000, some began to waver. I shall provide each of you with a talisman, ensuring that no malevolent spirits dare approach. Wei Dongting brandished 4 talismans. Some individuals who were already tempted by the reward, upon hearing of the protective charms, immediately saw 4 brave souls step forward from the crowd. These 4 men received the talismans from Wei Dongting, shedding their shirts and affixing the charms to their chests as instructed. Do those talismans truly possess any efficacy? Tai Tu murmured skeptically. They are meant to ward off evil spirits, I explained. That it must indeed be effective, Tai Tu remarked, realization dawning upon him. This young man possesses some intriguing knowledge after all. It depends on the circumstances. Within this lotus pond, it may not necessarily be of any use, I remarked. Tai Tu was taken aback. In the brief moment of our exchange, the 4 individuals had already readied themselves, taking several deep breaths before leaping into the pond in unison. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. However, just as before, these 4 were swiftly consumed without a trace, not even a single bubble breaking the surface. Those gathered by the edge of the lotus pond recoiled in terror, retreating a few steps. 7 stars borrowing method break. Wei Dongting exclaimed, biting his finger and inscribing a talisman in his palm before pressing it against the water's surface. At the instant his hand made contact, a resounding splash echoed. The once tranquil pond erupted into a frenzied whirlpool, swirling violently. Lu Hao and the others turned pale with fear, cries of alarm resounding around them. Help! Amidst the whirlpool, several heads suddenly emerged, bobbing helplessly in the water, with one of them shouting for help. It was unmistakably those who had just plunged into the lotus pond. Quick! Get up! The bamboo pole! The bamboo pole! Hurry! Lu Hao and the others shouted from the shore, while some rushed to retrieve a bamboo pole to extend to the struggling individuals, urging them to grasp hold. In the tumultuous currents, indeed, some managed to seize the pole, and the others combined their strength to pull them upward. Yet, curiously, no matter how hard they strained, the individuals remained stubbornly ensnared. There is something holding us. Those in the water cried out in terror, as the dark pond roared ominously, droplets splashing onto the onlookers and causing them to exclaim, so cold. The water in the pond exuded a chilling aura, and soon a mist began to rise from its surface. 7 stars, invoke the spell, restrain. Wei Dongting pricked his finger and touched his forehead, then pointed towards the pond's surface. Instantly, An extraordinary vision unfolded in the lotus pond. The water level began to plummet ominously, as if a colossal beast lurked beneath, devouring the liquid with voracious appetite. In the blink of an eye, the pond was nearly drained. "Light, illuminate!" Lu Hao shouted. Prompted by his call, several individuals activated their lights, casting beams onto the pond surface. Upon discerning the scene at the bottom, a collective gasp echoed, sending chills down their spines. There, the pond's floor was ensnared by clusters of long, dark hair, entangling the 6 individuals who were helplessly caught. These strands seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing around their bodies, invading their mouths, noses, and ears with relentless persistence. "Quickly pull them up," Lu Hao commanded, his voice laced with urgency. Despite their fear, the group stepped forward, using bamboo poles to dislodge the hair. To their astonishment, as they prodded, the hair began to climb up the poles. Amidst the gasps of disbelief, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the pond. There's a woman. His cry sent a tremor of terror through everyone. Peering closer, they indeed discerned a shadowy figure amidst the inky tresses, though obscured by the hair. The one who had screamed, overwhelmed by fear, struggled fiercely, tearing away some of the hair, revealing half of the figure's face. The face, pallid from immersion in the pond, bore ashen eyes that stared vacantly ahead. It was the corpse of a woman. "My goodness!" Ironhead exclaimed in shock. I furrowed my brow, fixated on the pool, when suddenly the corpse's gray eyes shifted. Instinctively, I pulled Ironhead and we fled. Trembling, he followed me without a word. Behind us, a cacophony of anguish cries erupted, followed by a sharp crack. I halted and glanced back, only to witness countless strands of dark hair, akin to myriad black serpents, slithering from the depths of the pool, ensnaring anyone they touched. The crowd, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions, yet soon found themselves entangled and toppled, wrapped like enormous zongzi. "Shall we run even farther?" Ironhead stammered. I remained silent, my gaze fixed on the lotus pond. At that moment, we were merely 10 meters from the pond, and in the blink of an eye, those strands of hair surged towards us like spilled ink. My heavens! Ironhead picked up a stone, ready to strike. Just as the damp, black hair approached our feet, it recoiled suddenly as if pricked by a needle, swiftly retreating. "What happened?" Ironhead asked, stone in hand, confusion etched across his face. "Perhaps you frightened it." I replied casually. "Huh?" Ironhead was taken aback for a moment. My attention was solely on the lotus pond, leaving little room for further dialogue. At this juncture, Wei Dongting had conjured a talisman, causing the encroaching hair to ignite and billow with black smoke, filling the air with a pungent, acrid stench. 7 stars. "Grant me your power, break." Wei Dongting held the talisman in his left hand and approached the lotus pond step by step, revealing his right hand adorned with incantations. With a swift motion, he pressed down towards the pond. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted. The female corpse, sitting at the bottom of the pond, slowly stood up, producing a sound akin to bones grinding against one another. Her flowing, ink-black hair surged forth like a torrent towards Wei Dongting. He remained still, and at that moment, he stamped his left foot down. A loud thud resonated as his foot struck the ground, causing the encroaching hair to snap and disintegrate into fine particles. Observing Wei Dongting's actions, it became evident that the renowned Master Gu of Meicheng was indeed deserving of his reputation, far from an ordinary geomancer. Chapter 24. Yellow Talisman Paper. Demon Subduing Nail. 7 stars borrowing method set. Wei Dongting exclaimed forcefully, leaping into the air towards the lotus pond. The talisman whirled around him and suddenly descended. Though it was merely a thin piece of paper, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, pressing down upon the head of the female corpse. Suspended in midair, Wei Dongting flipped his palm and struck down upon the corpse. I noticed a glint of cold light flickering as his hand moved, likely indicating the presence of a demon-subduing nail nestled within his palm, which he drove into the top of the corpse's head in that fleeting instant. With the demon-subduing nail's descent, combined with the talisman's suppression, the corpse, which had been slowly rising and stretching its bones, was instantly forced back down. In an instant, the chilling winds ceased, and the hair that had been creeping from the pond bottom dissipated into clouds of black smoke, accompanied by a strong, acrid odor, and was reduced to ashes. What is there to fear? It is merely a trifling spectacle. Upon returning to the shore, Wei Dongting clasped his hands behind his back and furrowed his brow, issuing a reprimand. The scene by the lotus pond was chaotic, echoing with wails and cries of despair. Hearing Wei Dongting's admonition, the crowd gradually began to regain their composure. Lu Hao shouted, "Do not scatter. Where are you running? Mr. Wei has already subdued the malevolent spirit." His voice instilled a semblance of calm among the onlookers, allowing the situation to be somewhat contained. "Such a rabble," Wei Dongting remarked with a stern demeanor, then commanded, "Retrieve the bodies." Lu Hao promptly called for assistance to recover the corpse. At that moment, water gushed from the lotus pond, with the previously reseeded water level slowly rising again. Those summoned by Lu Hao, upon seeing the woman's body ensnared by hair in the pond, trembled in fear. It was only after Lu Hao promised a generous reward that a few mustered the courage to take iron hooks affixed to bamboo poles and managed to catch the corpse, dragging it to the surface. "Let's proceed to inspect," I said, as I accompanied Tai Tu back to the lotus pond. By the time we arrived, the body had already been retrieved, dripping wet and entangled in sticky strands of hair, which formed dark, inky clumps that sent shivers down one's spine. Atop the woman's head lay a talisman, pierced by an iron nail that had penetrated her skull. "Is this the spirit that has been causing the disturbances?" Tai Tu inquired, his voice trembling. I furrowed my brow in silence, observing as Wei Dongting gestured towards the corpse and instructed Lu Hao, "Go, take a closer look. See if you recognize her." Lu Hao gasped in response, but dared not refuse. He finally took a shorter bamboo pole, keeping his distance, and cautiously lifted the hair from the woman's face. As the shroud was lifted, a wave of terrified gasps rippled through the crowd. The female corpse revealed a ghastly pale visage, her eyes wide open, with ashen orbs fixed intently upon the onlookers. "What? How can this be?" Lu Hao suddenly shrieked, retreating in disbelief. "Calm down. Who is it?" Wei Dongting admonished. "It's Xiaoyu, it's Xiaoyu," Lu Hao cried out, his voice trembling. A jolt pierced my heart. Is that Yang's daughter?" Tai Tu exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiaoyu, how could it be Xiaoyu?" Lu Hao collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I cast a glance at the crowd, now in disarray. Zhou Xiang stood in a dim corner, his eyes wide, face etched with shock. Yet swiftly, that look of astonishment morphed into a numbed expression. Something felt amiss. I furrowed my brow. "What did you say?" Tai Tu inquired. I said nothing. "Go fetch Uncle Yang and the others." "Understood." Tai Tu nodded, sighed, and dashed away. Before long, he returned, accompanied by a throng of people. "Where is Xiaoyu? Where is Xiaoyu?" Uncle Yang stumbled forward, and upon sighting the corpse by the lotus pond, nearly fainted, only to be steadied by Master Zhang and Tai Tu. I stepped closer, gently patting Uncle Yang's back, whispering, "Uncle, please don't rush. Take a good look and see if this is truly Xiaoyu." Uncle Yang, upon hearing my words, seemed to cling desperately to a lifeline, trembling as he uttered, I will take another look. I shall examine it closely. It cannot be. It simply cannot be my daughter." We accompanied him forward. "What are you doing? Do you think this is a joke?" Wei Dongting reprimanded coldly. Tai Tu, filled with indignation, retorted, "What nonsense! Didn't you hear that this could be Xiaoyu? This is her father. Look, but do not disturb." Wei Dongting, with a darkened expression, surprisingly refrained from further outbursts. We guided Uncle Yang closer to scrutinize the lifeless form. "It is Xiaoyu, it is my daughter," Uncle Yang shrieked, collapsing into a fit of inconsolable sobs, while Tai Tu and Master Zhang hurriedly supported him. I turned to see Lu Hao kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath through his tears, and he said to Tai Tu, "You take care of Uncle Yang." With that, I approached Lu Hao. "Boss Lu, hold on a moment before you cry," I said, crouching down to pat his shoulder. Startled, Lu Hao shot up his head, and upon recognizing me, he wiped his tears and lamented, "Xiaoyu, how could this happen to my Xiaoyu? Why are you crying? You seem quite pleased. Come, take a break." I replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? How could I possibly be happy about this?" Lu Hao exclaimed angrily, wiping his tears and wailing once more. "That's enough. This incessant weeping is exhausting." I shook my head. "Do not jest with me. or else you shall regret it. Lu Hao warned fiercely. What? Are you threatening to chop me up? I stared at him and asked, are you going to throw me into the lotus pond to drown as well? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Hao rebuked. I chuckled. Look at you, flustered and enraged over such a trivial matter. Offer me 5 million, and I shall keep your secret. How's that sound? You are blackmailing me. Lu Hao exclaimed, furious. If you fail to appreciate this opportunity, do not blame me for turning hostile, I warned, my expression darkening. What do you intend to do? This estate belongs to the Chao family, and Mr. Wei is there. Do you think you can act recklessly? Lu Hao gritted his teeth. I have heard that the Chao family is quite esteemed in Meichong, I replied with a smile. If they were to learn that you murdered your wife and disposed of her body in their lotus pond, they would be the first to seek your demise, wouldn't they? Do not slander me. When have I ever? Lu Hao seethed with rage. Do I really need to remind you when the body was discarded? You should know better than anyone, I interrupted. Why cling to what can be bought? We come into this world with nothing and leave the same way. Wouldn't you agree? I have encountered many scoundrels like you. Do not think you can extort me. Lu Hao sneered coldly. Is that so? How many Feng Shui masters have you met? I grinned ominously at him. You. Lu Hao ground his teeth, then said, all right, 2 million. This is not a bribe. I'm simply offering friendship. For million, and any amount less is non-negotiable, I countered lightly. Then it is settled at 4 million. Lu Hao's eyes darted back and forth before he clenched his jaw and agreed. Bring it to me. I extended my hand, exclaiming, I have just spent millions to save your brothers. How could I possibly have any cash left? Lu Hao replied, so what should we do? Will you offer your life as collateral? I inquired. Lu Hao shot me a resentful glare. I possess a property in Mei City, which is worth more than 4 million. I shall transfer that to you shortly. That will suffice. You may continue your lamentations, I said, patting him on the back before turning to leave. Behind me, Lu Hao's cries echoed once more. I frowned. It was evident that Lu had issues, yet the female corpse discovered in the lotus pond puzzled me greatly. After surveying the surroundings, I noticed Zhou Xiang still standing there, and I quietly approached him from behind. I observed a rather intriguing transformation. Previously, Zhou Xiang appeared utterly numb, seemingly devoid of interest in anything around him. One might even liken him to a walking corpse. Even when the body was retrieved from the lotus pond, his shock was fleeting, and he reverted to his stony demeanor. However, upon the arrival of Uncle Yang, who collapsed before his daughter in a fit of sorrowful wails, Zhou Xiang seemed to awaken, his pallor intensifying, fists clenched tightly as he fixated on Uncle Yang, trembling uncontrollably. I watched for a moment before placing a hand on his shoulder. Zhou Xiang jumped in surprise, turning abruptly to face me. Noticing the redness around his eyes, glistening with tears, I inquired in astonishment, Brother, what is the matter with you? You. Zhou Xiang stared at me in disbelief. You are? Fear not. I am but a human, I reassured him, wrapping my arm around his shoulder. Brother, I have been observing you for quite some time. Why have you been paying attention to me? Zhou Xiang gazed at me for a few moments before asking. I smiled and remarked, you are quite extraordinary. Pointing at Uncle Yang, I inquired, do you know Uncle Yang? Upon hearing the name, Zhou Xiang's expression shifted, and with a hint of anxiety, he replied, I know him. He is Lu Hao's father-in-law. It seems you have a good relationship with Boss Lu, I noted, to which he responded with an O. Yes. Zhou Xiang echoed, then fixed his gaze on me. Where are you from? From the vicinity of Fenta Ridge, I casually replied. What? You are from Fenta Ridge? Zhou Xiang exclaimed in surprise. No, I meant that Uncle Yang is from Fenta Ridge. Were you just asking me? I probed. Zhou Xiang swallowed hard and shook his head. No, I was just asking casually. By the way, you must be quite familiar with Xiaoyu, right? I inquired. Zhou Xiang's voice was low and indistinct. Then why do you appear to be completely unfazed? I observed him with some astonishment. Zhou Xiang let out a bitter laugh. I have always been rather slow to react. Even when I am sad, I seldom express it. What a load of nonsense. You were not like this in the past. However, I noticed that when Uncle Yang arrived earlier, you were on the verge of tears. I suddenly stated, No, not at all. How could that be? Zhou Xiang exclaimed, quickly defending himself. How curious, I thought, as I watched him with intrigue. Zhou Xiang turned his face away from me, avoiding my gaze, and said, Perhaps Uncle Yang was crying too intensely. I recall Xiaoyu. At this juncture, his voice faltered and his eyes reddened, prompting him to hastily wipe the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, my conviction regarding a particular matter grew stronger. All right, first, let's remove the body, follow my lead, and refrain from touching anything. A stern voice echoed from behind. Turning around, I saw Wei Dongting stepping forward, driving Uncle Yang and the others away, assigning tasks to others according to his instructions. They covered Yang Xiaoyu's body with a white cloth and subsequently lifted it with a door plank. Go procure a coffin immediately. Wei Dongting summoned the weeping Lu Hao. Where on earth are we supposed to find one? Lu Hao lamented, wiping away his tears, visibly distressed. If you desire peace at home, hurry up. There is no time for idle chatter. Wei Dongting glared at him. Yes, of course, Lu Hao nodded repeatedly, suddenly recalling, actually there's a coffin at home, originally prepared by my mother for herself. Should we use that for the time being? That is quite an unusual preference, I remarked as I happened to walk by. Lu Hao shot me a glance, his expression shifting as he explained, this is a custom from our hometown. Enough, hasten to bring it here. Wei Dongting waved his hand. All right, Lu Hao said, turning to leave. I called after him, remember to take care of the other matters promptly. Lu Hao stiffened for a moment, grunted, and then hurried off. First, assist Uncle Yang back to rest, I instructed, noting that Uncle Yang was on the verge of fainting from his tears. Understood. Ironhead and the little stick hurriedly assisted Uncle Yang back to his room. What on earth is happening? Master Zhang inquired softly, his face etched with anger. Could it be that the Lu mother and son are responsible for Xiaoyu's demise? No wonder we sought to meet her. That Lu has been evasive at every turn. As Master Zhang became increasingly agitated, he struck his palm with his fist, lamenting, it is entirely my fault for not noticing the signs earlier. Otherwise, perhaps Xiaoyu would not. This is not your fault, and the matter is delicate. Let us return first. I consoled Master Zhang with a reassuring pat. Alas, he sighed deeply. As we progressed halfway down the path, Master Zhang leaned in to ask quietly, should we report this to the authorities? Let's wait for a moment. I pondered before responding. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Master Zhang nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the room, Uncle Yang was helped by Ironhead and the little stick to lie on the bed. However, once he regained his composure, tears flowed freely down his cheeks. Damn it! Ironhead could not restrain himself from striking the table with force. I poured a bowl of hot water and brought it to Uncle Yang, saying, Uncle, there are important matters that require your attention. You must gather your spirit. What? Uncle Yang asked in a daze. Think carefully about any distinctive features Xiaoyu possesses. Take a closer look later to confirm, I suggested. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang suddenly became alert and hesitantly inquired, are you implying that it might not be Xiaoyu? It is too early to draw conclusions, I replied, handing him the water. Did you and Master Zhang not mention earlier that Xiaoyu seemed like a different person? Indeed, Master Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Upon hearing Ba Shaolin's words, I too find it rather peculiar. Could it be that this Xiaoyu merely resembles someone else? Yes, it is indeed possible, Uncle Yang responded, nodding fervently. In reality, such a possibility is quite slim. However, at this moment, for Uncle Yang, it felt akin to a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Even the faintest glimmer of hope could be magnified infinitely. Let Uncle Yang have a sip of water and a bite to eat to regain his strength. We shall proceed afterwards, I suggested with a smile. I will drink, Uncle Yang said, trembling as he accepted the bowl. Chapter 26. Sealing the coffin. Crossing the Ean Bridge once Uncle Yang had sufficiently recuperated. The three of us, Taitu, Master Zhang, and I, accompanied him once more. In the backyard, a makeshift mourning hall had been erected, with 4 benches arranged on the ground, upon which a crimson coffin was precariously positioned, suspended in mid-air. A large character for longevity was emblazoned on the side of the coffin, glaringly conspicuous against the night backdrop. Wei Dongting stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim, directing Lu Hao and others as they began the sealing process of the coffin. What is the rush? I called out from a distance, urging Uncle Yang and the others to follow. What are you doing? Wei Dongting turned his gaze towards us, his tone icy. Without the nod from the biological father, What is the purpose of sealing the coffin? I countered. Wait, Daunting huffed coldly. I have shown you leniency out of respect for our shared profession. Do not test my limits. What constitutes a challenge to your limits? Perhaps your standards are rather low? I uttered in astonishment, then disregarded him, advancing to halt those who were prepared to drive the nails into the coffin. Did you not hear my command to cease? Stop. Reluctantly, the men complied, casting glances at Lu Hao. What are you planning now? Lu Hao furrowed his brow. I did not respond, instead gesturing to Uncle Yang. Come and see. Upon his arrival, Uncle Yang could no longer contain his tears. He stepped forward, choking back sobs as he trembled, reaching out to part the hair that obscured the face of the deceased woman. In the presence of such a horrifying corpse, others quaked at the thought of approaching, let alone touching her. Yet, for a father, regardless of how his daughter had transformed, she remained his heart's treasure. Uncle Yang gazed longingly at the face of the corpse, suppressing his tears, then lifted the left pant leg of the corpse, pulling it up to the knee for a closer inspection. Suddenly, he broke into anguished cries. Master Zhang, Tai Tu, and I rushed forward as Uncle Yang clutched me, weeping at Xiaoyu. It's Xiaoyu. The scar on her leg is from when she was 6, an accident. It matches. I glanced at the knee of the corpse. Indeed, there is a notable scar which we had also seen when Uncle Yang had lifted the leg. Master Zhang and Tai Tu wore expressions of sorrow, with Tai Tu striking his thigh in frustration. Uncle, please offer 3 sticks of incense for Xiaoyu. I approached to offer Uncle Yang some words of comfort and handed him 3 sticks of incense. He, stifling his grief, numbly accepted them. This incense, Master Zhang exclaimed softly, casting a bewildered glance in my direction. I asked Master Zhang for a light to ignite the incense for Uncle Yang. Master Zhang nodded, retrieving a lighter from his person. With the support of Iron Head, Uncle Yang approached the coffin, holding 3 sticks of incense. Master Zhang ignited the flame and brought it close to the incense, setting it ablaze. These 3 sticks were unlike the ordinary joss sticks one typically encounters. At first glance, they appeared to be rolled from yellow paper, which indeed was the case, as I had fashioned them myself. Uncle Yang knelt before the coffin, bowing 3 times. I spoke softly. Master Zhang and Iron Head exchanged puzzled glances. What nonsense are you up to now? Wei Dongting could not help but scold. However, in a dazed state, Uncle Yang showed no hesitation and collapsed to his knees before the coffin. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through the ground, causing the 3 sticks of yellow paper incense in his hands to burn rapidly. By the time he completed his 3 bows, the incense had burned down completely, singeing Uncle Yang's hands. Remarkably, he seemed oblivious to the pain, remaining in a stupor on his knees. I stepped forward to assist him, whispering, Uncle, let us return. Master Zhang and Iron Head hurried to help him up. After walking a short distance, I turned back and shouted, Do not seal the coffin. I will hold you accountable if you do. Seal it, Wei Dongting commanded coldly. We continued our journey back to our residence without pause. The coffin may not contain Xiaoyu, I declared upon entering. Uncle Yang, who had been in a daze and barely able to stand, suddenly opened his eyes wide and grasped me tightly, asking, What did you just say? I poured a bowl of water and handed it to him, saying, Isn't it rather strange that I just had my father kneel before his daughter? Indeed, I was quite curious about that. Iron Head nodded vigorously. Master Zhang's eyes flickered as he inquired, Is there a particular significance to your actions? Regarding those 3 incense sticks, if it were a father kneeling before his daughter, they would undoubtedly have broken. I explained, since the incense did not break and burned completely, it indicates that the woman in the coffin is not Xiaoyu. Master Zhang quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed excitedly, Indeed. I nodded slightly. Those 3 yellow paper-rolled incense sticks, seemingly ordinary, are actually a secret technique of our spiritual practice known as the Yin Bridge. The so-called Yin Bridge serves as a medium to connect the realms of Yin and Yang. If the coffin contained an ordinary female corpse, this method would be ineffective. However, the female corpse in the coffin is suffused with deep Yin energy and overwhelming resentment, perfectly meeting the conditions for the Yin Bridge. I deliberately had Uncle Yang hold the 3 yellow paper-rolled incense sticks to kneel before the coffin to ascertain whether there existed any blood relation between him and the corpse. If the Yin Bridge had failed, The yellow paper-rolled incense in Uncle Yang's hands would not have altered in any way. Yet a whirlwind suddenly arose, and the yellow paper-rolled incense burned at an astonishing speed, indicating that the Yin bridge was successful, but Uncle Yang and the deceased were not related by blood. This method cannot be claimed to be infallible, yet its accuracy is remarkably high. Brother, think carefully. Did you notice anything unusual just now? Master Zhang tapped Uncle Yang on the shoulder, adding, in this day and age, not only can faces be fabricated, but scars can be as well. Indeed, there is a distinct possibility, exclaimed Taitu. Uncle Yang, both astonished and elated, stammered, let me think. Let me reflect. Ah, yes. I just observed my daughters. No, the toes of that maiden in the coffin seem rather peculiar. When my daughter was young, I was the one who washed her feet. I would undoubtedly recognize them. Are you certain, my friend? Master Zhang inquired with palpable excitement. I previously noted that the scar matched, and I assumed it must be my Shiyu, hence I did not ponder further. Now, however, I feel something is amiss. Uncle Yang spoke anxiously, his hands quivering slightly. This is dire. When we returned earlier, that fellow Wei had already sealed the coffin. Taitu suddenly exclaimed, why don't we open the coffin and take a closer look? Uncle Yang and Master Zhang turned their gazes towards me, clearly awaiting my decision. Let's postpone this matter for now. Do you still possess your copper coins? I shifted the conversation. The group paused momentarily, then collectively affirmed they still had them. I prepared 4 yellow paper incense rolls earlier, and there remains 1, which I have placed on the table and lit. Prepare yourselves. Once this incense burns halfway, we shall flee eastward, scaling the walls and distancing ourselves as far as possible. Do not return. Chapter 27. Lighting the incense, scattering like birds and beasts. Why is that? The group gasped in astonishment. I glanced at the yellow paper incense on the table, its tip glowing red, descending at a languid pace. It was evident that further calamity awaited the Liu family. Fear etched across the faces of those present. Taitu glanced out the window, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It seems quite tranquil now, doesn't it? He remarked. Ever since the female corpse was subdued in the lotus pond, tranquility had enveloped this residence. The once howling winds had ceased, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. Ba Shaolin, do you mean we should leave first while you stay behind? Master Zhang inquired. I nodded slightly. I have a few matters to attend to here. What matters? Taitu instinctively asked. Shall I stay with you? That would be fine, I replied readily. But before the incense burns to its midpoint, hurry and find Liu Hao to rescue the unconscious individuals and ensure he provides what is necessary. I almost overlooked that. Taitu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I must act quickly. After rescuing them, inquire if anyone is willing to assist in escorting the unconscious out. If so, take them along. If Liu Hao objects, explain that the malevolent energy here is too intense, and remaining would only lead to their demise. I added. If someone is willing to help, then take them out as well. Taitu pondered for a moment before a look of realization washed over his face. You are offering these people a chance, aren't you? Let fate decide, I nodded solemnly. It is likely that many will perish in the Liu family's residence. A collective gasp echoed within the room. You mean many will die? Taitu asked, his voice trembling. Indeed, I affirmed. Otherwise, why would I urge you to leave so urgently? Tai Dao opened his mouth, poised to speak, but I gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, commending him for his willingness to stay by my side. Well, Tiadao's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and he looked as though he might weep. I interrupted him, saying, let's not dwell on that for now. You should hurry. With a mournful expression, Tai Dao gritted his teeth and stamped his foot before rushing out. As fate would have it, he collided with someone just outside the door, and both of them gasped in surprise. Damn it, who are you? Are you trying to frighten me to death? Tai Dao exclaimed furiously. Then, I heard Liu Hao's voice, suppressing his anger. You bumped into me? Where's Boss Lin? I stepped outside and inquired, is there something you need? Liu Hao approached with a file folder, handing it to me while whispering, take a look. It contains the property transfer agreement. I glanced inside and indeed found the transfer contract, which pleasantly surprised me with its straightforwardness. Additionally, I must trouble Boss Lin regarding the matter of rescuing someone. I can transfer the agreed-upon compensation to his account immediately, Lu Hao added, clearing his throat with a serious demeanor. Tai Dao will accompany you to rescue the person, so the payment should be directed to him. I indicated towards Tai Dao. What? Lu Hao exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising in anger. Boss Lin, I came with the utmost sincerity. What do you mean by this? It simply means he will handle the rescue, I replied calmly. Lu Hao turned back to Tai Dao, incredulous, only to be met with a fierce glare from him. What are you staring at? Are we rescuing or not? Then you shall accompany me. Lu Hao pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. Tai Dao shot me a glance, and I urged go on quickly. Ironhead, with a grimace of resignation, followed Lu Hao. I glanced back at the table and noticed that the yellow paper incense continued to burn steadily. I addressed everyone, urging them to take a moment to rest, to eat and drink, and to restore their spirits. Master Zhang assisted Uncle Yang to the edge of the bed and brought him some food, while the others settled down to partake in refreshments. Why was it so eerily still outside? Little Stick, chewing on a pastry, approached the window for a moment before voicing his sudden curiosity. Master Zhang furrowed his brow, remarking on the unsettling silence. Initially, the others had not perceived anything amiss, but Zhang's observation shifted the atmosphere into a peculiar tension. The collective breaths grew heavier, and a sense of anxiety enveloped us all. At that moment, a startling crackling sound pierced the air. Turning around, we witnessed the yellow paper incense ignite rapidly, the flickering red glow swiftly descending. Gasps of alarm erupted from group. Let us go, I commanded, prompting Little Stick to hastily open the door. We surged out in a line, racing towards the east. Wait for me, I called out as I sprinted. Not long after, Ironhead came rushing from another direction, urgency etched on his face. I inquired about the situation. All sorted, he replied, rubbing his fingers together to indicate that the funds were secured. 6 individuals were willing to venture out to see someone off, although that Lu fellow had initially hesitated. A bit of persuasion from me had finally swayed him. Soon, our group reached the eastern wall. Stop, I commanded, and everyone immediately froze in place, too apprehensive to move. After waiting for approximately a minute, a sudden gust of wind swept in from the southwest, chilling to the bone. Let's go. Ironhead and Little Rod immediately scrambled up the wall, while the others below assisted in hoisting Master Zhang and Uncle Yang up first, followed by several other brothers. Hurry, we must flee, I urged Ironhead. What? Am I not to follow you? Ironhead hesitated. Then come down, I replied with a smile. Ironhead's expression wavered. After a moment of resolve, he prepared to leap down, only to have me pull at his foot, causing him to tumble down from the wall with a thud. Quickly, go, I commanded, turning back. At that moment, the chilling wind within the residence intensified, howling like a chorus of anguished souls. The once silent Lu residence erupted into a cacophony of terrified voices. As I approached the morning hall, I encountered a few individuals rushing out, among them Lu Hao, who was frantically shouting, "With Mr. Wei here, why are you all panicking? Have you decided to abandon the money? Forget the money. It's too frightening. We value our lives," they cried, dashing toward the front gate. Nevertheless, a portion of the crowd was calmed by Lu Hao and opted to remain within the house. Boss Lu, this place feels ominous. It may be haunted. Perhaps you should lead everyone out and wait until daylight to discuss this, I suggested. Absolutely not, Lu Hao replied without a moment's thought, rejecting the notion outright. Why not? I inquired, casting a glance around. Could it be that this residence harbored some unspeakable secret? Chapter 28. Beneath the Bodhisattva, the dark gates of Yin and Yang. What unspeakable secret lies hidden? Lu Hao exclaimed in anger. That is because this is the residence of the Chao family. I promised Mr. Chao to take good care of this place. I retorted, are you made of wood? Which is more important, a life or a house? Lu Hao gritted his teeth. Of course, a life is important, but it is not the right time for that. Besides, with Mr. Wei here, what is there to fear? Upon hearing this, Wei Dongting raised his head, his expression solemn. Perhaps Mr. Wei is also feeling anxious. Can you not consider his feelings? I interjected unexpectedly. Wei Dongting frowned. What are you saying? Nothing. As long as you're not worried. That's enough, I said lightly. Shifting the topic. This situation seems rather ominous. What do you plan to do? You needn't concern yourself with that. If you are afraid, you may leave at any time. Wei Dongting replied coldly. As a fellow colleague, I must advise you, I shook my head. This house is quite peculiar. The source of the disturbance may not necessarily be the occupant of the coffin. Wei Dongting snorted derisively and turned to Lu Hao. Gather everyone. Follow my commands. Now, that's the right approach. We should dig 3 feet into the ground, I remarked. Lu Hao hurriedly protested. No way. Why not? Wei Dongting asked with a darkened expression. This. Lu Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When Mr. Chow entrusted this residence to me, he repeatedly emphasized its significance. It must not be disturbed. Summon them. Heed my orders. Wei Dongting commanded. Lu Hao hesitated, yet dared not oppose Wei Dongting's wishes and went to call the others. Suddenly, chaos erupted around the morning hall as the inhabitants of the residence hurriedly converged towards this vicinity. Before the coffin, 3 incense sticks were placed in the censer. As I passed by, I inhaled a whiff of smoke, and amidst the commotion, I stealthily approached Zhou Xiang from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Startled, Zhou Xiang turned around, and in that fleeting moment, I exhaled a cloud of smoke towards him. The white smoke, akin to a living entity, infiltrated his mouth and nostrils. Zhou Xiang shivered involuntarily, his eyes rolling back as he stood there, transfixed. Go wherever you wish, I murmured in a low voice by his ear. Zhou Xiang slowly rotated his body and began to shuffle towards the southwest, his steps rigid, his expression vacant, eyes still rolling back, as if in a somnambulant state. Thankfully, amidst the turmoil and the darkness, no one seemed to notice him. Otherwise, it could have incited considerable alarm. This was the guiding incense, whose smoke, once inhaled, would induce a state akin to sleepwalking. Zhou Xiang proceeded ahead, and I followed closely behind him. The eerie winds howled through the residence, sending chills down the spine. Yet they bore no impact on Zhou Xiang at that moment, as he ambled along with an unnatural gait, traversing a corridor until he halted before a door. Light seeped through the crack, accompanied by a series of groans from within. Recognizing the sound, I knew it belonged to the elderly Lady Lu. I knocked on the door and swiftly stepped aside. "Who is it?" came a voice from within, inquiring. Soon after, a man opened the door, and at a glance, he was startled by the sight of Zhou Xiang standing at the entrance, his eyes rolling back. Terrified, he screamed and fled in panic, concealed in the shadows. I watched as Zhou Xiang slowly entered the room, only to hear an even sharper scream from old Lady Lu, more piercing than that of the man before. Approaching the doorway, I saw the elderly woman with her ears wrapped in bandages, her neck adorned with various protective talismans, and her body plastered with yellow paper charms. Cowering on the bed while screaming in terror, Zhou Xiang, however, advanced towards her step by step. I was somewhat taken aback. I had not anticipated that Zhou Xiang, in his soul-retrieving state, would first seek out this old woman. She rolled about on the bed in fright, crying out, Howard, come save your mother." As I surveyed the room, I noticed some peculiar details. The walls, including the ceiling, were adorned with enormous talismans. While a statue of a bodhisattva stood on the left counter, 3 sticks of incense burning before it, their smoke curling gracefully. Given the arrangement of the room, it appeared to be Lu Hao's quarters. The reason the old woman was placed here after her injury was likely due to the belief that the talismans and the bodhisattva's protection would offer safety. However, at this moment, Zhou Xiang was merely under the influence of the soul-retrieving incense. He was not a ghost, and the various protective items in the room held no power over him. Suddenly, a sharp sound drew my attention. Upon closer inspection, I realized that Zhou Xiang had slapped the old woman across the face. Generally speaking, those ensnared by the alluring soul incense exhibit behaviors that are instinctive and subconscious. This week, the reason Zhou Xiang targeted the elderly Lady Lu indicates that he had long harbored such intentions, merely suppressing them until now. Amidst the piercing screams of the old woman, Zhou Xiang gradually raised his hand once more, delivering a resounding slap that left her wailing for mercy. I found myself intrigued. Indeed, the old lady was quite irksome. Yet I pondered what grievance she had caused Zhou Xiang to evoke such profound animosity. I observed from the sidelines until the lady succumbed to unconsciousness from the blows, at which point I approached and gently tapped Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. He paused momentarily, then turned and made his way to the head of the bed, where he began to explore cautiously. Suddenly, a sharp click resonated, akin to the activation of a mechanism, and forthwith, a hidden door revealed itself within the wall that housed the statue of the Buddha. Zhou Xiang rose and ventured through the concealed passage. I followed closely behind, traversing another door, which led to a descending staircase. We descended for what felt like over 10 meters, arriving at a dimly lit cellar. The left wall was adorned with several antiquated oil lamps, evidently intended for illumination. However, the darkness posed no challenge for me, as Zhou Xiang, in his trance-like state, required no sight, so I refrained from intervening. As we proceeded further, 2 rooms materialized before us. One door was red, the other white, creating a strikingly peculiar sight. Zhou Xiang approached the red door and halted before it. As I stepped closer, I discerned that both doors were crafted from iron, remarkably heavy and thick, coated in red and white paint. The surface of the door was beaded with droplets of water, cold and biting to the touch, akin to touching a block of ice. Zhou Xiang stood before the door, suddenly leaning forward and striking his forehead against it with a resounding thud. This was followed by another bang, the force increasing with each impact. I found it hard to believe that he could be so foolish as to attempt to break down this iron door with his head. His actions could only stem from some deep-seated impulse. In what circumstance does one feel the urge to strike their head against a wall? Chapter 29. Chains locking the corpse. Ice cold as a prison, I gave Zhou Xiang a firm pat on the back, interrupting his head banging. I noticed that his forehead had already drawn blood. After a brief pause, he reached into his collar and retrieved a key from around his neck. He attempted to insert the key into the door lock multiple times, turning it several times, yet it would not budge. It was then that I realized the lock was uniquely designed, requiring a dual key mechanism. This meant that both a yin and a yang key must be inserted and turned simultaneously to unlock the door. However, Zhou Xiang only possessed one of the keys, rendering him unable to open it. As for the other key, it was obvious it must be in Lu Hao's possession. I had previously heard Master Zhang mention that this residence originally belonged to the Chao family, and later, due to Lu Hao's hard work and contributions, it was gifted to him. It now appeared that both Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang were merely pawns sent by the Chao family to oversee this estate. Each held one key, and both needed to be present to unlock the door. I conducted a thorough examination of the lock, which proved to be 100 times more intricate and robust than an ordinary one. I led Zhou Xiang aside and delivered a forceful kick to the iron door. With a creaking sound, the door slightly warped and the lock shattered open. A chilling draft immediately seeped through the gap. Zhou Xiang staggered over, using his head to force the door open, and stepped inside. I stood silently at the threshold for a moment before following him in. The room was approximately 8 square meters, with walls, floor, and ceiling all cast from iron. In the southeastern corner, there were 4 small openings, presumably for ventilation. In one corner, a gaunt woman huddled, her vacant eyes staring ahead, having long since succumbed to death. Yet, the pervasive cold of the room had prevented any signs of decay. An iron chain was fastened around the woman's waist, its other end embedded in the rear wall. Zhou Xiang approached her, kneeling down, and began to repeatedly bang his head against the ground, soon leaving a trail of blood. I moved closer to part her hair, revealing her gaunt face. Although I had anticipated this moment, the sight of Yang Xiuyu's corpse weighed heavily on my heart. However, I soon noticed something peculiar about her remains. Her exposed arms were riddled with intersecting scars, both old and new, densely packed like a spider's web. As I unfastened her clothing, I was horrified to discover that her body was marred by countless terrifying scars, leaving scarcely an inch of unblemished skin. From the wounds visible upon her body, there were lacerations from a blade, welts from a whip, punctures from a stab, and abrasions from claws, even bite marks. Her tongue had been severed halfway, and both her eyeball and eardrum had been pierced. Yang Xiuyu's entire skeletal structure was shattered, beginning from her fingers, rendering her capable only of leaning against the wall to avoid collapsing onto the floor. Beneath her, the ground bore numerous hasty inscriptions written in blood, some were obscured, while others remained legible, repeating only 5 words: "Spare my brother." I gazed into Yang Xiuyu's hollow eyes, remaining silent for an extended moment, before seizing Zhou Xiang by the hair and forcefully pulling him closer, delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. Zhou Xiang erupted into a fit of violent coughing, a plume of white mist escaping his mouth and dispersing into the air. His eyes rolled back, momentarily lost in a state of despair, before returning to their dark hue. The next instant, Zhou Xiang's piercing scream filled the air. He knelt before Yang Xiuyu, now more frenzied than before, bowing his head repeatedly to her, tears and snot streaming down his face. His forehead struck the ground with a rhythmic thud, blood splattering as though he sought to end his own life in that very moment. I kicked him away with force. Zhou Xiang rolled a few times on the ground, then lay there, wailing inconsolably, incessantly banging his head against the earth. There was no need to rush into death. I seized him by the neck and lifted him up. Zhou Xiang's face was smeared with blood as he cried out, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die." It was only after I had delivered those 2 slaps that he quieted somewhat. Where'd he been all this time? He ought to have clarified the matter first. Releasing my grip, I cast him back onto the ground. Zhou Xiang gazed intently at the lifeless form of Yang Xiuyu, and in a sudden fit of rage, he struck his own face several times, crying out, "I am not human. I am a beast. Did you do this?" I inquired coldly. Zhou Xiang erupted into laughter. It was my fear of death that prevented me from rescuing Xiuyu. I am truly worthless. As laughter morphed into tears, he wept openly. You, who fear death, yet once had the audacity to abduct Xiuyu's brother alongside Lu Hao at the Grave Hill Ridge, I remarked with a hint of disdain. What did you say? Zhou Xiang exclaimed, momentarily stunned, his sobs stifled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Am I mistaken? Was it solely your doing? I pressed. No, Zhou Xiang began, but then sighed heavily, a wretched smile gracing his lips. You are correct. It was indeed Lu Hao and I who abducted Xiuyu's brother at Grave Hill Ridge. He then stared at me, demanding, How do you know this? Tell me the story. I dismissed his inquiry, responding coldly. Zhou Xiang, lost and desolate, fell silent for a moment before saying, That was 10 years ago when Lu Hao and I went to Grave Hill Ridge to carry out some business. What kind of business? I interrupted. Zhou Xiang hesitated, lost for words. You are on the brink of death. What is there to hesitate about? I urged. Zhou Xiang paused, a bitter smile forming on his lips, indeed. I have been foolish. After a moment's reflection, he continued, Back then, Lu Hao and I went to Grave Hill Ridge to dig a grave, intending to bring back the corpse of a 9-year-old child. But that night happened to be the 15th of July, and the Grave Hill Ridge is notoriously cursed. The child rose from the dead. As he spoke, he cast a glance in my direction before continuing. At that moment, Lu Hao and I were utterly stunned. We abandoned the corpse and fled, running all the way to the foot of the mountain, drenched by the rain, which finally brought us to our senses. We had left the child behind, and we had no way to explain our actions upon returning. After some deliberation, we resolved to wait until dawn and then return to search for the child. However, despite our extensive search, we found no trace of him. We were terrified and at a loss for what to do when we noticed a pair of siblings approaching with a basket to gather wild vegetables. Lu Hao pointed at the child and asked if he resembled anyone. I was taken aback and inquired about his meaning. With a serious expression, Lu Hao stated that we would undoubtedly be unable to account for our actions upon returning, and thus we needed to devise a plan to cover it up. It was then that I realized Lu Hao intended to involve that child in our predicament. He wanted to bring the child back as a scapegoat. I was horrified and quickly protested that such an act was unacceptable. Lu Hao glared at me fiercely and urged me to think of my family. After much contemplation, I still lacked the courage to act, and in that moment, Lu Hao seized the opportunity when the sister was distracted, swiftly covered the child's mouth, and carried him away. My mind was a blank, and I could only follow him in his flight. Chapter 30. Left Pupil. Veiled in mystery, that child was none other than Xiuyu's younger brother. Zhou Xiang, in a daze, continued his narrative. After a moment of silence, I remarked, Zhou Xiang raised his hand and struck himself across the face with a resounding slap. Weeping, I am not human. After Lu Hao abducted the child, I contemplated persuading him to desist, but he kicked me, and I dared not intervene further. Moreover, when Shuyu sought us out at that moment, we hastily fled into the mountains with the child. However, midway through our escape, we inadvertently almost lost grip of the child. In a fit of rage, Lu Hao picked up a stone and struck the child's face, urging me to join in the act. I could not bring myself to follow through, helplessly watching as Lu Hao continued to, ha ha ha. As Zhou Xiang recounted this, he suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, slapping his own face in a frenzy. Was it the Chao family that sent you to Fenta Ridge? I asked abruptly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang shuddered, halting his laughter. His gaze lowered, unable to meet my eyes. You should not inquire about that. Suffice it to say, Shuyu's brother met his fate at our hands. Is Chao Shiwerong truly that terrifying? I inquired mildly. Zhou Xiang abruptly lifted his head, terror etched across his face. You. How do you know? How do you know? Why did Chao Shiwerong compel you to exhume the coffin? I pressed on. We. Zhou Xiang stared at me with wide eyes, his voice trembling. Suddenly, he struck himself again, exhaling deeply, and said, the child buried at Fenta Ridge had offended the third miss inadvertently, accidentally scratching her face. The third miss ordered that the child be sealed within a coffin and buried alive at Fenta Ridge. Yet, 7 days later, the third miss summoned Lu Hao and me to retrieve the child's corpse, instructing us to. At this juncture, Zhou Xiang's hands trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth as he stated that we were to nail the child to a mulberry tree with 99 nails for 3 days before burying him within this estate. I cast a glance at the adjacent room. Is it there? Yes. Zhou Xiang nodded, having likely conveyed the most crucial details, his emotions calming significantly. He continued, at that moment, Lu Hao intentionally smashed the face of Xiuyu's younger brother with a stone. The two children were of similar build, which allowed us to deceive ourselves. However, at that time, when we had pinned the child to the mulberry tree, that child suddenly opened his eyes. To our astonishment, he was not entirely dead, staring directly at us. We were taken aback, and in a panic, Lu Hao seized a nail and thrust it into the child's left eye. After doing so, he noticed my stunned silence and thrust another nail into my hand, urging me to pierce the other eye. I was utterly terrified and refused vehemently. Nevertheless, with the nail lodged in his eye, the child finally lay still, and Lu Hao released me, insisting that we together affix the child to the mulberry tree. During this time, the third young lady visited once. At that moment, Shuyu's brother was covered in blood. Yet the third young lady did not scrutinize closely, allowing us to escape detection once more. After 3 days, the third young lady instructed us to relocate the body to the opposite side. Zhou Xiang gestured towards the adjacent room. The third young lady declared that the lad named Lin must never have the chance to be reborn. What a profound enmity. Who is this Lin lad? And what is his origin? I inquired, my expression devoid of emotion. Zhou Xiang cast another glance at me, and I was rather perplexed. All I knew was that this child surnamed Lin had a grandfather who seemed to be a Feng Shui master, and it was he who had arranged the marriage contract between the Lin child and the third young lady. What happened afterward? Upon hearing him mention his grandfather, a jolt ran through my heart, yet my expression remained inscrutable. It is said that his grandfather was a swindler who absconded with a substantial sum from the Chao family. Zhou Xiang hesitated to continue. Before he could finish, I interjected coldly, do you truly believe such nonsense? Zhou Xiang's face turned ashen. I do not believe it, but that is the narrative circulated externally, and those who were involved at the time have been silenced. Those who could not keep their mouths shut. What happened to them? I inquired with a frown. I am unsure of the specifics, but in any case, I have not seen those individuals again, nor their families. Zhou Xiang's voice quivered slightly, his expression one of terror. Are you implying that anyone who disobeys has been silenced by the Chao family? I found it hard to fathom. Zhou Xiang let out a grim laugh. The reality is indeed so. Otherwise, Lu Hao and I would not be so frightened. I frowned deeply at his words. When my grandfather brought me to the Chao family years ago, they struck me as an ordinary affluent household. Yet I increasingly realized that the Chao family was far from the simplistic facade it presented. It resembled an unfathomable abyss. What do you think has become of that child's grandfather? I asked. I truly have no idea. Zhou Xiang shook his head, explaining that the Chao family had issued a gag order on that matter, forbidding any discussion, making it impossible for us to comprehend the intricacies. If we were to uncover the truth, it would likely mean he left the thought unspoken. Yet the implication was abundantly clear. It would suggest that there was nothing left, not even the remnants of bones. I recognized that extracting information regarding my grandfather from him was essentially futile, so I relinquished that pursuit. However, what was the situation with Xiaoyu? Upon hearing the name Xiaoyu, Zhou Xiang stood frozen in place, and after a lengthy pause, he suddenly broke into a bitter laugh. After Lu Hao and I undertook our task, we initially believed ourselves to be free from further complications. Yet unexpectedly, Boss Chao approached us, assigning us the responsibility of guarding this residence. We were both taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse, yet we lacked the courage to do so. Ultimately, we had no choice but to agree, with Lu Hao moving in with his family, while I remained alone in the adjacent dwelling. To the outside world, this residence appeared to be a reward from the Chao family to Lu Hao, though in truth, we were merely pawns tasked with its guardianship. Boss Chao had reiterated time and again that this house must not be disturbed, or we would face dire consequences. Why the prohibition against interference? A sense of suspicion began to brew within me. Previously, Lu Hao had shown considerable unease at the mention of digging 3 feet into the ground. It must pertain to that child, I surmised. With a child buried beneath this residence, the Chao family would naturally harbor concerns. Zhou Xiang remarked. I remained non-committal. After moving into the residence, Lu Hao became increasingly paranoid, often awakening from nightmares in the night. I, too, was reluctant to enter this place, as it exuded a palpable sense of foreboding. Eventually, Lu Hao sought assistance from his cousin. At this juncture, Zhou Xiang paused to clarify that Lu Hao's cousin was none other than Master Sunday, Chapter 31, the Bloodline's Guardian. A new facade, I was somewhat taken aback, and urged Zhou Xiang to continue. Lu Hao's cousin had previously apprenticed under a Taoist priest and possessed a certain level of skill. Upon inspecting the residence, he was visibly startled and proclaimed that the place was suffused with malevolent energy, warning that if Lu Hao continued to reside there, it would inevitably lead to death. He urged Lu Hao to vacate the premises immediately. Both Lu Hao and I were thoroughly alarmed, yet this residence was entrusted to us by the Chao family, making it impossible to simply leave. Lu Hao, in desperation, implored Master Sun to devise a solution and promised a substantial reward. Only then did Master Sun agree to consider our plight, asserting that we must uncover the source of the malevolent energy to have any hope of resolution, necessitating a comprehensive search of the entire residence. This, of course, was out of the question, and Lu Hao and I hastily intervened to prevent such an undertaking. Master Sun, perplexed, inquired about the specific issues with the residents that warranted such hesitation. At a loss for words, we remained silent, prompting Master Sun to express his frustration and prepare to depart. In a moment of exasperation, Lu Hao seized his arm and, with no other recourse, gritted his teeth and revealed the truth to Master Sunday. Upon hearing this, Master Sun was taken aback and immediately attempted to leave. We, however, grasped his arm and implored him earnestly, promising a multitude of benefits until he finally agreed to stay. Subsequently, Master Sun proposed a solution, expressing that the child, having been inexplicably abducted and confined underground, must be overwhelmed with resentment, which could inevitably lead to calamity. To pacify the child, it was essential to summon a blood relative and have them set up a formation to suppress the child using their bloodline. After some deliberation, we recalled the child's sister, Xiaoyu. Master Sun approved of this choice, and Lu Hao instructed me to discreetly investigate her background. As I observed Xiaoyu, I discovered she was a remarkably kind-hearted young woman who had been consumed by guilt over her brother's disappearance, tirelessly searching for him regardless of the weather. In the presence of this compassionate girl, I felt a mix of guilt and regret, and before I realized it, I found myself gradually drawn to her. I chuckled silently at the absurdity of the situation. Zhou Xiang had caused the death of his brother while simultaneously becoming enamored with the sister. Upon my return, I relayed Xiaoyu's circumstances to them, and Master Sun decisively declared that Lu Hao should marry Xiaoyu. I was taken aback and questioned the rationale behind such a decision. Master Sun explained that only by marrying Xiao Yu could she remain in the household long enough to quell the child's lingering resentment. I was in a state of extreme agitation, vehemently opposing the situation. Lu Hao curiously inquired about my distress, and at that moment, I found myself at a loss for words regarding Xiao Yu. Yet, I dared not express my true feelings, instead claiming that we had already caused the death of Xiao Yu's brother. And now, we were leading her sister into the depths of despair. It was utterly inhumane. Lu Hao shot me a fierce glare and retorted that we had long ceased to be human. What did I think I was? His scathing words rendered me speechless. Lu Hao, in collaboration with Master Sun, devised a plan. Lu Hao set a trap, feigning a chance encounter with Xiao Yu, and pretended to assist her in searching for her brother. Through a series of interactions, Xiao Yu eventually agreed to marry Lu Hao. On the night of their wedding, Xiao Yu even poured me a glass of wine, which elicited a bemused chuckle from me. Zhou Xiang could not contain his laughter, leading to a fit of violent coughing. I regarded him with a cold gaze, uncertain whether to view him as pitiable or contemptible. Master Sun had urged Lu Hao to marry Xiao Yu to ensure she remained at home to maintain the household. Yet Xiao Yu was inherently restless, incessantly venturing out in search of her brother. No matter how Lu Hao attempted to persuade her, she remained unyielding, culminating in a fierce argument between them. In a fit of rage, Lu Hao sought assistance from me and Master Sunday. After contemplating the matter for a moment, Master Sun devised a scheme. Upon hearing his suggestion, fury surged within me, and I struck him with a punch, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Master Sun, infuriated, quickly realized that I was no match for him, and he swiftly subdued me. It was only Lu Hao who intervened to persuade him to relent. The individual bearing the surname Sun concocted a most malevolent scheme, suggesting that since Xiao Yu had a penchant for frequent escapades, it would be prudent to confine her entirely, thereby resolving the matter once and for all. Lu Hao pondered this proposal and raised a concern. What if Xiao Yu's family came searching for her? The cunning Sun had an alternative plan, proposing that he had a half-sister who could take Xiao Yu's place and wed Lu Hao instead. As for her appearance, he suggested that Lu Hao could finance her cosmetic transformation. After much contemplation, Lu Hao surprisingly acquiesced. That very day, Sun brought his sister to him, a girl he had only just acknowledged. Lu Hao had never laid eyes on her before. However, upon seeing her, Lu Hao was taken aback and nearly retracted his agreement. The sister bore a prominent dark birthmark on her face and a large black mole on her nose, rendering her exceedingly unattractive, a stark contrast to Xiao Yu's beauty. Nevertheless, her figure bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yu's. Sun insisted to Lu Hao that, although his sister was not conventionally beautiful, given Lu Hao's current circumstances, he had no grounds to be choosy. After much hesitation, Lu Hao ultimately consented, subsequently spending a considerable sum to transform Sun's sister to mirror Xiao Yu's appearance, even replicating some of her scars. At this juncture, the situation began to clarify. It was no wonder that Uncle Yang remarked that after Xiao Yu married into the Lu family, she had grown increasingly distant from her household. It turned out she had been replaced entirely. With a substitute in place, Xiao Yu found herself detained by Lu Hao. Initially, she was confined to a storage room, but Lu Hao, fearing for her safety, received a rather ill-conceived suggestion from a man named Sunday. He advised Lu Hao to place Xiao Yu in a room adjacent to her brother's, painting the two doors in red and white, claiming this was a method of warding off evil spirits. This room resembled a dungeon. Both Lu Hao and I held a key each. Every time, Lu Hao would send me to deliver meals to Xiao Yu, and each time, I felt an overwhelming desire to go, yet fear held me back. I truly, Zhou Xiang clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably. Despite the dire circumstances, why persist in such pretenses? I retorted coldly. Is it you who has tormented Xiao Yu to this extent? No, Zhou Xiang exclaimed in a hurried and high-pitched voice. How could I possibly do such a thing to Xiao Yu? Was it Lu Hao then? I inquired. To my surprise, Zhou Xiang shook his head vigorously. I asked Lu Hao, and he denied it as well, claiming he had no part in it. Yet, it is peculiar. Each time I arrive, I discover fresh wounds on Xiao Yu's body, and since Lu Hao and I each possess a key, he cannot possibly come and go without my knowledge. Chapter 32. Yin Yang make up black and white demons if it's not you too. Then who could it be? Some other fool? I scoffed. Initially, I too suspected Lu Hao and nearly confronted him, but he swore an oath, insisting he was unaware of the situation. I then approached Xiao Yu, only to find her huddled in a corner, her expression vacant, silent as a stone. Zhou Xiang wept, trembling in despair. Later, the one surnamed son remarked that it might be Xiao Yu's brother who was causing the turmoil, as his pent-up grievances had nowhere to be expressed, thus tormenting his sister to such an extent. I urged them to release Xiao Yu immediately, but Lu Hao and son adamantly refused, insisting that confining Xiao Yu here would only subject her to further suffering. If she were to be freed, the entire household would face dire consequences. I concede that I was timid and lacked resolve. Upon hearing Lu Hao and son's assertions, I found myself too cowardly to oppose them, helplessly watching Xiao Yu endure her torment. Moreover, the longer Xiao Yu remained below, the more abominable her suffering became, which only intensified my fear of releasing her. Eventually, Xiao Yu had become so emaciated that she was scarcely recognizable. On several occasions, I felt an overwhelming impulse to liberate her, yet ultimately, I remained paralyzed by my own cowardice. I felt less than human. Zhou Xiang struck himself sharply across the face in frustration. I scoffed. Have you lost your mind? What? Zhou Xiang blinked in confusion. You claim Xiao Yu is being tormented by her brother. What sort of person would believe such nonsense? What did you say? Are you implying that Xiao Yu is not being? Zhou Xiang was taken aback. I surveyed my surroundings. How do you know that there is only one passage leading here? Passage? Zhou Xiang murmured, suddenly widening his eyes. Are you suggesting there is a secret passage through which someone could enter? I chose not to engage further with him and approached Xiao Yu, silently observing her for a moment before softly saying, "Let us take another look." She did not close her eyes for her, but rose to grasp Zhou Xiang and left the room, approaching the white door. With a forceful kick, she shattered the lock. As the door swung open, an even colder atmosphere enveloped me. I hurled Zhou Xiang inside before following suit. The layout of this cell was scarcely different from the adjacent one, both constructed of iron, yet devoid of any vents. The walls were adorned with peculiar symbols, while the ceiling and floor bore the carvings of grotesque demons. A child hung limply, a dark nail piercing through his chest, affixed to the wall. The air was bone-chilling, and a layer of white frost had formed upon the child. The ice prison? My heart trembled as I surveyed the iron cell. It is said that the Taoists recognize 5 prisons, with the ice prison being the foremost, encompassing the 8 cold hells. First mentioned in the Tra of K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva. This iron cell was evidently arranged in accordance with the legendary 8 cold hells. Years ago, Chao Shui Rong swore an oath to ensure my eternal damnation, but little did I expect her intent was to cast me into the 8 cold hells. Such malice at a tender age is truly astounding. Although this is not the genuine 8 cold hells, those imprisoned here would indeed be doomed to eternal suffering, relentlessly tormented day and night. No wonder the child exuded such intense resentment. Yet, the arrangement of this iron cell further corroborated my previous suspicions. The Chao family is far more unfathomable than it appears. Such an iron prison could hardly be devised by an ordinary household. However, there is one aspect that has truly astonished me. This iron cage, designed to replicate the layout of the 8 cold hells, possesses an exceptionally potent suppressive power. Even if Xiao Yu's brother harbors immense resentment, being trapped within this iron cage renders him utterly helpless. Logically, it should be exceedingly difficult to breach this seal and affect the residents above. Yet, in reality, the Lu family residence has been plagued by malevolent disturbances for several years, escalating alarmingly in recent days. If my conjecture is correct, the individual who perished in the Lotus Pond, Yang Xiaoyu, sister of Sun Daolong, was indeed dragged into the pond and drowned by the vengeful spirit of Xiaoyu's brother. Moreover, the ears of the elderly Lu matriarch were also torn apart by this same malevolence. This is undeniably peculiar. I glanced at Zhou Xiang, who, since being thrown into this room, had collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably and too afraid to lift his gaze. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, as if an invisible force had gripped his neck and lifted him into the air. Zhou Xiang dangled suspended, terror etched across his face. He attempted to scream, but could not produce a sound. With a whoosh, he was flung against the iron wall, only to rebound and crash to the ground. Before he could regain his composure, he was once again yanked up and hurled swiftly towards the iron wall. This time, his head was thrust forward, and should he collide with the wall, it would undoubtedly result in grave injury. I stomped my foot on the ground, producing a resounding thud. Instantly, the invisible force was severed, and Zhou Xiang came to an abrupt halt just before crashing into the wall. I inquired of him his name. Yang Tianbao, came his trembling, faint response. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of resentment erupted from the child. Within the already frigid iron prison, the temperature plummeted even further, and frost flowers began to form on the dark iron walls. I stepped forward, intending to remove the corpse-restraining nails from him, but suddenly sensed something amiss. I grasped his chin and lifted his face. To my astonishment, I beheld an incredibly bizarre visage painted upon Yang Tianbao's countenance, his left cheek adorned in black and his right in white, creating a ghastly mask. The thought of the yin-yang makeup flashed through my mind. Earlier, at the goddess temple, the mute old woman had mentioned various arcane arts practiced by other sects, specifically highlighting a peculiar technique known as yin-yang makeup. Historically, there has been a profession dedicated to applying makeup on the deceased, known in modern times as morticians, while in ancient times, they were referred to as two-skinned craftsmen or corpse tailors. The truly skilled among them possessed many extraordinary methods, one of which was the yin-yang makeup. Its miraculous nature purportedly allowed for the transmutation of yin and yang, reversing life and death. Judging by Yang Tianbao's appearance, it is highly likely that he bore the black and white visage of the yin-yang makeup. I had long been puzzled as to how Yang Tianbao's resentment could penetrate the seals while being imprisoned in this icy dungeon. However, upon witnessing this yin-yang makeup, everything became clear. Although Yang Tianbao was eternally trapped in the cold prison, Lu Hao's guilty conscience led him to act with suspicion. After heeding the advice of Daoist's son and marrying Xiuyu in hopes of using her to suppress Yang Tianbao, the plot thickened. Initially, the marriage was merely a formality. Yet this group of individuals imprisoned Xiuyu adjacent to Yang Tianbao, subjecting her to relentless torment that was akin to a fate worse than death. How could Yang Tianbao, residing next door, possibly contain his fury? Nevertheless, even this was insufficient to breach the icy confinement of the prison, until someone adorned him with the visage of a black and white Rakshasa. Chapter 33. Marking, he my command, empowered by the black and white Rakshasa makeup, Yang Tianbao's resentment surged to such an extent that it shattered the icy prison, allowing him to emerge within the confines of the Lu residence. I scrutinized Yang Tianbao's countenance. His left eye had been blinded by Lu Hao years prior, leaving behind a gaping void. The Rakshasa makeup rendered his left side pitch black, while the right was as pale as snow. His remaining right eye, with its ashen iris, flickered momentarily. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao opened his mouth and emitted a piercing scream. Instantly, a tempest erupted, causing Zhou Xiang to shriek in terror as he was swept away by the gale, crashing violently against the wall. I stood frozen in place, and in a moment of desperation, I called out Yang Xiuyu's name. I observed Yang Tianbao's right eye contract slightly. In truth, the entities commonly referred to as ghosts and malevolent spirits in folklore are merely broad classifications, which can be further delineated into numerous categories. For instance, when discussing ghosts, it is often the case that what people refer to are primarily yin spirits. The term spirit encompasses various interpretations in popular belief, such as yin spirits, vengeful spirits, sword spirits, and jade spirits, among others. Yin spirits are most commonly formed from the condensation of deathly energy or lingering resentment, and through certain fortuitous circumstances, they may evolve over prolonged periods of nurturing. Apart from spectral apparitions or vengeful spirits, instances of reanimation can also be misconstrued as haunting. However, these phenomena actually fall under the category of yin corpses, as they possess a tangible form, unlike spectral entities or vengeful spirits. which are merely manifestations of lingering resentment or obsession. The figure before us, Yang Tianbao, epitomizes such a yin corpse. Regardless of whether they are spectral apparitions or yin corpses, both lack consciousness and sentience. They are merely remnants of the deceased's unresolved grievances. They resemble miasma or toxic substances, devoid of emotion or thought. However, due to their profound accumulation of yin energy, they instinctively attack the living, imbued with yang energy, resulting in tragic occurrences where individuals fall victim to malevolent forces. This raises an intriguing question regarding the folklore surrounding vengeful spirits exacting retribution upon the living. This is intrinsically linked to the concept of obsession. Take, for instance, Yang Tianbao. He was innocently foraging for wild vegetables with his sister at the foot of the Grave Hill when calamity struck. He was abducted by Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang, who employed exceedingly brutal methods to end his life, subsequently nailing his body to a mulberry tree. In his final moments, Yang Tianbao must have been engulfed in a tempest of hatred. Simultaneously, he harbored deep concern for his sister, Yang Xiaoyu. Thus, he left behind two profound obsessions, one for vengeance and the other for his sister. In the wake of his violent demise, the surging resentment transformed his body into a yin corpse. Strictly speaking, the entity before us is no longer Yang Tianbao. He possesses none of Yang Tianbao's memories. What remains is solely the obsession that consumed him in his final moments. This obsession has now become the instinctual essence of the yin corpse that is Yang Tianbao. The experiences of Yang Xiaoyu next door have only deepened Yang Tianbao's obsession, transforming it into an overwhelming hatred. With the aid of the yin-yang makeup, it is inevitable that Yang Tianbao will eventually break free from the icy prison and escape, possibly even tonight. Once he emerges, his singular intent will be to kill. The Lu residents will be left utterly desolate, and the surrounding area may suffer catastrophic consequences. Such indiscriminate slaughter is far from professional. In a moment of inspiration, I utter a command. With a swift gesture, I point directly at the center of Yang Tianbao's forehead. This is the secret technique passed down within the spiritual gate, the marking seal. The marking seal can be likened to a moment of enlightenment or the awakening of one's senses. There's an old saying in the field, a paper figure without eyes remains inert. Once the eyes are marked, it gains spirit and awareness. The marking seal is akin to bestowing sight upon malevolent spirits. As previously mentioned, the yin spirits and fierce ghosts, or the corpses of the undead, lack any consciousness. However, this is not an absolute truth. If, by chance, they can become a malevolent force, the yin spirits may turn into deadly entities, and the corpses may regain their original awareness. Yet, the path to becoming such a force is fraught with difficulty. The distinction between becoming a malevolent entity and remaining inert is vast. Our spiritual gate's marking seal serves as a means to enlighten and awaken. If one is on the verge of transformation, yet finds themselves at an impasse, merely accepting the marking seal allows them to break through and complete their transformation. As for ordinary yin spirits or malevolent entities, though they cannot awaken their consciousness directly after receiving the marking seal, they can attain a fleeting clarity, making their future transformation significantly easier. Upon receiving the marking seal, Yang Tianbao abruptly ceased his screams. The right eye, with its ghostly white iris, eerily transitioned from a pale hue to an inky black. I seized the corpse nail embedded in his chest and yanked it out forcefully. Yang Tianbao collapsed to the ground with a thud, as if his joints had given way. After a brief moment, his head lifted first, followed by a slight movement of his limbs, producing a crackling sound, and finally, he wobbled to his feet. I heard the unsettling sound of teeth clattering together. Turning to look, I saw Zhou Xiang, his eyes wide open in sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably in response to Yang Tianbao's resurgence. He fell to his knees with a thud, fervently bowing his head towards Yang Tianbao. As Yang Tianbao turned his head with a slight crack, his remaining right eye rapidly darted toward Zhou Xiang. Suddenly, in an exceedingly bizarre manner, he lunged forward, appearing before Zhou Xiang in the blink of an eye. His pale hand rose, and just as it was about to descend, I grasped Zhou Xiang's neck and pulled him away. Yang Tianbao missed his strike, his expression twisting into one of ferocity as he emitted a deafening scream and lunged at me. I pressed his face down, and with a thud, he crashed to the ground. Yang Tianbao scrambled back to his feet, issued another shriek, and dashed out the door. With Zhou Xiang, whose face had turned ashen, I entered the adjacent room, where I found Yang Tianbao nestled in Yang Xiuyu's embrace. At this moment, Yang Tianbao was still a far cry from becoming a true specter. Even with a fleeting clarity restored from the seal, he had yet to regain his former self. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for him to recognize his sister. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao emitted a piercing scream filled with malice, swiftly darting past us and vanishing at the doorway. Gripping Zhou Xiang, I hurried to follow, and not far along, we were met with a heart-wrenching shriek. Two figures emerged from the secret passage, colliding directly with Yang Tianbao. It was none other than Lu Hao and Master Sunday. The earlier scream, which had instilled such terror that it seemed to drain the courage from one's bones, had emanated from Lu Hao. As for Master Sun, he possessed a modicum of skill, his reflexes far sharper than Lu Hao's. With a thunderous shout, he brandished a peachwood sword and aimed a strike at Yang Tianbao. A sharp crack echoed as the sword shattered into two pieces. In the blink of an eye, Yang Tianbao had mounted Master Sun's neck. I could even see the horror etched on Master Sun's face as he opened his mouth to scream, only to be seized by a pair of small hands that twisted his head a full 180 degrees. Chapter 34. The corpse nail. That terrifying scene not only incapacitated Zhou Xiang, leaving him collapsed on the ground, but also sent Lu Hao, standing beside Master Sun, into a state of sheer panic, as he emitted desperate gasps and fled wildly. Yang Tianbao twisted Master Sun's neck into a grotesque spiral until his body thudded lifelessly to the ground. Only then did Yang Tianbao spring up, lunging toward the direction Lu Hao had fled. No matter how swiftly Lu Hao ran, he could not outpace Yang Tianbao, who soon caught up to him. "No!" Lu Hao screamed in terror. Just as Yang Tianbao's hand was about to plunge into Lu Hao's chest, I struck him atop the head. Instantly, Yang Tianbao froze in place. After the calamity, Lu Hao's legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Before he could regain his composure, I stepped forward and placed my foot upon his palm. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a wail of agony. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Hao trembled as he clutched his hand, struggling to rise from the ground. "What do you think?" I replied with a faint smile. Silently, Lu Hao turned and attempted to flee, but in mere moments, I seized him by the neck and yanked him back, tossing him in front of Yang Xiuyu. Upon witnessing the ghastly sight of Yang Xiuyu's demise, Lu Hao let out a piercing scream and scrambled to escape. However, I swiftly kicked him back. "The Chao family has entrusted you with guarding this place. How can you simply run away?" Lu Hao was trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen. What do you intend to do? Are you after money? How much do you want?" "I will pay." "And how much do you plan to compensate Uncle Yang?" I inquired. "Fine, I will pay whatever amount you state. Just tell me what it is." Lu Hao hastily replied. "At this point, you still cling to the hope of survival?" I gazed at him in astonishment. Everything can be negotiated. I was left with no choice regarding Xiuyu. Now that things have come to this, I can compensate. How about this? Why don't you use this object to puncture your own eye? I tossed the corpse nail before him with a clatter. Upon seeing it, Lu Hao recoiled in terror, scrambling backward. "Yang Tianbao has nothing to do with me. I was coerced." "Coerced, you say? Then allow me to apply some pressure as well?" I inquired with a smile. Lu Hao ground his teeth and stared at me. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "To be candid, everything I have done is at the behest of the Chao family." "Are you seeking conflict with them?" "What can the Chao family do? They're nothing more than a bunch of dogs, and it is only you who takes them seriously." I retorted with disdain. Furious, Lu Hao exclaimed, "You have no comprehension of the terror that the Chao family embodies." "The Chao family? What about the Chao family?" I inquired coolly. After a brief hesitation, Lu Hao snarled, "Do not presume that your status as a geomancer grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Once you offend the Chao family, what good will being a geomancer do? You will end up as nothing more than a pile of bones." "Bluster on, if you will," I scoffed. With a snicker, Lu Hao continued, "You must have heard of Jiang Dachuan, a name that resonates significantly within the geomancy community. The Master Jiang from Linfen? I felt a flicker of recognition. The reason Jiang Dachuan's name lingered in my mind was that my grandfather had once mentioned him, and it seemed they shared a certain rapport. Indeed, the very same master from Linfen, Lu Hao replied coldly. Do you know where he currently resides? As I observed Lu Hao's grim expression, an ominous premonition washed over me. Where? Dismembered and buried according to the 8 trigrams, somewhere on Qinglong Mountain. Lu Hao chuckled darkly. My pupils constricted slightly. Is it the Chao family? I do not possess such capabilities, Lu Hao stated, implicitly confirming my suspicion. Why is that? I pressed, maintaining my composure. Lu Hao displayed a trace of malice upon his face, silently chuckling to himself. What else could it be? It is solely the fault of that meddlesome Jiang, who has no business interfering in matters that do not concern him, provoking trouble for himself. Thus, my friend, I advise you to tread carefully. What meddling? I coldly inquired, disregarding his insinuations. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment before responding. Given the circumstances, it's no harm in sharing. Let us consider it an act of camaraderie. There was a remarkably powerful geomancer who once visited the Chao family with his grandson to propose a marriage. I was taken aback by his sudden mention of my grandfather. This geomancer was far more formidable than Jiang Dachuan. When the duo arrived at the Chao residence, the entire family turned out to greet them. Even the third young lady was promised to the grandson. Lu Hao chuckled coldly at this point, adding, Yet that grandfather and grandson pair were utterly foolish. Our third young lady is a woman of destiny, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. They, in their insatiable greed, sought to claim her, incurring the wrath of the Chao family, and ultimately, neither of them met a favorable end. What became of that geomancer? I asked, struggling to maintain my composure as I spoke the words steadily. I cannot say for certain, but that geomancer never appeared again. It is likely he has long since perished. As for the grandson, he was indeed a harbinger of doom. It was because of that wretch that I had no choice but to abduct Yang Tianbao. So the blame lies not with me, but with that grandfather and grandson, Lu Hao exclaimed. With a swift kick to my thigh, a fresh wave of anguished cries erupted. Why had Master Jiang entangled himself with the Chao family? He had meddled in affairs that did not concern him, having learned of the circumstances surrounding the grandfather and grandson, and had ventured to the Chao residence to inquire about their whereabouts. Lu Hao grimaced in pain. The Chao family had no desire to engage with him, yet he continued to investigate in secret. Was he courting disaster? A shock coursed through me. It turned out that Master Jiang indeed had ties to my grandfather. He had sought to unravel the mystery of our disappearance, only to meet with a tragic fate. When had this transpired? It must have been a few months after the incident involving the grandfather and grandson. Lu Hao remarked, smirking, You can weigh your own worth. How do you compare to Jiang Dachuan? The Chao family is simply not someone you can afford to provoke. Hearing your description, the Chao family certainly seems formidable, I mused, clicking my tongue in realization. As long as you understand, we might become friends, Lu Hao smiled. I sighed, lamenting that it was the Chao family who had brought this upon me first. Are you truly intent on meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Lu Hao's face was a mixture of shock and anger. What did you just say? I replied, astonished. You two dug me up from the grave at the tomb hill. And now you accuse me of meddling? Who are you? Lu Hao's complexion turned ashen, his voice trembling. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind. A frantic scream piercing the air. Lin Shou. So you're Lin Shou. I should have known. Chapter 35. The Delicate Jade Hand. The ghostly eye that conquers the abyss. You. It cannot be true, it cannot be. Lu Hao's complexion was as pale as paper, and after shouting several times, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. He drew a gun from his person and pulled the trigger towards me. Bang! A copper coin I had shot struck Lu Hao's hand, causing the bullet to veer off course, and the gun fell to the ground. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted around us. Zhou Xiang seized the corpse-fixing nail and charged at Lu Hao like a frenzied tiger. Just as Lu Hao bent to retrieve his handgun, the nail was thrust forward. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing Zhou Xiang's chest, while the corpse-fixing nail veered slightly, embedding itself in Lu Hao's shoulder. Zhou Xiang lunged onto Lu Hao, sinking his teeth into Lu Hao's neck with relentless ferocity. "Get away! Get away!" Lu Hao struggled desperately to push him off. I stood silently observing this scene, witnessing as Zhou Xiang's eyes widened in death. Yet his mouth remained firmly latched onto Lu Hao's neck. When Lu Hao finally managed to kick Zhou Xiang away, a shadow flickered at the entrance, and Yang Tianbao rushed in. Lu Hao, struck with terror, frantically grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger in a frenzy. However, the bullets merely struck Yang Tianbao, producing a series of dull thuds before clattering harmlessly to the ground, failing to inflict even the slightest injury. Soon the gun was empty, and no matter how madly Lu Hao pulled the trigger, it only emitted a series of clicking sounds. "Xiaoyu wasn't killed by me, wasn't killed by me." Lu Hao screamed in horror, retreating repeatedly. But behind him was only a wall. Where could he escape? Mentioning Xiaoyu seemed to unleash a glimmer of crimson in Yang Tianbao's previously dark right eye, and with a shriek, he suddenly appeared before Lu Hao. Yet, he grasped not Lu Hao but Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang's lifeless body was seized and flung against the wall with a resounding thud, causing his bones to shatter and rendering him unrecognizable. At that moment, a sudden crack echoed through the air. A fissure slowly appeared in the iron wall to the east, gradually widening into a hidden door as gears began to turn. I was taken aback, realizing that Yang Tianbao had inadvertently activated a mechanism by hurling Zhou Xiang's corpse. A chilling, bone-piercing draft surged forth from the hidden door, far colder than the iron prison that contained Yang Xiaoyu and her brother. I stepped through the door and ventured inside, only to discover an immense subterranean chamber beneath the residence. The two iron cells that imprisoned Yang Xiaoyu and her brother were merely a trivial part of this vast underground space. The area was octagonal in shape, resembling a bagua array. The two iron cells were situated at the very center of this formation, one red and the other white, symbolizing the duality of yin and yang. The entire space was constructed from molten iron, with walls adorned with various bizarre symbols and fearsome ghostly figures, mirroring the interior of the iron cells. The sole distinction was the enormous eye depicted on the ceiling. The eye seemed to be carved from a type of jade, emanating a faint, eerie glow even in the pitch darkness, appearing exceedingly strange and otherworldly. Red River. I turned to see Yang Tianbao, perched upon Lu Hao's neck, his face a mask of terror. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the ominous eye above, mumbling incoherently. A stirring arose within my heart. It was too late to intervene. Yang Tianbao's small hands merely rested upon Lu Hao's head, and in an instant, the latter's cranium shattered as if it were but paper. Witnessing this, I had no choice but to relinquish my intentions and turn my gaze to the surroundings. The iron prison was octagonal, possessing 8 distinct orientations, each adorned with a row of earthen jars, towering over a human's height against the walls. Each row consisted of 9 jars, amounting to a total of 72 across the 8 sides. I approached the southeastern direction, extending my hand to touch one of the jars, only to be met with an icy chill that pierced to the bone, akin to the sting of needles. This was no ordinary cold. It was born of an oppressive, heavy. The mouths of the jars were sealed with wax. No ordinary wax, but rather the wax of corpses. Encircling the jars were 8 red threads, further bound by 2 talismans meant to gather. A weighty sorrow enveloped my heart as I struck my hand down, shattering the seal. A plume of white smoke billowed forth from the jar, a condensation of the frigid essence within. To my horror, I beheld the lifeless form of a young boy kneeling within, appearing no older than 10, his body enveloped in layers of frost, transformed into an ice sculpture. Opening the other jars revealed a similar scene. The frozen corpses of children, both male and female, all under the age of 14. Judging by the sealing wax, it was evident that they had been confined for over a decade. This suggested that this iron prison had existed beneath the residence for at least 10 years, with Yang Xiaoyu and her brother being mere latecomers. This iron prison was indeed the true abode of the 8 cold hells. It became clear that Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang had been dispatched by the Chao family to serve as mere sentinels, tasked with guarding this grim secret. Just as Lu Hao had stated, The depths of the Chao family's machinations were unfathomable. I traversed the confines of this iron prison, lifting my gaze once more towards the peculiar eye above. This time, a sudden realization struck me. It appeared as though something lingered up there. Utilizing my gecko-like agility, I ascended the wall, and at the corner of that eye, I discovered a blood-red handprint. The print emitted a faint, eerie scent, not of blood, but rather of some peculiar pigment. An image of Yang Tianbao's face, adorned with a black and white makeup reminiscent of a demon, flashed through my mind. Perhaps this was the powder used to create the yin-yang visage? The handprint was distinct, its slender shape suggesting it belonged to a woman. Not far from the handprint, a round, cheerful face had been sketched, one eye closed, with a bright red tongue playfully extended, reminiscent of a little girl pulling a face. It was evident that this handprint was not an accidental impression. Like the smiling face, it had been deliberately left behind. The artist of this handprint was likely the same individual who had adorned Yang Tianbao with his yin-yang makeup. Upon closer inspection of the handprint, I noticed a peculiar mark on the middle finger, indicative of something akin to a ring. I removed my outer garment and laid it over the handprint and the smiley face, softly reciting an incantation as I gently caressed the surface with my palm. When I lifted my garment, a faint impression of the handprint and the smiley face had transferred onto the fabric. I leaped down from above, landing gracefully on the ground. I then scrutinized the surroundings, yet found nothing else amiss. However, I did uncover a concealed door. It was likely through this hidden passage that the master of the yin-yang makeup had entered. Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang both deny having tormented Xiaoyu. It now appears that their statements may indeed hold truth. This enigmatic figure, who subjected Yang Xiaoyu to a fate of anguish leading to her demise, likely entered her realm from this very place. Initially, I contemplated the possibility that this mysterious individual and a master of the yin-yang makeup could be one and the same. However, upon further reflection, the likelihood of this seemed slim. Perhaps the master of the yin-yang makeup merely stumbled upon this locale, witnessed the tragic plight of the Yang siblings, and, in a moment of impulse, adorned Yang Tianbao with the distinct yin-yang visage. Chapter 36. The paper-cut adult, the Inferno unleashed clang. Just as I was lost in thought, the severely deformed corpse of Lu Hao hurtled towards me, crashing onto a ceramic jar and shattering it into countless fragments. Yang Tianbao's right pupil contracted. His once pitch-black eyeball gradually transitioned back to a pallid gray, and with a scream, he plunged into the dark passage. The change in eye color signified that the effect of the mark had expired, and that fleeting glimmer of spiritual essence had vanished entirely. In that moment, Yang Tianbao transformed into an unconscious machine of vengeance. Regardless of who crossed his path, they became targets of his wrath. I promptly followed him out, ultimately emerging from a cabinet within a study. This must be another secret passage leading to the dungeon. The 7-star town law, revealing the hidden specter. Just then, a sharp incantation pierced the air. I stealthily exited the room, only to witness Wei Dongting materialize from an unknown location, intercepting the vengeful Yang Tianbao. With a swift motion of his right hand, 3 yellow talismans soared into the air, descending upon Yang Tianbao with great force. At this moment, Yang Tianbao, filled with unbridled resentment, had empowered himself with the black and white reckoning. Even the corpse-restraining talismans failed to suppress him. They merely slowed his movements slightly before disintegrating into dust. I concealed myself nearby, observing as Wei Dongting gradually succumbed to defeat, rolling helplessly on the ground under Yang Tianbao's relentless assault. With a momentary lapse in his defense, Yang Tianbao struck him on the left rib with a small hand, causing him to emit a muffled groan as his rib fractured, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The blood gushed forth rapidly, resembling a swift arrow. A desperate attempt to vanquish the malevolent spirit using a burst of yang energy. However, this sanguine projectile missed its mark as Yang Tianbao bizarrely appeared behind Wei Dongting. Although the man bore an irksome disposition, he was not destined to perish here. Just as I prepared to intervene, a resonant voice thundered, 7 stars, lend your power, restrain. The proclamation was grand and overwhelming, akin to booming thunder, reverberating through the air, while it was also a 7 stars restraining incantation. The difference in potency compared to Wei Dongting's was as vast as the heavens and the earth. As the incantation resonated, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Yang Tianbao found himself immobilized in place. In the next instant, 2 figures entered through the courtyard gate. Leading them was a tall, slender elder, with dark hair and a dignified countenance, his gaze sharp and piercing, followed closely by a young man. "Master, Brother Chow," Wei Dongting exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy evident in his voice. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao let out a piercing scream, breaking free from the restraint, and lunged once more at Wei Dongting. "Monster!" The elder snorted coldly, raising his palm with fingers pointed skyward, and then, with a sweeping motion, he struck down toward Yang Tianbao. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Yang Tianbao felt as if he had been struck by a colossal stone, his entire body instantly diminutive, bent over as if crushed. The blue bricks beneath him shattered into fragments. His bones creaked ominously, on the verge of breaking under the pressure. With a swift motion of my left hand, a silhouette of paper cut into a human form appeared between my fingers, crafted from white paper and the size of my palm. I silently summoned it forth, and in a flash, the paper figure floated before the elder. The elder's pupils contracted, and he hastily raised his hand to seize the paper figure. With a resounding bang, the paper figure ignited in a burst of flames, unleashing a tempest that sent dust and debris swirling. Both the elder and the young man were compelled to retreat several steps. Seizing this opportunity, I grasped Yang Tianbao by the collar, my form flickering as I led him into the depths of darkness. A booming voice echoed through the air. "Which esteemed personage is present?" "I am Gu Jihua. Why not reveal yourself?" I gasped softly, realizing this was the renowned Master Gu from Meicheng, indeed a figure of significance. Without a backward glance, I proceeded in the opposite direction. Along the way, I discovered a large black travel case, into which I placed Yang Tianbao, then dragged the case as I scaled the wall and slipped away. In the dead of night, after a considerable time without encountering a vehicle, I received a phone call from Master Zhang. "Boss Shaolin, are you in Skade?" Zhang's voice was laced with urgency. "I'm fine. How about you all?" I replied with a smile. "We are well, having found a place to take refuge. We were only worried about you, hence the call." Upon hearing my assurance, Zhang let out a sigh of relief. I informed him that I had also managed to escape, urging them not to fret. "That is good, that is good. Where are you, Boss Shaolin? I will drive over to pick you up," Master Zhang exclaimed busily. I glanced around and realized that hailing a taxi would indeed be quite challenging, so I agreed and provided him with a rough location. "All right, where are you?" "Just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly," Master Zhang replied repeatedly. I then paused and found a spot by the roadside to wait. Yang Tianbao, subdued by my presence, remained quietly in the suitcase, though it was rather cold, as if it contained a block of ice. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, I finally spotted Master Zhang's vehicle. Before the car had even come to a complete halt, a robust figure leapt out. "Oh my goodness, I finally found you," Tai Tu shouted as he rushed towards me, intent on helping with my suitcase. "Are you sure you want to handle that? The contents might be a bit alarming," I cautioned. Tai Tu's hand was already on the suitcase, but upon hearing my words, he recoiled as if pricked by a needle, gasping in surprise. Seeing my bemused expression, he flushed crimson and stammered, "I'm not scared. It's just that this suitcase is so cold." It startled me. "Oh, would you like to carry it then?" I offered, handing him the suitcase. Tai Tu stared at it intently, yet hesitated to take it, asking, "What on earth is inside?" At that moment, Master Zhang parked the car and, drawn by curiosity, inquired, "What's in there?" I replied, "It's a ghost." Tai Tu shuddered and quickly stepped back a few paces. "Ba Shaolin certainly has a sense of humor," Master Zhang chuckled heartily. With a smile from Master Zhang, Tai Tu awkwardly scratched his head, admitting his overly earnest nature, which often led him to take others' jokes seriously. This exchange brought amusement to both Master Zhang and me. If anyone truly believed that Tai Tu was innocent, they would undoubtedly fall into his traps. As we spoke, the 3 of us boarded the car. Naturally, Master Zhang took the driver's seat, while Tai Tu hurried to the passenger side, claiming it was to allow me a more comfortable ride in the back. In reality, I noticed his lingering doubts about the travel suitcase as he occasionally glanced at it through the rearview mirror. By the way, Boss Shaolin, how are things at the Liu family? Master Zhang inquired. Shortly after you left, chaos erupted at the Liu household. I couldn't discern what had happened, but everyone was rushing out in a frenzy, prompting me to follow suit. I recounted, hastily organizing my thoughts. That Liu family is truly terrifying. It was wise of you to leave promptly. Tai Tu concurred fervently. Master Zhang nodded in agreement, sighing, I do wonder how Xiaoyu is faring. Upon mentioning Xiaoyu, a somber silence enveloped the three of us. Suddenly, Tai Tu in the front seat shouted, Isn't that the Liu family? I followed his pointing finger and saw flames soaring into the sky. Is it on fire? Chapter 37. The dust settles. Rumors abound. I instructed Master Zhang to turn the car around, heading towards the Liu family. Upon arrival in the vicinity, we discovered that indeed, the Liu residence was ablaze. Thick black smoke billowing into the air. Despite numerous nearby residents rushing to extinguish the flames, the wind exacerbated the situation, rapidly engulfing the entire Liu estate. What on earth is happening? How to catch fire? Master Zhang and Tai Tu were both taken aback. As I gazed at the towering flames, a multitude of thoughts raced through my mind. This inferno was undoubtedly no accident. It was a deliberate act to obscure the secrets hidden within the Liu residence. Was it the trio of Gu Ji Hua and his disciples? Or was there someone else involved? Isn't that Wei Dongting? Master Zhang suddenly pointed into the crowd. I glanced over and saw a disheveled figure dousing himself with a bucket of water. Yes, that's the one with the surname Wei. How did he end up like this? Tai Tu exclaimed in astonishment. While we spoke, Wei Dongting wiped the water from his face and dashed toward the blaze. The onlookers, taken aback, shouted in alarm, It's dangerous. What are you doing in there? Yet, Wei Dongting seemed oblivious to their warnings as he plunged into the flames. Moments later, he emerged from the inferno, cradling a clay jar, his hair and clothes speckled with embers. Seeing this, the others hurriedly splashed water on him to extinguish the flames. Is he risking his life just to retrieve that? Tai Tu pondered, scratching his head in confusion. That jar must contain some kind of treasure. However, I recognized the style of that clay jar. It was one of the 72 jars from the cold prison. I was astonished that Wei Dongting would recklessly return just to seize a jar. Are you all right? Are you hurt? The crowd, noticing Wei Dongting's disheveled appearance, approached him with concern. Yet, Wei Dongting maintained a stern demeanor, instructing them to keep their distance. He covered the jar with a cloth and departed, clutching it tightly. Now, I'm utterly convinced that there's indeed a treasure within that vat. Just look at how swiftly that turtle is scurrying. Tai Tu slapped his thigh, lamenting the situation. Why not join in and seize one for yourself? I suggested. No way. I'd like to keep my life, Tai Tu replied, glancing at the flames and shaking his head vigorously. He then expressed some uncertainty. Is there still a vat inside? Of course, there are quite a few, I responded casually, instructing Master Zhang to drive us back. Master Zhang complied with a nod, starting the vehicle, and added with a smile, Boss Shaolin is correct. There are still wine vats and vegetable vats inside. Feel free to take what you fancy. Never mind. I lack the prowess of that turtle. I can't harbor such envy, Tai Tu hastily retorted. Master Zhang then drove us to locate Uncle Yang and the others, and subsequently found a nearby inn for us to temporarily reside. Uncle Yang appeared lost in thought, yet with Xiao gone and the others providing care, nothing untoward occurred. As for the calamity at the Liu residence, we chose to refrain from discussing it until Uncle Yang had rested for a night and regained his composure. The following morning, upon waking, I found Master Zhang already conversing with Uncle Yang. At that moment, Tai Tu and Xiao Gan rushed in, breathless from their exertion. My goodness, Tai Tu exclaimed as he entered. I inquired, what is it? Tai Tu gulped down some water, wiped his mouth, and finally caught his breath. Do you know what was in it that the turtle dragged out? He exclaimed. It wasn't gold or silver treasure. It was the remains of child. What? Master Zhang and Uncle Yang were both taken aback in astonishment. It is rumored that beneath the Liu family's residence lie numerous earthen jars, each containing remains of corpses. The young man with a pale complexion remarked. Indeed, the news has spread wildly outside. and it is said that the Liu estate has been cordoned off and sealed. Ironhead interjected. Is this information coming from that way daunting? I inquired. It should be. Ironhead pondered, yet we are unclear about the specifics. What has become of the Liu family? Uncle Yang asked tremulously. Have they been rescued? Ironhead and the young man hesitated at his words, then turned their gaze towards me. Upon seeing my nod, they continued. It is said that several charred bodies were discovered inside, and it is highly likely that the entire Liu family perished within. Unschle stumblet, neadly finding. I quickly steadied him and guided him to a seat. The Liu family, a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Their demise holds no significance. Why do you concern yourself with them, Uncle Yang? Ironhead urged. Rest assured, Xiao Yu is certainly not among them. After managing to calm Uncle Yang, I instructed Master Zhang to accompany him to his room for rest. Once the two had departed, I summoned Ironhead and the young man to inquire further about the current rumors circulating outside. However, as with all rumors, they were often vague and sometimes blatantly erroneous. Should I lead the brothers to investigate further? Ironhead, seeing my interest, volunteered once more. I agreed. By midday, Ironhead had gathered a plethora of information. Yet the tales had become increasingly bizarre, offering little in the way of credible insight. Liu Hao's dog has passed away, but it is of little consequence. However, it drags his family into a predicament. Taitu chuckled, making light of the situation. Are you referring to the Chao family? I inquired. Indeed, the Chao family is quite renowned in Meicheng, a paragon of virtue. Taitu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Now that such a shocking incident has befallen Liu Hao's household, the Chao family will undoubtedly be affected. Indeed, Xiaoganzi interjected. Moreover, many are aware that the residence where Liu Hao lives originally belonged to the Chao family, leading some to speculate that the remains of the children buried beneath the house are connected to them. I chuckled and asked, who is spreading such rumors? They're rather astute. What? Both Taitu and Xiaoganzi were taken aback. Do you also believe it's linked to the Chao family? To know a person's face, but not their heart, it is indeed difficult to ascertain, I replied nonchalantly. You have a point. They both nodded in agreement. Xiaoganzi furrowed his brow and remarked, however, I've heard that the Chao family has already issued a statement expressing their profound shock regarding the situation at Liu's residence, asserting their commitment to uncovering the truth. In essence, they claim no connection whatsoever. I chuckled. Precisely, that is the implication, Xiaoganzi replied, nodding. After a moment's hesitation, he added, nonetheless, the Chao family enjoys an impeccable reputation in Meicheng, having performed numerous charitable deeds. Most people will undoubtedly side with them. Well, let us not concern ourselves with that matter. Whether their goodness is genuine or feigned is of no relevance to us, I stated. Exactly. It has nothing to do with us. Let us return to the matter at hand. Taitu laughed. Once again, he leaned in closer, his brow animated as he whispered, the money that Liu Hao transferred is still in my account. I shall transfer it to you. In no time, he sent over the entire sum of 3,600,000 without retaining a single cent. This is the reward for saving your lives. Why have you sent it all back? I inquired. Oh, please don't tease. It was us brothers whose lives you saved. How could I claim any reward? It is all thanks to you. Taitu laughed heartily. Truly, not a single cent for yourself? I asked again, half smiling. Well, Taitu rubbed his hands, a conflicted expression crossing his face. If you insist on giving something, perhaps we could accept a few thousand as a token for our troubles. I found this amusing and replied, forget the token. Come help me move in a couple of days, and I'll discuss something with you. Whenever you move, we will surely be there. Taitu and Xiaogan eagerly assured me. After they departed, I dragged my suitcase out of the hotel. Although the tragedy of the Yang family was not directly linked to me, it fundamentally stemmed from my actions. Furthermore, as a disciple of the Ling men, nurturing a precious corpse could be considered a unique twist of fate. Little treasure, from now on, follow your elder brother and behave. I patted my suitcase and muttered softly, then hailed a taxi to Xinghua Old Street. The property Liu Hao had transferred to me was a 2-story building with commercial space, conveniently located on Xinghua Old Street. Perfect for me to attend to matters there. The property was being watched over, although the caretaker did not reside within. I approached with the transfer contract signed by Liu Hao and the other party merely glanced at it before readily facilitating the handover of the property. The process was unexpectedly smooth. Observing the individual's eager demeanor, it seemed as though the house in question was not a valuable asset, but rather a hot potato. Is this really sufficient? I found myself somewhat perplexed. Well, what could possibly be amiss? The person beamed, then inquired, but young man, what brings you to purchase this notorious building? I was momentarily taken aback. Notorious building? Indeed, this house had witnessed the tragic demise of 2 families, totaling 7 lives. One could hardly deny its grim reputation. I had assumed you were part of a film crew intending to shoot a horror movie, the individual remarked with genuine astonishment. What is the story here? I was indifferent to the building's macabre history. Being a disciple of the spiritual realm, my curiosity was purely piqued. To elaborate would invite misfortune. But suffice it to say that both families who resided here had met their tragic end, hanging lifelessly in the living room. A chilling thought indeed. Upon finishing his remark, the individual hastily departed. I surveyed my surroundings and found that, true to his words, most of the shops nearby were shuttered, with only a few scattered establishments operating at a distance. Although Xinhua Old Street had an antiquated charm, it remained quite vibrant, lined with various shops. Yet this particular area was desolate, starkly contrasting the surrounding bustle. Initially, I had intended to dispose of the property, but upon learning of its sinister reputation, coupled with its uniquely desolate ambience, I altered my plans and resolved to make this my residence. A disciple of the spiritual realm residing in a haunted abode seemed almost fitting. Chapter 39. The Haunted Street. Layout. I strolled around the desolate street before returning to drag my suitcase into the house. The house is rather charming, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, presenting a unique aesthetic. The ground floor features a spacious shop, while the upper level is suitable for habitation. Perhaps due to its prolonged vacancy, a chilling, musty odor greets me upon entry, and the temperature inside is noticeably cooler than that outside. After exploring the first floor, I ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor. Aside from a modest living room, there is a bedroom and a study, with scattered odds and ends blanketed in dust. The heavy curtains further darken the space, lending it an eerie atmosphere. As I pondered how to tidy up the mess, my phone rang. It was Master Zhang inquiring about my whereabouts. I informed him that I was on Xinhua Old Street, having just secured a shop to establish a Feng Shui clinic. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang mentioned they would be arriving shortly. After tidying up for over half an hour, I heard commotion from downstairs and went to the second-floor balcony to take a look. To my astonishment, I found Master Zhang and Tai Tu standing below, their faces filled with dread as they gazed up at me. Just a moment, I smiled, then made my way downstairs. You bought this place? Tai Tu stammered, pointing at the house. Indeed, I replied. This is a haunted house. It's absolutely uninhabitable. Tai Tu exclaimed urgently. What is there to fear about a haunted house? Come on in. I cheerfully beckoned them. Uncle Yang, without hesitation, followed me inside, seemingly unaware of the haunted reputation. After all, with Boss Lin around, what was there to fear? Observing this, Master Zhang chuckled and entered as well. Tai Tu and the others hesitated for a moment outside, but eventually they timidly stepped through the door. A sudden gust of wind swept through, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Startled, several individuals erupted into a cacophony of fear. The house was quite spacious. Let's hasten to tidy it up, urged Master Zhang. With so many hands at work, we soon cleared out the assorted clutter and meticulously washed each floor multiple times. After spending some time in the house, it appeared normal, and everyone began to relax, shedding the earlier tension. By the way, I had mentioned I wanted to discuss something with you all, I said with a smile to Tai Tu and the others. Indeed, Tai Tu and Xiaoganzi, who had just settled down, instantly sprang to their feet, eager to listen. I chuckled, revealing my intention to establish a Feng Shui shop in this space, in addition to opening a restaurant. A restaurant? Master Zhang and Tai Tu were momentarily taken aback. It was indeed peculiar for a Feng Shui master to venture into the culinary world, yet I had my reasons and felt no need to elaborate. Naturally, I would not have the time to manage a restaurant myself, so I planned to invite Master Zhang to oversee its operations. As for Tai Tu and Xiaoganzi, they could assist in the restaurant and, in return, receive a share of the profits. Initially, Master Zhang hesitated, fearing he might not perform well, but after some persuasion, he readily agreed. Taitu and the others, on the other hand, were overjoyed, nodding enthusiastically like chicks pecking at rice. Thus, the matter was settled. The specific preparations for the restaurant would be entrusted to Master Zhang and his team. Additionally, I allocated a portion of the shares to Uncle Yang and his wife, ensuring that they would have a support system in their twilight years once everything was arranged. After thorough discussions, everyone was filled with joy. However, a feeling of dimness lingered in the house. While Ironhead was elated, he cast a puzzled glance around, questioning whether we should open a few more windows. "It's all right. The heavy atmosphere is simply how it is," I casually remarked. Ironhead's expression shifted dramatically as he shuddered. "The copper coin I gave you is still with you, isn't it? What is there to fear?" I chided him playfully. "Indeed, I keep it close," Ironhead replied, reaching into his collar to pull out a red string, on which a copper coin was strung. "Have you forgotten that you need to return the copper coin?" Chapter 40. The gathering pool of Een, the corpse-nurturing ground, I remember. Ironhead reluctantly removed the copper coin. The others soon followed suit, producing their own coins. "That's enough. You may keep them," I said with a smile. "Wonderful." The group rejoiced, especially Ironhead, who promptly hung the coin back around his neck. Subsequently, we ordered a batch of furniture and daily necessities, and, as the day waned, I invited everyone to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Indeed, establishing our restaurant here was a splendid idea, Ironhead exclaimed during dinner, striking his thigh. The others paused momentarily before erupting in agreement. Yes, this is splendid. In a short while, we shall venture into the streets to scout for a suitable location. Ironhead, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed his eagerness. However, Lil Pole appeared troubled, for he was quite familiar with this street and estimated that finding an appropriate spot would be quite challenging, primarily due to the lack of available storefronts. "What difficulty is there in this matter? I noticed that there are several vacant spaces adjacent to Boss Lin's establishment. Surely one of them would be suitable," Master Zhang remarked with a smile. "What? Open there?" The others gasped in astonishment. Little Pole hesitated, "Opening there? Is it feasible?" Master Zhang glanced at me and chuckled. "You youngsters have rather narrow perspectives. In the past, this would have been impossible. But now that Boss Lin has established a Feng Shui shop there, this location will undoubtedly become a prosperous one. Setting up our restaurant there would be most fitting." The group listened with a mix of skepticism, casting their eyes upon me. "What are you looking at me for? Did Master Zhang not elucidate the matter clearly?" I replied. "Then let us heed Master Zhang's advice," Ironhead declared, thumping the table with conviction. Thus, after enjoying a hearty meal, the group promptly rushed over to inspect available premises. Soon, they selected the optimal choice, directly across from my own establishment. It also featured a two-story layout, but with significantly more space. It could be opened up entirely or utilized as a restaurant on the lower floor, with accommodations above, truly ideal. Seizing the moment, Master Zhang immediately contacted the property owner. Initially, their intention was to lease the space, but the owner fervently promoted the property and offered an exceptionally low price. After a discussion among us, we decided to purchase it outright. "Boss Yaoan, how much money do we have left?" I was contemplating whether we should purchase a few more adjacent houses. "Once this area flourishes, the profits would be substantial," suggested Master Zhang. "Indeed, Master Zhang has a keen business acumen. I have no objections," I replied with a smile. Naturally, the others shared the same sentiment, and thus we acquired several neighboring houses at a bargain price, consolidating them into one entity. After we completed the renovations and received a portion of the furniture, we all collaborated to arrange everything, and that evening I moved in. "If you have any matters to discuss, do not hesitate to call us." Before departing, Taitu made a point to say, "What? Are you worried I might be spirited away by a ghost?" I jested. Taitu blushed and replied, "We all grew up in Meicheng. The reputation of this haunted building is indeed formidable, so it would be wise for you to exercise caution." I reassured him, "Don't worry, I possess ample copper coins." "That's good to hear. That's good to hear." Taitu nodded vigorously. Once everyone had taken their leave, I returned upstairs to inspect the rooms, pondering where to find a suitable spot for Yang Tianbao. Although I had marked him, The journey to fully restore his consciousness is still a long and arduous one. This process relies on nurturing. The arts of ghost refinement and cultivation are the two core doctrines passed down within our spiritual lineage. However, for a disciple of the spiritual gate, whether refining or nurturing, it is ultimately dependent on fate. Not every spirit or malevolent entity can be refined or nurtured. While I seem to have no connection with Yang Tianbao, the truth is our ties run quite deep. Nevertheless, nurturing a spirit is no simple task. First and foremost, a conducive environment is essential. If one could locate a gathering of or even a burial ground, it would be most splendid. However, such places are often elusive, and even if they exist, they're typically found in desolate locations or deep within the mountains. The prospect of discovering such a site within the confines of a city is nearly impossible. Yet, this house possesses an intriguing aura. It's more profound than in other locations. This is not due to any malevolent disturbances, for I have not encountered any sinister presences or lingering resentments within these walls. Upon returning downstairs, I stumbled upon something peculiar in one of the storage rooms. On the western wall of this room hung a shrine, housing an unfamiliar deity. Its visage was a deep azure, adorned with a pair of horns and wings sprouting from its back. The identity of this divine figure remains a mystery. As it was a shrine, Master Zhang and his team, after consulting with me during the house's tidying, decided against discarding it, leaving it in place. Upon my current examination, I noted that this particular room was laid with a striking reddish-brown wooden floor, distinct from the others. A closer inspection revealed a cleverly concealed door embedded within the floor. Nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely, I found a latch and lifted the wooden panel, revealing a ladder leading downwards. Descending the ladder, I discovered a perfectly rectangular basement, mirroring the dimensions of the storage room above. At its center stood a statue, identical to the one in the shrine above, yet significantly larger, almost lifelike in stature, with its left arm severed midway. Before the statue lay 3 large porcelain bowls, each containing a dark red substance that had congealed within. Upon inspection, it appears to be desiccated bloodstains. Aside from that, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. The atmosphere here is thick with a malevolent energy, rising ominously, which likely contributes to the chill that pervades this house. However, there is no sign of anything akin to a gathering pool of shadows underground, nor do I observe any formations within the room that harness such energies. My gaze returned to the statue. As I circled around it, I was startled to discover that the statue's severed arm revealed stark white bones, human bones. This revelation astonished me. Within this statue resides a person, encased in a layer of clay, molded into this divine effigy. How peculiar! This suggests that this haunted building may conceal some unspeakable secret. The demise of those 2 families likely harbors deeper, more complex truths. Initially, I contemplated shattering the statue to investigate further, but reconsidered and decided to leave it undisturbed for the time being. I then retrieved my suitcase, releasing Yang Tianbao to sit across from the statue. I placed a sealing charm upon his forehead. Now, greet your companion, and may you both keep each other company. Returning upstairs, I compiled a shopping list. Once I gathered all the necessary materials, I would need to arrange a gathering formation below. Chapter 41. Liunian Hall, Feng Shui building with everyone's assistance. The sign for the Feng Shui establishment was hung within a few days. Why is it called Liunian Hall? The young lad inquired, perplexed. Ironhead tapped him gently on the forehead, admonishing, "How could you not know? Have you never heard that fortune ebbs and flows? This name is quite fitting indeed. It is precisely because those beset by misfortune come here." I smiled as I explained the meaning to them. Huh. The crowd looked momentarily bewildered. Tai Tu scratched his head and said, "You must be joking, right?" Master Zhang chuckled, saying, upon seeing the sign of Xiao Lin's establishment, "I too have an idea for the name of a restaurant. How about calling it Feng Shui Building?" "That's splendid," Tai Tu exclaimed, clapping his hands. With Feng Shui and the flow of the years, wouldn't our 2 establishments be perfectly complemented? The others echoed their approval, and thus it was settled. With the Feng Shui Pavilion smoothly inaugurated, Master Zhang and the others continued their busy preparations for the restaurant across the street. For opening an eatery involves much more complexity. I hung a bronze Baba mirror on the wall, and just as I was about to take a seat, I noticed two individuals approaching from outside. "Brother, this is the place," one of them pointed towards me. The speaker had a swollen right cheek and was bandaged, presenting a rather pitiful sight, none other than Wei Dongting. Following him was a well-dressed man of composed demeanor, none other than Chao Junwu, who had appeared with Gu Zhihua that very evening. During my time with the Chao family, I had frequent interactions with Chao Junwu, but after all these years, we had both changed significantly, and even standing face to face, we might not recognize one another. Lunyan Tang? Chao Junwu glanced at the sign at the entrance. This property was originally under Lu Hao's name. "I wonder how that rascal acquired it," Wei Dongting remarked. "Which rascal?" I interjected as I approached the entrance. Upon seeing me, Wei Dongting's face darkened instantly, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "What business is it of yours?" He then turned back to Chao Junwu and declared, "Brother, it's this rascal." I nearly burst into laughter. Chao Junwu scrutinized me with a glance and inquired, "Are you the proprietor here? Please come in." I ushered the two of them inside and invited them to take a seat. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chao Junwu paced around the room before turning back to ask, "What do I call you?" "Lin Shou," I replied with a smile as I settled onto the sofa. "Lin Shou?" Chao Junwu paused for a moment, casting several curious glances in my direction. "Is that Shou as in longevity?" I responded, "It means longevity like that of the Southern Mountain." "What difference does it make?" Wei Dongting interjected angrily. "What's it to you?" I retorted, "You." Wei Dongting was left speechless. Chao Junwu silenced him with a look, then fixed his gaze on me for a considerable time before stating, "A fine name. Quite satisfactory, I suppose. What brings you both here?" I inquired. "How did this house come into your possession?" Chao Junwu asked. I chuckled lightly. "Personal privacy I cannot disclose." "What personal privacy? Do you know whose house this is?" Wei Dongting fumed. "Yours?" I questioned him. "Certainly." Wei Dongting faltered. "This house originally belonged to the Chao family. Then it was handed over to Lu Hao. My senior's name is Chao Junwu. Whom do you say it belongs to?" I laid out a stack of property certificates on the table and asked, "Whose is it?" "You." Wei Dongting's face turned crimson. Chao Junwu patted him on the back, signaling him to remain silent. He glanced at me and remarked, "This is a haunted building. Are you not aware? Only upon being deceived does one come to know. Are you prepared to compensate me?" I inquired. Chao Junwu smiled faintly. "While I am indifferent to the means by which you acquired this house from Lu Hao, I must inquire about your actions that night at the Lu residence." "I did nothing of note," I replied nonchalantly. "Nothing of note? Your actions were far from trivial," Wei Dongting retorted coldly. "Oh, your reminder jogs my memory. I was merely enjoying some gossip," I replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. Wei Dongting's expression darkened, and he seemed poised to erupt, but Chao Junwu intervened. "I hear from Dongting that you are also a practitioner of Feng Shui?" Chao Junwu inquired. "Indeed," I nodded. "On that night, at the Lu residence, did you encounter any suspicious individuals?" Chao Junwu paused, then asked again, "Suspicious individuals?" I echoed, perplexed, pointing at Wei Dongting. "Does he count? Do not evade the question." Wei Dongting seethed with anger. I dismissed his ire and continued, "Aside from him, there was no one else." "Where did you leave that night?" "Gao Zunu Pets." "How should I know?" Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, I hastily departed with the group, I remarked, casting another glance at Wei Dongting and clicking my tongue. Fortunately, I left quickly. Silence. Wei Dongting's face turned a shade of green with rage. "Enough. I must attend to my business. I have no time for your idle chatter." I rose, preparing to see them out. Chao Junwu offered no further comment, but as he reached the door, he abruptly halted, turning back to say, "There is a gathering in my home tonight, attended by fellow practitioners. You are welcome to join if you have the time." "Brother, you are inviting him?" Wei Dongting exclaimed in surprise. "I shall consider it," I replied, neither accepting nor declining the invitation. Chao Junwu nodded slightly, indicating that if someone were to come, they should call Dongting, and he would arrange for someone to pick you up. "What? Senior brother, I must have misheard," Wei Dongting remarked in disbelief. However, Chao Junwu chose not to elaborate further and turned to exit the room. Wei Dongting shot me a glare before hastily following him out. Hey, you there. I called out to stop him. Wei Dongting glanced back. Yes, you come here. I gestured for him to approach. What's wrong with you? Wei Dongting cursed, turning to leave. How can I find you if you don't leave a number? I inquired. Upon hearing this, Wei Dongting had no choice but to halt, his expression dark as he provided me with a contact number. I heard that shortly after I left, Lu's residence caught fire. What happened? I lowered my voice to probe him for details. Wei Dongting shot me a cold glance. I even suspect it was you who started it. Your intelligence seems rather lacking. I retorted with a click of my tongue. Keep talking nonsense, and I swear I'll. Wei Dongting was furious. What else with the excitement? I interrupted him. I also heard that you risked your life to dash into the flames and rescue a clay jar, which ultimately led to the exposure of Lu's secrets. Impressive, I praised, giving him a thumbs up. Wei Dongting snorted disdainfully. What was the situation at that time? How did the fire suddenly break out? I pressed for more information. He shot me a sidelong glance and replied, Why are you so curious? Just intrigued, I smiled. Did your master commend you for saving that jar? What do you mean by that? Wei Dongting's expression darkened. Did he scold you? I asked, puzzled. Wei Dongting snorted again. How could that possibly be? Do not babble on here, he exclaimed, storming off in anger. That very evening, I placed a call to him. After a brief interval of just over half an hour, Wei Dongting arrived at my doorstep in a vehicle. Chapter 42. Entering the Chao residence. Gathering momentum, what a pointless commotion, Wei Dongting muttered as he impatiently accelerated the car before I could settle in. Soon, we found ourselves before the grand Chao family estate. The opulence of the sprawling mansion left me with a myriad of emotions. Are you dumbstruck? Wei Dongting scoffed. Not at all, I replied coolly. He retorted, This is the result of 9 generations of virtue. There's no need for you to envy. Is that so? I mused, realizing the importance of being a good person. Wei Dongting offered no further response, his countenance dark as he ushered me inside. 2 guards stood at the imposing entrance, who greeted us with smiles and allowed us entry upon recognizing Wei Dongting. From the outside, the Chao family mansion appeared extraordinary, but stepping inside was a revelation beyond my imagination. Yet, what captivated me the most was the meticulous Feng Shui arrangement of the estate, showcasing exquisite attention to detail. Truly a masterpiece. As I focused my sight, employing my divination skills, I observed the Chao residence radiating a vibrant glow, a testament to its flourishing fortune, as if basking in the zenith of prosperity. Clearly, the affairs of the Lu family had some bearing on the Chao household, yet they posed no threat to its foundation. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Wei Dongting, noticing my lagging pace, halted and impatiently inquired. The Feng Shui layout of this place is remarkably impressive. Was it designed by your master? I inquired. No, Wei Dongting replied coldly. The Chao family estate is vast, with an abundance of inhabitants, and, as we traversed the premises, we encountered numerous individuals. However, it was evident that the people here were quite familiar with Wei Dongting, as they greeted him with respectful nods and salutations. At the heart of this estate lies an artificially excavated Feng Shui lake, which adds to its allure. Wei Dongting led me to a building by the lakeside, and upon entering, we found ourselves in a remarkably elegant hall. The room was aglow with light, adorned with an array of beverages and delicacies, inviting guests to indulge at their leisure. Yet, the gathering was modestly attended, with merely a dozen attendees, which rendered the hall particularly spacious. From what I gathered from Chao Junwu, tonight's assembly was comprised of friends from the Feng Shui community in Meicheng, and to gather such a number was no small feat. Feel free to make yourself at home. Upon entering, Wei Dongting promptly set me aside to seek out his senior, Chao Junwu. This evening, Chao Junwu donned a tailored black suit, exuding an impressive aura as he stood amidst the crowd, distinguished from the rest. After exchanging a few words with Wei Dongting, he glanced in my direction before resuming his conversation with others. I took a glass of juice and filled a plate with an assortment of food, finding a spot to settle down and enjoy. Brother, you're not from around here, are you? Suddenly, someone approached and sat beside me. What makes you say that? I asked, popping a small cake into my mouth. A young man approached, roughly my age, slender with slightly slanted eyes, also holding a cup of juice and a plate overflowing with food. I glanced around the bustling hall and noticed that, seemingly, we were the only ones indulging like this. The locals appeared to be well acquainted, engaged in lively banter. "Ah, it seems you're not from around here?" I inquired. He stuffed a sizable piece of crystal cake into his mouth, wiped his hands on his clothing, and extended a hand towards me. "I'm Xiao Zilong. Just recently arrived in Meicheng. What do you go by, my friend?" "Lin Shou," I replied, shaking his hand. "To be candid, your name strikes me as rather rustic. It boasts a certain charm. An appellation bestowed by your elders, I presume?" Xiao Zilong laughed heartily. This prompted a memory of my grandfather, casting a shadow over my spirits, and I chuckled. "Your name isn't exactly stellar either. Now that is something I'd rather not hear." "What is wrong with Xiao Zilong?" he exclaimed, slightly agitated. I jested. "If you were Xiao Zilong, now that would be impressive." "Indeed," he mused, but then sighed, alas. "While names can be changed, one cannot alter their surname." I found him rather entertaining. "So, my friend, I take it you're here to partake in a feast as well?" Xiao Zilong winked at me. I surveyed the mountainous pile of food before us and chuckled. "Isn't that obvious? Since my arrival in Meicheng, I've been penniless and starving. Fortunately, the Chao family is hosting a gathering for Feng Shui masters. So I decided to join," he said, a glimmer of pride in his tone. I was somewhat puzzled. "You work in Feng Shui and still find yourself without a meal?" Since Chao Junwu was able to invite this individual, it is evident that he possesses certain qualities. He cannot possibly be a mere charlatan. Individuals of such caliber find it exceedingly easy to amass wealth, and it is unlikely they would ever descend to the depths of poverty. "You see, my elderly relative has imposed a stringent edict upon me. I may engage in any endeavor, provided I do not profit from the skills he has imparted." "What a predicament!" Xiao Zilong lamented, nearly driven to the brink of washing dishes. "Indeed, it is quite unfortunate." I expressed my sympathy. Xiao Zilong glanced at me. "Brother, does your elder impose such restrictions as well, preventing you from earning?" I replied, "Not at all. I thought we shared a common plight." Xiao Zilong sighed. "It seems my elder is uniquely cantankerous." "It's not a significant matter," I reassured him. "How can it be insignificant? It is dire. I truly cannot endure hunger." As he spoke, Xiao Zilong hurriedly stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. "The issue of sustenance is always resolvable," I mused. "What do you propose?" Xiao Zilong's spirits lifted. "How about I refer you to a dishwashing position?" Xiao Zilong stared at me, bewildered. "Brother, are you serious?" "Absolutely," I affirmed earnestly. In an instant, Xiao Zilong deflated like a punctured balloon. "Never mind, I shall contemplate alternative solutions." Just as we were conversing, a commotion suddenly erupted in the hall. We both turned towards the entrance, where a woman, perhaps in her 30s, with a graceful appearance and an air of vitality, entered. Upon her arrival, everyone, including Chao Junwu and Wei Dongting, eagerly approached her. "Sister-in-law." Upon the arrival of the newcomer, the typically aloof Chao Junwu revealed a smile. Wei Dongting wore a beaming expression as well, joining Chao Junwu in addressing her as sister-in-law. The others referred to one another as young lady. "Who is this person?" I inquired of Xiao Zilong. Since Chao Junwu called her sister-in-law, she must be his elder brother's wife. However, during my time in the Chao family, the eldest had yet to marry, and I had thus never encountered her. "You don't recognize her?" "Brother, you must have just arrived in Meicheng a few days ago," Xiao Zilong remarked in surprise, glancing at me. "She is surnamed Shun, the president of our Meicheng Feng Shui Association, also bearing the surname Shun." "Are you saying she is the young lady of the Meicheng Feng Shui Association?" I asked, somewhat astonished. Chapter 43. Meicheng Feng Shui Association. The so-called Feng Shui Association is actually formally known as the Traditional National Culture Research Association, which was established over 150 years ago in Jinling. It emerged during a time of chaos and turmoil, when conflict and devastation were rampant, and a group of formidable individuals convened to form an organization. Most of its members were well-versed in traditional martial arts and metaphysics. During that tumultuous period, this organization quietly saved numerous lives. and its influence could often be discerned in many significant events. As the turmoil subsided, this organization was passed down through generations, and to this day, it has flourished, establishing branches in various regions. Miao is merely one of those locations. Although it is a grassroots organization that many have never even heard of, it is a name that resonates profoundly among those in the industry and within elite circles. Over a century ago, a diverse assembly of extraordinary individuals from various professions converged within this organization. However, in recent years, as some ancient traditions have faded, those involved in the realm of Feng Shui have come to dominate a significant portion of it. Consequently, many have taken to casually referring to it as the Feng Shui Association. The Feng Shui Association of Miao effectively represents the entirety of the city's Feng Shui community, wielding considerable influence. It is quite surprising that the Chao family has extended its reach so far as to transform the daughter of the association's president into a daughter-in-law. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends present. Allow me to raise a toast. At that moment, Miss Shun entered the hall, surrounded by admirers, poured herself a glass of wine, and drank it down with gusto. Such graciousness from the young lady. Everyone else promptly finished their drinks as well. Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances and took a generous sip of our juice. My father forbids me from drinking alcohol, Xiao Zilong lamented. You have my sympathy. That is truly unfortunate. Xiao Zilong sighed, and what about you? My grandfather disallows it as well. Xiao Zilong paused, pondering the distinction. Is there a difference? None at all. What a pity, then, that you feel sympathy for me. What else should I do? Let us not dwell on this any longer, Xiao Zilong said with a dismissive wave, stuffing a large piece of pastry into his mouth. I turned my gaze towards the center of the hall and noticed that after finishing her drink, Miss Shun chatted for a while longer before cheerfully announcing that she had many matters to attend to and was preparing to leave. Do not be deceived. This young lady has no time to engage in idle chatter with us. She is merely here to make an appearance and lend some support to her little brother-in-law. Xia Zilong languidly remarked, I heard the eldest of the Chao family is a businessman, not one of us from the industry, right? I casually inquired. You should not be, Xia Zilong replied while eating, but this person is indeed remarkable, despite not being from our circle. He managed to marry the heiress of the Feng Shui Association. Quite impressive. Just as he spoke, Miss Shun raised a toast to everyone and then smiled as she departed. Chao Junwu and Wei Dong Ting escorted her to the door before returning. I suppose the main topic is about to commence, Xia Zilong murmured. What main topic? I asked with interest. Chao Junwu has gathered so many distinguished figures from the Feng Shui community here. It cannot merely be for dining, drinking, and idle chatter, can it? Just listen. They're likely arriving. Xia Zilong gestured with his chin. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Chao Junwu had already stepped to the center of the hall and proclaimed, Junwu here. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. You are all the luminaries of our Mei City Feng Shui community. Today, I have invited you not only to gather, but also for a significant matter. Upon hearing this, I knew the main intrigue was about to unfold. What is this significant matter? Let's discuss it together, the crowd urged. Chao Junwu nodded slightly and continued. Regarding the situation in Sherman Village, you all should have heard something about it, to varying degrees. As soon as he spoke, a buzz of discussion erupted in the hall. What is happening in Sherman Village? I inquired of Xia Zilong. You're not aware? Xia Zilong struggled to swallow a large mouthful of food. Oh, I'm not sure either. Please, continue with your meal. I uttered a remark and turned to listen to the discussions of others. In doing so, I gleaned some intriguing information. The village they referred to, Sherman Village, is presumably situated near Qinglong Mountain. It is a small settlement, comprising merely a few dozen households. Allegedly, a fortnight ago, an astonishing incident occurred in Sherman Village. On that occasion, a young girl, merely in her teenage years, arose early to embark on her journey to school. The dawn had yet to break, and it was approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. The girl intended to harvest a few sweet potatoes from the vegetable garden to take with her to school. However, as she approached, she discerned a dark silhouette crouched in the garden, accompanied by a strange, putrid odor reminiscent of decaying fish. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the shadow abruptly lifted its head. Terrified, The girl fled, screaming and rousing the villagers. By the time the villagers arrived, the shadow had vanished, leaving behind a lifeless body in the garden. The corpse belonged to a young man in his 20s, yet he was unfamiliar, not a resident of the village. Moreover, the state of his demise was exceedingly bizarre. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, while his body appeared deflated, resembling a punctured balloon. Upon reporting the incident and conducting an autopsy, it was discovered that not only had the man's blood been completely drained, but even more astonishingly, his vital organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, had mysteriously disappeared. If they had been removed by someone, it would have been one matter. However, peculiarly, there were no visible incisions on his body. In essence, it was as if his organs had vanished in a thin air. Due to the peculiarity of this incident, in order to avert public panic, the matter was kept under wraps. However, while the general populace remained oblivious, whispers of this event circulated within the circles of geomancy. The occurrence was steeped in the bizarre and malevolent, inherently intertwined with the realm of Feng Shui. The young girl was utterly terrified, remaining in a daze with a persistent high fever. Eventually, my master succeeded in healing her. The girl recounted to my master the events of that fateful night. It was noted that Master Gu, renowned in the martial arts, displayed exceptional prowess. What else did the girl reveal? Were there any further discoveries? The darkness of the night rendered visibility uncertain. A chorus of inquiries arose from the assembly. With a wave of his hand, Chao Junwu signaled for silence. Under my master's guidance, the girl began to recollect certain details, stating that the shadow she encountered resembled a person with blood on its lips, yet it possessed an exceptionally long tail. A tail? The attendees momentarily fell into silence, questioning whether there had been a misperception. Yet Chao Junwu asserted that the girl was adamant. The tail was remarkably long, akin to that of a great serpent. Chapter 44. The Red River. Beauty like jade, a great serpent? Could it be the mischief of the willow spirit? Surely not. How could one dare? Chao Junwu's words stirred a tempest of speculation among the gathered crowd. The so-called willow spirit refers to the serpent deity among the four legendary immortals of Hu, Huang Bai, and Lu in folklore. If a human form has indeed manifested, it suggests that the entity has gained substantial power, perhaps even reaching the stage of transformation. The creatures of the mountains and wilderness aspire to cultivate their powers, a pursuit fraught with difficulty, and the attainment of shape-shifting is an endeavor that is even more formidable. Thus, those who reach such a stage invariably tread carefully, their actions laden with trepidation. Some may even take on disciples, accumulating merit through their endeavors, a practice that gives rise to the phenomenon of the wandering immortals. Among them, the four illustrious clans of Hu, Huang, Bai, and Lu stand out, revered as the four great immortal sects. If indeed a great immortal hailing from the Lu clan were involved, one would question the audacity of their actions, fearing the catastrophic repercussions that could obliterate years of diligent practice. It is little wonder that skepticism abounds. My master shares the sentiment that the likelihood of Lu's involvement is minimal. Chao Junwu proclaimed with a resonant voice. However, this matter bears significant implications for our field of geomancy, and we must not remain passive. Many echoed in agreement, affirming, as geomancers of Meicheng, it is our duty to engage in this matter. I turned to Xiao Zilong, perplexed, and inquired whether there had been any developments from the Geomancy Association. Indeed, there has been movement, Xiao Zilong replied. It is precisely because of this that certain individuals have grown impatient. He gestured subtly towards Chao Junwu. What does that imply? I asked, puzzled. Xiao Zilong leaned closer and whispered, it's all about a woman, of course. A woman? I was utterly bewildered. Xiao Zilong chuckled. This elder brother married the elder sister, and now the younger brother wishes to marry the younger sister. After a moment of contemplation, I began to connect the dots. The younger sister of Miss Shun is named Miao. Xia Zilong chuckled, remarking that this young lady, in terms of appearance, surpassed her sister by a considerable margin. From a young age, she exhibited exceptional talent, particularly in the realm of Feng Shui, where she was undoubtedly a prodigious girl. With such a combination of beauty and a distinguished family background, it was only natural that many had their eyes on her. However, given her remarkable attributes, her standards were exceedingly high, making her difficult to pursue. As Shazi Long spoke, he cast a glance at Chao Junwu, who was engaging in animated conversation, noting that even he was among the devoted admirers of the esteemed Miss Shun. Are you not afraid that someone might take offense at your words? I found myself amused by the exchange. Shazi Long, looking rather anxious, asked, "You wouldn't consider reporting this, would you?" "Not at all." "Well then, that essay relief." Shazi Long exhaled, patting my shoulder, and added, "The moment I laid eyes on you, I realized you were different from the others." He leaned in closer, whispering with a chuckle, "The reason someone invited us here for this little spectacle is to show off in front of the illustrious Miss Shun." I contemplated for a moment, connecting the dots that the Feng Shui Association was also investigating this matter, and that it was indeed Miss Shun who was taking the lead. Astute observation. Shazi Long gave me a thumbs up. "Weren't you saying you were not well informed about the situation in Sherman Village?" I inquired. Shazi Long dismissed my concern. "While I may not be well versed in the affairs of Sherman Village, I arrived early and overheard quite a bit of gossip." I chuckled softly and turned to observe Chao Junwu. Sure enough, he began to speak about convening everyone to investigate the matters concerning Sherman Village. "Indeed, my master is quite concerned about this matter. However, due to pressing obligations, he is unable to attend to it personally. Thus it falls upon me, his disciple, to shoulder the responsibilities," remarked Chao Junwu. "Master Gu is the steadfast anchor of the Feng Shui community in Meicheng. Such matters do not necessitate his direct involvement, as we are more than capable of handling them ourselves." The crowd chuckled in agreement. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support," Chao Junwu said, bowing slightly to the assembly. "Ordinarily, if it were merely an investigation, my brother and I could suffice. Yet, we dread the possibility of that entity infiltrating Qinglong Mountain. Should it penetrate Qinglong Mountain, it would indeed spell trouble." Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned in unison. Qinglong Mountain is no trifling matter, and if that thing were to escape into its depths, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Hence, we must rely on you all, working together with resolve to swiftly locate that entity and ensure the tranquility of our Meicheng region. Chao Junwu's eloquence resonated well, earning him unanimous praise from those present, who extolled the Chao family for their benevolence and charitable nature, affirming that their reputation is indeed well-deserved. As for Honghe Village, it has always possessed an air of peculiarity. Amidst the clamor, a rather somber voice suddenly interjected. I turned to behold a man of about 50, lean and wiry, adorned with a string of white beads around his neck. Each bead, roughly the size of a finger, resembled bone, though the origin of the material remained a mystery. My interest in this individual was piqued not for any other reason, but due to his mention of Honghe Village. For days, I had been pondering the significance of the name Honghe, which Liu Hao had uttered in his final moments. I once consulted a map of the vicinity of Meicheng and inquired with Tai Tu and others, yet I found no places associated with the term Honghe. I even searched for similarly pronounced names such as Honghe and Honghe, but to no avail. Thus, when I unexpectedly heard the phrase Honghe Village from someone's lips, my attention was instantly captivated. What is this Honghe Village? Were we not discussing Sherman Village? Some began to question. Indeed, Lao Meng, have you had too much to drink? Why have you suddenly diverted to another place? Others, familiar with him, teased. Lao Meng shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Who is drunk?" This Sherman Village was originally named Honghe Village. It merely underwent a name change later. There is a river in that area, and I swam in it during my childhood. Is that so? The crowd was taken aback. Someone inquired, "Is that river called Honghe? Hence the village is also named Honghe Village?" Your observation is quite astute. Lao Meng nodded. I have heard from the older generation that during tumultuous times, many corpses were cast into that river, staining its waters crimson, which led to its name, Honghe. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the inauspiciousness of the name, it was later changed, and the village became known as Sherman Village. Meng Xianbei, what do you mean by strange? Asked Chao Junwu. What elder? You flatter me. Lao Meng replied with a wave and a smile. I grew up near Honghe Village, thus I possess some knowledge of it. That village is indeed peculiar. For 5 years, no child was born there. The village was sparsely populated. Perhaps it was simply a period devoid of births. Someone inquired, Old Meng shook his head, explaining that during that time, the village was quite populous, boasting over 100 households. Moreover, the villagers had a penchant for procreation, and there were indeed several pregnancies, yet none resulted in a live birth. What does it mean that they did not survive? Another person asked. It signifies various reasons for stillbirths. It is said that 2 were born, but they too were stillborn. Old Meng sighed. The assembly was left in bewilderment. Could it be that Sherman village was afflicted by some form of contamination? A tall, slender young man conjectured. How could that be possible? Old Meng promptly dismissed such a notion. Sherman village lies at the foot of Qinglong Mountain and is quite secluded. There are no factories or the like in the vicinity, so where would the pollution originate? Besides, this issue of childlessness persisted for merely 5 years, after which everything returned to normal. Upon hearing Old Meng's words, a wave of discussion erupted in the hall. When did this occur? The tall young man questioned, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I was merely a teenager then. It must have been several decades ago, Old Meng replied. Was there any similar occurrence before that? I interjected unexpectedly, drawing the attention of the crowd towards us. Old Meng glanced at me and remarked, I am not entirely certain, though I recall that Sherman village has always been shrouded in peculiar legends. Elders in our families would often caution us against venturing to that village. Could it be that the village, being in close proximity to Qinglong Mountain and relatively isolated, has given rise to some peculiar rumors? This seems quite ordinary. Various opinions were expressed among the crowd. After listening for a while, Chao Junwu clapped his hands and said, Everyone, please be quiet. Regardless of whether it is Honga village or Sherman village, there is undoubtedly something amiss. As members of the Feng Shui community in Meicheng, we cannot turn a blind eye to this. Well said. We must take action. The others echoed in agreement. Chao Junwu replied with enthusiasm, Excellent. However, this also depends on individual willingness. Those who wish to join us in this endeavor, please raise your cups. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone laughed and lifted their glasses. Only Xiao Zilong and I remained seated, indulging in our feast. The hall fell silent, all eyes turning toward us. Are we being a bit conspicuous? Xiao Zilong whispered. It's mainly because you stand out too much, I replied, clearing my throat. What are you all staring at? Is there something you need? Are you two not participating? Old Meng inquired. Of course we are. Why would I come merely for a free meal? I raised my cup. Xiao Zilong, who had been engrossed in eating, choked slightly, but also lifted his cup. I certainly am not just here for that. Seeing our agreement, the atmosphere in the hall lightened once more. Thank you all for your strong support, Chao Junwu said with a smile. Now, please enjoy your food and drink. We will spend the night here, and first thing tomorrow morning, we shall set off for Sherman village. The crowd cheered in response. The gathering lasted until late, nearly midnight, before it finally dispersed. The Chao family mansion resembled a vast estate, with houses in abundance. And Chao Junwu had specifically arranged a separate courtyard for our group to reside in. Indeed, the affluent lived differently, as Xiao Zilong marveled. Not only, but all of us were astonished by the grandeur of the Chao family residence. From the exterior, the mansion already exuded an impressive aura, yet once inside, one would discover an entirely different realm. Xiao Zilong chose a room adjacent to mine, claiming he wished to be my neighbor. I had no objections. After casually glancing around upon entering my room, I prepared to step out. Brother, where are you heading? Xiao Zilong inquired as he spotted me from his room. Rushing out to ask. I can't sleep, just going for a stroll, I replied nonchalantly. All right, I'll accompany you. Lest you grow bored, Xiao Zilong insisted. Really, it's unnecessary. I countered. Don't be polite, let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zilong closed his door and followed me out. I had no choice but to comply as we exited the courtyard, wandering aimlessly through the mansion. Though it was already the dead of night, the entire Chao family residence remained brilliantly illuminated, and we occasionally encountered passers-by, including the family's servants and various bodyguards. The Chao family truly embodies the essence of a local emperor, Xiao Zilong remarked in awe. Do refrain from such talk. Someone might overhear us, I cautioned. Xiao Zilong chuckled dismissively. At this hour, it's just the two of us. Who would be listening? That may not be the case. There are eyes on me. Why would anyone be watching you? Brother, are you overthinking this? Xiao Zilong replied with amusement. As soon as the words left my lips, an individual suddenly emerged beside me. "What on earth are you doing hiding here?" Xiao Zilong was taken aback. The newcomer, bandaged and bearing a sullen expression, was Wei Dongting, who glared at Xiao Zilong and demanded, "Who is hiding here? I merely passed by from that direction. Is that so?" Xiao Zilong's face was filled with skepticism. Wei Dongting snorted and said, "Why are you two still wandering about at this late hour? And what about you?" I inquired. "I merely stepped out before bed to ensure there was nothing overlooked in the house," Wei Dongting replied, maintaining a stern countenance. I responded, "Oh, so are we." "What do you mean, so are we?" Wei Dongting was almost amused by his own irritation. I clarified, "We are also checking for any issues within this residence." "Indeed." Xiao Zilong nodded in agreement. Wei Dongting's anger flared, his veins visible, as he hastily turned to leave. Before he could finish his sentence, I interrupted, "Let us not digress. Just answer me honestly. Has someone sent you to keep an eye on me?" Wei Dongting paused, bewildered. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Zilong was astonished. "Good heavens, there really is someone watching us? Do you suffer from paranoia? Who would have the time to monitor you?" Wei Dongting shot him an irritated glare. I chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, if you're watching, then so be it. It's not a major issue." Unfortunately, I accidentally struck his wound, causing Wei Dongting to cry out in pain. My apologies, my apologies." I hastily apologized, observing the severity of your injury. "Since we have some time to spare, why don't we discuss the Liu family? I am exceedingly curious about the events that transpired. Come, share your insights." "The Liu family? Is that not the one infamous for unearthing numerous child remains, only to have their property engulfed in flames?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zilong's interest was piqued. "I have heard that this matter also pertains to the Chao family, and my curiosity is similarly aroused. Brother, do sit down and enlighten us." "Insanity!" Wei Dongting exclaimed in exasperation before turning on his heel and departing. Watching Wei Dongting's frustrated figure recede, Xiao Zilong remarked, "That individual is indeed rather peculiar." I retrieved the southern demon pearl and, with a backward glance, tossed it into a nearby well. "Oh, this well possesses good Feng Shui. Brother, what did you just discard into it?" Xiao Zilong inquired, intrigued. "A stone." "You are quite the dullard," Xiao Zilong retorted, leaning over the edge of the well to glance inside, and he too tossed in a pebble, which plopped into the water with a resounding splash. Chapter 46. Hawthorne. A star of calamity. The following morning, Chao Junwu arranged for a large bus to transport us to Sherman Village. As we disembarked, the villagers mistook us for a tourist group. "This place is delightful," Xiao Zilong marveled, surveying the surroundings. The environment of Sherman Village was indeed charming, nestled against the majestic Qinglong Mountain. Aside from the lush forests, the area was adorned with fertile fields, while a river encircled the village, effectively partitioning it from the outside world. At the village entrance stood a grand, grayish-white stone gate, exuding an aura of antiquity, likely the origin of the village's name. I recalled Lu Hao's words about the Red River just before his demise, and I made a special trip to the riverbank to take a look around. However, I cannot discern anything unusual. Of course, this Red River might also refer to Honga Village. When Lu Hao uttered the words Red River, his gaze was fixed upon that peculiar eye. Perhaps Lu Hao had visited this place before and encountered that strange eye. Everyone was free to wander about, hoping to uncover some clues. I could hear Wei Dongting shouting in the distance. Soon, the crowd began to disperse in different directions. Wei Dongting accompanied Chao Junwu to seek out the village chief. I overheard the mention that once this matter was resolved, the Chao family would surely prepare a generous token of gratitude for us. Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't that splendid? Why do you look so troubled?" I was lost in thought and casually replied, "But my old man forbids me from profiting from my abilities. Should I accept this gift or not?" Xiao Zilong appeared quite vexed. I cast a glance at him and suggested, "Then why not refrain from using your skills?" Indeed, Xiao Zilong's eyes sparkled with realization. "I shall merely join in the fun. That should be permissible, right?" "Absolutely." "Then it's settled." Xiao Zilong's expression brightened instantaneously. Just as we were conversing, a sudden splash echoed, and a spray of water erupted from the river's surface, followed by a small head emerging from beneath the water. It was a girl of about 13 or 14, with delicate features yet a pallid complexion. Upon seeing us, she was startled and quickly submerged again. Bubbles rose to the surface of the river. After a considerable wait, she resurfaced. "Little sister, do not be afraid. We are not villains." Xiao Zilong chuckled. The young girl timidly gazed at us for a while before swimming to the side. She first tossed 2 fish onto the shore, where they flopped and flailed about. Afterward, she climbed up, picked up the fish, and began to leave. "Don't run away," Xiao Zilong called out. Yet the more he shouted, the faster she scurried away. Despite her frail appearance, once she took off, she vanished in a flash. "Let's go check it out," we decided, following her trail. Eventually, we found her in a somewhat dilapidated courtyard, where she was wringing out her hair. Startled to see us approach, she turned to flee into the house, but Xiao Zilong managed to catch the door before she could escape. "Little sister, how much do you sell these fish for?" I inquired. The girl hesitated, staring at us for several moments before timidly asking, "Are you here to buy fish?" I smiled and replied, "Yes, of course." "Oh," she said, rushing inside only to emerge with a bucket containing the 2 fish she had just caught, asking, "Is 10 yuan acceptable? How about this? Could you help us cook the fish into a fish soup noodle? I'll give you 200 yuan for it." "What do you say?" I asked with a smile. "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course," I affirmed, handing her the 200 yuan. "All right," she said, accepting the money. She quickly found a hair tie to hastily gather her damp hair, then took the fish and began to deftly scale and gut them. "You certainly have skills," Xiao Zilong remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with me before asking, "Little sister, what is your name?" The girl paused for a moment before replying. "My name is Zai Tang." Our eyes met for a fleeting moment, and indeed, we had stumbled upon each other. The young lady before me was the one who had, in the early hours of dawn, ventured into the garden to gather sweet potatoes and fortuitously discovered the peculiar corpse. "What a lovely name. May I ask your surname?" I inquired with a smile. "I am surnamed Hai," the young girl replied. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "By the way, I heard that something strange occurred in the village recently," I noted, sensing the opportune moment to shift the conversation. I could distinctly observe her back tense momentarily before she shook her head and replied, "I don't know. You see, he is a formidable Feng Shui master, who specifically came here upon learning of the village's troubles." I gestured towards Xiao Zilong. Xiao Zilong cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and raised his chin, declaring, "Indeed." Hai Tang glanced at him, then at me, and returned to her task of scaling fish. "Do you know how much he charges for his services when others invite him for a consultation?" I asked. Hai Tang, intrigued, lifted her head and inquired, "How much?" I held up 5 fingers, 5,000 for an hour. Hai Tang exclaimed in astonishment. "That much?" Xiao Zilong then asked, "Where do you plan to cook the fish?" Hai Tang pointed to the stove nearby. "I will use this one. Is that all right?" Without further ado, Xiao Zilong approached the stove, crouched down, and snapped his fingers near the firebox. In an instant, a burst of flames erupted, igniting the coal within. This display left Hai Tang utterly speechless. "What do you think?" Xiao Zilong asked, quite pleased with himself. "No wonder it cost 5,000. Hai Tang marveled. I chuckled and said, "You should discuss this matter with the master. Today, he is not charging any fees. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return." "All right." Upon hearing this, Hai Tang quickly nodded and recounted the events to us. "It turned out that you're the very person involved." We both had to feign ignorance. However, what Hai Tang described was essentially consistent with what we had previously heard. As for other details, she mentioned that she had been quite frightened at the time and had fainted for an extended period, thus she could not recall much. "Do you live alone?" I refrained from pursuing the topic further and shifted the conversation. "Yes," Hai Tang nodded. She then tended to the cleaned fish, boiled a pot of water, and began frying the fish. "What about your family?" Xiao Zilong inquired. Hai Tang fell silent for a moment before responding, "They have passed away." We were both taken aback and quickly expressed our condolences. Hai Tang shook her head and continued frying the fish. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Afterward, she poured the boiling water into the pot, bringing it to a vigorous boil, and before long, a creamy white fish soup was bubbling within. Haidang entered the house to fetch some noodles, and I encouraged her to add more. These noodles were thin and long. According to Haidang, they were local noodles, and she prepared a large pot cooked in the fish soup. She set up a small table in the yard, found us 2 stools, and served 2 generous bowls of fish soup noodles, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. "Come, join us for a meal," I said with a smile. However, Haidang shook her head. "There is still a large pot remaining. We can hardly finish it alone. Let us eat together and avoid waste," Xiao Zilong insisted. Haidang replied, "I will pack some for you to take home. What should we do with this lump? It's only delicious when fresh. Stop talking nonsense, or we'll just toss it out." Xiao Zilong frowned. Upon hearing this, Haidang hurriedly took a bowl and chopsticks to serve herself a portion, squatting beside to eat. "Come over and eat with us. Why are you squatting there?" Xiao Zilong called out. However, Haidang shook her head, resolutely refusing. We did not press her further. In truth, the 2 of us had already had a substantial breakfast on our way here. Despite the fragrant fish soup noodles, we found it difficult to eat much. After reluctantly consuming half a bowl, I noticed that Haitang's bowl was already empty. Even the broth was scraped clean. I encouraged her to serve herself more from the pot, as the remainder was meant for her. Haitang shook her head. It was only after confirming that we genuinely meant it that she cheerfully ran back to fill her bowl again. This was the first time we had seen the little girl smile. "Little sister, do you have any other relatives?" Xiao Zilong inquired. Haidang hugged her bowl and shook her head. "None at all. What about your parents, when did?" Xiao Zilong's brow furrowed. "When I was 7, Haidang replied. Her gaze lowered. Both of us were taken aback. "You live alone at such a young age?" Haidang nodded. "Surely the kind neighbors help you out. That is the good thing about this village, the warmth of human kindness," Xiao Zilong remarked with a smile. Yet, Haidang remained silent, quietly eating her noodles. "Did I say something wrong?" Xiao Zilong was taken aback. I too felt astonished. Was there truly no one to care for her? Haidang shook her head, her eyes tinged with red. "I have always been a harbinger of misfortune. Those who draw near to me meet unfortunate fates. My parents perished in a river because of me." "What nonsense! Do you truly believe in such superstitions?" Xiao Zilong said with discontent. "From my perspective, you are a wonderful child, and your fortune must surely be favorable." I examined Haitang's expression closely and gently inquired, "Dear sister, might you share the circumstances surrounding your parents' disappearance?" Haidang hesitated briefly, casting a timid glance at us before recounting her tale. It transpired that on a fateful night, when she was merely 7 years old, she awoke suddenly from a dream, only to find herself inexplicably ensconced within a wardrobe, its door firmly shut. In her panic, she called out for her father and mother, but received no reply. After straining against the door, she finally managed to kick it open, yet a search of the room revealed her parents were nowhere to be found. The bed lay empty. Desperate, she ventured outside in search of others, but encountered only silence, prompting her to seek assistance from the villagers. From a young age, Haidang had been shunned, often dubbed a bringer of doom, with many believing that misfortune followed her. However, upon hearing of her parents' disappearance, several villagers rallied to aid her, scouring the area inside and out until dawn broke, yet they found no trace of her parents. It was not until midday that a villager, while washing vegetables in the nearby Red River, was startled to see 2 dark figures rise from the depths of the water. For the figures that had emerged from the depths were none other than the lifeless bodies of Haitang's parents. The couple, hand in hand, floated side by side upon the water's surface, an eerie sight that rendered the villagers utterly speechless with dread. For the young girl, Haitang, this harrowing scene became an indelible shadow upon her heart. The circumstances surrounding her parents' demise were shrouded in mystery, giving rise to myriad speculations within the village. Some whispered that the couple had succumbed to despair and leapt into the river, while others claimed that Haitang herself had been the cause of their untimely end. Consequently, following this tragic event, the villagers grew increasingly superstitious regarding Haitang. Even the neighbors residing in close proximity to her home were so terrified that they relocated far away. Thus, it was no surprise that when we arrived, we found all the nearby houses abandoned, with only Haitang's dwelling still inhabited. Others dared not approach, fearing the misfortune that might befall them, and as such, no one was willing to care for Haidang. At the tender age of 7, this little girl was left to fend for herself. Fortunately, her parents had left behind a modest sum of money, and their homestead included fields and a vegetable garden. Whenever hunger struck, she would gather some greens, dig for sweet potatoes, or venture to the river to catch fish and shrimp. Having lost her parents in the river, Haidang had honed her swimming skills, able to hold her breath for extended periods beneath the water surface. "What are you doing at 7 years old?" Xiao Zilong couldn't help but inquire. "I was playing in the mud," I replied. "So was I," Xiao Zilong nodded. "I'll go eat over there." Haidang, clutching a bowl, shifted further away, squatting at a distance from us. I found her both amusing and pitiful, and I beckoned her, saying, "Come here, we are resilient. We are the ones who bring misfortune to others." "Indeed," Xiao Zilong chimed in. "If you don't come over, let's see who brings misfortune to whom." The young girl shook her head in response. We could not compel her, so we allowed her to proceed at her own pace. "Eat your noodles, they're about to congeal," I remarked. Upon noticing this, Xiao Zilong also picked up his bowl and slurped a generous mouthful of noodle soup. However, no matter how much we consumed, we could not match the appetite of Haidang, who still had more than half a bowl remaining. The little girl, feeling a tad bashful, glanced at us and, upon confirming we truly did not want any more, gleefully finished off the remainder herself. Her voracious appetite left us both astonished. Even with our missed breakfast, the two of us combined could not surpass her consumption. "Little sister, do you know your birth details? Perhaps this elder brother can take a look for you," I inquired with a smile. Haidang blinked her eyes, glanced at me, then at Xiao Zilong, and recounted her birth details. "Let me calculate this," Xiao Zilong murmured, furrowing his brow as he began to count on his fingers. He then quickly whispered to me, "Damn, I can't do this." "You can't?" I replied, somewhat astonished. "This gives me a headache just looking at it. I never studied it with my old man." Xiao Zilong exclaimed, "Have you learned it?" "I suppose I have," I responded. "Then you do it," Xiao Zilong declared, clearing his throat and theatrically addressing me. "I've already calculated it, but for the sake of caution, you should also give it a try." I chuckled inwardly. However, upon receiving the birth details earlier, I had already made my own calculations. Although the young girl appeared to be merely 13 or 14, she was, in fact, already 15, likely due to her pale complexion and slight frame, which made her look younger than her years. As for her fate, it is indeed quite extraordinary, yet it cannot be deemed as that of a star of calamity, nor does it necessarily bring misfortune upon others. However, according to Haidang, there seems to be some truth to this notion, suggesting that it is not merely baseless speculation. This implies that there may be other underlying reasons at play. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding her parents' demise are undeniably peculiar, hinting at undisclosed secrets. I have examined your birth chart, and it appears rather unfavorable. Noticing Haitong's anxious gaze upon me, I furrowed my brow and shook my head. As soon as my words fell, I observed the young girl's complexion pale significantly. "What are you doing?" Xiao Zilong shot me a glare. "Judging by your birth chart, you possess the fate of a glutton. Are you aware of the legendary creature that consumes all? It is particularly voracious. Do you find yourself similarly inclined?" I chose to ignore him and continued. Chapter 48. The Fate of a Glutton, the Star of Calamity. I am indeed quite greedy. I often feel hungry and never quite satiated. Haidang lowered her head in embarrassment. "That confirms it. You embody the essence of a glutton. If anyone were to marry you, the expenses for meals would undoubtedly be substantial," I jested. "But that is of no concern, for I have no intention of marrying." Haidang replied somewhat shyly, her formerly pale visage regaining a hint of color. "Is there anything else?" "No, the only drawback of your fate is your insatiable appetite. Everything else is favorable," I stated. Haitang stared at me in astonishment. "Is that truly the case? Am I not the star of calamity? Who told you that?" I inquired. "The others in the village mentioned it, and indeed, those who encounter me seem to experience misfortune." Haitang hesitated to respond. "Do they understand fortune-telling?" I inquired. Haitang shook her head. "Then that's settled. Can they possibly comprehend more than we do?" "Master Xiao, do you agree?" I asked Xiao Zilong. "Indeed, you possess a gluttonous fate. A glutton is a monster, after all. Your destiny is as unyielding as ours, which is why those with malicious intent often find themselves thwarted by you." Xiao Zilong affirmed with conviction. Really? Haitang exclaimed in surprise. So those misfortunes are due to their ill intentions against me? Precisely, I nodded. And what about my parents? Haitang asked, her eyes reddening. After a moment of silence, I posed a question. Do you believe your parents would leap into a river? No, absolutely not. Haitang shook her head vigorously. Then it stands to reason that the circumstances surrounding your parents' demise may be suspicious, I replied solemnly. Brother, do you think so too? Haitang asked. I glanced at her, wondering who else might think otherwise. It is I, she murmured, lowering her gaze. I chose not to press further, instead redirecting the conversation. For example, the strange occurrences in your village. There seems to be something amiss. What kind of issue? Haitang asked, somewhat taken aback. This requires thorough investigation. It may be linked to your parents' situation, but it is premature to speculate, I conjectured. Haitang fell into silence. Xiao Zilong exchanged a knowing glance with me and chuckled. Fear not, the truth will eventually surface. Am I really not a harbinger of doom? Haitang hesitantly asked. I chuckled. If we must speak candidly, one could argue that you are, yet primarily it pertains to those who wish you harm. Indeed, take us as an example. We harbor no ill intentions towards each other, and that is quite agreeable, remarked Xiao Zilong. Our harmonious exchange seemed to alleviate some of the young lady's apprehensions. Although she still bore a hint of concern, her countenance brightened considerably, and occasional smiles graced her features, bringing us all closer together. I heard it said that your village once experienced a 5-year period of childlessness. Is that true? Xiao Zilong inquired. Yes, it seems there was such an occurrence. Haitang nodded. It was many years ago. What was the cause of that? I asked. Haitang confessed her ignorance, as her parents had never broached the subject with her, and the villagers preferred to keep such matters to themselves. We exchanged a few more words on different topics when a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. What are you all doing there? Turning around, I saw a man in his 50s approaching, accompanied by Chao Junwu and Wei Dongting. It was Wei Dongting who had spoken. We're having noodles. I gestured toward the half bowl of fish soup noodles before me. The 3 men entered the courtyard. Early in the morning, and you have come here to eat noodles? Wei Dongting asked with a frown. It's not as if we are eating from your household. Why the urgency? I replied, puzzled. You. Wei Dongting seemed a loss for words. What did you come here for? To eat and drink? Are you mistaken? I glanced at him in confusion. We came of our own accord, not by your invitation. Before Wei Dongting could retort, he was interrupted by Chao Junwu. With a calm smile, said, Indeed, please continue. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Haitang. Is this the young lady in question? Indeed, that man appears to be the village chief. He nodded repeatedly and remarked, however, this child is somewhat. It would be best if you kept your distance. What do you mean? Inquired Chao Junwu. The chief sighed, alas, this child is ill-fated. Anyone who draws too near her tends to encounter misfortune. She is the harbinger of doom in our village. Harbinger of doom, my foot. Before he could finish, Xiao Zilong interrupted, pointing at him and berating, try uttering that again. The village chief, taken aback, felt a surge of anger and retorted, what are you doing? To hell with it, Xiao Zilong pronounced emphatically. The chief's face turned a shade of green with rage, yet it was Chao Junwu who intervened, saying, all right, let us put an end to this. Let us all refrain from saying another word. He then displayed a warm smile and turned to Haitang, little sister. May I have a word with you? Haitang shook her head. Chao Junwu's smile faltered slightly. In a moment, brother will take you to the town to buy something. Choose whatever you like. Haitang continued to shake her head. Little sister, do you know who this brother is? Whatever you wish for, he can certainly grant it. Wei Dongting said with a cheerful grin. Really? Haitang asked. Wei Dongting nodded with a smile, of course. I want my parents. Is that possible? Haitang timidly inquired. Wei Dongting was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, just then, someone rushed over, exclaiming, the Feng Shui Association members are already at Qinglong Mountain. Senior brother, what shall we do? Upon hearing this, Wei Dongting hurriedly looked to Chao Junwu. Let us head over first, Chao Junwu replied. Chao Junwu pondered for a moment and declared, very well. Wei Dongting addressed the individual, instructing him to gather everyone and proceed to Qinglong Mountain. Turning around, he noticed Xiao Zilong and me still seated and remarked with irritation, Are you two planning to linger here for dinner? Not at all. Xiao Zilong and I replied as we stretched and rose, smiling at Haitang. Once we have concluded our tasks, we shall come to visit you. Haitang nodded in acknowledgement. Chao Junwu cast a glance at us before turning to exit. Wei Dongting and the village head promptly followed suit. After bidding farewell to Haitang, Xiao Zilong and I joined the others to assemble. Once everyone had gathered, we set off towards Qinglong Mountain together. Sherman Village lay at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, mere moments away. However, this mountain was no mere hillock, as its range stretched far and wide, adorned with dense foliage. Upon our entry, we felt akin to a droplet falling into a river. Locating anything within this vast mountain would prove quite the challenge. We dispersed to search, with the understanding that if any anomalies were discovered, we would utilize this. Wei Dongting distributed 5 signal flares to each of us. These flares, though somewhat antiquated, were indeed useful in a mountainous terrain, impervious to the absence of signal, allowing for swift location detection by others once released. Quite convenient indeed. Chapter 49. The Transformation of the Dragon. Unpredictable waves and clouds. After securing the signal flares, the group formed pairs of 2 or 3 and commenced their separate endeavors. Xiao Zilong and I paired together, and once the others had departed, we leisurely began our journey. Do you really believe Haidang possesses a gluttonous fate? Xiao Zilong inquired. Do you genuinely buy into that? I glanced at him. I knew it. You must have conjured that up on a whim. A gluttonous fate? I have never heard of such a thing. Xiao Zilong appeared to have known this all along. As I surveyed the surroundings, I remarked, there is indeed no lavish feast awaiting us. Yet aside from that, everything else is genuine. Xiao Zilong stared at me, speechless for a moment. What is wrong? I inquired. Nothing, he retorted, striding ahead briskly. After a while, he turned back and asked, are you suggesting that the young lady truly possesses a rebound aura? What rebound aura? I questioned, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it what you mentioned? If someone harbors ill intentions towards her, they will meet with misfortune. Isn't that a rebound aura? Xiao Zilong replied irritably. I chuckled softly. If that is how you interpret it, then I suppose it's somewhat accurate. Is there really such a notion? Xiao Zilong gazed at me skeptically for a while before muttering, I wish I had studied some astrology or fortune-telling. This sort of thing is quite taxing on the mind. As we continued our walk, we discussed matters concerning Sherman Village. The journey was remarkably tranquil, apart from the sporadic chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. We encountered neither mountain chickens nor wild rabbits. Xiao Chao truly is something. Upon hearing that the stunning Shun has come to the mountains, he hastily summoned us here. What a sycophant, Xiao Zilong remarked, shaking his head. You call him Xiao Chao? I laughed. Doesn't he have an older brother? His brother is to Chao, so he must be Xiao Chao. It fits perfectly. Xiao Zilong agreed. Quite so, I nodded. Xiao Zilong scratched his head and added, however, it would be best if we do not encounter that particular thing. I inquired as to why. It's quite simple to understand. If we happen to stumble upon it and suffer misfortune, do you think it would be better for my brother to intervene or to refrain from doing so? Xiao Zilong wore an expression of distress. If you were to take action now, it would undoubtedly contravene the rules laid down by my elder. No worries. Just ensure you don't refuse the generous offerings from the Chao family, and I shall assist you in that regard, I reassured him. That is unacceptable. Xiao Zilong's eyes sparkled with determination. I must secure the Chao family's generous gifts. Perhaps Xiao Zilong's fervent pleas had an effect, for as dusk descended, we found ourselves empty-handed. The absence of a signal arrow suggested that others were faring no better than we were, all efforts proving fruitless. Little Xiao is simply floundering. It's possible that contraption never even made it to Qinglong Mountain, Xiao Zilong grumbled. Isn't that precisely what you desire? I inquired. Indeed, he replied with a hearty laugh. It would be best if everyone returned safely and claimed their bounty. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp, piercing howl echoed from a distance, followed by a resounding crack in the air. A signal arrow. We both startled, quickly discerning the direction and hastening towards the source of the commotion. It was not far from our location, and we soon arrived at the scene. A strong scent of blood wafted through the air. We hurried forward, only to discover 2 individuals lying on the ground, surrounded by a gruesome array of bloodstains on the grass. How are you? We swiftly assessed our surroundings and rushed to turn the two over. They were indeed members of our party. One had lost an arm, while the other had suffered a fractured femur, alongside multiple fractures in the chest and ribs. Countless other lacerations marred their bodies. Although the scene appeared grim, fortunately, there were no fatal injuries. Xiao Zilong and I promptly attended to the wounds of the two individuals. The traces at the scene indicated a fierce struggle had ensued, during which one of the assailants had clutched a talisman, yet failed to utilize it before being hurled away by an overwhelming force, subsequently losing consciousness on the spot. What on earth is this? Xiao Zilong crouched down, scrutinizing the bizarre marks on the ground, his brow furrowed. Does it resemble a giant python? It bears some resemblance. I concurred. Indeed, from the markings on the ground, it appeared as if a massive serpentine tail had swept through. This inevitably reminded us of the entity that Haidang had encountered in the vegetable garden. It has truly emerged, sowing chaos. Xiao Zilong cursed under his breath. I rose to examine the area nearby. Just then, several figures hurriedly approached. What transpired? We heard Wei Dongting's voice inquiring sharply. Accompanying him were Chao Junwu, along with Lao Meng, who wore a necklace of bone beads, and two others. You can see for yourself, Xiao Zilong replied nonchalantly. Wei Dongting shot him a glare and proceeded with Chao Junwu and the others to inspect the injured individuals. Rest assured, we arrived just in time. They will survive. Xiao Zilong reassured. After Chao Junwu assessed the injuries, he stood up to survey the surroundings and stated, "Signal the alarm." Wei Dongting discharged 2 signal flares into the sky. Before long, more individuals arrived in succession, and upon witnessing the injured, their faces turned pale. Please recount the circumstances of the incident. As the two regained consciousness, Chao Junwu immediately stepped forward to inquire. Dragons, they're dragons. One person suddenly exclaimed, a look of sheer terror etched upon his face. What? His cries startled us all into silence. Could you repeat that? Did you just say they're dragons? Wei Dongting inquired. Yes. The man's voice trembled incessantly. His companion, equally terrified, nodded vigorously. What nonsense! How could there possibly be dragons? Wei Dongting retorted. The others, too, were incredulous, leading to a cacophony of speculation. Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances, equally bewildered. Could it be that you spotted a large snake? Chao Junwu asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, did you perhaps misidentify it? Wei Dongting added. However, the man vigorously shook his head, insisting it was definitely not a snake. It had 2 horns atop its head and 4 claws. It moved with astonishing speed, and while we didn't see it clearly, we are certain it was not a snake. The group exchanged glances, perplexed. How long was it? How big? Approximately this long. The 2 men gestured, suggesting a length of about 3 to 4 meters. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Is that how long a dragon is? It sounds more like a large lizard. Where would such a large lizard come from? It must have been a python or something similar. They must have misjudged it. The laughter spread, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. If it were truly a python or a lizard, how could it have nearly killed us? Protested the injured pair. Those who had been jesting fell silent at this remark. It was clear that anyone gathered here possessed considerable skills. 2 individuals working in tandem could hardly be bested by a mere python. Old Meng spoke in a low voice. The young girl from Honghe village said she saw a large snake with a human face. It seems we have encountered this very creature. Everyone nodded in agreement. I interjected unexpectedly. Why do you all believe that thing is a dragon? What? The 2 men paused slightly, then one stammered it's because we vaguely saw horns on its head and 4 claws. I interrupted, but that hardly suffices as evidence. The others regarded me with a hint of curiosity. It seemed the injured pair hesitated for a moment, and one of them swallowed hard, recollecting, when I first saw that creature, I was gripped by an intense fear. My limbs turned to jelly. Yes, exactly, the other chimed in, nodding emphatically. I fear you may laugh, but my reaction was similar. And then, he glanced at me, adding, upon your prompting, I realized that the thought of it being a dragon had suddenly crossed my mind. I cannot explain why. Indeed, I experienced the same sensation, the previous individual remarked, his expression tinged with complexity. I initially thought it was the horns and claws that led me to believe it was a dragon, but in truth, The moment I laid eyes on that entity, I was simply overwhelmed and inexplicably convinced. Once they finished speaking, a wave of unrest swept through the crowd. The tale sounded exceedingly bizarre. Yet since both individuals had reacted similarly, it could not merely be dismissed as coincidence. Truly uncanny. Chapter 50. The Chao Immortal Temple, Day and Night Incense Offerings, Senior Meng. Could you kindly escort two of our brothers back to rest? The rest of us will continue our search, Chao Junwu proclaimed with a resonant voice. This entity poses a significant danger. Should it escape into a populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. My senior brother speaks wisely. We must not neglect our duty. Wei Dongting was the first to voice his support. The others nodded in agreement, though their enthusiasm was markedly diminished compared to before. After all, the recent injuries sustained by two of their companions served as a stark reminder. There's no need for concern. We won't stray too far. Should any mishap occur, we can swiftly return to provide assistance. Chao Junwu continued to bolster their spirits. Wei Dongting echoed his sentiments. The group then reassembled and commenced their search in the surrounding area. Xiao Zilong and I chose to depart in a less populated direction after the others had set out. What exactly is that thing? Xiao Zilong inquired, furrowing his brow. If you ask me, who else should I inquire? I replied. Are you not able to divine its nature? Hurry and take a guess, Xiao Zilong urged. I cannot predict it, I said. I've always maintained that this knowledge serves little purpose. Xiao Zilong seemed somewhat reassured by my words. As the night deepened, I altered my course. Xiao Zilong, indifferent, followed my lead without hesitation. Unbeknownst to us, we had wandered quite a distance. Where we ended up, Xiao Zilong suddenly realized. We must be quite far from them now, right? I remained silent and continued onward. Xiao Zilong had no choice but to quicken his pace to keep up with me. Before long, he exclaimed, "What is that place?" Before us, atop the mountain, stood a substantial edifice, brilliantly illuminated, shimmering like a beacon in the night. Are you hungry? I inquired. It's strange, but now that you mention it, my stomach is growling. I should have indulged in another bowl of fish soup noodles at Haidang. Xiao Zilong replied. Can you still eat? I chuckled, suggesting. Let us see if there is something to eat there. A splendid idea. Xiao Zilong agreed enthusiastically. We quickened our pace towards the enticing glow ahead. Behold, a grand Taoist temple, quite impressive. Upon arriving at Chaoxian Temple, Xiao Zilong exclaimed in awe. The temple was still vibrant with incense offerings. However, the absence of worshippers starkly contrasted with its usual bustling atmosphere, rendering it rather desolate. Please, gentlemen, hold on. Just as we were about to enter, a young Taoist priest intercepted us at the entrance. Is it closed? I asked, puzzled. Not at all, the priest replied with a smile. Our Chaoxian temple remains open all night, never closing its doors. However, due to recent unrest on Qinglong Mountain, we have issued a notice advising visitors against coming to offer incense. A wave of understanding washed over me. No wonder there were so few worshippers. Unrest? Is there a tiger on the prowl? Or are there ghosts haunting the mountain? I inquired, astonished. The priest chuckled. Not quite. Rather, a fugitive has been spotted in the area, and a manhunt is underway. Once he is apprehended, normalcy will be restored. I see. I nodded, my expression turning troubled. So what should we do? We cannot dare descend the mountain now. What if we encounter the fugitive? Indeed, Xiao Zilong concurred. Xiao Zilong nodded repeatedly, his expression one of profound fear. Indeed, this is, the Taoist pondered. How about this? Might we stay overnight at the temple and descend the mountain at dawn? I proposed. The Taoist furrowed his brow, expressing concern that it might be difficult. Is there a problem? I scratched my head and suggested. Why don't we simply sit at the entrance for the night? What a statement. Xiao Zilong shot me a glare, exclaiming how grand and benevolent the temple was. And how could we possibly be relegated to spending the night at the entrance? Oh dear, my mistake. I quickly admitted my error. The Taoist cleared his throat and said then, Please, both of you, come inside with me. I shall arrange accommodations for you. It would not do to have you sleeping outside. See, I told you it would work out. Xiao Zilong patted me on the shoulder. Yes, you are absolutely right. I nodded vigorously. The Taoist hesitated for a moment before leading us into the temple. I had previously visited with Master Zhang, and it was quite uneventful. However, Xiao Zilong was awestruck the entire way, continually marveling at the grandeur. "You may make do with this room for the night," the Taoist said as he guided us to a simple yet immaculately tidy chamber. Thank you, I replied with a smile, feeling the pangs of hunger after a day without food. Noticing my gaze fixed upon him, the Taoist relented, stating, "Then I shall take you both to have some vegetarian meal." "That sounds splendid." Xiao Zilong and I followed him, beaming with delight. We traversed several courtyard gates before arriving at a dining hall. The place was desolate, devoid of any presence, yet the tantalizing aroma of food wafted from a kitchen. The Taoist led us into the kitchen, revealing a splendid array of steaming dishes, abundant in variety and truly delightful in presentation. The lights in our Taoist temple burned bright throughout the night, as many of the brothers would come to dine regularly. The Taoist took a moment to clarify this point, to which I nodded in understanding. Accompanied by Xiao Zilong, I served myself a generous portion and returned to the dining hall to relish the meal. The Taoist mentioned he needed to stand guard at the entrance and departed. I decided to explore for any additional delicacies. Xiao Zilong devoured his plate of food in a whirlwind, then sprinted back into the kitchen. Moments later, I heard footsteps approaching. Initially, I assumed it was Xiao Zilong returning, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was not. A strikingly beautiful young woman entered, carrying a plate with merely a piece of rice cake and a bowl of vegetarian soup before finding a seat. In the dim light, her skin appeared as flawless as snow, exuding an ethereal beauty. She savored the rice cake with deliberate grace and drank the soup, then departed without casting a glance in my direction, as if I were invisible. Barely had she left when Xiao Zilong returned, balancing a large plate of vegetarian dishes. Before he could settle down, he paused, exclaiming in surprise, having caught a lingering scent. "Did a woman come by?" he asked, his nose twitching in curiosity. I couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that his sense of smell was indeed sharper than a dog's. Xiao Zilong plopped down and, after taking a careful whiff, inquired, "Who was here just now?" I replied, "A young beauty, though I do not know her." The scent. Xiao Zilong glanced around, wondering where she had sat and what she had been doing. I pointed to the spot where the young woman had previously occupied. Without hesitation, Xiao Zilong dashed over to the chair she had used and inhaled deeply several times before returning with a furrowed brow. "Is there a problem?" I inquired. It seemed rather peculiar for Xiao Zilong to rush over merely to catch a whiff of the girl's fragrance, though it was indeed quite pleasant, with hints of something else mingled in. Xiao Zilong's tone carried a note of uncertainty. Chapter 51. The Dragon's Scent. Thousands of serpents come forth. What did you detect? My curiosity piqued. Perhaps it is the dragon's scent, Xiao Zilong replied, though still unsure. This substance is rather rare and not commonly encountered. What is it? Haven't you heard of it? It seems I have the upper hand when it comes to knowledge, Xiao Zilong chuckled. This substance is formally known as 9 sunflower grass. When combined with a particular technique, it can emit a unique aroma. It is said to attract various serpents and even lure in dragons, hence the name dragon scent. This was my first time hearing such a thing. Are you suggesting that this can summon dragons? As for whether it can truly attract dragons, I cannot say for certain. It may well be an exaggerated tale. However, it is undoubtedly effective at drawing snakes, Xiao Zilong asserted. I pondered for a moment, finishing the remnants of my meal, and then declared, "Let us go." "Where to?" "I haven't finished yet," Xiao Zilong exclaimed, taken aback. "I intend to find that young woman," I replied. "Even if the young lady is alluring and gentle, there is no need to rush over so eagerly. We are not like that infatuated fellow, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Zilong scoffed. "Why do you think she brought the guiding incense?" I inquired. "How would I know?" Xiao Zilong paused abruptly, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait a moment." He then began to consume his meal with remarkable speed, devouring the vegetarian dishes before him. In terms of appetite, neither of us could rival Haidang. But when it came to the pace of eating, I believed Xiao Zilong could certainly outmatch her. "Let us go," Xiao Zilong exclaimed, lifting his tray. After we returned our dishes to the kitchen, we hurriedly followed after him. "Wait." Xiao Zilong inhaled sharply, his nose twitching. "This way." I followed him, impressed. How could he still detect the scent? "This is what one calls an extraordinary gift," Xiao Zilong remarked. We pursued for a while and soon exited the Chao Xian temple, arriving at the temple's rear mountain. Xiao Zilong tracked the scent with his nose, astonished. This girl moves quite swiftly. Suddenly, he halted. "What is wrong?" I asked. "She should be nearby. Let us be quiet," Xiao Zilong whispered. He then stealthily led me forward. Not long after, we noticed a flickering light in the woods ahead. We exchanged glances, concealed ourselves, and cautiously moved closer to observe. Before us lay a cleared square patch of land, where someone had cut away the underbrush. At each corner of this clearing stood a flickering candle. At this moment, the wind in the mountains was quite fierce, causing the flames of the 4 candles to flicker incessantly, yet they remained unextinguished. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, facing away from us. Judging by her slender silhouette and attire, she was likely the same young woman I had encountered earlier in the dining hall. Xiao Zilong sniffed and quietly inquired, "Is that the girl?" I nodded slightly and noticed that around her were 9 large bowls, the contents of which were obscured from my view. Indeed, it was the dragon attracting incense. Xiao Zilong affirmed, "You guessed correctly. This young woman is here to summon that entity." He gestured ahead. "Look at those 4 candles, known as the 4 corners candles. And the reason this area has been cleared of grass is that a magical array has been arranged beneath. The 9 bowls contain concoctions brewed from 9 different herbs, meant to complement the dragon attracting incense." I scrutinized further, puzzled. Is the dragon attracting incense on that girl? Of course, Xiao Zilong chuckled quietly. In fact, she is the true dragon attracting incense. Surprised? How so? I genuinely had not anticipated that. The dragon attracting incense is derived from a woman who has ingested the 9-keel grass, and she must also be a maiden, Xiao Zilong explained. This was indeed beyond my expectations. Can you guess why the dragon attracting incense has the power to attract dragons? He asked, noticing his peculiar smile. I glanced once more at the woman in the woods, and suddenly it struck me. Ah, indeed, snakes are inherently lustful, and the dragon is akin to a serpent. Thus, the dragon attracting incense possesses a potent stimulating effect in this regard. As Xiao Zilong spoke, a rustling sound arose from all directions. "They are coming," he remarked with a smile. From the thicket emerged a multitude of serpentine forms, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors and peculiar shapes, all appearing exceedingly agitated, eagerly surging towards the forest. We crouched there, motionless. The serpents regarded us with indifference, gliding past without a glance. However, as they neared a clearing within the woods, the throng suddenly halted, as if some dreadful presence loomed ahead, obstructing their advance. She has scattered serpent repellent and arranged a serpent-repelling formation. "This girl is quite knowledgeable," Xiao Zilong commented. This was indeed comprehensible. The woman in the forest, consuming 9 aster grass, was clearly using herself as bait to lure the creature from Qinglong Mountain, while the serpents were meant to be kept at bay. As time passed, the number of snakes gathered at the periphery increased, a writhing mass that was both terrifying and magnificent, spurred by the enticing aroma of the dragon's scent. The serpents desperately surged towards the woman, yet were thwarted by the repellent and the formation, which incited a frenzy among them, leading to a gruesome spectacle of mutual devouring. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and serpent corpses littered the ground. We remained silent, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of attracting the serpent's attention. Of course, remaining utterly silent would be futile. As the serpents surged forth, we had already concealed our presence, rendering ourselves akin to mere stones in the eyes of the serpentine horde. Xiao Zilong's method of concealment seemed to draw from Taoist practices. Within the forest, a frenzy of serpents wreaked havoc, the air thick with the scent of blood. Yet amidst the chaos, a woman stood undisturbed, her composure unwavering. Soon, several large pythons were drawn to the commotion. They coiled and crushed smaller snakes, scattering the surrounding foliage in disarray. Should a passerby inadvertently stumble upon this scene, the sheer terror might well prove fatal. Suddenly, a massive azure python lunged from the ground, aiming to breach the barrier of serpents and strike at the woman. In that very moment, she moved. The giant python, suspended in midair, erupted in a spray of crimson as it fell to the earth with a resounding thud. Did she use a hairpin? Xiao Zilong exclaimed. Indeed, I affirmed. With astonishing speed, the woman had extracted a silver hairpin from her hair and, with a swift motion, sent it flying with pinpoint accuracy into the python's vital spot. The creature was instantly dispatched. Impressive, without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Zilong remarked, clicking his tongue. Enough with the noise. You've attracted the snakes, I cautioned. Quickly silencing himself, he glanced around as another wave of serpents surged forth. At this rate, I began to wonder if the serpents of Qinglong Mountain would all converge here due to her presence. Yet, these snakes were merely a prelude. The woman awaited something. And so did we. Xiao Zilong tilted his head to gaze at the crescent moon hanging above, seemingly calculating the passage of time. At that moment, a peculiar rustling sound emanated from the distant thicket, approaching with remarkable speed, swiftly drawing near. We both felt a surge of alertness. The source of the disturbance originated from the southeast, diverging from our path. The woman in the woods evidently sensed it too, tilting her head slightly in that direction. Yet she remained rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the serpents erupted in chaos, as though confronted by something unimaginably terrifying, scattering in all directions. In an instant, the ground was strewn with the remains of snakes. It seemed as if even the wind had ceased, enveloping the surroundings in profound silence. We exchanged a glance, both choosing to remain still. After a spell of dead silence, a gale erupted, sending dust and debris swirling through the forest. The candles at the four corners flickered wildly, ultimately extinguishing in a burst. Only the pale, mournful moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the forest in a ghostly white. Amidst the tempest, a dark figure suddenly sprang forth from the grass, darting towards the woods. At that precise moment, the previously extinguished candles flared back to life, erupting in a brilliant glow. The net, with the woman's low command, a cloud of white smoke surged forth, swirling and coalescing into what resembled a net, ensnaring the dark figure in an instant. It was then that the woman moved, her form darting to the left of the shadow, her hand glinting with cold light, seemingly gripping a sharp iron spike several inches long, descending without hesitation. However, in that fleeting moment, a sound akin to fabric being torn echoed, as the smoke net that had ensnared the dark figure disintegrated instantaneously. A tail swept forth. The woman swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the danger. Suddenly, she leapt into the air, her form spinning like a top, and with a reverse grip on the iron spike, she thrust it down toward the shadow above. The strike was both swift and precise. However, despite making contact, the iron spike failed to penetrate. The woman appeared momentarily startled, quickly adjusting her stance. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp enough to avert catastrophe. With a swift retreat of 3 paces, she suddenly flung the iron spike away, her hands moving rapidly to form intricate seals before her chest. Then, she deftly caught the descending iron spike with her right hand and gestured with her left. In an explosive sound, all 9 large bowls shattered. Following this, several beams of light abruptly appeared. It was at this moment that I observed the 9 mirrors concealed beneath the bowls. Upon their shattering, the mirrors were revealed. The flames of the 4 candles simultaneously elongated in an eerie manner, erupting into blinding brilliance. The 9 mirrors reflected the candlelight, intertwining light and shadow, and locked onto the shadowy figure, illuminating his visage with startling clarity. It resembled a massive azure python, yet it bore a human head, adorned with 2 horn-like protrusions on its forehead for claws and an elongated serpent tail. The instant I beheld this creature, a tremor coursed through my heart. It was not merely shock I felt, but an inexplicable dread that welled from deep within. No wonder the 2 individuals had claimed that upon sighting this entity, an overwhelming fear enveloped them, and a thought arose within their minds, leading them to believe this being was a dragon. To be candid, the creature before me was extraordinarily peculiar, yet to assert any connection to dragons seemed rather far-fetched. However, what captivated my attention most was that human-like face. This creature was entirely enveloped in azure scales, far larger and more resilient than those of an ordinary serpent, impervious even to the piercing of the woman's iron spike. Yet, Upon its visage was an eerie visage adorned with makeup, a pristine white base that was interspersed with threads of crimson, resembling delicate red filaments. Was it yet another manifestation of yin-yang makeup? This appearance bore a striking resemblance to a marionette suspended by silk threads. In an instant, as the creature was illuminated by the mirror's light, it emitted a series of hissing sounds, releasing tendrils of black smoke as if scorched by flames. The woman swayed momentarily, and with a swift motion, hurled the iron spike directly at the creature's face. At that very moment, an odd sound echoed from the darkness, an indistinct murmur, wavering like the whispers of somnambulist, yet suddenly erupting like thunder, piercing the air. The woman shuddered violently, and in that instant, the 9 mirrors shattered into 1,000 fragments. The creature seized the opportunity to evade, dodging the iron spike, and with a swift flick of its tail, it lashed out. In a perilous moment, the woman barely managed to evade its strike through her agile movements. Yet, the strange voice resounded once more, causing her to falter in her agility, almost succumbing to the creature's grasp. She is in grave danger. What should we do? I cannot intervene, Xiao Zilong exclaimed anxiously. Neither can I replied. Why can't you either? Xiao Zilong questioned, bewildered. My grandfather's rules dictate that I must not employ the skills he taught me to assist beautiful women. Xiao Zilong stared at me incredulously. Is that true? What do you think? I retorted, fixing my gaze upon the forest. The peculiar yin-yang makeup on that creature's face left me momentarily bewildered regarding the situation at hand. I resolved to refrain from intervening for the time being and observe further. Just then, the woman abruptly flickered and darted toward the forest ahead, the very direction from which the strange sound emanated. However, before she could venture too far, a cerulean tail swept across with alarming swiftness. The woman had no choice but to evade to the side, yet at that critical moment, the bizarre sound resonated once more, this time with an urgency and sharpness akin to 2 daggers piercing the eardrums. We, mere bystanders, were merely affected by the shock wave, our ears tinged with discomfort. The young woman, unable to escape the impact, was flung away with a thunderous crash, landing amidst a pile of serpentine corpses. The creature surged forward without hesitation, fueled by the dragon-invoking incense. The fate of that young woman was all too predictable. No, it is still necessary for me to take action. Xiao Zilong could not restrain himself. He swiftly positioned his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and with remarkable speed began to draw circles. Spin, spin, rise. A leaf before him took flight, whirling gracefully in the air, and at his command, it transformed into a streak of green light, shooting forth with precision. With a sharp whoosh, it struck the creature's back. Though its body was armored with scales impervious to iron, it was nonetheless sent tumbling by the force of the leaf's impact. At that moment, a tempestuous wind suddenly surged from the southeast, swirling with billowing dust and rushing into the forest with great ferocity. Chapter 53. Yin-yang Makeup, String Puppets. The whirlwind, laden with dust, resembled a miniature sandstorm, tumultuous and fierce, swiftly approaching the creature from behind. In that fleeting moment, a pitch-black claw emerged from the swirling haze, reaching out to seize the elusive entity. The scene unfolded with astonishing abruptness. Just as the claw seemed poised to grasp its target, the entity suddenly rolled upon the ground, evading the grasp with an uncanny agility. In that instant, I noticed a transformation in the visage of the entity. Delicate lines radiated from the corners of its eyes, resembling crimson threads, which abruptly morphed into a shadowy black. Having narrowly escaped the grasp, the entity swiftly darted into the thicket, vanishing at an astonishing speed. A bizarre whirlwind, laden with dust and debris, followed closely behind, and in mere moments, both the pursuer and the pursued disappeared into the enveloping darkness. What on earth was that? Xiao Zilong exclaimed, bewildered. The situation was undeniably peculiar. The strange cloud of dust that had just swept and was likely conjured by someone employing a secretive technique to obscure their presence. Furthermore, the earlier peculiar sounds must have originated from this individual. Judging by the sequence of events, it seemed the adversary was intent on preventing the dragon snake-like creature from being captured. repeatedly employing incantations to disrupt the young woman's efforts. Seizing the opportunity, they attempted to ensnare the creature amidst the swirling sand. Yet at that crucial moment, the creature executed a swift roll, narrowly evading capture, and fled without a backward glance. Initially, I suspected that the one uttering the strange incantations was the master of the yin-yang makeup. However, it became evident that this was not the case. The true master of the yin-yang makeup must be someone else, lurking in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding events, only to intervene at the most critical juncture. I once heard the mute old woman say that each makeup in the yin-yang style serves a distinct purpose. For instance, the black and white demons can nurture and amplify the ghostly and resentful energies. As for the suspended puppet, its very name implies the ability to manipulate like a marionette. The sudden transformation in the makeup just now, with the fine line at the corner of the eye shifting from red to black, indicated that, in that fleeting moment, the master of the yin-yang makeup was covertly exerting control, banishing that strange entity. It is likely that the young woman never anticipated that. Having consumed the 9 kuei grass and using herself as bait while meticulously setting up various formations to capture the strange creature in one fell swoop. There were still so many lurking in the shadows to witness the spectacle. Let us see how that young woman is faring. Xiao Zilong tapped me, interrupting my thoughts. I suggested it might be best to refrain. However, no sooner had I uttered those words than Xiao Zilong had already risen and hastened toward her. Seeing this, I had no choice but to follow suit. By the time we approached, that young woman had just emerged from the heap of snakes. Her head, face, and clothing were smeared with blood and remnants of snake flesh, a truly ghastly sight, as wretched as one could imagine, even if she were originally a beauty. Her current state was unbearable to behold. "Are you all right?" Xiao Zilong asked with genuine concern. The young woman looked at us, her complexion oscillating between crimson and pale, suddenly covering her face with her hands before hastily retreating into the distance, vanishing in an instant. "Should we have come here?" Xiao Zilong asked, bewildered. "What do you think?" I replied sharply. "Then why didn't you stop me?" He complained. "You ran so fast. It would have been futile to call out." With that, I turned to leave. Xiao Zilong hurriedly caught up, scratching his head as he said, "I initially had the best intentions, but I didn't foresee this situation. Do you think that girl feels particularly awkward?" "I reckon it's more embarrassing than being seen while bathing." I replied, "Surely it can't be that bad." Xiao Zilong responded, "Why don't you try next time?" I countered, "No way. If my father finds out, he'd break my legs." Xiao Zilong shook his head vigorously. I paused beneath an ancient pine tree and reached out to touch its rugged bark. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Zilong asked, following me with a puzzled expression. "Is that mysterious person hiding here?" I remarked, "I suspect so. Can you clarify what just happened?" I sense there's more to this than meets the eye. Xiao Zilong pondered, stroking his chin. "You're still thinking about that? Your precious gift is gone," I reminded him. Xiao Zilong immediately drooped his head, dejectedly saying, "Don't mention it. My heart is bleeding." I reassured him, "It's all right. Although the gift is lost, at least you saved a damsel in distress. She will surely be grateful." "Great, now that you've mentioned it. I feel even worse." Xiao Zilong lamented, "We witnessed that girl's embarrassing moment, and gratitude is the least I can expect. Not holding a grudge would be a miracle." "That seems rather harsh." I chuckled, "Come on, your actions were heroic. You saved a beauty, not a Sir the Chow family. Taking their gift doesn't violate your father's principles." Xiao Zilong paused for a moment, then smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh, right. I was thinking about it all wrong. Ha ha ha. Let us go. I suspect someone will arrive shortly." As I turned to leave, I added, "Indeed, it stinks." Xiao Zilong, in high spirits, quickly caught up with me. As we walked, he snapped back to reality and asked, "Why are we back at Chao Xiangwan?" "I'm going back to sleep." "Aren't you?" I inquired. "Not particularly tired. It doesn't matter if I sleep or not," he replied. "By the way, do you think that girl we just saw is Shun Qing Yao?" "I'd say it's more likely than not," I answered. "Then it's probably her," Xiao Zilong mused, clicking his tongue. "What do you think would happen if she ran into Xiao Chao on her way?" I replied, "That would likely be the end of it." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Zilong laughed heartily. "What a pity, what a pity." As we conversed, we arrived at Chao Xiangwan this time not through the front door, but by scaling the wall. Our place is over there. Where are you going? After walking for a while, Shazi Long called me to a halt. Did you not say you weren't tired? Why not explore a bit more? All right then, he conceded. We meandered for a while, making our way deeper into the temple. Please stop, gentlemen. This area is where the temple master is in seclusion. No unauthorized personnel allowed. As we approached a courtyard gate, 2 Taoist priests intercepted us. Are we considered unauthorized personnel? Shazi Long queried. Indeed, one of the priests replied, rolling his eyes. Oh, Shazi Long nodded, but he was on tiptoe, peering inside. You two should leave, the priest insisted sternly. I gave Shazi Long a nudge and turned to depart. Isn't it just a place of seclusion? Why make it all mysterious? Is there something sinister going on? Shazi Long scoffed. What if we sneak in to take a look? I suggested. Xiao Zilong halted, turning his head in astonishment to look at me. Are you serious? Are we going or not? After a brief hesitation, he declared, if we're going, then let us proceed. Chapter 54. The Painted Wall. The 9 great demons under the cover of night. We swiftly infiltrated the premises. Tell me, did you already plan to come here and take a look? Xiao Zilong suddenly inquired. I affirmed his question. He merely acknowledged with an O and fell silent thereafter. From the outside, this place appeared unremarkable, merely a small door. However, upon entry, we discovered a vast courtyard filled with numerous buildings. Aside from the 2 guards stationed at the entrance, there were many Taoist priests patrolling, all of whom we skillfully evaded. Isn't this supposed to be a secluded place for meditation? Why does it resemble a treasure trove with so many guards? Xiao Zilong muttered. As we continued to circumvent several sentinels, we arrived at a modest 2-story building. It looked ordinary, adorned with a willow tree at the entrance, which seemed to have some age to it. The door was firmly shut and secure with a lock. Is there something amiss with this house? Xiao Zilong asked. From the perspective of Feng Shui, the positioning of this house is quite peculiar, I remarked, glancing up at the eaves. You practitioners of Feng Shui have so many intricate considerations. I find it quite bothersome, he replied, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, we heard footsteps approaching from a distance, prompting us to quickly find a hiding spot. Shortly thereafter, 2 Taoist priests appeared along the corridor, halting in front of the small building. One of them carried a large basket, while the other retrieved a key to unlock the door. Upon exchanging a glance, we quietly followed the 2 individuals into the dimly lit room, where no lights were illuminated, yet a faint flicker of firelight ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, we heard a series of thuds, and someone began descending the stairs. We quickly scanned our surroundings and spotted a large cabinet nearby, hastily opening it to conceal ourselves, silently shutting the door behind us. A Taoist priest, holding a lit candle, descended from the 2nd floor, seemingly alerted by the noise, approached with suspicion. Just as he reached for the cabinet door, his hand brushing against the handle, he hesitated, a conflicted expression on his face, as if reluctant to open it. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the room, causing the cabinet to rattle. The priest exhaled in relief, murmuring, "Ah, it is merely the wind," as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, proceeded to close the room door and return to the 2nd floor. Inside the cabinet, Xiao Zilong and I observed the priest's expression through a narrow gap, noting his evident perplexity. What was he afraid of? Once we emerged from our hiding place, we turned to inspect the interior of the cabinet. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, Xiao Zilong, evidently trained in nocturnal vision, found no hindrance in the obscurity that enveloped us. To our astonishment, the cabinet, though seemingly empty, bore an exceedingly bizarre illustration upon its walls. The pigment of the drawing was a dark crimson, closely resembling the color of the cabinet itself, which we had failed to notice in our hurried entry. The depiction portrayed a scene of profound horror. A group of grotesque demons huddled together, among them 9 fiends brandishing a stick, the opposite end of which was adorned with severed heads. There were heads of pigs, cows, and sheep, and finally 3 human heads, an elderly man, a young woman, and a child. The sight was so sinister that it sent shivers down one's spine. No wonder the Taoist hesitated for so long before daring to open the door. We exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of doubt in the other's eyes. At that moment, a commotion erupted from above. the sound resembling the clattering of dishes, followed by the low chants of two individuals reciting scriptures. In the dead of night, what could possibly compel these two to recite incantations in this peculiar building? It was indeed perplexing. Xiao Zilong signaled with his eyes, inquiring whether we should ascend to investigate. I shook my head. The confines of this house were too small. If we ventured up, we would surely alert them, making matters far more complicated. Thus, we remained below. Yet, to our surprise, the two continued their chanting without pause. I quietly asked Xiao Zilong if he knew what sutras were being recited. I had encountered many Taoist scriptures, but this was unfamiliar to me. Xiao Zilong frowned. Consequently, we listened for over an hour. Even Xiao Zilong, who initially claimed he was not tired, succumbed to several yawns. Fortunately, at that moment, the chanting abruptly ceased. We hurried back to the cupboard, closing the door behind us, only to hear footsteps above. Soon, flickering lights appeared as two figures descended, each holding a candle. As they passed by the cupboard, the older Taoist paused and inquired, "Did you come down and touch the cupboard earlier?" The young Taoist hurriedly replied, "I just heard a bit of noise and was thinking. I was about to open the cabinet door to take a look." "You opened it?" The elder Taoist inquired sternly. No, the young Taoist quickly clarified. "I merely touched the cabinet door. I hadn't even had the chance to open it." Later, I realized it was just the wind. The elder Taoist's expression softened slightly. "Did I not tell you not to touch that cabinet? Have you disregarded my words?" "Senior brother, the paintings inside that cabinet are truly, the young Taoist stammered. "Truly what?" The elder brother reprimanded. "The last time I accompanied you, I inadvertently glimpsed the paintings within the cabinet, and since then, I've been plagued by nightmares." The younger disciple confessed, trembling. The elder brother's face darkened. "Then why would you dare to approach the cabinet?" I cannot comprehend why, though my heart is filled with fear, I cannot help but feel compelled to open the door whenever I pass by the cabinet." The younger disciple lamented. The elder brother sighed, his tone softening. "I cannot entirely blame you. I too have felt the same." "Ah, you too?" The younger disciple exclaimed in astonishment. "Then, what on earth is going on? Those paintings in the cabinet are exceedingly peculiar. And why did Master summon us here in the dead of night?" "Master has commanded us to do whatever he asks. There is no room for questioning." The elder brother retorted with a glare. "Certainly we must heed Master's words, but it is simply too strange." The younger disciple said with a forced bravado, "Every time I come here, I am consumed by fear." The senior brother spoke in a low voice. "Have you forgotten the words of our master? The reason we established the Chao Xian temple here is precisely due to the malevolent energy emanating from Qinglong Mountain. To prevent calamities that could endanger the local populace, we built our temple to subdue the forces of Qinglong Mountain. Thus, it is not surprising that some peculiar occurrences transpire within the temple." "Indeed," the junior brother nodded. "Your admonition is well taken. I momentarily lost my focus. Let's proceed swiftly." The senior brother acknowledged with a slight nod. The two then stepped outside, extinguished the candle in their hands, and securely locked the door behind them. As the sound of their footsteps faded, we emerged from the cupboard, shrouded in mystery. "Let's ascend and take a look," Xiao Zilong said, his impatience evident as he led the way up the stairs, and I followed closely behind. Upon reaching the upper floor, we were met with an exceedingly bizarre sight. Chapter 55. The dual corpses guarding the door. Substituting the beams, the upper room was equally vacant, devoid of any furnishings. Save for the four walls adorned with intricate talismans and scriptures painted in bright red cinnabar, as vivid as blood, with densely packed characters. Additionally, 2 copper mirrors hung on the walls to the east and west. On the floor, 3 large coarse porcelain bowls were arranged in a straight line, accompanied by 2 slightly smaller copper bowls aligned beside them, followed by even smaller wooden bowls. These 6 bowls formed an inverted triangle. Each bowl contained the freshly severed head of a rooster, blood still dripping. Yet curiously, there was no pungent scent of blood. Rather, an odor reminiscent of decay lingered in the air. Flanking either side of these 6 bowls were 2 mats made of rushes. Evidently, the 2 Taoists had previously knelt upon this very spot, reciting their scriptures. "What on earth is this?" Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow, casting another glance at the talismans and scriptures adorning the walls. I inquired whether he discerned anything. I have never encountered these scriptures, and the talismans appear utterly chaotic," he remarked. I circled the room and settled upon a meditation cushion in the eastern corner. Observing this, Xiao Zilong also took his place on the cushion to the west. We exchanged glances, and he suggested, "Shall we attempt to recite a passage from the scriptures ourselves?" I acquiesced. The two of us began to chant the verses from the scriptures inscribed on the wall directly opposite us. Sitting on the cushion, we found ourselves perfectly aligned with the bronze mirror adorning the wall across from us. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar, yet nothing extraordinary revealed itself. After a short while, Xiao Zilong ceased his recitation and began to glance about restlessly. I rose and made my way downstairs. "Where are you going?" Xiao Zilong hurriedly followed. I approached the cabinet, opened its doors, and fixated upon a frightful depiction of a ghost. "Have you discovered something?" Xiao Zilong leaned in for a closer look. "This is a door," I proclaimed. "A door?" Xiao Zilong exclaimed, stepping forward to touch the wall. "Are you suggesting there is a hidden door within?" "Not a hidden door, but a ghostly portal." "A ghostly portal?" Xiao Zilong questioned, puzzled. I gestured to the left and right sides of the wall, indicating here and here there should be two corpses, one male and one female, entombed within. "Is that for real?" Xiao Zilong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean there are corpses bricked up inside this wall? How did you deduce that? Have you perhaps mastered some extraordinary ocular technique that allows you to see through walls?" "That is not permissible," I retorted with irritation. Asserting that wherever there exists a ghostly portal, it inevitably entails the presence of a male and female dual corpses guarding the entrance, commonly referred to as the gatekeepers. "Is this not evident? How have I never heard of such a thing?" Xiao Zilong expressed his skepticism, inquiring how I discerned it to be a ghostly portal. I glanced upward, observing the arrangements above. "That is known as the Hall of Rebirth. Beneath the hall lies the ghostly portal. Have you not heard of this?" Xiao Zilong paused momentarily, then remarked, "What esoteric and unorthodox notions are these?" I must confess, I have indeed never encountered them. There are many obscure matters. It is not unusual to be unaware. As I spoke, I stepped back a few paces to survey the room's periphery. Xiao Zilong leaned closer, questioning what I was searching for. Beneath the Hall of Rebirth, behind the ghostly portal, there must be a corpse refining furnace. This is common knowledge. I provided an explanation. "I have never heard of such a thing. What sort of common knowledge is that?" Xiao Zilong rolled his eyes and said, "If the corpse refining furnace is indeed behind the ghostly portal, then why not simply open this door?" With that, he dashed into the cupboard, leaning against the wall to investigate. "Do not continue your search. This ghostly portal merely serves as the entrance to the corpse refining furnace, not as a passage for entry or exit. The true entrance must be concealed elsewhere." I called him out. "You should have mentioned that earlier." Xiao Zilong resumed his search throughout the room. I approached the right side of the cupboard and tapped on the wall. "Is there an issue here?" Xiao Zilong perked up. I replied that there was none. "Then why did you tap?" Xiao Zilong turned to seek other locations. I beckoned him back, stating that further searching was futile. "Let's be more decisive." Xiao Zilong gazed at me several times, and I couldn't help but wonder if he intended to demolish the wall and simply walk through. I replied, "That seems about right." He exclaimed, "This commotion is rather excessive, isn't it? Not quite ideal." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and insisted, "Let me handle this." I stepped aside. I watched as he examined the wall for a moment, lowered himself slightly, pressed his palm against it, paused for a heartbeat, and then suddenly pushed forward, voile. He swiftly withdrew his hand, revealing a chunk of blue brick. "What do you think? This trick of swapping beams has been my practice since childhood," Xiao Zilong declared, gleefully weighing the brick in his hand. "Not bad. I think besides washing dishes, you could also pursue a career as a mason," I complimented. "Oh, how did I not think of that?" Xiao Zilong remarked, then continued to extract bricks from the wall with remarkable stealth, making no sound at all. Before long, he had created a hole large enough for a person to enter. "Let's go," I said, stepping inside first. Xiao Zilong followed, gasping in astonishment. "Goodness, have we excavated a massive cavity in a mountain?" This two-story building was nestled against the mountainside, so naturally we had burrowed into the heart of the mountain. After walking a short distance, we encountered a large pit, approximately 10 meters square and 6 or 7 meters deep. Surrounding the pit were numerous burned incense sticks, densely packed. Who could say how many? In addition, black wooden plaques were arranged amidst the incense. Goodness, aren't these spirit tablets? Sha Zilong crouched down to examine one of the plaques, exclaiming. I glanced back at the past, and indeed, there were countless spirit tablets, totaling over 100. Each tablet bore the name of its owner, revealing both male and female names, with surnames varying widely. We descended to take a closer look. Together, we leaped down to the bottom of the pit. In the center of this vast hollow, there were numerous white porcelain jars, slightly smaller than traditional wine vessels. One side of each jar bore a blood-red character for fortune, while the other displayed a black character for longevity. Additionally, a multitude of tiny inscriptions surrounded these two characters, resembling the scriptures adorning the wall of the second floor. Upon seeing these jars, I was immediately reminded of the earthen jar within the icy prison beneath Lu's residence. The atmosphere at the bottom of the pit was suffocating. Xiao Zilong seemed to have grasped the gravity of the situation, his brows furrowing deeply and his expression darkening. The jar's opening was sealed with yellow clay, adorned with 2 talismans. Allow me, Xiao Zilong growled, his face stern as he aggressively tore off the talismans. With a decisive slap of his palm, he removed the entire clay seal in one motion. The moment it was unsealed, a hissing sound echoed as wisps of black smoke billowed from within the jar. This is ominous. There are restrictions in place. We have been detected. Xiao Zilong cursed. Pay no heed to him. I instructed Xiao Zilong to open several more. Without hesitation, he proceeded to unseal 3 additional jars. Once the black smoke dissipated, we beheld a transparent liquid filling the jars, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood. What is this? Xiao Zilong inquired, leaning in with wide eyes. Suddenly, a dark shadow floated up from the bottom of the jar, revealing a pale, haunting face. Xiao Zilong was startled when he ventured too close. Inside the jar floated the startling sight of a newborn infant. It was uncertain how long the child had been submerged within. Astounded, Xiao Zilong hurried to inspect the other jars, only to find a similar horrifying scene. Each contained freshly born infants, all of them. Apologetically, I retrieved my phone to capture a few photographs and declare my departure. As we fled, Xiao Zilong's hands danced in a flurry, swiftly restoring the displaced bricks to their original positions before he quietly opened the door and slipped away. No sooner had we departed than a cacophony of voices and the hurried footsteps of a crowd approached rapidly. We had anticipated this and deftly navigated around, subsequently easing our pace as we meandered towards our lodging. Is that the corpse refining kiln? Xiao Zilong's expression darkened. This was a rare moment. He typically wore a smile and squinted eyes, making his current seriousness all the more striking. I simply nodded. What were the intentions of the Chao Immortal Temple? It was audacious for them to even bear the title of a temple. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiao Zilong's narrowed gaze. At this moment, it was difficult to ascertain the situation. I shook my head. Indeed, the current circumstances were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving us perplexed. The Chao Immortal Temple was entirely funded by the Chao family, and even its name bore the family moniker, making any claim of disconnection from them utterly implausible. Situated atop Qinglong Mountain, it served as a focal point for a vast Feng Shui arrangement, overseen by the Chao family during its operation. Furthermore, the corpse refining kiln within the Chao Immortal Temple bore striking resemblances to the ice prison located beneath the old residence of the Lu family, which was also linked to the Chao family. However, due to the time constraints earlier, I was unable to conduct a more thorough search to ascertain whether that peculiar giant I was also present. Next, there is Shermin Village, also known as the Red River, which Lu Hao had mentioned in the past. All of this seems to be intricately interconnected. Both Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang were deeply fearful of the Chao family, repeatedly asserting that they were far more terrifying than one could imagine. It appears that the Chao family is indeed shrouded in profound secrecy, extending well beyond the scope of an ordinary family. Perhaps the events surrounding my grandfather are not as simple as I once believed. I shall return to my room and get some sleep. The matters at hand are numerous and convoluted, and I cannot fathom them all at once. Thus, it is best to set them aside for now. All right, time for a good night's rest. Xiao Zilong stretched lazily. As we spoke, we entered the courtyard, only to unexpectedly collide with someone emerging from within. The newcomer wore a long dress, her hair cascading damply over her shoulders, and the air was infused with the scent of shampoo, indicating she had just bathed. Her bare face was strikingly beautiful, with skin as delicate as a flower petal. Although she appeared somewhat different from her earlier self in the woods, I recognized her immediately. She was indeed the sister who bore a striking resemblance to Miao. Both parties were taken aback by the sudden encounter, momentarily frozen in place. The young woman's face shifted from red to pale, leaving her somewhat flustered. I sensed she was so embarrassed that she might wish to dig a basement to hide in. What to do? After a prolonged moment of awkward silence, Xiao Zilong was the first to break it, quietly inquiring of me. I cast him a glance, realizing he had just touched upon a sensitive subject. I reluctantly suggested, "Shall we pretend we did not see her?" The young woman's face suddenly flushed crimson. As we were about to approach, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind us, accompanied by an exclamation of delight. "Senior brother, do you see who that is?" Upon hearing that voice, I immediately recognized it was Wei Dongting. If he was present, then Xiao Junwu must also have arrived. Turning around, indeed, I spotted Xiao Junwu leading Wei Dongting and others into the room. "What brings you two here?" Wei Dongting finally noticed us, frowning as he inquired. However, Xiao Junwu disregarded us entirely, striding directly to the young woman, his previously stern countenance now softened into a smile. "Yao Yao, what a surprise to encounter you here. What are you staring at?" "I'm asking you a question." Wei Dongting raised his voice. "This is rather inconvenient to discuss," I replied, feeling somewhat awkward. "What is so inconvenient about it? Speak." Wei Dongting scoffed. Just then, Shun Qingyao, clearly irritated, interjected, "What are you all making such a ruckus about?" At her words, Wei Dongting immediately wilted. Xiao Junwu, with an ingratiating smile, began, "Yao Yao, if we could just..." Yet before he could finish, Shun Qingyao coldly interrupted, "I'm going to sleep. You all should return whence you came." Ignoring Xiao Junwu, whose smile had stiffened, she turned on her heel to leave. "Who is over there?" Suddenly, a voice from afar shouted, followed by a throng of Taoists surging forward, encircling the courtyard. Shun Qingyao, surprised, came to a halt. "What is happening?" "It's us." Wei Dongting approached, frowning as he spoke. His tone indicated he was quite familiar with the Taoists present. The leading Taoist, approximately in his 50s, possessed a robust physique, and his eyes glimmered with intensity amidst the night. Were it not for his Taoist robes, one might easily mistake him for a bandit chief. With merely a glance at Wei Dongting, he shifted his gaze and declared sternly, "Moments ago, someone intruded into the rear courtyard of the temple. Is someone attempting to pilfer valuables?" Wei Dongting inquired, astonished. The Taoist's countenance was frosty as he coldly replied, "If they were merely stealing goods, it could be deemed a charitable act towards our temple. Regrettably, these scoundrels have truly committed a heinous act by damaging the cherished longevity dolls entrusted to our care." "What are longevity dolls?" Wei Dongting asked, bewildered. The others exchanged puzzled glances, equally perplexed. Xiao Zilong cast me a knowing look. It was then that Xiao Junwu turned back, brow furrowed, and questioned the Taoist. What transpired? Upon seeing Xiao Junwu approach, the Taoist's expression softened slightly, and he gestured, "Bring it forth." Two Taoists stepped forward, carrying a white porcelain jar. One side bore a blood-red character for fortune, while the other displayed a pitch-black character for longevity. It was unmistakably a jar from the corpse refining furnace. "What lies within?" Wei Dongting leaned in for a closer look, only to be startled into a cry, retreating several paces. The others, too, discerned the contents of a jar and were struck with horror. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jun's expression darkened. I had been keenly observing the expressions of those around me, particularly Xiao Junwu. Yet in that moment, it was impossible to ascertain whether he was genuinely unaware of the situation or merely feigning ignorance. In this vessel lie the souls of infants who met untimely fates. Grieving parents, in their sorrow, entrusted them to the Taoist temple, allowing these children to partake in the incense offerings and accumulate blessings for their next lives, thus becoming the fortune and longevity dolls. This, indeed, exemplifies our temple's charitable endeavors," declared the Taoist with great pride. Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances, thinking how impressive this Taoist was, spinning such a coherent narrative. Clearly, he had noticed someone entering the corpse furnace and preemptively revealed the existence of these fortune and longevity dolls. So was a wave of understanding washed over the crowd. Infuriatingly, a thief had intruded upon this sacred ground tonight, believing the vessel contained treasures, and had shattered the altar, disturbing the souls of these departed children. The Taoist exclaimed in wrath. Amidst the murmurs of the assembly, the Taoist suddenly shifted his gaze towards Xiao Zilong and me, inquiring, "Where were you two prior to this?" As his words fell, every eye in the room fixated upon us. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wei Dongting furrowed his brow and remarked, "You two." Before he could finish, I gestured towards Shun Qingyao with a smile, saying, "We three have been together all along." Chapter 57. A Temporary Alliance. Unforeseen portents indeed. "We three have been together," Xiao Zilong chimed in, casting a joyful glance my way. The moment our words escaped, a hush descended upon the surroundings, as if the very air had solidified. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wei Dongting retorted angrily. "Whom do you claim to have been with?" I inquired, perplexed. "Is your hearing impaired?" Wei Dongting, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. "Have you two emerged from a dream, or has madness taken hold of you? Do you truly believe that Sister Qingyao would associate with either of you? Perhaps you should inquire." I cast a deep glance at Shun Qingyao and smiled. Her face flushed with a blend of crimson and pale hues, and after a prolonged silence, she finally uttered, "Yes." "Did you hear that?" Xiao Zilong laughed heartily. At that moment, Wei Dongting's expression turned a ghastly shade of green, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Yao Yao, do you have business with them?" Chao Junwu inquired with a faint smile, though it was strained and clearly forced. "It has nothing to do with you," Shen Qingyao retorted coldly. Chao Junwu, having met resistance, twitched his lips as his forced smile faltered. It was no wonder he was unfortunate. This goddess of his was now both alarmed and furious, leaving no room for the affections of a sycophant. "So, do you have any further questions?" I asked cheerfully, turning my attention to the group of Taoists. The leading Taoist stared at us, momentarily at a loss for words. "Your accusatory stance suggests you suspect us." Xiao Zilong pointed at me, then at Shun Qingyao, and finally at Xiao Yao, of stealing your longevity dolls. I nearly burst into laughter when he referred to Shun Qingyao as Xiao Yao, but I managed to maintain a composed faade. However, Chao Junwu and Wei Dongting were unable to maintain their composure, particularly Chao Junwu, whose face darkened ominously like an approaching storm. "Do you have any more inquiries?" Shun Qingyao's tone was as frigid as ice, likely provoked by Xiao Zilong's antics. The Taoist hesitated. After all, Shun Qingyao is the second young lady of the Feng Shui Association in Meicheng. To assert that she stealthily entered the Chao Xian Temple and damaged the Fusho dolls would likely be met with incredulity by anyone from the temple. Not only would such an accusation lack credibility, but it could also incite conflict between the Chao Xian Temple and the Meicheng Feng Shui Association, an outcome no one could afford. If there is nothing to say, then refrain from arguing with me here, Shun Qingyao coldly declared before turning to leave. "Yao Yao." Chao Junwu hastily pursued her. After taking a few steps, Shun Qingyao suddenly halted, turned around, and pointed at us, commanding, "You two, come with me." I observed that Chao Junwu froze on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief. "We're coming," Xiao Zilong responded cheerfully. We followed her as she marched ahead, her expression stern and her back turned. "Where to? To your room?" Xiao Zilong called out loudly. I couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident he was being deliberately provocative. Yet, Shun Qingyao indeed opened the door to her own room, beckoning us inside, before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "What you two up to?" Once inside, the girl finally lost her composure, her voice rising in anger. "Weren't we together earlier?" I asked, somewhat perplexed. Shun Qingyao's delicate face flushed with a mix of red and white, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to articulate a response. "Indeed, it is a matter of fact. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Xiao Zilong interjected. Shun Qingyao gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze upon us. Did you two sneak into the backyard and damage the Fusho dolls? Do you truly believe we would engage in such trivial antics? I retorted. Exactly. Do you think my brother and I are the sort to partake in such nonsense? We might as well return home for a good night's sleep. Sha Zilong yawned and spoke. Xin Yao let out a cold laugh, remarking, You two are quite secretive. One can never be sure. I remained silent, offering her a smile. What are you laughing at? Xin Yao's face flushed with anger, her embarrassment transforming into fury. It seems that it's not just the two of us who are being secretive, I replied with a chuckle. Xin Yao retorted angrily. I am engaged in serious business. It's not the same as your antics. Ah, you're using 9 Kuei grass, presenting yourself as bait to lure that creature, aren't you? Sha Zilong laughed. What a coincidence. We share the same goal, but your approach is rather reckless. It's quite perilous. Thankfully, we are here, otherwise. You. Xin Yao's face grew crimson with indignation. All right, we are all in the same boat now. Let's sit down and converse properly. I took the initiative to find a chair and sat down. Sha Zilong followed suit, occupying another chair. Who's in the same boat as you? Xin Yao shot back angrily. I suppressed my smile and spoke solemnly. We come from Sherman Village, and, as members of the Feng Shui community in May City, we are naturally obligated to contribute to the peace of this region. Thus, we have pursued the matter to Qinglong Mountain. Although we were previously unfamiliar with one another, we have shared life and death experiences. Indeed, this is what one would call a bond forged in adversity, Sha Zilong exclaimed, tapping the back of his chair with a sense of nostalgia. Xin Yao scrutinized us for a while before letting out a cold huff. That sounds quite nice, she remarked, though her tone had softened considerably. We are all on the same side here. Sit down and talk, don't just stand. I greeted her with a smile. Xin Yao cast a sharp glance at both of us, her expression shifting several times before she coldly remarked, You two have occupied the only 2 chairs. Where am I to sit? Shall I relinquish my seat for you? I chuckled lightly, attempting to rise. Xin Yao paid no heed, instead choosing to perch herself on the edge of the bed. You two came here with Chao Junwu, didn't you? Claiming you arrived on your own, she continued, her tone implying that the essence of the matter was understood. I made no attempt to deny it. After a brief silence, Xin Yao inquired, When did you arrive from the woods? I replied, It was when she began to draw the snakes. Xin Yao glanced at me. Were you lured here by the snake tide? Just as I was about to affirm, Xiao Zilong interjected, Not quite. Don't forget, you visited the dining hall. We followed because we caught a whiff of your fragrance. Xin Yao's cheeks, which had previously lost their color, flushed once more, igniting a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she shot us a furious glare. Don't misunderstand. We merely caught a hint of the dragon summoning incense. It was not intentional, Xiao Zilong added, realizing perhaps the awkwardness of the statement. He turned to me and asked, Isn't that right? My nose was stuffy, rendering me unable to detect any scent. I hastily distanced myself from the implication. Xin Yao's face turned crimson as she clenched her teeth, asserting, This matter ends here. You are not to mention it to anyone. Understood? We both responded with an affirmative "Oh." Then shall we discuss matters of collaboration? I suggested. What collaboration? Xin Yao frowned. It seems rather challenging for you to tackle that entity alone, I remarked. Xin Yao let out a cold hum, remarking that had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances, she would have dealt with that matter long ago. Thus, we must act as a team, so that we can respond calmly when unexpected events arise, don't you think? I chuckled. Chapter 58. Ancestral Rules. Sealed like a prison, weren't you working alongside Chao Junwu? Why did you wish to collaborate with me? Xin Yao pondered for a moment, scrutinizing the two of us before asking. You are the more dependable one, I complimented her. Xin Yao scoffed, stating, With the backing of the Feng Shui Association, why would I need to collaborate with you? If that were the case, you wouldn't need to venture alone to the back mountain as bait, I teased. Xiao Zilong, curious, inquired, Indeed, if you have a whole group from the Feng Shui Association at your disposal, why would you go solo? Is it that the members of your association are utterly inept? Don't speak nonsense. Xin Yao glared at him. The Feng Shui Association undoubtedly has a wealth of talent, but whether they can work together harmoniously is another matter entirely. I interjected. Xiao Zilong's eyes widened in realization. So that is the crux of the matter. In that case, the three of us will have no issues coordinating. From where does your confidence stem? Shen Qingyao asked, amused. Are you lacking faith in keeping pace with us? Xiao Zilong queried. You. Shen Qingyao was momentarily speechless. I am concerned that you might struggle to keep up. Rest assured, whether or not you believe in our capabilities. Shall we join forces for the sake of peace in our matching area? I proposed with a smile, extending my hand. Shen Qingyao let out another hum. Turning her head aside, after a considerable pause, she finally conceded, collaboration is acceptable, but you must all heed my commands. Major matters are to be deliberated upon collectively, while minor affairs are within your purview to direct. I pondered aloud. What do you mean by minor affairs under my command? Shen Qingyao inquired, her irritation palpable. Very well. Let's settle on that, I declared decisively. Shen Qingyao appeared momentarily taken aback, only to grasp the implication of my words. By the way, what is your opinion on that Fu Shou doll? I abruptly shifted the topic. Fu Shou? Shen Qingyao faltered, momentarily confused by the sudden reference. That Fu Shou doll is clearly problematic. You must have noticed that, haven't you? Xiao Zilong interjected. With a furrowed brow, Shen Qingyao countered. What exactly is the issue? Haven't they explained that these are children who passed away prematurely, entrusted to the temple by their parents for the accumulation of blessings? Surely you cannot believe such nonsense? Xiao Zilong exclaimed, astonished. Shen Qingyao snorted softly, but refrained from erupting. Then do enlighten me as to where the problem lies, she challenged. Have you ever heard of such a practice of accumulating blessings for children? Xiao Zilong posed in return. I have not. Shen Qingyao hesitated before shaking her head. But that does not necessarily imply anything. As she spoke, her gaze swept over us with suspicion. You two didn't sneak into the backyard and smash the urn, disturbing the Fu Shou doll, did you? How could that possibly be? We replied, feigning innocence with laughter. Shen Qingyao scrutinized us for an extended moment before stating, the abbot of Chao Xian Temple is a reclusive figure, yet I have encountered him several times. He is a person of serene disposition and an ascetic sage. I do not believe there to be any issues with Chao Xian Temple. Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances, silently agreeing without offering any rebuttal. However, speaking of this child, there is indeed a rather peculiar matter concerning Sherman Village. Shen Qingyao shifted her tone. We urged her to elaborate. I have meticulously investigated, and approximately 30 years ago, Sherman Village experienced a 5-year span during which no child was born. More precisely, no child was born alive. Shen Qingyao remarked. Noticing our indifferent reactions, she appeared somewhat perplexed. Are you aware of this matter? I had previously heard it from an individual named Old Meng. I provided a brief explanation. Old Meng? Shen Qingyao nodded slightly. What else did he say? He did not elaborate further. That was about it. Shen Qingyao responded with a sound of acknowledgement. In addition to this, I discovered another fact. The inhabitants of Sherman Village are averse to venturing outside and do not favor marrying out. They only accept brides into the village, remaining within its confines for generations. Is that so? Both Xiao Zilong and I were taken aback. Although we had heard that Sherman Village was rather insular, we did not anticipate it to be to such an extent. What age are we in? Even in ancient times, it was quite normal for women to marry outside, unless one was in a truly secluded mountain village. I had previously sought information from the villagers, but their unified response was that it was an edict from their ancestors. Villagers were to remain within the village and not venture forth. Shen Qingyao continued. I also inquired in a nearby town, and their accounts were quite similar to those of the villagers of Sherman. In this day and age, are there still those who adhere to such rules? Xiao Zilong expressed his disbelief, pondering whether the elderly might adhere to tradition, but could the youth truly be persuaded? I have heard that in Sherman Village, the moment a child is born, their parents and elders impart the ancestral customs, instilling a sense of belonging to the village. Shen Qingyao furrowed her brow and remarked that despite such early teachings, there would inevitably be those who yearn to leave. Indeed, who could possibly remain in such a remote little mountain village? Xiao Zilong concurred. I inquired of Shen Qingyao, what have you discovered anew? She cast a sidelong glance at me and replied, I conducted a discreet investigation, and it appears that in recent years, many young people have succumbed to the temptation of escaping the village, some seeking employment or education, while others have ventured out to marry. However, none have met with a favorable fate. How so? Both Xiao Zilong and I stiffened. They have all perished. Shun Qingyao's tone grew somber, detailing the varied circumstances of their demise. Some fell victim to illness, others met with tragic accidents, drowning, or were struck by vehicles. The population of Sherman village is small and insular, rarely drawing attention. Yet this revelation is rather alarming. Are you suggesting that no one who has departed from Sherman village has survived? Xiao Zilong inquired. Shun Qingyao clarified. Those who temporarily leave and return are unharmed. But anyone who remains away for an extended period has not escaped unscathed. This situation is indeed troubling, as if the village were under some sort of curse. Xiao Zilong remarked, clicking his tongue in disbelief. I find this matter quite peculiar, so I discreetly inquired among the villagers. However, they are reticent about such topics, revealing nothing. Yet, piecing together some scattered clues, it seems likely that this is connected to an ancient rule established by the ancestors of Sherman village. Shun Qingyao continued. Villagers face misfortune whenever they leave the village, which is why the ancestors decreed that villagers should not venture out. I pondered and asked, is that the gist of it? That's about the essence, Shun Qingyao replied, though the villagers have not articulated it that way. It is merely my conjecture. Could it be that this village is truly cursed? Xiao Zilong queried in astonishment. Sherman village appears ordinary, yet upon deeper examination, it evokes a sense of dread. Shun Qingyao maintained an air of aloofness, exuding a demeanor that discouraged approach, yet when it came to her investigations, she was remarkably thorough, delving deeply into the mysteries of Sherman village. Our conversation extended for several hours. By the time we bid farewell and departed from Shun Qingyao's abode, dawn was nearly upon us. However, as soon as we stepped outside, we were met by the grim visages of Chao Junwu and Wei Dongting, standing like two sentinels. You too, Xiao Zilong remarked in surprise, scrutinizing them. Surely you haven't been standing out here all this time? What are you doing inside? Wei Dongting demanded in a raised voice. Xiao Zilong responded nonchalantly, oh, just having a chat with Xiao Yao, sharing our thoughts. Nonsense. What could you possibly have to discuss? Wei Dongting scolded. I noticed Chao Jun was standing there with a face so dark it seemed ready to spill, and I stifled a yawn, exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted. Indeed, there is little to discuss. After a long day, I am eager to retire for the night. Yet, Xiao Yao persists in engaging us in conversation, leaving us no choice. You truly speak without restraint. Sister Qing Yao will surely hold you captive in dialogue. It must be that you are reluctant to depart. Wei Dongting's face flushed with anger. He turned to Chao Junwu and said, Brother, do not heed their nonsense. The mere mention of this only deepened Chao Junwu's scowl as he coldly inquired, what were you discussing inside? Apologies, but as Xiao Yao stated, the content is confidential. Xiao Zilong replied lazily, what nonsense? What could possibly warrant secrecy? Wei Dongting retorted angrily. I interjected with a smile. Why not inquire within? Perhaps Xiao Yao will disclose it to you. We, for our part, dare not breach confidentiality. At that moment, a frosty voice emanated from within, declaring, all of you, leave me be. Do not disturb my slumber. Oh dear, Xiao Yao is angry. We should hasten back to our rest, Xiao Zilong remarked as he nudged me. Let's go. We promptly made our way to our room. After a short while, we heard a timid knocking at the door. Turning around, we beheld Chao Junwu standing at Shun Qing Yao's door, knocking. Yao Yao I. Leave, came the cold retort from within. Xiao Zilong burst into laughter. What are you doing? How embarrassing for him if she hears that. I frowned. Indeed, yet with such volume, she certainly must have heard. Xiao Zilong agreed. Is that so? That shouldn't be the case. We mused as we retreated into our own chambers. The room is arranged almost identically to Shun Qing Yao's, with similar furnishings and merely a single bed. This Chaoxian temple is rather stingy. How are we supposed to sleep? Xiao Zilong expressed his dissatisfaction. You can take the bed. I shall manage sitting. I dragged a chair over. Then I shall not contend with you for it. Without further ado, Xiao Zilong flopped onto the bed. Just as I closed my eyes, his voice cut through the silence. Did you specifically bring Xiao Yao along to investigate Shimin village or to probe Chaoxian temple? Both, I suppose, I replied, then inquired, are you participating? A rustling sound followed, presumably as Xiao Zilong changed positions. I am indeed participating. Initially, it was merely to earn a living, but this matter is rather intriguing. That is agreeable, I murmured. But it seems you've been quite attentive to Chaoxian temple. Have you been watching it for a long time? Xiao Zilong suddenly asked. Yes, for quite some time, I replied. Quite some time? How long is that? He queried, curiosity evident in his tone. I estimate it has been several days. I contemplated. A moment of silence ensued. It is indeed a considerable duration, Xiao Zilong remarked. Time to sleep. After a while, he uttered again. Do you think that strange occurrence in the forest, with the wind and sand, has any connection to Chaoxian temple? Hard to say, I replied. True, Xiao Zilong responded with an mm. After that, the room descended into complete silence. I lost track of time, but eventually, I was jolted awake by loud shouts outside. What on earth is happening? Xiao Zilong cursed. I glanced out the window and noticed that dawn was just breaking. Moments later, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by a voice calling out, Get up, get up. I opened the door and found Wei Dongting standing there with a stern expression. What happened? I inquired. With a cold snort, Wei Dongting replied. Another death has occurred in Shimin village. We must hurry. Another fatality? Xiao Zilong approached, astonished. Stop dawdling, Wei Dongting retorted as he stepped outside. Xiao Zilong and I had nothing to gather, so we promptly followed him. What about Xiao Yao? Is she still asleep? As we passed by Shen Qingyao's room, Xiao Zilong deliberately called out. Wei Dongting's face darkened further as he coldly stated, Sister Qingyao has already gone with my senior brother. Is that true? Xiao Zilong questioned, scrutinizing Wei Dongting. You don't seem that young. You're older than Xiao Yao, yet you insist on calling her Sister Qingyao? Wei Dongting's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Sister Qingyao will eventually become a pair with my senior brother. What is wrong with me calling her that? You're so certain? Xiao Zilong asked, surprised. Why not just call her sister-in-law? I chuckled, with Xiao Yao's temperament. That would be tempting fate. Indeed, Xiao Zilong nodded. Both of you be quiet. Wei Dongting snapped, flustered. By the way, what transpired last night? I thought I heard Xiao Yao shout get lost. Who is she referring to? I asked curiously. It wasn't you, was it? Xiao Zilong probed Wei Dongting. I told you to be quiet. Wei Dongting exclaimed angrily. Xiao Zilong was taken aback. It was either an insult directed at him or at his senior brother. Surely not. That was rather harsh. I shook my head in disbelief. Wei Dongting suddenly quickened his pace, striding purposefully towards the exit, leaving behind a terse remark. Get the car ready. We shall not wait if we are delayed. The vehicle awaited us at the foot of the mountain, and upon our descent, it set off towards Shimin village. Upon our arrival at the village entrance, we discovered that a cordon had been established around the large stone gate, prohibiting entry. After some negotiation, Wei Dongting managed to secure our passage into the area. Follow closely behind me, and let us adhere to some decorum, he admonished us. Subsequently, he led our group to the site of the incident, located in a field at the northwestern corner of the village. Tragically, 2 individuals had lost their lives. It was reported that when they were discovered, they were both headfirst in the soil, resembling seedlings, with only their legs protruding. The bodies were found by an elderly couple who had intended to work in the fields that morning. Upon reaching their destination, they were taken aback by the sight of something unusual embedded in the earth. Their curiosity nearly cost them their lives in fright. By the time we arrived, a considerable crowd had gathered at the scene, including Shen Qingyao and Chao Junwu. Outside, police officers maintained order behind the barrier. Upon our approach, they halted us. Let us wait here for the moment, as the investigation is ongoing. This area is restricted to outsiders, Wei Dongting explained with a smile. Old Meng nodded in agreement, stating, Everyone understands. Miss Shen is the daughter of the Feng Shui Association, and Mr. Chao is a distinguished disciple of Master Gu. Their unique status has granted them special permission to enter. Many voices echoed in agreement. Just as the conversation unfolded, a young man approached and inquired, Who are Lin Shou and Xiao Zilong? Chapter 60, Weiyang Gang, The temporary guardians of the village, these two are. Old Ming gestured towards us. A hint of confusion etched on his face. May I ask what brings you here? Greetings, the young man smiled at us. Miss Shen has requested your presence. What? Wei Dongting furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his tone. Are you sure? Indeed. The young man gestured for us to follow him. Please come with me. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, we crossed the designated barrier. Before us lay 2 wooden boards, upon which rested 2 lifeless bodies. Shun Xingyao and Chao Junwu were crouched beside the corpses, examining them, while a few others stood nearby, evidently the heads of this investigative party. Come take a look. Shun Xingyao beckoned us with a wave, her tone indifferent. Chao Junwu, squatting beside her, furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from speaking. Greetings to you all. We acknowledged the people surrounding us before approaching the bodies. A pair of gloves was offered to us. Thank you. We accepted them and donned the gloves, crouching down to inspect the scene. Both corpses were male, their appearances grotesque and horrifying. Their bodies utterly emaciated, resembling dried sugar cane, devoid of moisture. The coarse skin clung tightly to the bones, taking on a ghastly hue of green and black. Their eyes were wide open, yet the whites were marred by an intricate web of blood vessels, densely packed and alarming. However, aside from some superficial abrasions, there were no conspicuous wounds on the body, and what little incisions existed were merely from the recent autopsy. As before, the internal organs were entirely missing. Shun Xingyao remarked coldly, and indeed, this was quite peculiar. One might speculate that the organs had been removed, which would not be surprising. However, both corpses bore no signs of incision, suggesting that their organs had seemingly evaporated from within their bodies. I cast a glance towards the field, where traces of something having been crushed lingered, evoking memories of a creature that resembled neither dragon nor snake, yet bore a human visage. Prior to our arrival, a significant number of personnel had been dispatched to search the vicinity, yet no substantial findings had emerged. You two go ahead. I will join you shortly. Shun Qingyao instructed as we finished our examination. We removed our gloves and returned, exchanging farewells with the others before stepping out. Xiao Chao's countenance appeared rather grim. You certainly vexed him, Xiao Zilong remarked. I dare say it was your doing, I retorted. Do you think, in a fit of anger, he might withhold our rewards? Xiao Zilong pondered. That seems unlikely. Then all is well, he replied, relieved. As we conversed, we rejoined the crowd, where Wei Dongting, with a stern expression, inquired, What did he summon you for? Did you not see? He simply wanted us to take a look at the bodies, to ensure everything was in order, Xiao Zilong responded. And you two are to ensure order? Wei Dongting scoffed. Xiao Zilong chuckled. After all, Xiao Yao is still young. It's up to the two of us to keep a watchful eye. Nonsense, Wei Dongting retorted through clenched teeth. I stood by with a smile, listening to their exchange. Yet my thoughts drifted elsewhere. Earlier, I had overheard Shun Qingyao and the others mention that, like the previous incident, the 2 individuals who perished last night were not from our village. Moreover, their faces were unfamiliar. No one had ever seen them before. This was indeed peculiar. Sherman Village is an exceptionally insular place where, aside from the villagers, hardly anyone ever visits. Even passers-by are a rare occurrence. How could it be that outsiders have consecutively met their demise here? What intrigued me further was Chao Junwu's demeanor. The Chao Xianguan is closely tied to the Chao family, and this connection is nearly indisputable. Moreover, it might run deeper than one might presume. As for Sherman Village, that remains uncertain. However, Lu Hao's final words before his death hinted at a subtle connection between Sherman Village and the Chao family. What could be the true motive behind Chao Junwu's eager arrival in the village? Was it merely to fawn over a goddess, or was there a more profound purpose? As I pondered these thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Chao Junwu strode towards us and addressed Wei Dongting. We will split up for our next course of action. Dongting, you lead a group to search the outskirts of the village, while another group should remain stationed within. Understood. Wei Dongting responded loudly, then inquired, And what about you, senior brother? I shall accompany Yao Yao to Wuyang Ridge, Chao Junwu replied. Wuyang Ridge? Wei Dongting asked, astonished. Chao Junwu waved his hand dismissively. No further questions are necessary. With a gesture towards the crowd, he declared, In order to prevent such a tragedy from recurring, I appreciate everyone's efforts. It is our duty, the crowd responded in unison. Xiao Junwu turned to seek out Shen Qingyao. After exchanging a few words, Shen Qingyao approached me and Xiao Zilong, stating the two individuals earlier possessed a talisman, which could possibly belong to a Taoist temple on Wuyang Ridge. I intend to investigate further. Would you two care to accompany me? We can head over to Wuyang Ridge. However, we are short-staffed here and could use your invaluable assistance. Xiao Junwu interjected eagerly. Wei Dongting nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sister Qingyao, we are severely lacking in manpower here. Your and Brother Chao's presence at Wuyang Ridge suffices. What about your decision? Shen Qingyao inquired of us. Since manpower is scarce here, we shall remain. I replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junwu, who had been tense, visibly relaxed. As you wish, Shen Qingyao said before turning to depart, with Xiao Junwu hastening to follow her. Soon, the blockade in the village was lifted, leaving only a small contingent to maintain watch. Wei Dongting gathered us together, taking most of the group with him, while only Xiao Zilong and I remained in Sherman Village. This location is of utmost importance and requires an overnight vigil. Your efforts will be greatly appreciated, Wei Dongting instructed. Given its significance, perhaps you should stay instead. We lack confidence, Xiao Zilong suggested. Wei Dongting furrowed his brow and declared, It is settled then. Everyone, follow me. We must capture that entity this time. The crowd rallied their spirits and immediately followed Wei Dongting in search of Sherman Village. Once they departed, the village fell silent once more. How shall we resolve our lunch? Xiao Zilong mused as he rubbed his belly. I glanced at him and jested. Shall we seek out Zaiheitang? Let us go, Xiao Zilong declared, leading the way to Haitang's home. However, upon arrival, we found no sign of her. The door was unlocked, so we made ourselves comfortable in the courtyard to wait. After half an hour, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, we saw the young girl, Haitang, entering with a large basket. The basket contained a dozen substantial sweet potatoes, a considerable weight indeed. We both rose to assist her, yet Haitang insisted on carrying it herself, a shy smile illuminating her face as she proclaimed, I am strong enough to carry it. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous rumble resonated from the ground, causing the house to tremble slightly. Haitang gasped in pain, clutching her chest. The basket slipped from her grasp, and the sweet potatoes tumbled across the ground. What happened? Xiao Zilong and I rushed forward. It's nothing at all, Haitang smiled at us, hastily crouching to retrieve the fallen potatoes. I approached her and gently pulled her up, carefully examining her complexion, which appeared unusually pale, her palms icy and slightly trembling. Are you cold? I inquired. Not cold. I'll be fine soon, Haitang reassured us. Xiao Zilong gathered the sweet potatoes and approached her, stating, What do you mean you'll be fine soon? Look at you. Your little face is all white. I truly am fine. I've been like this since I was a child. Haitang Dao, upon speaking, picked up the basket of sweet potatoes and made her way to the stove to kindle a fire, declaring, I shall roast sweet potatoes for you. What is the rush for roasted sweet potatoes? Is the sweet potato more important than your well-being? You must rest first. Xiao Zilong intervened, lifting her effortlessly and placing her onto a chair. Then I shall sit for a while before roasting them, Haitang timidly replied. Xiao Zilong, amused by her persistence, quipped, So your sole focus is on the sweet potatoes, is it? I dragged a chair closer and sat beside Haitang, inquiring with a smile. Earlier, when you suddenly clutched your chest, was it due to that thunderous noise from below? Yes, Haitang nodded. Every time it sounds, I react this way. I've grown accustomed to it, so you need not worry about me. It happens every time? What is it that produces the sound? Xiao Zilong asked in astonishment. I do not know. It merely occurs intermittently with a loud noise from beneath, Haitang explained. I pressed further. Did your chest hurt just now? After pondering, Haitang replied. When I hear that sound, my heart gives a sudden, heavy thump, but it does not ache. It does not ache? Your face had drained of color earlier, and your hands are still trembling. Xiao Zilong exclaimed incredulously. It truly is nothing. Haitang, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers. I gently encouraged her to speak honestly to your brothers. We can help you understand what is happening. After a moment's hesitation, Haidang admitted, it doesn't hurt much. It feels like a pinprick, and then it gets a bit cold. A single pinprick to your heart, and it does not hurt? Xiao Zilong retorted, somewhat exasperated. Despite the harsh words exchanged, the fire was rekindled, and the chair occupied by Haitang was moved beside the hearth, along with her. I inquired again about the frequency and approximate timing of the sounds emanating from the ground. It appeared to be devoid of any discernible pattern, occurring roughly every month or two. What do you deduce from this? Xiao Zilong asked, glancing at Haitang, who was preoccupied with roasting sweet potatoes, before pulling me aside to speak in hushed tones. There might be a hidden serpent beneath Sherman village, I speculated. A hidden serpent? Xiao Zilong replied, perplexed. What is that? Have you heard dragon veins? I queried. Of course, while I am not particularly fond of studying Feng Shui, it is something one cannot be oblivious to, he retorted, rolling his eyes. The hidden serpent is a term in Feng Shui that refers to a unique type of geomancy, akin to dragon veins, but fundamentally different, with a significantly heavier earth energy. I glanced towards the rear of Sherman village, surmising that this hidden serpent likely extended from Qinglong Mountain. Now that you mention it, it makes sense, Xiao Zilong acknowledged. But what connection does this have with that sound we heard earlier? That was the sound of the serpent's call, a manifestation of the Earth's energy converging below, creating a surge that produces such a noise, I elucidated. So, there are indeed two hidden serpents beneath? Xiao Zilong grasped my explanation. Precisely, I affirmed. But why does Haitang react this way? He inquired, puzzled. Could that serpent's call truly affect the human heart? Ordinary individuals would be unaffected. Haitang, however, possesses a unique constitution that makes her exceptionally sensitive to changes in the Earth's energy. As I spoke, I furrowed my brow slightly. Xiao Zilong seemed to have noticed and inquired, what impact will this have? The effects on the body could be substantial, and if I am not mistaken, Haidang would likely find it quite difficult to fall asleep at night. Even if she did manage to drift off, she would be prone to waking easily. When one is younger, it may be somewhat more manageable, but as one ages, sensitivity to the earthly tides increases, leading to greater impacts. Is that really the case? Xiao Zilong asked, frowning deeply. He turned to Haidang and asked, Little sister, how well do you sleep at night? Quite well. Haidang replied cheerfully while busily tending to the stove. How well is quite well? How many hours do you sleep in a night? Xiao Zilong pressed, his expression serious. Haitang hesitated. Well, about 4, but seeing our expectant gazes, she quickly amended, perhaps around 3 hours. Exactly how many? Xiao Zilong questioned further. I often sleep in a daze and wake up intermittently, so I'm not entirely sure. It's probably 3, or maybe 2, Haidang admitted timidly, lowering her gaze. Xiao Zilong exchanged a glance with me before asking, Did you used to sleep like this? It was better before. Later on, I found it hard to sleep. Haidang replied bashfully, returning to her roasted sweet potatoes. You were indeed right. Xiao Zilong murmured. If what you say is true, what will happen as Haitang grows older? Do you think Haitang has a big appetite? I asked him. Is that even a question? Together, we wouldn't be enough to satisfy her. Would you call that small? Xiao Zilong was in a rather irritable mood. I nodded, acknowledging that it was fortunate Haitang had a hearty appetite. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago. What? Xiao Zilong exclaimed in surprise. Haitang was exceedingly sensitive to the diurnal lunar tides, causing the flow of her blood and vital energy to rise and fall with the tides. If it were you, could you endure it? I inquired. How could one possibly withstand that? Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow. The human body operates according to the principles of the 5 elements. And when constantly influenced by the tides, it would be thrown into disarray. Even an Iron Man could not bear it. Indeed, that is the case, I began, suddenly recalling something that made me pause. Is there any solution to this? If this place is affected by the lunar tides, would relocating Haitang alleviate the issue? Xiao Zilong suggested. I asked him to hold on for a moment, then turned to Haitang. How do you alleviate the pain in your chest? Huh? Haitang looked up at me, momentarily taken aback, then bent down to cover her chest with her hand. Like this? I observed her more closely. Xiao Zilong, standing nearby, noticed as well and questioned, Why do you cover the right side? Is your heart on the right? Haitang hesitated briefly, then nodded. It truly is. Xiao Zilong replied in astonishment. Isn't that peculiar? Hai Tang asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. What is peculiar about it? It's quite normal. There are many people like that, I remarked with a smile. Indeed, Hai Tang responded, my mother is the same, and there are quite a few others in our village as well. Chapter 62. The Dark Corners of the Wardrobe. Charms like blood, are there many people in your village like this? Both Xiao Zilong and I were taken aback. Not too many, but there have always been some in our village. Haiding mentioned a neighbor of hers shares the same condition as I do. Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances. While it is indeed rare for someone to have their heart on the right side, encountering such individuals occasionally is not particularly astonishing. However, to meet several in such a small village is quite abnormal. Moreover, from what Haidang implied, children born with their hearts on the right side have frequently appeared in her village. You just mentioned that your mother is the same, with her heart on the right side? Xiao Zilong inquired. Haiding nodded. Does your mother experience any chest pain? Xiao Zilong asked again. No, she does not, Haidang replied. What about the others in the village? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems I haven't heard any such reports. Haitang hesitated. So, it appears that while others also have their hearts on the right side, they are not particularly sensitive to the Earth's yin tides, suggesting a possible disconnection between the two phenomena. This is rather. Xiao Zilong glanced at me. He likely intended to remark on the peculiarity of the situation, but abruptly reconsidered with Haitang present, swallowing the latter part of his statement. You can try these. They are quite delicious, Haitang said as she handed us 2 roasted sweet potatoes wrapped in paper. We shall not be polite then. Seeing Haitang's eager expression, we smiled as we accepted them, took a bite, and praised delicious. The rich aroma of roasted sweet potatoes momentarily dispelled the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. I shall roast more, I declared. Upon hearing our praise, Haitang's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly returned to continue roasting the remaining sweet potatoes. May I tour your home? I inquired, savoring the roasted sweet potatoes as I strolled around the yard. Certainly, Haitang nodded, immersing herself in the task at hand. Xiao Zilong followed me inside. Haitang's home was surprisingly spacious. Although the furnishings were simple, they were impeccably tidy and well organized. Look at this cabinet. Xiao Zilong pointed to a wardrobe. I understood his implication. On the night when Haitang's parents tragically drowned, she had awakened in a cabinet, presumably this very one. We opened the wardrobe for a glimpse. It contained various garments, some belonging to Haidang, alongside several older styles for both men and women, evidently her parents' possessions, which Haidang had preserved all these years. I noticed a men's leather jacket hanging on a hanger. Its design was quite ordinary, yet the craftsmanship was rather distinctive, prompting me to take a closer look. This jacket appeared to be handcrafted, with a plum blossom delicately stitched at the cuff. Although the blossom's appearance was unremarkable, the needlework was exquisite, a skill not possessed by just anyone. What is that? Xiao Zilong suddenly exclaimed, pushing aside some clothes on the rack. There, in the upper right corner of the wardrobe, was a dark red mark. Though somewhat faded, the outline remained discernible. It was unmistakably a talisman. A calming talisman? Xiao Zilong expressed his astonishment. The calming talisman was not particularly remarkable, as many possessed the skill to create it. However, its presence in an ordinary household was rather peculiar, especially when discovered tucked away in a corner of a wardrobe. The primary function of the calming talisman is to stabilize one's mind and soothe emotions. It would be understandable if Haitang, given her unique constitution and tendency toward insomnia, had her parents seek the assistance of a skilled practitioner to craft a calming talisman for her. Yet, it would logically be placed by her bedside. Why then was it found in a wardrobe? Unless Xiao Zilong reached out to touch the talisman, noting its age. It must have been there for many years. Could it be that on the night of her parents' misfortune, someone inscribed this talisman within the confines of the wardrobe? Is indeed a possibility, if we follow our deductions. It seems plausible that on the evening of her parents' incident, someone concealed young Haitang within the wardrobe and, fearing she might awaken, deliberately inscribed a calming talisman there. But who could this person be? Xiao Zilong shot me a glance. Could have been Haitang's parents? We resumed our search through the wardrobe, meticulously examining its contents, yet found no further anomalies, and returned the garments to their rightful places. We then approached Hai Tang's bedside, lifting the blankets and sheets in our search, ultimately uncovering 3 talismans upon the bed's surface: a vitality talisman, a calming talisman, and a wind-returning talisman. These were specifically designed to address Hai Tang's nocturnal difficulties. However, as she matures, the efficacy of these 3 talismans will inevitably diminish. This indicates that the protective talisman in the wardrobe is undoubtedly connected to Hai Tang's parents. Even if it was not created by them, it was likely commissioned by them. Among these possibilities, I lean towards the former. Firstly, Hai Tang's father's leather jacket is most probably crafted by her mother, given the exceptional skill evident in the stitching. Secondly, on the night of the incident, Hai Tang's presence in the wardrobe may have been due to her parents sensing danger and concealing her within it, to ensure their daughter remained undisturbed. They likely drew a protective talisman inside the wardrobe. A comparison of the inscriptions on the talismans from the wardrobe and the bed suggests they originated from the same hand. Yet the one in the wardrobe appears hasty and seems to have been inscribed with blood from a bitten fingertip, indicating a dire urgency at that moment. Thus, it is plausible that Hai Tang's parents share a connection with our line of work. Xiao Zilong expressed some astonishment. We tidied up the bedding, restoring it to its original state, before stepping out and exploring the room once more. This time, we scrutinized every corner, and indeed, we unearthed some telltale signs. If we exclude the possibility of other individuals being involved, it is certain that at least one of Hai Tang's parents possesses knowledge of Feng Shui and talismans. Hai Tang, your home's decor is quite distinctive. Who is responsible for it? We emerged from the room, munching on roasted sweet potatoes, and approached Hai Tang to inquire. Distinctive? Hai Tang paused for a moment. My parents did it themselves. We each dragged a chair to sit down, and Xiao Zilong smiled. If you don't mind. Shall we discuss your parents? Oh, sure, Hai Tang replied. Surely, everything must be well roasted by now. Let us indulge in our meal while we converse, I remarked with a smile. Absolutely. The young girl, upon hearing the mention of food, instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, she selected a sweet potato, blowing gently on it as she peeled away its skin. As our conversation progressed, although Hai Tang possessed a remarkable memory, she was merely 7 years old when her parents passed away. Many details lingered in her mind, yet the significance of those moments often eluded her understanding. In her recollections, her mother and father were simply farmers toiling the land. However, my health has always been frail, and my parents were deeply concerned. They often found it difficult to sleep at night, and sometimes I could overhear their hushed conversations from my room. Awake in the middle of the night. Were you? What did you hear them say? They were just worried about my health, fearing that I might fall asleep and never awaken, Hai Tang replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. It is all my fault. I have been weak since childhood, and no amount of food seems to help. You may be slender, but that is not a grave concern. Simply eat more to nourish yourself, Xiao Zilong said, offering words of comfort with a light-hearted smile. Hai Tang nodded softly, taking a few bites of the roasted sweet potato, her spirits lifting as she gradually shared more stories about her parents. The young girl had retained a wealth of memories, albeit fragmented, and we could only piece together a semblance of the past through her snippets of recollection and our own imagination. From various indications, it appeared that Hai Tang's parents were indeed part of the agricultural community, engaging in labor akin to that of ordinary farmers. Are your parents from the village as well? I inquired of Hai Tang. From the information we have gathered previously, it appears that Sherman village is exceedingly insular, with intermarriage occurring predominantly within the village itself, and only in rare instances do women marry in from outside. My mother is from here, while my father hails from afar. At this point, Hai Tang's face brightened with a smile as she recounted how my father came here as a tourist, encountered my mother, and, enchanted by the tranquil village, decided to settle down. What a fortuitous encounter indeed, I remarked, sharing a laugh with Xiao Zilong. However, this led us to a conjecture. Perhaps the individual knowledgeable in Feng Shui and talismans is Hai Tang's father, who, for some reason, chose to retreat from the world and remain in Sherman village, marrying and starting a family. It is conceivable that Hai Tang's mother later learned these arts alongside him. Given that the couple possessed expertise, they surely recognized the issues afflicting Hai Tang and endeavored to alleviate her plight. Yet beneath Sherman village lies a malevolent force, a dark serpent that stirs with the ebb and flow of the Earth's energies. Residing here, Haidang has little hope for improvement. Logically, one would expect her parents to have discerned this as well, yet they have never entertained the notion of relocating. What could be the reason? Is it merely the ancestral decree forbidding villagers from venturing beyond their confines? Surely, the edicts of ancestors cannot outweigh the life of their daughter. This brings to mind what Shun Qingyao mentioned earlier, that over the years, some young souls have succumbed to the temptation of stealthily escaping the village, yet none have returned alive. It seems likely that Haitang's parents are acutely aware of this grim reality and, out of caution, have chosen to remain in Sherman village. With this thought, a sudden realization struck me. Perhaps Haitang's parents had contemplated leaving, but an unforeseen incident occurred before they could execute their plans. This seemingly quaint Sherman village is indeed shrouded in mystery. By the way, do all the villagers share the surname Hai? I inquired of Haidang. Indeed, Haidang nodded while nibbling on a sweet potato. Everyone bears the surname Hai. My father originally did not, but upon moving to the village, he adopted the name as well. It seems your village was once part of a large clan, Xiao Zilong remarked with a hint of surprise. Haidang paused for a moment and replied, I'm not quite sure about that. Having finished the roasted sweet potato in my hand, I glanced at the sky and cheerfully suggested to Haidang, I haven't had the chance to explore your village yet. Why don't you take us for a stroll? Certainly, Haidang responded, retrieving 4 more sweet potatoes from the stove and offering 2 to both me and Xiao Zilong. We quickly declined, insisting we couldn't possibly eat so much, but eventually, we each accepted 1. Haidang took the remaining 2 and led us outside. At first, I did not pay much attention, but upon closer inspection, I realized that Sherman village is quite remarkably arranged in an octagonal shape. At each vertex, there's a well. These wells are unlike ordinary water wells. They are exceedingly rare square wells, constructed from bluish stone slabs. Each well's opening is approximately 1 square meter, and the water within is quite deep, emanating a slight chill. It appears that the wells have been dug to reach the undercurrents of the Een snake's veins, allowing the Earth's energy to seep through the well water. Haidang, does your family drink from the well water? I asked her. In Sherman village, there is no access to running water. It is said that when the proposal to install it arose, the villagers vehemently opposed it, claiming it would disturb the village's Feng Shui. Consequently, their water source remained quite primitive, relying on river water. My mother insisted that well water was too cold for my frail constitution, so we used river water instead. Upon hearing this, I grasped the situation. The well water, infused with the Earth's negative energy, posed little issue for those accustomed to it. However, since Haidang is exceptionally sensitive to such underground fluctuations, it was unequivocally unsuitable for her. Clearly, Haitang's parents understood this dilemma well. I pondered whether there were any other wells in the village apart from the 8, or perhaps deep pits. What do you need the well for? Xiao Zilong inquired, peering into the well's depths before looking up. Haidang scratched her head. There are no deep pits, but there is one well, though it is not a water well. She hesitated. Not a water well? What kind of well is it? We were all intrigued. Follow me, Haidang instructed, leading us swiftly towards the southeast. After a short walk, we arrived at a pagoda. This structure, comprising 8 stories, was constructed entirely from grayish-white stone, standing as the tallest and most prominent edifice in Sherman village. We had noticed it upon entering, having heard the village chief refer to it as their prayer tower. Now, upon closer inspection, the tower revealed some peculiarities. The tower is also octagonal, with each level adorned with distinct patterns, featuring both flying birds and some unnamed ferocious beasts. At each of the 8 corners hangs a copper bell, yet these bells lack clappers, rendering them silent regardless of how they are shaken. On the ground level, facing northwest, there is a door, though it remains firmly shut, secured by 8 locks. These locks are quite unique, resembling ancient, archaic copper locks. I approached to touch the tower surface and leaned in to take a whiff. Aren't you congested? What are you sniffing for? Xiao Zilong remarked, joining me in this peculiar inquiry. I inquired if he detected anything unusual. After a few vigorous sniffs, Xiao Zilong frowned and exclaimed, what a strong scent of large bones. Your nose is surprisingly adept, I responded, raising my gaze to examine the tower's pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zilong's expression shifted abruptly. He covered his nose and spat several times onto the ground. Haidang, the well you mentioned, it wouldn't be inside this tower, would it? I asked. Yes, it is indeed within, though the villagers are forbidden from speaking of it to outsiders, Haidang replied. Xiao Zilong spat again, several times, and remarked, then why tell us? Are you not afraid of breaching village rules? You are not outsiders, Haitang retorted, her cheek stuffed with sweet potato, puffing her cheeks comically. Chapter 64. The white bones forge bricks, malevolent spirits guard the gate. Indeed, that statement holds merit. Xiao Zilong and I chuckled in unison. Xiao Zilong then queried, how can there be a well within this tower? Why does your village prohibit its mention? The well within the tower is not for drawing drinking water. It is intended for burial, Haidang explained. Burial? Both of us were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in our village, the deceased are interred within this well, Haitang nodded. It was then that we realized we had not misheard. Throughout history, myriad burial practices have been handed down, ranging from the more common earth burials and cremations to the more unusual methods, such as tree burials, water burials, sky burials, cave burials, hanging coffins, sand burials, wind burials, and stupa burials, each more peculiar than the last. For instance, hanging coffins are suspended on wooden stakes inserted into sheer cliffs or placed within crevices or caves, often situated in steep, treacherous locations that lead to unfathomable depths, making ascent impossible. Similarly, stupa burials, predominantly practiced in Tibetan Buddhism, involve washing the body of the deceased monk with mercury and spices, followed by a cleansing with camphor and saffron water, after which the body is wrapped in silk, clothed in monastic robes, and placed within a stupa. The practice in our village of interring individuals within a stupa bears resemblance to this. However, according to Haitang, the villagers are actually buried in a large well inside the stupa. While there exists a notion of well burials in folklore, it is generally understood that a single well accommodates only one individual. Yet, from Haitang's description, it appears that the well within the stupa contains the remains of all the villagers of Sure Men throughout the generations. This was indeed unprecedented. Will this door open? I inquired of Haitang. It remains closed ordinarily and only opens when someone from the village is to be buried, Haitang elucidated. Xiao Zilong questioned with curiosity, is it first reduced to ashes? Haitang shook her head. No, it is for the coffins. Both of us were taken aback. Was an entire coffin truly interred within the well? If that were the case, how profound must this well be? Or perhaps it conceals some hidden enigma beneath its surface. However, each time the prayer tower is opened, the villagers can only offer their prayers from outside, even when Haitang's parents were laid to rest. She remained with the crowd outside, thus remaining oblivious to the conditions within that well. Xiao Zilong lingered at the entrance, eager and fidgeting. My hands itched intensely. Yearned to venture inside. Such places are typically off-limits. The villagers would be furious. Haidang hastily intervened. I was merely jesting. How could I? Xiao Zilong chuckled. Oh, that's a relief, Haidang sighed. At that moment, voices echoed from a distance, likely villagers approaching. Haidang appeared anxious and whispered, we should leave quickly. This area is generally restricted to outsiders. We must not be seen. Then, let us hasten. We swiftly departed the prayer tower before they arrived. Afterward, we meandered nearby, committing the village's layout to memory, mentally strategizing. I overheard Xiao Zilong inquiring of Haidang. Has anyone in our village recently welcomed a child? A few days ago. Sixth Aunt's family had a baby, Haidang replied. A boy or a girl? Xiao Zilong asked. A boy, Haidang responded. A robust little fellow, Xiao Zilong laughed, in our village. Do we offer steamed buns or noodles to celebrate a birth? Sadly, the baby did not survive. Haidang's expression faltered, her eyes reddening. What? Xiao Zilong was momentarily taken aback. I inquired of Haidang about the child's untimely demise. She seemed uncertain, merely stating that it was rumored to be due to illness. Haidang sorrowfully shook her head. By the way, do villagers go to a nearby hospital to give birth? I asked. Haidang replied that they do not go to hospitals. Deliveries are attended by the village's midwife, known as Granny Hai. Who is Granny Hai? Xiao Zilong queried. Haidang explained that she is the village midwife. Are all the village children born by her? What about before her time? Xiao Zilong continued. It was also Granny Hai, Haidang responded. In our village, we all refer to the midwife as Granny Hai. So this tradition has been passed down through generations? Xiao Zilong expressed his astonishment. Haidang affirmed, noting that the village not only has a midwife but also a coffin maker, referred to as Uncle Coffin, and a doctor known as Grandpa Doctor, who specializes in medical care. Ah, it seems the village has quite a comprehensive system in place, Xiao Zilong remarked, impressed. I requested Haidang to lead us to Granny Hai's residence. It's over there, she said, guiding us westward. After a short distance, we arrived at a modest house with a courtyard nestled beneath a large old locust tree. The house appeared somewhat square, reminiscent of a mountain deity temple or a land god shrine. At that moment, the door was firmly shut, flanked by two statues of peculiar design, each standing taller than a person. These statues were rather bizarre, featuring only half a head, as if cleaved by a single blow just below the left eye. One statue bore a red eyeball, while the other had a blue one. Both figures held their hands before their chests, adorned with 3 remnants of incense. The old sea woman harbors an aversion to visitors and noise, so we must speak softly, Haitang whispered. What would happen if we knocked on her door? I inquired, surveying the entrance. I do not know, Haitang replied, shaking her head. However, there have been instances where others inadvertently disturbed the sea woman, and the following day they fell ill. The villagers hold her in great reverence. So, one can only seek her out when giving birth? Indeed, Haitang continued to lower her voice, fearful that their conversation might reach her ears. I refrained from knocking and instead circled the house, then turned to Xiao Zilong and Haitang, suggesting that we had grown somewhat weary and should return. Very well, Xiao Zilong yawned. Our group made its way back to Haitang's home, where she prepared boiling water for us to drink. What was the issue with that tower? While Haitang was inside, Xiao Zilong asked me in a hushed tone, Did you not detect the scent of bone? I responded, By heavens! Xiao Zilong exclaimed. Could it truly be? It must be human bones. I imagined them ground to powder, transformed into bricks. I shuddered. Xiao Zilong retched. I chuckled, teasing him about his keen sense of smell, now realizing the benefits of nasal congestion. Xiao Zilong gulped down some water, and his complexion improved slightly. In truth, this might not be concerning for an ordinary person, but for someone with a particularly acute sense of smell like him, it became quite a burden. Human bones turned into bricks. Could that possibly be the White Bone Tower? Xiao Zilong asked, his expression darkening. It bears some resemblance. I recoiled in disgust. This village is indeed peculiar, as it can even construct a tower of white bones. Chapter 65. After midnight, monsters and spirits. For the entirety of this day, we remained in Haitang's courtyard, venturing nowhere else. The advantage of this place lies in the abundance of food. Haitang can roast sweet potatoes one moment and fish the next, and by dinner, she prepares a large pot of noodles. Despite being 2 grown men, Xiao Zilong and I found ourselves unable to eat more than the little girl. Haitang, don't you have school to attend? I set my bowl down and stood to stretch. Today had been a feast, and I felt rather stuffed. I was supposed to, Haitang responded, momentarily pausing her noodle eating, lifting her head to say, a few days ago, the roof at school collapsed, injuring many, but I was unharmed. Oh dear, the construction quality at your school must be quite poor. Has your school closed? Xiao Zilong inquired. Haitang shook her head, explaining that the school had not closed and that they blamed her for the incident, suggesting she should refrain from attending in the future. A silence enveloped us. What on earth is this? Xiao Zilong exclaimed, and sensing the gravity of the situation, he coughed and clarified. I meant to criticize your school. It truly is nonsensical. Haitang merely hummed in acknowledgement, returning to her noodles, and after a moment, she quietly remarked, I seem to bring trouble wherever I go. It's no wonder they feel that way. It's all right. There are plenty of schools. If this one is blind to your talents, we shall find another. I reassured her with a smile. Haitang shook her head, stating, I want to go. My studies aren't too good anyway. Can your studies really be that poor? A young girl like you should not feign modesty. Xiao Zilong, unimpressed, remarked, then tell me, what was your score on the most recent exam? The highest was 30, and the lowest was in the teens, Haitang replied. Xiao Zilong fell silent for a considerable time. Out of 100? He eventually asked. Yes, you're saying. Xiao Zilong stuttered for a while, unable to articulate a response. Noticing his discomfort, I laughed and said, that is perfectly normal. I've never scored above 20 since I was a child. Really? Xiao Zilong looked at me in astonishment. Haitang paused her meal, curiously glancing in my direction. What are you all staring at? It's quite normal, I retorted, somewhat displeased. Right. In fact, I'm just about the same. I was just a bit embarrassed to admit it. Xiao Zilong chuckled, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Haitang's lips curled into a faint smile, and she happily returned to her large bowl of noodles. I shifted about and slipped towards the door, glancing outside at the sky. Xiao Zilong leaned in and whispered, Do you think there might be something wrong here? How can such a clever and hardworking girl perform so poorly in her studies? Perhaps it's influenced by the underground tidal forces, I suggested, pointing to the ground. Can that really affect one's mind? Xiao Zilong asked, astonished. Indeed, I replied, frowning. Even a normal person, if they remain in such an environment for too long, can suffer greatly in terms of emotions and mental clarity, let alone someone like Haitang. So, are you implying that if things continue this way for Haitang, she might end up mad, if not dead? Xiao Zilong exclaimed in shock. I shook my head. Were it not for Haitang's parents casting spells to soothe her spirit, who knows what might have happened? Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow and turned to ask Haitang, Are there many lunatics in our village? Lunatics? Haitang was taken aback. You mean those whose minds are a bit unhinged? Xiao Zilong nodded. Haitang pondered for a moment before replying, Not many, but there are some. There was a neighbor, an older brother, who suddenly went mad one night and ran around the village naked. And what happened afterward? Xiao Zilong inquired. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he was taken to the hospital. I haven't seen him since, Haitang explained. Xiao Zilong cast a glance at me, his expression somewhat grim, and whispered, What do you think of Haitang? I truly like this girl. I see her as a younger sister. I understand your sentiment, I nodded. Xiao Zilong responded with a murmur. This cursed place is certainly uninhabitable. We must take Haitang away. However, before we do, we must uncover the mysteries of this wretched village. Otherwise, even if Haitang escapes, she will still be in peril. What do you plan to do? I asked him. Xiao Zilong rolled his eyes and said, Isn't that why I'm asking you? You excel in matters of Feng Shui. I've noticed you wandering around the village for most of the day. You must have discerned something. Your keen senses are not just in your nose, but also in your eyes, I chuckled. Indeed, Xiao Zilong responded with a sense of pride. So what are your thoughts? Share them with me. I took a few steps outside and said, The midwife seems a bit off. I have discerned this as well, but where lies the issue? Xiao Zilong inquired as he approached. I believe the 3 individuals who perished in recent days may have been seeking that midwife. I elucidated. Xiao Zilong gazed at me for a considerable time before asking, perplexed, Why do you harbor such a notion? Do you recall the Fusho doll? I queried. Naturally, Xiao Zilong replied, only to pause abruptly. Are you suggesting that the Fusho doll is connected to Sherman village? The connection remains uncertain. It is merely an inference drawn from that, I responded. I turned to glance at Haitang, who was eating noodles in the courtyard. Haitang remarked, The villagers all bear the surname Hai, and many possess a naturally right-sided heart. Are you implying? Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow, that the inhabitants of Sherman village may belong to a lineage of unique blood? I affirmed. I comprehend now. Xiao Zilong suddenly slapped his thigh, but quickly became aware of Haitang's presence, lowering his voice. Hence, the children born here might also be rather extraordinary. Has someone set their sights on the children here? Haitang added, A newborn child passed away a few days ago. I supplemented this information. Xiao Zilong narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. I grasp your implication. Whether a child survives or not hinges upon the midwife's utterance. That old woman could easily manipulate fate with a mere flick of her hand. I nodded in agreement. Thus, the midwife is engaged in the trafficking of children, and those 3 outsiders have entered to collect the children? Xiao Zilong suddenly saw the light. I cast several glances at him. What are you staring at? Xiao Zilong inquired, perplexed. I haven't said anything wrong, I replied with a cough. Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing, wait, why do I feel? He took a deep breath and ran his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, "This Sherman village is rather peculiar. There's an air of strangeness about it. All right, let us take a moment to rest. We'll likely have work to do tonight," I suggested. Xiao Zilong's eyes sparkled. "Are you implying that someone else will enter the village tonight? If those 3 individuals came to collect a child and did not leave with one, they must surely return." Indeed, Xiao Zilong rubbed his hands together, eager to see what kind of supernatural beings we might encounter. Chapter 66. The Black Dog Chews Bones. The little ghost feasts on flesh after we deliberated outside for a while. Upon returning to the courtyard, we found Haidang had already washed the dishes and was now emerging from the house, carrying a quilt. It turned out she had prepared a room for us, concerned that we might have nowhere to sleep. "Where can one find such a considerate sister?" Xiao Zilong remarked with admiration. "Indeed, we shall not be lacking either," I laughed. Xiao Zilong nodded. "Now that is more like it." As we sat in the courtyard until around 9 o'clock, Xiao Zilong suggested that Haidang return to her room to rest while he and I ventured outside for a bit more exploration. All right. Although Haitang's eyes reflected curiosity, she didn't press us with questions and obediently nodded before retreating to her room. Xiao Zilong and I stepped out of the courtyard. "Time to cast the net," he chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Do you think that group of rascals will have any success?" "There are 2 groups of people. Which one are you referring to?" I inquired. Xiao Zilong chuckled. "Do you consider Xiao Yao to be a fool? If she hears this, she will surely be furious." I am speaking of the group led by Wei Dongting, who intentionally left us stranded in the village to wax the boat. Once we ensnare the fish, I wonder what those fools will look like. Let us first catch the fish then. I glanced around. "You take the east, I'll take the west." "Very well," Xiao Zilong replied, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. I observed a shadow darting through the darkness, swiftly leaping onto the roof of a nearby house. I turned and headed west, seeking the tallest building beside the Bone Pagoda, and quietly ascended to its rooftop. Sherman Village was not large. The 2 of us positioned ourselves at opposite ends, effectively surveying the entire village. The night was as still as water. During the day, Sherman Village was already quite tranquil, but by midnight, it became eerily desolate, shrouded in darkness with hardly a glimmer of light. There were no cats or dogs to be seen, nor a single bark to break the silence. It was a profound stillness. We waited until the early hours of the morning. Around 2 o'clock, the moonlight was momentarily obscured by clouds, and suddenly I caught sight of Xiao Zilong on the eastern rooftop, signaling to me before he leapt down and dashed southeast. Observing this, I scanned the surroundings and followed suit. "Split up and pursue." I heard Xiao Zilong shout suddenly. A tail swept past, followed by a shadow that suddenly leaped from the underbrush, revealing the creature with a human head and serpent body. Xiao Zilong pursued closely behind. Both parties moved with astonishing speed, quickly vanishing into the darkness. As I turned my gaze, I noticed a figure lying on the ground, eyes wide open, emaciated and drained of life. Another silhouette was hastily retreating towards the village. I promptly followed. The individual was small and agile, darting about like a monkey, leaping to the left and right with remarkable dexterity, glancing back frequently. Once assured of no pursuers, they stealthily slipped into a house. I approached the entrance of the dwelling, where 2 peculiar stone sculptures of ferocious beasts squatted beside the tightly shut door. In daylight, the eyes of these statues glimmered, one red and one blue. However, in the depths of night, they emanated a haunting green glow. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from within, a low and brief noise that was quickly followed by silence. Realizing that something amiss had transpired inside, I chose not to conceal myself any longer and knocked firmly on the door. There was no response. Reluctantly, I kicked the door, which creaked open in response. "Who is there at this late hour?" A hoarse and grating voice drifted out from within, akin to the sound of a shovel scraping against an iron pot, a most unpleasant noise. "A thief has entered. I am in pursuit," I declared, stepping inside. Upon entering, I was immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. The interior was quite sparse, furnished only with a few wooden tables and chairs, alongside an altar positioned against the wall. There was no statue displayed above, only a mirror offered in reverence. On the opposite wall, a door was ajar, draped with a curtain. I approached the curtain, and suddenly, A sound erupted, illuminating the room with a brilliant light. The two red candles that had been placed on the altar ignited spontaneously. The flames elongated, casting flickering reflections upon my face from the mirror. This scene was undeniably eerie and unsettling. "Do not linger." A hoarse voice emanated from behind the curtain. I picked up the mirror from the altar to examine it, only to cast it aside in haste. Grabbing a candle, I turned back to pull aside the curtain. "You seek your demise." A piercing shriek accompanied by a chilling gust of wind surged forth. I lowered the curtain, shielding the candle's flame with my hand as I stepped into the inner chamber. This room was even more spacious than the outer one, with countless black strings hanging from the ceiling. At one end of each string dangled a doll, fashioned from cloth, each approximately the size of a palm. Their faces varying in expression. There were dozens of them, swaying in the air, stirred by the recent gust. Positioned directly opposite the curtain stood a large chair, upon which sat an elderly woman draped in black. Her body was frail, her face etched with deep wrinkles reminiscent of orange peel, and her eyes glimmered with a grayish hue in the candlelight, fixated on me with malevolence, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Beside her crouched a massive black dog, its size rivaling that of the old woman, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light as it crunched audibly on something. A glance revealed a fragment that resembled a finger. Before the man and the dog, there lay a large pool of blood on the ground, mingled with torn fabric and what appeared to be remnants of flesh and bone, exuding a foul metallic scent. Recklessness consumed me. Was it too late for me to leave? I took a step back, only to hear the abrupt slam of the door behind me. So be it. With a candle in hand, I approached the pool of blood, scrutinizing it closely, and furrowed my brow as I inquired, "What happened here?" Raising my gaze, I found the old woman and the black dog staring intently at me. "You were warned not to enter. Since you chose to disregard that caution, you shall not leave," the old woman intoned ominously. Noticing a chair nearby, I dragged it over and sat down, placing the candle upon the table. "I am here to catch a thief. A burglar has just entered," I declared. "Where is the thief?" the old woman asked. I gestured toward the ground, shaking my head as I replied, "I suspect it is this." I then pointed at the large dog, adding, "The thief is likely with it as well." A glint of sharp insight flickered in the old woman's eyes as she inquired sharply, "Who are you?" Observing a small knife on the table, I picked it up, testing its sharpness by slicing off a piece of the table's edge. "This intruder came to take your child, did they not?" I stated confidently. "Leave," the old woman commanded. Instantly, the large dog sprang to its feet, baring its white, menacing teeth. Simultaneously, the fabric dolls suspended in the room began to turn, seemingly of their own volition, their eyes glowing an eerie red, fixating on me. "Do you not wish to know where that man has gone?" The old woman chuckled darkly. Chapter 67. I too am familiar with the art of haunting. It is merely a matter of being devoured by the little specter you have nurtured. I cast a glance at the eerie dolls suspended in midair and said nonchalantly. The old woman's eyes narrowed in surprise. "You possess some knowledge after all." She grinned, her laughter echoing ominously. "However, it is too late for you to realize this now." "Is this person here to collect a child?" I asked casually while meticulously carving a 3-inch wooden stick from the corner of the table with my knife. "How do you know that?" The old woman's voice grew increasingly sinister. "Indeed, it appears my assumptions were correct." I chuckled softly, regrettably noting that this individual's fortune had taken a turn for the worse. They believed they could escape here and survive, only to find themselves subjected to a fate of obliteration. The old woman rolled her eyes, glaring at me with fierce intensity. "Your head seems rather clever. I shall instruct my dear little ones to be cautious while consuming you, ensuring your head remains intact for my research." With a pointed finger, she commanded, "Go." The large black dog opened its gaping maw, poised to leap at me. However, I merely casted a sidelong glance and released a hint of my aura. "Woo!" The dog let out a pained yelp, its legs giving way as it collapsed to the ground, trembling and soiling itself. "What is happening?" the old woman exclaimed, astonished. Her expression twisted with rage. She pointed at me and screamed, "Devour him!" The dozens of fabric dolls hanging in the air emanated a chilling aura of resentment, and the temperature in the room plummeted instantaneously. These were no ordinary dolls. They were the little specters cultivated by the old woman. It is merely a vessel for the doll. These little fiends have undoubtedly consumed countless souls, their insatiable thirst for blood palpable. In an instant, they could devour a person entirely. The unfortunate soul from before, had he foreseen his horrific fate, would surely have preferred to meet his end elsewhere. However, at the command of the elderly matron, the dozens of ghostly dolls she nurtured hovered in midair, utterly motionless. The air within the room seemed to solidify, yet the temperature plummeted drastically. Even the teacup upon the table began to form a faint layer of frost. "Go!" The matron shrieked once more. Yet there was still no response. The ghostly dolls remained as still as statues. "What is happening?" The matron, both terrified and enraged, cried out again, "Go!" I meticulously whittled the wooden stick, blowing away the shavings, and continued to carve inscriptions upon it. Glancing at her, I smiled and said, "Playing with ghosts, is it? I could do that too." No sooner had the words left my lips than the dolls in the air slowly turned, fixating their gaze upon the matron. You, she stammered, her expression one of sheer horror. "Go devour her," I uttered calmly. In an instant, the ghostly dolls surged forward, lunging directly at the matron. No, she screamed in terror, tumbling violently from her chair. The dolls halted abruptly, a mere 3 inches from her, their bloodthirsty eyes glaring fiercely. The matron's face drained of color, her pupils froze in place, trembling like a leaf, akin to her quivering dog. Spare my life," she stammered after what seemed an eternity. "These little spirits, they are all children raised by you from the village, aren't they?" I cast a glance at her, contemplating my next words. The old woman's expression shifted repeatedly as she trembled and replied, "Yes, but those were all children who perished prematurely." All of them?" I chuckled softly. "No, not entirely, but the majority were truly," the old woman hurriedly insisted. I remained non-committal. Spare me. I. The old woman, in her panic, struggled to find the right words, but momentarily faltered. After finishing the first talisman, I brushed away the wood shavings and paused to say, "You needn't plead for mercy. Today, your fate is sealed. However, if you cooperate, I can make your passing a bit more comfortable." Spare me, the old woman shrieked. I frowned, and in an instant, a ghostly child lunged at her. She let out a horrified scream and collapsed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, one of her ears was consumed by the little spirit. I will cooperate. The old woman wailed, clutching her ear. "Do not even think of taking your own life. These little spirits are your own creation, and you know best." I stated, my face devoid of emotion. I understand. The old woman cowered in the corner, nodding incessantly. I proceeded to carve the second talisman and inquired, "What is the story of Sherman Village?" Sherman Village. "I do not know." She hesitated, and upon noticing my gaze upon her, she screamed in terror, No. I'm not unwilling to cooperate. I truly do not know much." I scrutinized her for a while before asking, "Are you not from Sherman Village?" "No, that's not the case." The elderly lady shook her head. I was brought here by someone." "What does that mean? Please allow me to explain." Startled, she quickly continued, I originally studied the art of raising spirits in the South Seas, and then I returned here to find a place to continue my practice, occasionally selling spirits to those in need." Noticing my indifferent expression, she hurriedly clarified, "I only sell spirits. What they do with them is none of my concern." I urged her to get to the point. Yes. She nodded vigorously. Although selling spirits is a legitimate business, it might not be entirely above board. She trembled slightly, quickly correcting herself. Over time, I caught the attention of a rather formidable Taoist priest. He was quite ruthless, beating me severely and even threatening my life. Just when I felt hopeless, someone intervened and killed that Taoist. This person offered me 2 choices, either face death or assist him in a task. Naturally, I chose to live, and he brought me to this stone gate village, stating that the midwife here had died and needed me to take her place. What kind of person was he? I interrupted her. I don't know. The old woman replied hastily, "It's not that I don't want to say, but although I've seen him several times, I've never laid eyes on his face." Was his face covered? I inquired. No. The elderly woman's voice trembled. It is, That person who always stands behind me. No matter how I turn, he is always there, though I have never seen his face. I furrowed my brow in contemplation. This situation presented two possibilities. Either the individual possessed extraordinary agility, allowing him to remain at her back at all times, or he had employed some arcane method. Chapter 68, Captivity, Innate Bloodline. At that moment, I was equally perplexed. The old woman hurriedly elucidated. As someone who raises spirits, why would I be brought to such a remote village, only to serve as a midwife? She continued, yes, indeed. The old woman assented repeatedly, recounting how the man had left her with a dire warning. She was to remain in the village and not venture even a single step beyond its borders. Should she dare to step outside, it would mean her demise. I felt a profound fear of that individual. At that time, the Taoist had pushed me to a point of desperation, and in a single encounter, he was slain by that man. I had no choice but to acquiesce, hoping to find an opportunity to escape later. After residing in the village for over half a month, I finally spotted an opening. Under the cover of night, I attempted to slip away, but as I reached the village's edge, that man's voice suddenly echoed from behind me, sending a chill of terror through my being. I quickly claimed I had merely wandered into the area by chance. He remained silent, and in an instant he shattered my limbs. Ultimately, I had to crawl back, spending many days recuperating before I regained my strength. After this ordeal, I no longer dared to act recklessly. Before the man departed, he warned me that should there be a next time, I would face a fate worse than death, leaving no place for burial. I hastily swore an oath in agreement, and he instructed me to remain indoors at all times except when assisting with childbirth. I dared not defy his command and acquiesced. I urged the old woman to elaborate on the matter of childbirth. Childbirth. The elderly lady hesitated momentarily, explaining that it involved delivering babies for the villagers here. Think carefully before you speak, I warned, my tone growing icy. The old woman shivered and quickly corrected herself, stating that the matter of childbirth was indeed peculiar. The man had instructed me that any child born with a heart on the right side must be closely monitored, for there would be someone to relay commands regarding their fate. What does that mean? I inquired. It means, the old woman's voice tightened, whether those children should be born and whether they can survive. It all rests upon me to decide. No, not me alone. I am merely assisting. I follow orders. So, the numerous children in the village who met an early demise, were they the result of your handiwork? I scoffed. No. Some were destined to perish regardless. The old lady hurriedly protested. Most of those who died were indeed the result of my actions, though, she admitted, as I often rendered them into a state of apparent death, only to secretly bring them back, and later, someone would come to collect them. Just like this one. I cast a glance at the large pool of blood on the ground. The old woman stole a fleeting glance, her body trembling once more. Yes, it is indeed these individuals. What is their origin? I pressed. I do not know. The elderly woman shook her head, expressing her bewilderment at the mysterious individuals who had come forth only to declare their identities, claiming to be there to retrieve a child, offering no further explanation. I, however, dared to mock them with a cold laugh. It was a rule set by that man, permitting the obliteration of evidence in case of an emergency. The elderly woman recounted that 2 groups had perished previously, and many had arrived in the village to investigate, leaving her with little choice. I inquired, "Are you preparing to erase me too?" No, not at all," she hastily replied, shaking her head. It was not that they lacked the courage. Had it been someone else, I fear there would be nothing left but bones. What about the child? Is he still alive? I asked. He has died. She began, quickly adding, this child was already a stillborn, having perished in the womb. I assure you, I am not fabricating this. I dare not lie. Where is the child? I pressed. It's over there. She indicated toward the cabinet beside the chair. I instructed her to retrieve it. The elderly woman cast a fearful glance at the ghostly doll encircling her before cautiously approaching the cabinet. She opened it and emerged with a large, sealed glass jar. Within it was a transparent liquid, faintly tinged green, and floating inside was a newborn infant, adrift in the fluid. I would not deceive you. This child truly succumbed in the womb. Were it a living infant, they would not be so insistent in sending people to collect it. fearing that prolonged preservation might lead to complications. She explained as she set the glass jar upon the ground, continuing her hurried clarifications. I gaze at the infant within the jar, pausing in silence before averting my gaze. Is the child's heart situated on the right side as well? Yes, the old woman hurriedly replied. In this village, a portion of born children have their hearts on the right side, while the number is not particularly large. It is not negligible either. That person instructed me to be vigilant regarding this subset of infants. Are all children born with their hearts on the right destined to be taken away? I inquired. Not entirely. Only half of them will be taken, the old woman explained. Perhaps they do not wish to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, intending instead to allow them to grow and continue producing such children. Not wishing to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? I chuckled in disbelief. Do they truly perceive Sherman Village as a poultry farm? This is merely conjecture. Speculation, the old woman hastily interjected. So, whether these newborns can remain hinges upon fortune. I asked coldly. Yes, indeed, she nodded. I scrutinized her for a moment and asked, How long have you been here? I have been here for over a decade, perhaps 17 or 18 years. She replied. I then questioned her about a period, roughly 30 years ago, when the village did not successfully deliver a single child for 5 years. What was the reason behind that? The old woman opened her mouth to speak, but faltered, stating, well, I had not yet arrived at that time, so I'm not entirely sure. Meeting my gaze, she quickly amended, I once came across a notebook that my predecessor had secretly hidden beneath the bed. Fearing trouble, I glanced at it only once before promptly burning it. The preceding account details certain matters pertaining to the 5 years you mentioned. However, my predecessor seemed to find this issue rather peculiar, and according to her records, all the children born during those 5 years indeed perished, suggesting no foul play on her part. So I inquired coldly. The old woman was taken aback and quickly replied that my predecessor found the situation quite suspicious and conducted a discreet investigation. According to her findings, there were 13 women who became pregnant during that 5-year span, all from this village. Among these women, 9 were born with their hearts on the right side, and of these 9, 5 were unmarried young women who inexplicably became pregnant, with no knowledge of the fathers of their children. I pondered for a moment and asked whether it was more likely for a child born to a mother with a right-sided heart to also have a right-sided heart. The old woman shook her head, explaining that as long as one parent had a right-sided heart, the likelihood of producing such a child was significantly higher. However, even if both parents had normal left-sided hearts, as long as one was of the bloodline from Sherman Village, there remained a possibility of birthing a child with a right-sided heart. In essence, this phenomenon appears to be a hereditary trait within the extensive lineage of Sherman Village. Unlike me, my predecessor was not involved in raising spirits. She was originally a formidable physician, and she suspected that at least half of the children born during those 5 years had the same father. Why do you say that? I furrowed my brow and inquired. While it is true that skilled physicians possess certain esoteric techniques unknown to the layperson, the unfortunate reality is that many of those children were merely newborns. Some even perished in utero. In such a desolate and inconsequential village, how could one discern that they shared the same father? The elderly woman noted in her writings that the majority of the children born during those 5 years succumbed to an unusual ailment, one she had never encountered before, nor had it ever manifested in the village. Thus, she harbored suspicions that this affliction was an exceedingly rare genetic disorder. Subsequently, she undertook a deliberate comparison and arrived at a hypothesis. She surmised that these children might all be offspring of the same individual. I inquired about the peculiar disease's symptoms. The elderly woman replied that upon birth, these children exhibited a pallid complexion, with their palms and soles turning black. They swiftly succumbed to hemorrhaging from their orifices, and, alarmingly, the blood was black. As for those who perished before birth, they too exhibited similar conditions, but the situation was even graver, often resulting in the loss of the mother as well. Upon further inquiry into the details, it became evident that the symptoms manifested by these children were indeed identical. This led me to contemplate the unsettling notion that during those 5 years, a man had regarded Sherman Village as a womb for his progeny. Such an idea struck me as absurd, yet could very well be a harsh reality. Among the 13 women of Sherman village, at least half, if not all, were meticulously chosen by that man as instruments of reproduction, with the singular aim of fathering a child. Tragically, every child born to these women met with untimely death, a circumstance that warrants profound reflection. What else did your predecessor mention in her notes? I pondered for a moment before asking. The elderly lady hurriedly replied, in her notes. She formulated a hypothesis, suggesting that the man was inherently flawed and incapable of fathering children with other women. Even if a child were born, it would likely succumb to a peculiar illness. However, unwilling to accept this fate, he chose Sherman village as his experimental ground, meticulously selecting women to bear his offspring. This aligns closely with my own conjecture, yet there remains a pivotal question. Why select Sherman village? Is it due to the village's insular nature, making it easier to manipulate? Or is there some other underlying reason? I glanced at the trembling elderly woman and inquired, "You mentioned that among the 13 women, 9 possessed their hearts on the right side?" "Indeed," she nodded vigorously. "Having spent so many years in the village, have you never pondered its peculiarities?" I pressed her. The elderly lady hesitated before responding. I have uncovered a secret. If you would spare my life, I shall reveal it." Before she could finish, a ghostly doll lunged forward. "No, I don't want it, I don't want it," she screamed, terror-stricken as she clutched her finger, which had been partially bitten off, and pleaded for mercy. "This is your final chance," I spoke coldly. "Yes, yes," she nodded frantically. Since encountering my predecessor's notes, I had been plagued by doubts, particularly regarding the villagers, many of whom had their hearts on the right side. This reminded me of a tale my master had once recounted. "What manner of person is your master?" I interjected, interrupting her. My master originally resided in Jizhou, where he practiced the art of summoning spirits. However, after being pursued by enemies, he fled to the South Seas. He has traveled to numerous places, often sharing with me extraordinary tales during his leisure. The elderly lady hastily elaborated. I acknowledged her with a sound, encouraging her to continue with the matter at hand. "Yes," the elderly lady continued. "My master once mentioned that in Jizhou there existed an exceptionally powerful sorcerer surnamed Hai, known as Hexes. Hexes? I searched my memory, but found little recollection. However, the villagers of Sherman village all bear the surname Hai." The elderly lady quickly added that Hexes passed away over 300 years ago, so it is not surprising that you have not heard of him. I urged her to proceed. "According to my master, Hexes was born with his heart on the right side, a prodigious individual endowed with extraordinary talent, particularly in the study of sorcery. His innate abilities were astonishing, allowing him to surpass his peers and even leave his teacher in awe. At that time, the world was turbulent, plagued by malevolent spirits and creatures wreaking havoc. Hexes traveled alone, vanquishing demons and eliminating evil countless times, earning immense renown. A saying circulated within the realm of geomancy. 19 orifices, exquisite heart, referring to Hexes. What does that mean? I inquired, furrowing my brow. The elderly lady promptly clarified that it was said that not only was Hexes' heart located on the right side, but it also possessed 9 orifices, 2 more than that of an ordinary person. It was precisely for this reason that Hexes was a natural sorcerer, effortlessly mastering any spell he encountered. Reflecting on the words of my master, I noticed that all the villagers shared the surname Hai, which stirred some speculation within me. Seizing the opportunity presented by a childbirth, I sought out a child born with a naturally occurring right heart. At this point, I shuddered slightly and hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I assure you, that child had already passed away. I did not cause it, and it is only with such a child that I had the chance to discreetly conceal them." After this lengthy explanation, witnessing my lack of outrage, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I took the hidden child home and opened their heart. Indeed, it possessed 9 orifices. So, you believe that the inhabitants of Sherman village could potentially be descendants of that esteemed Hexes?" I began to grasp her implication. Yes, this notion had crossed my mind. It is indeed quite a curious coincidence. The elderly woman quickly added, "I am uncertain how many midwives preceded me, but there must have been several. I have inquired. And the history of Sherman village is quite long, having been settled intermittently for nearly 3 centuries. Even amidst the turmoil of war, this area remained largely unaffected, with generations having lived here without relocating. I gazed at her for a moment before speaking. Are you suggesting that Sherman village has, in fact, been cultivated by individuals, and that this has persisted for nearly 300 years? Yes, the old woman affirmed. Though it may sound utterly absurd, it is indeed a possibility. I remained silent for an extended period. It must be said that this speculation holds a certain validity. Why do you think they have chosen to confine Sherman village? An idea suddenly flashed through my mind, inexplicably bringing to mind the icy prison beneath the Liu family estate and the longevity doll within the Chaosian temple. The elderly lady hesitated momentarily, suggesting it could be due to the 9 yin apertures and the Linglong heart. In Chapter 70, Spirit Control, Life and Death of Yin and Yang, I conjectured that the Linglong heart must be a unique hereditary trait of the Hai family. Although it remained obscure until 3 centuries ago, when Hai Tianshi gained renown across the land. The elderly lady continued cautiously, stating that, according to your assertion, the Hai family specializes in producing prodigies of magic, which seems unlikely. I was somewhat noncommittal. If possessing a Linglong heart inherently designates one as a prodigy, then the Hai family would have long since ascended to prominence in the realm of geomancy. This indeed raises some questions. The elderly lady hurriedly remarked that perhaps there are distinctions among the Linglong hearts, akin to that of Hai Tianshi, who, it is said, had a heart that connected with the 9 apertures and was exceedingly sensitive to yin energy. However, after observing the village for quite some time, I have not encountered anyone of such caliber, save for a girl named Haitang who bears a slight resemblance. My heart stirred at this revelation. So, you have indeed considered her? No. I suspect that this young girl is a key subject of their confinement. How could I dare to act against her? The elderly lady hurriedly denied any such intentions. Why do you say that? I asked coldly. The elderly lady hesitated for a moment before saying, this is merely my conjecture. However, many years ago, that young girl's parents attempted to flee with her, but soon after, the couple tragically drowned in the river. How do you know they intended to leave with the child? I inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. The old woman replied, though the couple was discreet. I kept a close watch on their household and even sent a little spirit to monitor them from the shadows. Nothing escapes my notice. So, it was you who divulged their intentions? I remarked coolly. The lady looked taken aback and hurriedly said, No, I would never invite trouble upon myself. While Sherman village appears tranquil, it has always been under covert surveillance. No matter how cautious they were, it was inevitable that they would reveal themselves. Yes, you. It was not me. Seeing my silence, she hastily continued, though the couple perished, that young girl remains alive and well. I can discern that she is extraordinary. I believe that individual who brought her here can see it too. The individual she referred to clearly indicated the mysterious figure who had brought the girl to this place. So, you mean to say that the girl named Haidang bears some resemblance to the Haitians of your? I pondered aloud after a brief pause. Yes, that is indeed my belief. The old lady nodded vigorously. I chose not to delve further into that matter and shifted the conversation, asking, what do you think is the reason behind their desire to take away those newborns? The elderly lady hesitated for a long while before replying. I suspect it is for the purposes of research, but I find it perplexing that they would even seek stillborns. Once again, I found myself reflecting on the longevity dolls within the Chaosian temple. These dolls represent infants who were born but tragically passed away too soon. Regrettably, at that moment, I had not thought to ascertain whether these children were naturally afflicted with right-sided heart conditions. As for the children languishing in the icy depths beneath the Liu family residence, they ranged from mere toddlers to those in their early teens. In truth, it was not merely the newborns that were taken. Older children and even adults were surreptitiously removed as well. At that juncture, the elderly woman interjected, "How do you know this?" A stir of realization coursed through me. This was information I had gleaned through covert observation. It was not solely the living who were discreetly relocated, but the deceased as well, including Haidang as parents, who had also been taken away. The old woman inquired, "And what of those in the burial well?" Indeed, whenever a villager passed away, they were interred in that very well. Yet aside from the pallbearers, no one knew the true state of what lay within. Even if a few bodies were clandestinely removed, it would be an effortless task. The elderly lady continued. The pallbearers? Let me clarify. These pallbearers are responsible for carrying the coffin in the village, totaling 5 individuals. One of them is tasked with constructing the coffin and guiding it during the funeral procession, while the other 4 bear the coffin itself. I suspect that these 5, like me, have been placed here from the outside, and their roles have been passed down through generations. Thus, are you a group entrusted with guarding Sherman Village? Apart from the 6 of you, who else is there? I had previously sensed that Sherman Village was anything but ordinary, but it was only now that I realized the intricacies were far more convoluted than I had anticipated. I could not articulate my thoughts. The elderly woman shook her head, stating that she and they each had their own responsibilities, never allowing any interaction. Just like this time when someone came to retrieve the child. It was imperative that the transfer occur directly from my hands, with no alternative means permitted. So, who do you believe is behind the series of misfortunes that befell those sent to collect the child? I pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. The old woman glanced up at me furtively, then quickly lowered her gaze, stammering this, do you think it was me? I chuckled softly, taken aback. Not all, I wouldn't dare, she exclaimed in a flustered manner. Yet, her demeanor suggested she had already concluded that I was the culprit. I chose not to clarify. The assailant of those individuals was a monstrous creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a human. However, its visage bore the markings of a puppet, indicating that the true mastermind was indeed the owner of the yin-yang makeup. The nature and intentions of this individual, however, remained shrouded in mystery. Have you ever encountered eyes like these? I described the enormous, strange eye I had seen in the icy prison. The old woman contemplated for a considerable time before shaking her head and declaring she had not. Is there anything else you wish to disclose? I inquired. Upon hearing this, she trembled uncontrollably. These ghostly dolls, they're the children of Sherman Village, correct? I cast a glance at the hauntingly eerie fabric dolls. I was merely idle and I took in. These are all the ones they discarded. The old woman's voice quivered to the point of incoherence. Very well, since you are cooperating, I shall honor my word. I blew away the sawdust from the carved wooden talisman and stood up to approach her. The old woman's chest rose and fell incessantly, suddenly erupting into a ghastly laugh. I suppose I have found my liberation. Ha ha ha. With a swift motion, I flipped my palm and struck the wooden stake on her crown. Instantly, the old woman's laughter ceased, her vitality extinguished. Come, I beckoned. The suspended doll trembled violently, and wisps of dark vapor emerged, as if it were a living entity, quickly converging and eagerly penetrating the old woman's crown. As the tendrils of black mist entered her being, the deceased old woman's eyes eerily rolled. Rise! I gestured with my finger. The old woman immediately stood upright. The essence of my lineage, spirit control. By sealing the spirit with the stake, I summoned the vengeful spirit to possess her, granting me dominion over it. Spirit control differentiates between life and death. When the stake is placed upon the crown, it signifies death control. Go forth. At my command, the old woman surged forth, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Passing by the black dog, I lifted my leg and lightly kicked its forehead, rendering it silent. I then turned and departed, ensuring to close the door behind me. Chapter 71. Five Sun Temple. As I emerged from the house and had walked a short distance, I noticed a shadow flickering in the north, swiftly approaching. Did they capture him? It was Xiao Zilong, his face smeared with streaks of black mud, appearing quite disheveled. How are you? Are you unscathed? I appraised him from head to toe. I'm fine, just covered in mud from that creature, but it managed to escape. Xiao Zilong, with a string of curses, rummaged through his pocket and produced an object, exclaiming, I managed to snag a piece of this. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a scale from that creature. As I held it, I felt a chilling sensation. Its texture was akin to metal, radiating a subtle luminescence. I remarked in astonishment, you didn't manage to pry this off with your bare hands, did you? After all, when Shen Yao struck it with an iron spike with all her might, she couldn't penetrate its armor, illustrating just how formidable it is. Initially, I had intended to capture that creature, but it was too slippery, akin to an eel, and all I ended up with was a single scale. With a look of frustration, Shazi Long inquired about my progress. No luck. The little ghost devoured it, I replied, shaking my head. Little ghost? Shazi Long exclaimed, surprised. Who raised it? Could it be that midwife? You guessed correctly. I began to reply, when suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the village entrance, suggesting that a large group was swiftly entering the village. At this late hour, who could it be? Shazi Long, too, sensed the disturbance and uttered a low exclamation. We stealthily made our way toward the village entrance. Although it was already past midnight, it was the darkest hour before dawn, and the entire village lay enveloped in a profound silence. However, at the village entrance, several lights flickered, and soon a group of people hurried in from outside. Isn't that bunch of rascals? Shazi Long remarked. His voice, unrestrained, carried clearly through the night, and inevitably, they heard it and rushed toward us. What are you two doing here? Wei Dong Ting asked, frowning. Listen to what you're saying. Is that even human speech? Did you not instruct us to guard the village? Xiao Zilong retorted. Wei Dongting's expression darkened as he replied. I mean, why are you still wandering about the village at this late hour? Shouldn't you be dutifully patrolling through the night? I glanced at the group who had returned with Wei Dongting. Their numbers were ample, and none appeared injured, suggesting they had returned without any significant findings. Indeed, look at the effort my brother and I have put in, Xiao Zilong chimed in. But why have you lot come back? Did you capture that creature? Wei Dongting's expression faltered as he coldly responded. We set a comprehensive trap and scoured the area, only to discover that the creature, cornered, may have retreated back to the village, prompting our hasty return. Such grand declarations, Xiao Zilong exclaimed. After all that talk, you've caught absolutely nothing, correct? Yu Wei Dongting, nearly choking on his words, shot us a fierce glare. What have you two accomplished? We've been guarding the village diligently, I replied. I handed the scale back to Xiao Zilong, who waved it lazily in front of Wei Dongting, saying, we even managed to snag a scale. The others stared in astonishment at the scale in his hand. Did you encounter that creature? Old Meng asked urgently. 2 people have already lost their lives. What do you think? Xiao Zilong retorted. Wei Dongting's face paled as he questioned. Where? We led the group to the site of the incident, where we found the emaciated corpse lying still. Wei Dongting and the others approached with grave expressions, puzzled by the absence of one individual when it was stated that 2 were involved. Where's the other one? Wei Dongting inquired, turning to me. One managed to escape, I replied. Xiao Zilong cast a surprised glance my way, but chose to remain silent. Wei Dongting then interrogated us meticulously about the circumstances of the incident. Just as he began to ask further questions, someone rushed over, exclaiming, a vehicle has arrived at the village entrance. Let's go check it out. Wei Dongting instructed 2 individuals to guard the body while he led the others towards the village entrance. Xiao Zilong and I leisurely followed behind. Upon reaching the entrance, we observed a group of individuals approaching from outside. Senior brother, Sister Qingyao, what has transpired? Wei Dongting exclaimed in shock as he hurried towards them. Xiao Zilong and I were equally taken aback, for the appearance of the newcomers was truly harrowing. Shen Qingyao's eyes were red-rimmed, her expression vacant, her clothing and face splattered with blood, while her disheveled hair clung to her face and neck, leaving her utterly unconcerned for her appearance. Accompanying her, Chao Junwo looked equally disheveled, yet his mental state appeared somewhat steadier than Shen Qingyao's, his brow furrowed in a frown. The individuals trailing behind them were in an even more dire state, nearly all bearing injuries. Senior brother, Sister Qingyao, what has happened? Are you injured? Wei Dongting was beside himself with worry. However, neither Shen Qingyao nor Chao Junwo acknowledged his concerns. Let us not disturb Qingyao for now, Chao Junwo frowned. Agreed. Wei Dongting promptly called for others to assist in bandaging and treating the wounded. Accompanying Shen Qingyao and Chao Junwo were a total of 7 unfamiliar faces. From their conversation, it was evident that they were members of the Feng Shui Association, individuals brought along by Shen Qingyao. Wei Dongting approached a man in his 30s, who had a receding hairline, and inquired, Brother Sun, what on earth has transpired? Brother Sun was covered in blood, his clothing tattered, yet his injuries were minor, consisting mainly of superficial wounds. He slammed his fist against the wall, his eyes ablaze with fury, and recounted, "As soon as we arrived at Wuyong Temple, chaos ensued. 2 brothers perished, 3 were gravely injured, and their fates remain uncertain in hospital." What? Wei Dongting and the others were taken aback. Both Xiao Zilong and I were equally astonished and pressed for details. Brother Sun's chest heaved as his voice trembled slightly. We spent a considerable amount of time locating Wuyong Temple after reaching Wuyong Hill. This temple is hidden deep within the mountains, shrouded in mystery. At the time, we were dismissive of its oddities, thinking that with our numbers, a mere small temple posed no threat. Although it was still daylight, the interior of Wuyong Temple was oppressively dim, suffused with an eerie aura, particularly the idol enshrined within, which was utterly chilling. What kind of idol? Wei Dongting interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. I cannot quite describe it. I had never seen anything like it before. It bore no resemblance to a deity, but rather appeared more akin to a specter. Brother Sun gulped, continuing his harrowing tale. Please carry on, Wei Dongting urged, choosing not to dwell further on the nature of the idol. Brother Sun recounted that upon entering the temple, it was eerily desolate, devoid of any presence until we ventured deeper into the sanctuary. There, in a grand hall, we stumbled upon a congregation of over a dozen Taoist priests, kneeling and fervently reciting scriptures. It remained a mystery what incantations they uttered, as our sizable group entered without eliciting the slightest acknowledgement from them. They continued their chanting as if we were mere phantoms. Initially, I intended to approach and inquire, yet upon stepping into the hall, an unsettling sensation enveloped me, causing my heart to race. In this moment of hesitation, Brother Wang ventured forth to pose a question. To our dismay, the priest disregarded him entirely. In an attempt to gain their attention, Brother Wang gently tapped one priest on the shoulder, only to be met with an unforeseen and violent response. As Brother Sun recounted this harrowing moment, his voice trembled with trepidation. The priest abruptly turned and, with a swift motion, severed Brother Wang's throat with a blade. Among us, Brother Wang was renowned for his exceptional agility. However, even his quick reflexes could not anticipate such an abrupt assault. Although he retreated hastily, he was nonetheless felled by the fatal blow. We stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the shock of this sudden turn of events, until the priests erupted with a deafening roar and charged towards us, jolting us back to reality. Yet, despite our superior numbers and skills, as we engaged them, one Taoist unexpectedly lunged at one of our companions, letting out a piercing scream before his entire being exploded in a cataclysmic burst. The brother who was embraced at that very moment, even those nearby who were affected were immediately gravely injured. Before we could react, 2 Taoists self-detonated, resulting in significant casualties on our side. Had it not been for Miss Qing Yao, who swiftly eliminated several Taoists, our losses would have been even more severe. Yet despite this the Brother Sun lamented, striking his own head repeatedly. The other members of the Feng Shui Association displayed expressions of fear, their heads bowed in despondency. Enough, Chao Junwu reprimanded, turning back to gently comfort Shen Qingyao. Upon hearing this, Wei Dongting and the others promptly fell silent. It appeared that little Yao had indeed been greatly affected this time. How shocking, Xiao Zilong whispered to me. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. I had not anticipated that our visit to Wuyong Temple would turn out to be so bizarre and tragic, especially since those who had gone were all brought by Shen Qingyao, and now so many had suffered casualties. It was no wonder she appeared so dejected. Should we go and offer some comfort? I suggested, turning towards Shen Qingyao. That would be appropriate, Xiao Zilong concurred, calling out, Little Yao, come here. Let us 3 discuss matters. You all go aside. Yao doesn't wish to speak right now. Chao Junwu admonished with a stern countenance. I did not look at him, but merely remarked, last night, someone else broke into the village. I wonder if it was related to Wuyong Temple. Upon hearing the mention of Wuyong Temple, Shen Qingyao's previously vacant gaze ignited with intensity as she fiercely inquired, Where? This way, we replied, leading her onward. Chao Junwu, with a sullen expression, followed closely behind. Upon witnessing this, Wei Dongting and the others hastily joined in as well. Another person has entered the village. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Chao Junwu queried, irritation evident in his tone. Brother, I simply didn't have the chance to. Wei Dongting attempted to explain. Upon seeing the emaciated corpse, Shen Qingyao's eyes finally sparked with life as she began to inquire about the events in detail. There is something we ought to discuss privately. I signaled to Shen Qingyao and Xiao Zilong. What could possibly be so significant that it cannot be addressed in front of everyone? Wei Dongting retorted angrily. Xiao Zilong shot him a glance. My brother and I have pressing matters to deliberate with Xiao Yao. It is of no concern to you, so why the haste? Shen Qingyao hesitated before suggesting. Let us talk over there. She led Xiao Zilong and me to a secluded spot. What is it? Shen Qingyao inquired. I responded. It pertains to some rumors regarding Sherman village. What rumors? Shen Qingyao asked, her brow furrowing. I recounted the information I had gathered from the old woman, omitting certain details along the way. Is that true? Xiao Zilong asked, astonished. Shen Qingyao, equally surprised, fixed her gaze on me. Are you certain? I've already mentioned that these are mere rumors. For now, it's all speculation, I replied, raising my hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Shen Qingyao gritted her teeth. So, you're implying that Wuyong Temple is actually there to oversee Sherman Village? Goodness, this is becoming increasingly bizarre. Xiao Zilong exclaimed. If you claim that the midwife was possessed by a spirit and managed to escape, could she still be hiding in the village? Shen Qingyao regained her composure and inquired. What should we do? I shook my head, unable to provide a definitive answer. I was acutely aware of what the elderly woman was currently engaged in. It was not appropriate to disclose. However, they would soon find out. Then what do you propose we do now? Shen Qingyao asked. This young lady, typically aloof and decisive, astonishingly sought our counsel, indicating that the recent visit to Wuyong Temple had indeed left her psychologically shaken, rendering her somewhat disoriented. Didn't the midwife mention that there are others in the village who serve as guardians like her? Perhaps we, Xiao Zilong began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar emanating from the direction of the village. What on earth was that? Xiao Zilong exclaimed in frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qingyao sprinted toward the village. We naturally followed suit, and soon, Chao Junwu and the others, alerted by the commotion, hurried to join us. Upon our return to the village, the villagers were roused from their slumber, hastily emerging from their homes. Haitang, I spotted the young girl amidst the crowd and called out to her. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. Xiao Zilong placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and remarked with a smile, what could possibly be wrong? It seems there is some kind of disturbance in the village. I don't know. This has never happened before, Haitang replied, shaking her head. As our group followed the throng, we had not yet reached the scene when we were met with frantic cries and wails in the distance. The Blessing Tower has collapsed. What shall we do? This is a grave disaster. Heaven help us! Heaven help us! Villagers were seen kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The white bone tower lay in ruins, its pale stones scattered across the ground, rolling haphazardly in every direction, while clouds of dust lingered in the air. The elderly woman had done well. The tower had collapsed at just the right moment. Chapter 73, The Burial Well, guided by the Nether Lantern. Previously, I had used spiritual manipulation to send the old woman away, directing my efforts towards this white bone tower, and at this moment, I had finally succeeded in breaking it open. As the tower fell, the villagers were plunged into despair, weeping inconsolably on the ground. It was evident that this white bone tower, referred to as the Prayer Tower, had become an immensely significant site for the people of Sherman Village. Haidang exchanged a few words with us before returning to the crowd, kneeling down to join in the lamentation. Make way, shouted Shen Qingyao and Chao Junwu, leading the charge towards the fallen tower, with Xiao Zilong and myself following closely behind. An icy chill emanated from the ruins of the tower, sending shivers down our spines. The oppressive aura of negativity was palpable. The crowd gasped in unison. Shen Qingyao decisively proclaimed, "Let us investigate. Indeed, let us see what peculiarities lie within." Chao Junwu quickly agreed, turning to gather more people. We cannot enter. The village chief suddenly burst forth from the throng, shouting vehemently to prevent us. This prayer tower is the eternal resting place of our ancestors. No one is permitted to trespass, lest they incur divine wrath. The tower had inexplicably collapsed, and with its ominous energy, there must be something amiss. Our investigation was for your benefit, Wei Dongting declared loudly. Yet, the villagers would not heed our words, angrily encircling us, creating a tense standoff. Despite the collective efforts to provide explanations, the villagers remained obstinately deaf to reason, and many even brandished their weapons, ready to fight anyone who dared to approach the tower. Last night, we suffered numerous casualties, all for the sake of your village. Shen Qingyao suddenly raised her voice, commanding with authority. Today I, Shen Qingyao, declare my intent to descend this tower. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall not find me merciful. Xiaoyao is quite formidable, Xiao Zilong remarked, somewhat taken aback. I nodded. Anyone who provoked her would certainly encounter misfortune. Indeed, Xiao Zilong clicked his tongue in agreement. Shen Qingyao was resolute in her determination and promptly commanded the villagers attempting to hinder her to disperse. Move aside, gathering the crowd. Shen Qingyao prepared to descend the tower. Xiaoyao, allow me to clear the path. Chao Junwu interjected eagerly. No sooner had he spoken than his phone began to ring urgently. What? Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically as he heard the news. Dad was in a car accident on the way back to Meicheng. A wave of concern washed over me. Chao Song was returning to Meicheng, yet this accident seemed rather coincidental, didn't it? Yao, my father has been in an accident. I must, Chao Junwu said, his face a mask of distress as he addressed Shen Qingyao. It's all right. You may go, Shen Qingyao replied decisively. Chao Junwu opened his mouth, momentarily a loss for words. Observing his turmoil, I smiled and interjected. I just consulted the fates for Boss Chao, and it foretold great fortune. Calamities will be transformed into blessings. There is no need for concern. He will surely be safe and sound. Chao Junwu turned a glance at me. His brow furrowed as he seriously stated, This is not a matter to be trifled with. Indeed, I nodded slightly. At that moment, Chao Junwu hesitated, finding it difficult to make a decision. Just then, his phone rang again. Brother, how is our father? Chao Junwu hurriedly replied, Is it that serious? All right. I will return immediately. After hanging up, his expression turned anxious, and he awkwardly addressed Shen Qingyao. My father is in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. My brother urges me to return quickly. Go ahead, you must hurry, Shen Qingyao urged. Chao Junwu gritted his teeth and said to Wei Dongting, You must accompany Yao down and ensure her safety. Rest assured, senior brother, Wei Dongting replied confidently, thumping his chest. Chao Junwu reiterated a few words of caution to Shen Qingyao before turning on his heel and hastily departing. Leave a few people here, the rest follow me down. Shen Qingyao promptly led the way into the tower. Wei Dongting immediately followed with the others. I found Haidang amidst the crowd and cautioned her to remain vigilant, instructing her to find a hiding place if anything seemed amiss. Subsequently, I joined Xiao Zilong and followed the crowd into the tower, where we encountered a large square well, measuring about 2 meters on each side. This well was constructed from a black stone, its rim intricately carved with various malevolent spirits and ferocious beasts, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. Chilling gusts of air surged forth from the well. If you insist on descending, allow us to lead the way. Just as everyone gathered at the well's edge, deliberating on how to proceed, 5 robust men entered, each broad-shouldered and fierce-looking, carrying old-fashioned oil lamps. Who are you? Wei Dongting inquired loudly. We are the coffin bearers from the village. One of the men with a hawk-like nose stated, Within this well lie the remains of our ancestors through the ages. According to tradition, only we, the bearers of the coffin, may descend. If you insist on going down, you must allow us to guide you. Another man chimed in. Shen Qingyao furrowed her brow and asked, What if I refuse to let you lead the way? In response, the 5 men suddenly drew daggers and pointed them at their own hearts, declaring, Any outsider who ventures in without permission shall face divine retribution. You shall have to tread upon the corpses of us 5. Shen Qingyao raised an eyebrow at this. Old Meng swiftly approached her and suggested, Second miss, perhaps we should yield a little and allow them to guide us. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingyao finally nodded. Very well, you may come. The 5 bearers sheathed their daggers and approached the well. One of them reached down and, after feeling around the wall of the well for a moment, pulled out 4 hemp ropes. To descend into the well, one must use these ropes, the hawk-nosed man explained. Wei Dongting, puzzled, inquired, You also use ropes to lower the coffin into the well? The hawk-nosed man nodded, of course. The group was taken aback. Just how heavy could that coffin be? It would be difficult for 4 ordinary men to lift it, let alone lower it using these 4 ropes. I shall lead the way, proclaimed the hawk-nosed man as he picked up a kerosene lamp, grasped one of the hemp ropes, and deftly slid into the well, disappearing into the darkness. A glimmer of light fell into the abyss, only to vanish in an instant. This indicated that the well was not only deep, but also shrouded in mist that obscured vision. As the hawk-nosed figure descended, the other 4 bearers of the coffin followed suit, each grasping a hemp rope and swiftly sliding down. Be cautious, everyone, descend in groups, commanded Shun Qingyao, seizing a rope and preparing to be the first to go down. However, Wei Dongting interjected, Sister Qingyao, allow me to go first. He immediately grasped the rope and leaped down ahead of everyone else. Despite his arm being still bound in bandages, his agility remained impressive. Once Wei Dongting had descended, Shun Qingyao led the others down in succession. Among those present, apart from myself and Xiao Zilong, it was evident that none had practiced their night vision, leaving them unable to see in the darkness. Thus, they had prepared ample illumination tools. When Xiao Zilong and I finally made our way down the rope, we were greeted by a chilling gust that surged upward from below, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. After sliding down for what felt like a dozen meters, we entered a thick fog. Moments later, we emerged from the mist to behold a scene of radiant light below. Chapter 74, The Coffin Mountain. A forbidden realm of yin and yang, we released the rope and landed on solid ground. By this time, Shun Qingyao and the others had already gathered below, surveying their surroundings. The air was so frigid that our breaths materialized as white puffs. Is everyone here? Shun Qingyao inquired. We are the last 2. Xiao Zilong replied. I surveyed the vicinity. Though the well measured only 2 meters on each side, the space at its bottom was astonishingly vast. This is the resting place of our ancestors. Do not wander about carelessly, cautioned the hawk-nosed figure. He then lifted a kerosene lamp, leading the way, while the other 4 bearers of the coffin similarly carried their lamps. Following the guide in an oddly synchronized manner, Shun Qingyao cast a knowing glance at us, prompting everyone to adopt a vigilant stance as we followed the 5 individuals ahead. Before long, we were met with a scene that left us utterly astounded. Shrouded in a hazy mist, an overwhelming number of coffins were stacked together, resembling a colossal mountain of the deceased. Those present were not naive or uninformed, yet they stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the sight. Although our village, Sherman, was merely a small hamlet, the accumulation of coffins beneath us over the years was nothing short of shocking. This was indeed the coffin mountain within our village as well. The man with the hawkish nose, holding an oil lamp, slowly turned his head. No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold light flashed in his hand. He struck with a fierce blow aimed at the neck of the nearest elder, Old Meng. The attack was sudden and ferocious, and Old Meng barely had time to react. Just then, a snow-white hand rested upon Old Meng's shoulder, pulling him back just in time to evade the lethal strike. The blade fell harmlessly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the air around us became momentarily stagnant, and an eerie green light illuminated the surroundings. Countless small orbs, akin to the size of fingers, were embedded in the walls and ceiling, twinkling like a starry sky. These orbs emitted a ghostly green glow that bathed the entire coffin mountain in light. Under the radiance of these orbs, peculiar patterns emerged on the walls, coalescing into a vast, bizarre mural. Cloud thunder? Grass demon? A jolt of realization struck me as I beheld the strange designs on the wall. I recognized the cloud, thunder, and grass demon patterns, rare and forbidden symbols I had learned from my grandfather since childhood. Within the confines of this tomb, a formidable restriction has been established with the ghostly cloud thundergrass. The shadows shift ominously, igniting my very being. The hawk-nosed figure, having missed a strike, swiftly retreats, discarding the oil lamp to the ground. With a swift motion, he draws a dagger across his brow, instantly creating a crimson gash at the center of his forehead, akin to the emergence of a third eye. The other four bearers of the coffin follow suit, inflicting similar wounds upon themselves. Subsequently, all five simultaneously tear open their garments, revealing their torsos adorned with grotesque and contorted runes, vivid red as blood. As they unleash an eerie cry, their eyes roll back, vanishing into their sockets, exposing a ghastly expanse of white. Meanwhile, the gash on their foreheads expands, resembling a blood-red demonic eye. Emitting a low, guttural roar, they charge towards us. I cast a hurried glance before redirecting my attention to the restriction inscribed upon the wall. The yin-yang barrier. A chill ran through me as I urgently commanded. Everyone remain still. Lao Xiao, Xiao Yao, prepare to defend. The urgency of the situation left me no time for elaborate explanations, compelling me to issue the most concise directives. Yet, in the heat of the moment, the others instinctively reacted, and even those who heard my words were slow to comply. Thud! Two among them, having already invoked their spells, immediately spewed forth a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground. Those who hesitated, merely evading or employing mere physical prowess without casting spells, fared somewhat better, but still emitted subdued groans, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Those unwilling to perish, do not move. Xiao Zilong bellowed, Xiao Yao, join me in the fray. Conserve your strength. In a swift motion, I intercepted a pallbearer, delivering a powerful blow to his chest, sending him sprawling backward. It became evident to me that this individual was quick-witted and had fully grasped my intentions. Within this mound of coffins, two forbidden symbols, cloud and thundergrass, had been employed to summon the formidable Earth's yin tides, establishing a ban on the interplay of yin and yang. Under this prohibition, any living creature imbued with abundant yang energy that ventured within would suffer intense suppression. Moreover, should one attempt to cast spells, move swiftly, or unleash martial prowess, the resulting surge of energy would trigger the restrictions, inviting the terrifying Earth's yin tides to flood into their body. Such an encounter could inflict severe injury or even lead to death. Among those present, only Xiao Zilong and Shun Qinyao were capable of withstanding this backlash, albeit at a cost. The more they exerted themselves, the stronger the backlash became. Thus, I urged them to conserve their strength, sufficient to temporarily shield the others. Although Shun Qinyao was slightly slower to react, she soon comprehended the situation and, in conjunction with Xiao Zilong, managed to restrain the five pallbearers. These five individuals, their eyes rolled back and emanating an ominous aura, were evidently prepared, having employed some arcane technique to transform into living dead, thus rendering them immune to the yin-yang prohibition. As I bent two fingers of my left hand to count, I concentrated all my mental faculties, utilizing the heavenly divination to deduce the structure of the restrictions inscribed upon the wall. The terrifying aspect of this yin-yang prohibition lay in the fact that remaining motionless did not guarantee safety. The instant the restrictions were triggered, the Earth's yin tides surged into the body. Remaining still could momentarily delay the onset, but once 9 breaths had passed, an explosion of energy would inevitably ensue. 9 breaths. This signifies 9 inhalations. Should I fail to dismantle this barrier within the span of 9 breaths, all present, save for myself, Xiao Zilong, and the scarce figure of Shun Qinyao, shall undoubtedly face utter annihilation. Suddenly, the 5 bearers of the coffin emitted a chilling cry and lunged towards me. Without flinching, I fixed my gaze upon the wall. In a swift motion, 2 silhouettes darted forward, repelling the 5 assailants. Shun Qinyao coughed up a mouthful of blood, warm droplets splattering across my face like stars in the night sky. Xiao Zilong swiftly stepped in, pulling her aside while admonishing, "Do not exert yourself excessively." At that moment, the 5 coffin bearers surged once more. Xiao Zilong unleashed a series of precise strikes, his hands slicing through the air to fell 2 of the bearers, who collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Yet, Xiao Zilong's complexion turned pale, and he stifled a groan. I could not afford to linger on their plight. I turned to face another wall, pouring all my energy into calculations. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A coffin lid flew skyward, and from within emerged a grotesque shadow. My attention momentarily diverted, I discerned the creature's form. It was a mountain demon. In rapid succession, several coffins were violently upturned, releasing a horde of mountain demons that charged towards us. Xiao Zilong cursed, and he, along with Shun Qingyao, immediately split to confront the onslaught. With 3 coffin bearers and a dozen of the mountain demons, the two could scarcely manage the overwhelming numbers. Wei Dongting and others could no longer restrain themselves and joined the fray, only to be met with a violent backlash, causing them to spew blood. Time was growing increasingly scarce, and I turned to confront the third wall. At this moment, the 3 bearers of the coffin, accompanied by 4 mountain demons, abruptly altered their course and lunged towards me with great speed. My mind momentarily fragmented. With my left hand, I performed a spell and swiftly drew it downwards. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, forcefully propelling one of the approaching mountain demons away. The newcomer, clad in black attire, emanated an aura of coldness and ghostly energy. It was the old woman governed by Ling Yu. Chapter 75. Malevolent spirits fill the coffin, sharp blades piercing the heart. The old woman, enveloped in numerous minor spirits, radiated an overwhelming malevolence and appeared both ghostly and enchanting. Despite the multitude of mountain demons charging at her, they could scarcely approach. As she repelled them to the perimeter, I gazed towards the last wall, exerting all my concentration to deduce the situation. As the 8th finger bent, my form suddenly surged forth, colliding with a mountain demon that was lunging at me, sending it hurtling backwards. I pursued it relentlessly, accelerating once more to keep up with the demon. With a thunderous crash, the ejected mountain demon collided with the coffin. The force of the impact was tremendous, yet the coffin merely shuddered without yielding an inch. Following closely, I struck down with my palm. A sharp crack echoed as the crimson coffin suddenly erupted with countless fissures, shattering into pieces. I hastily turned around to observe. Although the others appeared weary, they still stood resolutely. A wave of relief washed over me. I had managed to breach the yin-yang barrier just before the 9th breath. At that moment, I became acutely aware of the chilling sweat cascading down my back. Over the years spent atop the Grave Hill, my focus had predominantly been on the esoteric arts of the Spirit Gate, neglecting much of what my grandfather had imparted to me, including the day of divination. It has indeed become somewhat unfamiliar. This time, to have narrowly escaped, it is truly a stroke of fortune. It appears I must diligently apply myself in the days to come. We can proceed. I utilized my spiritual prowess to send the elderly woman away, simultaneously issuing a warning. The crowd, who had long been suppressing their eagerness, immediately began to showcase their abilities. Xiao Zilong and Shun Qingyao erupted in unison, sending a group of mountain demons sprawling in disarray, ultimately vanquishing them one by one with talismans. Before long, the 5 coffin bearers also collapsed, incapacitated. When Shun Qingyao approached to subdue them for questioning, these individuals suddenly experienced their eyes bursting, blood tears streaming down their faces, and with a convulsive jerk of their legs, they met their demise. What on earth is happening? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and someone could not help but curse. Although it was but a brief moment, the crowd had endured a harrowing brush with death, leaving them all shaken. Nevertheless, several among them lay gravely injured and unconscious, while the others bore wounds as well. Is this coffin the focal point of the formation? Xiao Zilong inquired, kicking at the shattered remnants of the coffin. It can be considered so, I nodded. In truth, this coffin hardly constitutes the true focal point. However, within this restriction, it served to guide the underworld's tidal forces. Thus, upon its destruction, the disruption of the underworld occurred instantaneously, akin to breaking the barrier between yin and yang. The interior of this coffin was similarly inscribed with 2 types of forbidden runes: Cloud, Thunder, and Grass Ghost, forming a miniature restriction designed to direct the underworld's tides. "How are the two of you?" Shen Qingyao asked. Xiao Zilong chuckled. "You need not worry about old Lin. The blood on his face is merely a result of your spray. As long as he is unharmed, all is well." Shen Qingyao's complexion was pale, clearly indicating her severe injuries. Straining to maintain her composure, she inquired, "This place is quite peculiar. Should we open a coffin to investigate?" I cast a glance at the towering mound of coffins and replied, "Let us proceed. Everyone, exercise caution. There may still be mountain demons lurking within." Xiao Zilong cautioned. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Qingyao gathered the group, and together we ventured into the coffin mound for inspection. Within this mound, aside from the coffin I had shattered, there were over 10 coffins that had been opened, all of which were empty save for remnants of bones. It was evident that the mountain demons had previously concealed themselves within these coffins, feeding on the corpses until nothing remained. Let's take a look at this one. Wei Dongting, who was also badly injured with a bruised face, joined Lao Meng and 2 others as they approached to open a sealed coffin. The term sealed was apt, for this coffin was adorned with 2 long yellow paper talismans resembling seals. The yellow paper had faded, turning gray and white, while the incantations inscribed upon it were of vivid crimson, as fresh as blood. As the group united their efforts, the coffin lid was pried open with a sharp crack. Instantly, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth from the crevice, prompting everyone to hold their breath and retreat hastily. Once the smoke dissipated, we fully lifted the coffin lid. As we gathered around, we were all taken aback by what we beheld. Inside lay a male corpse, supine, appearing to be in his 40s. The body showed no signs of decay, its features remarkably lifelike, yet it was not positioned in a normal repose. The chest was raised and the legs bent, forming a bow-like shape. A gleaming dagger pierced through the right breast of the corpse from below, the tip protruding, effectively propping the body up. What is the purpose of this? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Soon, several sealed coffins were opened. Inside, there were both men and women, young and old, but without exception. All were lying in a bow shape within the coffins, each impaled by a sharp blade that pierced through the right chest from below, propping them up. "Let me see." Xiao Zilong pushed his way to the side of a coffin, closely examining the contents. He placed his palm on the right chest of one of the deceased, closed his eyes for a moment, then turned to me and Shen Qingyao, declaring it is the right side of the heart. He proceeded to inspect the other open coffins, finding the same result each time. Within these coffins, sealed with talismans, all the interred were individuals with their hearts situated on the right side, each having been pierced through the heart by a dagger from below. Among these mounds of coffins, there were also a number that were not sealed with talismans. Upon opening them, they were found to be empty, containing only remnants of bones. It seemed these coffins were utilized to feed the mountain spirits. What on earth is this? The crowd began to murmur in confusion. As I gazed at the malevolent, ghostly patterns carved into the inner walls of the coffins, a thought suddenly struck me. The heart-cutting purgatory. This heart-cutting purgatory, akin to the ice purgatory, is one of the 5 purgatories in Taoism. And here, within this mound of coffins, filled with malevolent spirits and pierced hearts, does it not perfectly embody the scene of the heart-cutting purgatory? Moreover, there's a crucial point. Those who have been pierced through the heart by the dagger are all individuals with naturally right-sided hearts. Just as the old lady mentioned, the Hai family carries the hereditary trait of the 9 yin apertures, individuals with exquisite hearts. As for those used to feed the mountain spirits, they were likely individuals with left-sided hearts, utilized as mere fodder. It is, indeed, a chilling contemplation. One would never imagine that the seemingly ordinary Sherman village conceals such a terrifying secret. What should we do now? Shen Qingyao has come to consult us. Let's head up first. Several of our brothers are on the brink of collapse, Xiao Zilong suggested. Noticing that I had no other objections, Shen Qingyao nodded in agreement and proceeded to gather our team, meticulously re-examining the entire coffin mountain to ensure nothing had been overlooked before preparing to return to the surface. Since our entry, I have been vigilant, searching for that peculiar, sinister eye, yet found nothing. Was the suddenly appearing elderly woman in black the midwife? Xiao Zilong quietly inquired during our journey. Indeed, it was her. No wonder you mentioned that this old woman was possessed. She truly bites anyone in sight. And by sheer coincidence, she inadvertently aided us, he chuckled softly. Exactly, I concurred. Meanwhile, Wei Dongting had already taken the lead, gripping the rope to ascend. Shen Qingyao and I followed closely behind. As the three of us began our ascent, we suddenly heard frantic, terrified shouts from above. Startled, we hastened our pace, climbing out of the well. Upon returning to the surface, we were met with a scene of chaos. A thick, gray mist swirled in, carried by the wind. Where is everyone? Where has everyone gone? Wei Dongting's voice echoed through the mist, laden with urgency. Emerging from the crumbling tower, we were greeted by a thick blanket of mist, rendering the surroundings desolate and devoid of any other presence save for ourselves. The villagers who had previously knelt in worship were nowhere to be seen, and even the few brothers left to guard this place had vanished without a trace. Everyone, gather around. Do not stray. Shen Qingyao promptly called everyone back. Once we confirmed that no one was missing, we proceeded to search the area outside. At that moment, the entire village was engulfed in an impenetrable fog, swirling and churning, with even the light failing to penetrate more than a few meters. What? What is that? Suddenly, a voice cried out. Several beams of light immediately directed toward the spot indicated by the person. There, amidst the fog, we discerned a slender, rod-like object that resembled a bamboo pole. At one end of the pole, a dark shape seemed to dangle ominously. As we approached to discern its true nature, a chilling sensation surged from the soles of our feet to the crown of our heads, swiftly followed by an overwhelming fury. It was unmistakably one of our brothers left to keep watch, now impaled upon that pole like a candied hawthorn. By the time we managed to lower him down, it was far too late. Damn it! Wei Dongting erupted in a furious outburst, demanding to know who was responsible for this atrocity. A few others began to search the vicinity. Come back, everyone! Shen Qingyao's pallid visage commanded attention as she reprimanded them. Only then did they return, gazing at the horrific demise of their comrade, a blend of shock and rage flooding their hearts. Let us continue to search for others, Shen Qingyao ordered resolutely, and we all resumed our quest with renewed determination. Soon, the remaining brothers were located one by one, each skewered by a bamboo pole like candied hawthorn, planted into the ground, their faces frozen in terror at the moment of their demise. Subsequently, several corpses of villagers were discovered. Some lay bloodied on the ground, while others were gruesomely impaled against walls by sharp iron rods. However, aside from these grim findings, the vast majority of villagers had vanished without a trace. The entire Sherman village seemed to have transformed into a desolate ghost town. Haitang and Xiao Zilong approached, teeth gritted, with an expression rife with murderous intent. A wave of heaviness washed over my heart as I whispered, "Let us search separately." Agreed. Xiao Zilong exchanged a few words with Shen Qingyao, and the two of us separated from the group, preparing to conduct our own searches. At that moment, an eerie, low sound emerged from the previously silent mist, ethereal and erratic, oscillating between near and far. Initially indistinct, the sound gradually grew louder, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. It seemed as though someone was reciting scriptures. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the mist with lightning speed. Fortunately, everyone was on high alert and barely managed to evade it. It was a sharp iron rod, hurled like a javelin, piercing through a wall with a resounding thud. The force was so tremendous that had anyone been struck, they would have faced certain impalement. Before anyone could react, the sound of whistling filled the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of objects slicing through the atmosphere. "Duck!" Wei Dongting shouted. Everyone hurriedly dropped to the ground. In an instant, countless iron rods whizzed past, creating a cacophony of chaos. Although the evasion was timely, several individuals still fell victim, suffering severe penetrations in their arms and thighs. Though vital areas remained unscathed, they immediately lost their ability to move. Concurrently, the peculiar chanting, suddenly crescendoing, reverberated through the air like thunder. Those already severely injured below spat out blood in response, while the rest groaned as if struck by a heavy blow. The mist swirled violently, and abruptly, several dark figures emerged, rushing towards us. Clad in black attire and wearing grotesque masks, these figures wielded sharp iron rods. advancing with a menacing speed. As these shadows appeared, even more emerged from all directions surrounding us. Under Shun Qingyao's command, we quickly formed a protective circle around the injured. In an instant, countless talismans ascended into the sky. "We must go." Xiao Zilong and I broke through the circle, heading east and west respectively in search of others. Amidst the roiling mist, two dark figures suddenly materialized, thrusting their sharp iron rods towards us. I swiftly accelerated, closing the distance, and struck at their necks with a decisive blow. They lost control and soared into the air, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Approaching them, I removed their masks, revealing their unsettling visages. Their eyes were a ghostly white, and their mouths were sewn shut with black threads, presenting a disturbingly eerie sight. An aura of coldness enveloped them, blurring the line between the living and the dead. Realizing that I could extract no information from them, I tightened my grip, snapping their necks, and continued onward. After a short while, I suddenly spotted several dark figures sprawled haphazardly ahead. They appeared diminutive in stature, a group of children. Among them, a girl was pinned down, her body half buried beneath someone, her clothing reminiscent of begonia blossoms. A jolt of apprehension surged through me, sending a rush of blood to my head. As I approached, I discovered that the children were impaled together by a metal rod, nailed to the ground, blood saturating the earth beneath them, devoid of any signs of life. I inhaled deeply and turned the girl over, only to realize she was not the begonia I had feared. Though it was merely a false alarm, my heart was tumultuous, difficult to calm. With my left hand, I performed a ritual gesture, summoning forth a dark-clad old woman from the mist, who stood rigidly beside me. I struck the top of her head, extracting the spirit-controlling nail. In an instant, tendrils of black mist surged forth from her crown. I produced a stack of paper cutouts resembling human figures and flung them into the air. "Go!" Dozens of black mists immediately entered the paper figures, producing a sharp crack as they trembled in the air, as if infused with vitality. The spirits departed from the old woman, who promptly collapsed, becoming a true corpse. With a commanding utterance, the paper figures soared in all directions. The remaining 9 figures surged towards my path, howling as they advanced. Whenever they encountered an obstacle, they would immediately charge forward, leaving behind lifeless bodies in their wake. With 9 little spirits paving the way, I followed closely, swiftly entering a dense forest. The peculiar chanting grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 77. The Altar of Incense and the Silent Bones in the Dimly Lit Forest. Swirling mists revealed a shadowy altar constructed from black stones. Upon the altar lay 3 stark white skulls, flanked by the heads of a pig and a cow, with a human skull positioned centrally. Each skull was pierced by a burning incense stick, emitting 3 flickering points of crimson light. A dark figure sat cross-legged upon the altar, shrouded in a pitch-black robe, its face obscured by a talisman of yellow paper, exuding an aura of foreboding. The peculiar chanting emanated from this shadowy presence. Before the altar stood 2 rows of ghostly figures, their menacing visages turning in unison at the sound. With a flick of my finger, white phantoms darted through the air. 9 paper effigies swiftly traversed the treetops, slicing through the necks of the ghostly figures, leaving trails of sanguine light as they surged towards the altar. The eerie incantation suddenly intensified. With a resounding boom, the 9 paper effigies detonated upon their approach, disintegrating into fine powder. I swiftly ascended the altar, my hand reaching out to seize the figure's neck. Yet, upon grasping it, I realized something was amiss. The shadow was but an empty robe. In a flash, I swung my hand again, catching hold of an arm, only to find it severing cleanly at the shoulder. It was a mere prosthetic limb. With my left hand extended, a copper coin spun rapidly in my palm, emitting a low hum before it swiftly plunged into the ground. Moments later, a muffled groan echoed from a short distance away. As I grasped the severed arm and approached, I beheld a shadowy figure sprawled upon the ground, half of its body obscured by the earth. I stepped forward to unveil the yellow paper talisman that covered its face, and upon discerning its features, I was seized by a wave of terror. The visage was exceedingly grotesque, with both ears cruelly severed, and its eyes and mouth stitched shut with dark threads, leaving only 2 nostrils visible. The chanting I had heard earlier must have emanated from ventriloquism. Initially, I had intended to capture it alive, but at that moment, 2 streams of black blood oozed from the individual's nostrils, signaling its demise. Even more unsettling, the flesh of this person began to decay at a visible rate, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a mere skeleton, the copper coin I had inserted within its body falling to the ground. Only the arms and legs remained intact. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that they too were artificial limbs. Furrowing my brow, I retrieved the coin and glanced back at the altar, soon noticing that the fallen ghostly figures were rapidly deteriorating, leaving nothing but bleached bones in their wake. The air was thick with an unusual and foul odor. I disregarded all else and continued my search, as ghostly silhouettes flickered in the air. Paper figures flew back from all directions, yet I failed to detect any trace of Haidang and the others. Moments later, the mist enveloping the entire Stone Gate village began to dissipate, prompting me to withdraw the paper figures and turn back towards the village. Upon entering, I was immediately met by Xiao Zilong, who came sprinting towards me. I shook my head. How peculiar! Where could they have gone? Xiao Zilong exclaimed in frustration. As the sound of hurried footsteps approached, Shun Qingyao and her companions emerged from the bone tower, a disheveled group. Some in a state of unconsciousness, while others bore severe injuries. Have you found anyone? Shun Qingyao inquired. This young lady, who typically exuded an air of aloof beauty, now appeared utterly disheveled, her face smeared with dirt and her attire stained with blood, rendering her nearly unrecognizable at first glance. None, Xiao Zilong replied, his expression grim. Shun Qingyao furrowed her brows. Did you see? All these individuals have suddenly turned to bones. I nodded in acknowledgement. I had observed this phenomenon along the way. Since the altar was destroyed, those ghostly figures had all collapsed and subsequently disintegrated into piles of bones. I had previously captured one of these ghostly figures and confirmed that, despite the overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding them, they were indeed living beings. This was profoundly strange. Before long, the mist completely dissipated. Shun Qingyao gathered her team, assigning a portion to tend to the injured and contact the outside world for assistance, while she led another group to continue searching for signs of the villagers around the periphery of the village. Curiously, there were no signs of significant movement in the surrounding area. Although the population of Sherman village was not large, it still numbered in the hundreds. How could they vanish without a trace? After deliberation, we speculated that there might be a hidden passage within the village, through which the villagers had been discreetly relocated. This theory was plausible, especially considering that Sherman village had been cultivated for many years, and it would not be surprising if it harbored such secrets. We thoroughly scoured the village, and ultimately, we discovered a concealed passage within the ancestral hall of Sherman village. Indeed, there were numerous signs of movement within the secret passage. However, when we pursued along the corridor, we discovered that it had collapsed midway. Clearly, the adversary had severed the route after passing through. With the path ahead obstructed, we had no choice but to retrace our steps. Xiao Zilong wore a dark expression, muttering incessantly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I understood his distress, and as we passed the bone tower, a thought suddenly struck me. I inquired of Xiao Zilong whether there was any water nearby. Water? He questioned, puzzled. I could not afford to explain and quickly scanned the surroundings. Before long, I found a well to the west of the bone tower. In the village, besides the burial well within the bone tower, there existed a well in every direction. This was one of them and the closest to the bone tower. What is so remarkable about this well? Xiao Zilong replied despondently. Peering into the depths of the well, I noticed its profoundness, emanating a chilling atmosphere. I called out, Haidang, are you down there? Haidang? Xiao Zilong was taken aback. Did you forget that we instructed Haidang to hide immediately if anything seemed amiss? Her swimming skills are quite proficient. As I spoke, I descended into the well, sliding down its wall. Just as I entered the water, I heard Xiao Zilong follow suit with a splash. That makes sense, he exclaimed, plunging into the depths. We submerged, and indeed, we spotted a frail figure beneath the surface. It was Haidang. At that moment, the young girl had lost consciousness. Xiao Zilong began to cast a series of spells in the water, directing incantations into her body. I gathered a wisp of ominous energy from the well water and pierced it in Haitang's throat. Subsequently, I pulled her upward. Cough, cough, cough. After a bout of intense coughing, Haitang regained her breath. We were overwhelmed with joy and hastily brought her back to the surface. I'm fine now. Noticing our anxious gazes, Haitang offered us a faint smile, though her voice trembled with a chilling coldness. Chapter 78. The sister who loves grilled fish. With half our worries alleviated, we escorted her back home, prepared warm water for her, and allowed her to take a hot bath, changing into dry clothes. We then offered her a generous bowl of ginger tea, which finally restored a hint of color to the young girl's face. It turned out that shortly after our group entered the burial well, a thick fog enveloped Sherman village. In the midst of the ensuing panic, those ghostly figures suddenly emerged from the mist, attacking the brothers who had remained behind. The villagers were struck with terror at that moment. Haitang had remembered our admonitions before our departure. Upon sensing something amiss, she seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape. However, knowing she could not flee far, she sought refuge in the well nearest to the bone tower. Possessing exceptional swimming skills, she submerged herself, completely concealing her presence and evading the searchers. It was only when she could no longer hold her breath that she surfaced for air. Under normal circumstances, Haitang could have hidden in the well for a day or two, yet the chilling cold of the water posed a significant challenge. After enduring for a while, she became icy all over and struggled to maintain her strength. Although the fog that had blanketed Sherman village had dissipated and the crisis was over, Haitang remained unaware of this and, in her dazed state, could only continue to endure the torment in the well water, until we could no longer hold on and sank into the well. Had we descended even a moment later, it is likely that we would have been beyond salvation. Your sudden inspiration was indeed most timely. Xiao Zilong laughed heartily, giving my shoulder a few hearty pats. I had already remarked that Haitang is a gluttonous soul. Those who wish her harm often end up harming themselves instead, I jested. Indeed, this is once again proven true. Xiao Zilong chuckled heartily. What are you laughing about? A somewhat fatigued voice of Shun, Qin Yao, suddenly broke in from outside. Shortly thereafter, she entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Haitang with us. Little Yao, come sit for a while and have some warm water, Xiao Zilong cheerfully beckoned. Shun Qin Yao scrutinized Haitang for a moment and inquired, is she from the village? Precisely. Xiao Zilong handed her a bowl of hot tea and recounted the events in a few words. After taking a sip of water, Shun Qin Yao carefully questioned Haitang about the circumstances of the incident. Haitang recounted the truth, albeit the scene had been utterly chaotic at the time, and she was primarily focused on escaping, so she could hardly take note of much. When dawn broke, a convoy arrived at Sherman village, sealing off the area, clearly indicating the involvement of official authorities. However, such matters would naturally be handled by Shun Qin Yao, the second miss of the Feng Shui Association, leaving Xiao Zilong and me to relax in the little courtyard of Haitang's home. What shall we do about Haitang? While the young lady stepped inside, Xiao Zilong leaned in and whispered to me. I understood his meaning. After the events of last night, Sherman village has undeniably transformed into a veritable ghost town. Once we depart, it will be utterly deserted. Haitang can no longer remain here. Furthermore, it is certain that this village will soon be designated a forbidden zone, making it impossible for Haitang to stay even if she wished to. What connections does your family have? Why not take her home and adopt her as a little sister? I inquired. I would like to, but my family, it's not that easy to navigate. I still need to think of a plan, Xiao Zilong replied, scratching his head. What should we do then? I pondered, struggling to come up with a viable solution. Didn't you open some sort of Feng Shui establishment? Why not let Haitang stay with you for a while? Xiao Zilong suggested. I cast him a sidelong glance. Have you been considering this all along? No, that's not suitable for me, I retorted. What makes it unsuitable? Do you have others at home? Xiao Zilong pressed. I said it's unsuitable precisely because there's no one else, I clarified. A solitary man and a young woman. What the heck? Xiao Zilong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're really thinking that way about such a young girl? She's 15, after all, I replied, somewhat irked. Xiao Zilong paused, nearly forgetting that detail. With a thoughtful glint in his eye, he proposed, "How about this? I could move in with you too. Then there would be no issue of a solitary man and a young woman, right?" "Absolutely not," I vehemently rejected. "I've come to see your true colors." Xiao Zilong retorted angrily. "Then how about this? I'll cover the rent, including Haidang's share. And the money?" I spread my hands in exasperation. Xiao Zilong hesitated. "I'll owe you for now. No debts allowed," I exclaimed in frustration. As Xiao Zilong was on the verge of expressing his frustration, Haitang emerged from the room, prompting him to swallow the latter part of his words and inquire with a smile, "Haitang, what are your plans for the future?" Haitang, somewhat bewildered, glanced at us and replied softly, "I still reside here." "You certainly cannot stay here." Xiao Zilong shook his head. "Your brother Lin Shou has suggested that you assist at the Feng Shui shop he runs. What do you think?" Just as I was about to interject, he shot me a glare. "Hold your tongue for now. Assist?" Haitang questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Look at your brother Lin Shou. He is inept and clueless about even the simplest tasks, unable to cook a meal for himself, relying instead on unhealthy takeout. I fear he will eventually meet a grim fate. So I thought you could help him with cooking and tidying up," Xiao Zilong explained. "What is unhealthy takeout?" Haitang inquired, puzzled. "Simply put, it is a very undesirable substance that can dull one's intellect and shorten one's lifespan," Xiao Zilong replied. Haitang cast a sympathetic glance in my direction. Xiao Zilong continued, "Your brother Lin Shou also mentioned that if you agree to go, he will cover your meals and lodging, allowing you to eat as much as you desire." "Well, then I am willing to go." Upon hearing this, Haitang nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Zilong burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid. That settles it." He then turned to me and said, "Now you may speak. What would you like me to say?" I replied, my expression devoid of emotion as I regarded him. "Say whatever is on your mind." Xiao Zilong gestured cheerfully. Originally, I intended to place Haidang in a different setting, given her unique background. However, as our conversation unfolded, both Xiao Zilong and I found ourselves unable to retract our words. Thus, I resolved to keep Haitang close for the time being. A subtle intuition whispered to me that this young girl might be entangled in deeper matters, perhaps linked to the disappearance of the Chao family, or even my grandfather. Therefore, it was settled. "Haitang, please gather your belongings. We may soon face a lockdown of the village," I stated. "All right." Haitang nodded before retreating into the house. Xiao Zilong clapped me on the shoulder, grinning. "I knew you wouldn't be heartless, old Lin. Don't forget the rent," I reminded him. I know, Xiao Zilong replied cheerfully. "Once I receive the generous gift from Xiao Chao, it'll all be yours." Haidang returned with a backpack brimming with her parents' keepsakes. She then carried out a bucket of fish, expressing her intent to prepare a grilled fish dish. We initially assumed it was for our enjoyment, but she clarified that she wished to bid farewell to an older sister, as she adored grilled fish. Chapter 79. The Girl Facing the Wall, Which Sister? Both Xiao Zilong and I inquired, puzzled. "The little mad sister." Haidang looked up and replied. Curiosity piqued. I asked, "Who is this little mad sister?" "I don't know her name, but everyone in the asylum refers to her as the little mad one," Haidang explained. This revelation left us even more bewildered. "What asylum?" "The Red River Asylum," Haidang responded. Haidang turned over the grilled fish dish. Upon my inquisitive probing, I discovered that she was referring to a mental institution not far from Sherman Village, accessible by following the Honghe River. Although I had previously researched matters pertaining to the Honghe, I had not come across any mention of this particular mental facility. "Oh, it doesn't have a sign. My father referred to it as the Honghe Lunatic Asylum," Haitang elucidated. This revelation struck me with clarity, explaining my earlier inability to find it. Yet it piqued my curiosity about the asylum even more. "Is the little mad sister you mentioned residing in the asylum?" I inquired of Haidang. "Indeed," she nodded affirmatively. Xiao Zilong, perplexed, asked, "How do you know her?" Haidang paused in her actions with the grilled fish, her countenance paling slightly as a flicker of fear crossed her face. "When I was young, I was chased by two nefarious individuals and inadvertently stumbled near the asylum." Intrigued, I prompted her for more details. "It happened a few months before my parents passed away," Haitang whispered softly. Both Xiao Zilong and I found ourselves a loss for words, inadvertently touching upon the young girl's sorrow. However, Haidang quickly continued, "That day, I was playing by the river with the sister from my neighbor's house." She added, "No one else wanted to play with me. Only she was kind enough to be my friend." We nodded in understanding. While we were engrossed in our play, two individuals approached from the village entrance, one of whom cheerfully offered us candy. Haidang continued, stating that both she and the sister from the neighboring house shook their heads in refusal. The individual smiled and insisted, attempting to forcefully give us something, then pointed to his right chest and inquired if we were aware of which children in the village had hearts located there. Upon exchanging glances with Xiao Zilong, a sense of fear washed over us, prompting us to shake our heads and turn to leave. As Haidang recounted this, her breath quickened. My parents had cautioned me that if someone posed such questions, I must never divulge any information and should promptly return home. Just a few steps away, the two individuals pursued us. The one who had previously offered us candy seized both of us and called over another person, who began to feel our chests. Upon touching us, he exclaimed, "How Gu!" Both of them. Hearing the name How Gu sent a jolt through me, and I inquired if he was indeed referring to How Gu. Haitang nodded, and I distinctly remember that it later haunted my dreams. I then asked Haitang about the appearance of the two men. Nevertheless, due to the passage of time, even her sharp memory had blurred details of their features. But her description hinted that they bore some resemblance to Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang. I had long contemplated the meaning of Red River, which Lu Hao mentioned before his demise, and it now seemed plausible that Lu Hao and Zhou Xiang had indeed visited Honga village. As we pressed on, Xiao Zilong grew impatient. Haitang acknowledged with a soft Both I and the sister from the neighboring house were terrified, prompting me to retrieve the talisman my mother had given me and throw it at Hao Gu. "What kind of talisman?" Xiao Zilong interjected. According to Haitang's description, it appeared to be a jade pendant inscribed with incantations, intended for her protection. At that moment, Hao Gu was struck by the talisman and, with a yelp, released his grip on us, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, my neighbor's sister and I fled. Hao Gu shouted, pursuing us alongside another individual, and we sprinted desperately towards the village. However, as we reached the vegetable field, my neighbor's sister accidentally twisted her ankle. In a moment of panic, I pushed her into the vegetable patch and turned to run in a different direction. The two pursuers failed to notice her and continued chasing after me. I dashed to the riverbank and leapt in, only to discover that the two men followed suit. I swam with all my might, losing track of time until exhaustion overtook me, prompting me to surface for air. As soon as I emerged, I was seized by the neck and hoisted upward. Terrified, I struggled and screamed. "Were you caught by those two?" Xiao Zilong asked anxiously. Haidang shook her head. Upon closer inspection, the person gripping me was tall and slender, clad in a blue striped outfit, grinning widely and laughing, but he was not one of the two men. I implored him to release me, yet he merely chuckled, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious," and extended his long tongue to lick my face before running off with me. He was remarkably swift, and I felt dizzy from the jostling. In a daze, I spotted a towering wall ahead, overrun with green vines, adorned with sharp spikes and barbed wire. The individual hurled me upward, and I soared over the wall, only to find myself plummeting downwards. To my astonishment, that person had somehow scaled the wall again and caught me. "How high is that wall?" Xiao Zilong inquired, furrowing his brow. "It's the wall of the insane asylum, approximately 5 to 6 meters high," Haitang replied. Xiao Zilong cast a glance in my direction, and I comprehended his implication. According to Haitang's account, the individual who had seized him was clad in a blue striped garment and exhibited erratic behavior. Clearly a patient from the asylum, with a height of 5 to 6 meters, topped with spikes and barbed wire. It was remarkable that the assailant could vault over the wall at the very moment Haitang was thrown, only to catch him once more. If Haitang's memory served him correctly, this was no ordinary lunatic. The act of being tossed and caught left me faint. Haitang continued his narrative, stating that when I regained consciousness, I felt an intense heat enveloping my body. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered myself submerged in a large cauldron, the water within growing increasingly scalding, while the tall, gaunt figure tended to the fire beneath it. In a panic, I surveyed my surroundings and realized I was in an expansive room, surrounded by numerous individuals clad in blue striped attire, each exhibiting peculiar characteristics. Some stood by grinning, others ambled about sluggishly, and some crouched in corners. Overcome with fear, I seized the opportunity while the tall figure was distracted, leaping from the cauldron and fleeing. As I ran, the lanky figure dashed after me. As a result, during my capture, I inadvertently collided with another person, leading to an immediate altercation between us, which soon escalated to involve others, transforming the room into a chaotic melee. I was so frightened that I began to flee in every direction. The house was exceptionally spacious, filled with numerous rooms, all inhabited by individuals clad in blue-striped attire, each exhibiting peculiar behavior as they muttered to themselves. Some noticed my presence, yet acted as if I were invisible, while others, upon spotting me, suddenly dashed forward in pursuit, quickly resulting in a throng of followers behind me. I narrowly evaded a hefty individual attempting to bite my leg and, in a moment of desperation, dashed into a room. Strangely, those who had been in hot pursuit halted abruptly at the threshold of this room. Chapter 80. The Little Mad Sister, Destiny Reversed. What? Is there some kind of monster in this room? I inquired, attempting to alleviate Haitang's anxiety with a jest. Not a monster, but a young lady, Haitang replied, shaking her head. She is the Little Mad Sister. Both Xiao Zilong and I responded with a thoughtful "oh." I had previously harbored doubts regarding this so-called Little Mad Sister that Haitang spoke of, and my curiosity was piqued even further. What does she look like? How old is she? Xiao Zilong asked. Haitang responded, she is just a bit older than me, like everyone else. She wears blue-striped clothing and sits facing the wall with her hair in disarray. Given that Haitang described her as just a little older, she must be only 1 or 2 years my senior, at most 2 or 3 years, which would imply that this Little Mad Sister was merely around 10 years of age. What happened afterward? Did those individuals dare not enter? I inquired of Haitang. Indeed, she nodded. Upon my entrance into the room, those individuals congregated at the doorway, their gazes fixed upon me, yet none ventured inside. How peculiar. Are they afraid of the room, or is it the young girl that intimidates them? Xiao Zilong pondered aloud. Yet, surely these people are mad, aren't they? Can the insane truly harbor fear? I interjected, asserting that anything capable of instilling fear in the deranged must be genuinely terrifying. Xiao Zilong paused, contemplating my words, and then remarked, that makes sense. Haitang quickly continued, noticing that they hesitated to enter, offered me a modicum of reassurance. Eventually, I observed that the young lady remained seated, motionless, and I felt compelled to approach her. You possess quite the audacity, Xiao Zilong chuckled. I am, in fact, rather timid, Haitang replied, shaking her head in mild confusion. I was utterly terrified earlier, yet my desire to check on the young lady is unrelated to courage. Is it? Both Xiao Zilong and I couldn't help but chuckle. This perspective likely stemmed from Haitang's youthful innocence. To her, the young madwoman, being of similar age, appeared less frightening. I quietly approached her side to examine her visage. Her hair was quite disheveled, obscuring her face, yet I could see her eyes wide open, fixed unwaveringly upon the wall. Observing her stillness, I called out, "Sister," but she remained unresponsive. I then gently tapped her shoulder and repeated, "Sister." Did she respond? Xiao Zilong inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Haitang shook her head, still without an answer. Subsequently, I felt both weary and famished, and I lay down beside her, drifting into slumber. I lost track of time, but was abruptly awakened by a flurry of sounds. To my astonishment, I noticed an additional bowl of rice in the room, adorned with an assortment of vegetables. My mouth watered at the sight, and as the peculiar figures blocking the doorway dispersed, I cautiously approached to peer outside. I discovered several nurses clad in white, pushing carts to deliver meals to each room. Eagerly, I dashed out, hoping to solicit assistance from the nurses, yet they regarded me with cold indifference, as if I were invisible. The strange individuals caught sight of me and pursued, compelling me to hastily retreat to my sister's room, where they dared not follow. Are those nurses from the asylum? Xiao Zilong inquired. Haitang nodded in affirmation. What a strange lot. Xiao Zilong scowled in disdain. I urged Haitang to continue. Hiding in my sister's room, I was overwhelmed by hunger, my eyes fixated on the bowl of food, yet I understood it was meant for her. I resisted the temptation and remained there, swallowing my saliva. As she recounted her tale, the atmosphere, initially heavy with tension, lightened when she mentioned swallowing saliva, prompting both Xiao Zilong and me to burst into laughter. Eventually, noticing my sister seated silently, untouched by the meal, I could no longer contain myself and called out to her. After several attempts, she suddenly uttered a few words. I did not catch what she said clearly, so I inquired again. My sister softly uttered something, but it later dawned on me that she was merely talking to herself, and the content eluded my understanding. Initially, I intended to engage her in conversation, yet ultimately, I spoke of my thoughts while she expressed hers, and we ended up not converging at all. Haitang, with an innocent expression, lamented her hunger, fearing she might succumb to the temptation of devouring that bowl of rice. So she reclined and closed her eyes in an attempt to sleep. However, slumber eluded me, and occasionally I was startled by boisterous shouts or bursts of laughter from outside, which only exacerbated my insomnia. Reluctantly, I opened my eyes, preparing to sit up, when I was met with a face mere inches away from mine, nearly causing my spirit to flee. It was my sister. She was intently gazing at me, and I found myself mirroring her stare. After a moment, I heard her ask, "Who are you?" Elated by her words, I eagerly shared my name and inquired about hers. After a considerable pause, she responded that I could call her Little Madwoman, and urged me to eat. I insisted I wasn't hungry and encouraged her to eat instead. She warned that if she did not consume it, it would go to waste. Fearing she might indeed let it spoil, I hastily took the bowl and finished it entirely. "Is your Little Madwoman, sister, truly mad?" Xiao Zilong questioned in surprise. Haidang fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. I initially thought so too, but it wasn't long before she resumed her soliloquies, fixating on the wall and disregarding my presence. Intermittently, Xiao Zilong inquired. Haidang replied, "I was inside for 3 days and 3 nights, and my sister spoke to me only 3 times, each conversation rather brief. So, it appears that the young girl occasionally regained consciousness." Xiao Zilong pondered, stroking his chin. "Such circumstances do arise," he acknowledged. I asked Haidang, "You spent 3 days and nights in there? How did you eventually get out?" "It was my father who came looking for me," Haidang explained. "Your father found the insane asylum?" Xiao Zilong asked, somewhat astonished. Haidang affirmed with a nod. "My parents discovered I was missing and searched everywhere until they eventually located the asylum." "How did your father manage to find the asylum?" I questioned, perplexed. Under normal circumstances, who would think to search for someone in a lunatic asylum, especially one as peculiar as this, which surely would not easily permit entrance to Haitang's father? Haidang shook her head, stating, "My father said he stumbled upon the asylum by chance and found me through the director." "The director of the asylum?" A flicker of realization crossed my mind. "Does your father know that director?" "He never mentioned it." Haitang hesitated, but I feel they must have known each other previously. "How so?" Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances, inquiring. I recall Haitang tugged at her hair, saying, "When I eventually regained consciousness, I was already cradled in my father's arms, though I was still somewhat dazed. I heard my father conversing with someone. Though I could not discern the visage of that individual, I distinctly remember the voice. It was the director. The two engaged in conversation for a while, and upon noticing my awakening, my father cradled me in his arms and departed." "What transpired thereafter? Are those two who pursued you still present?" Xiao Zilong inquired. Haitang paused, her expression faltering momentarily. "Upon my return, those two had vanished. I questioned my parents, but they claimed to have not seen them." However, at this juncture, Haitang's pallor deepened as she bit her lip anxiously. "What is it?" Both Xiao Zilong and I were puzzled. After arriving home, I sought out the sister from the neighboring house. Haitang murmured, but, alas, she had gone missing, and we have never found her since. Xiao Zilong's countenance darkened, exclaiming, "Were they taken by those two?" I. Haitang stammered, leaving both Xiao Zilong and me bewildered. This young girl, though somewhat reclusive, was typically quite forthright once familiar. It was unusual for her to behave in such a manner, prompting us to inquire further into her plight. "Ever since the sister from the neighboring house disappeared, I have struggled to find rest at night. One evening, I overheard my parents conversing outside. While I had grown accustomed to such occurrences, that night, I caught my mother mentioning the missing sister, prompting me to listen intently. My mother remarked, "There is little we can do about this. Do not dwell on it. There are only 2 children of suitable age in the village. Are we to hand over Haidang?" Furthermore, it was merely a stroke of fate that Haidang inadvertently found herself confined in a mental institution for 3 days. I do not recall the details with precision, but the essence should be approximately as such. At the time, I found it quite peculiar and ventured outside to inquire, only to be told by my parents that I had misheard. They had never spoken of it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zilong and I exchanged glances, both of us taken aback. According to Haidang, her parents must possess some knowledge regarding certain matters. Moreover, the 2 individuals who resembled Liu Hao and Zhou Xiang came to Shermin village with the intent of locating a child endowed with a Linglong heart. Coincidentally, at that time, the only suitable candidates were Haidang and her elder neighbor. When those 2 entered the village, they inadvertently discovered that Haidang and her companions were precisely the individuals they sought, prompting them to act swiftly. Subsequently, during her escape, Haidang was captured and taken to a lunatic asylum, after which the 2 abducted her neighbor. From Haitang's account, it appears those 2 pursued her for an extended period. Logically, under those circumstances, her neighbor should have been able to return to the village. Yet, she was ultimately taken away, suggesting that someone within the village may have facilitated her capture. If we were to synthesize all these elements, we could formulate a hypothesis. Assuming those 2 individuals were indeed Liu Hao and Zhou Xiang, it follows that their arrival in Shermin village was likely commissioned by someone from the Chao family, tasked with finding a child possessing a Linglong heart. This implication leads us to conclude that the Chao family is aware of the secrets harbored by Shermin village. Given that the villagers are essentially kept in a state of captivity, for the Chao family, every inhabitant of the village is akin to the chickens in a poultry farm, available for their selection at will. It was precisely for this reason that upon their arrival in Shermin village, Liu Hao and Zhou Xiang immediately seized upon the first suitable candidate they encountered, acting without hesitation or restraint. However, due to the remarkable cleverness of the young girl Haidang, their attempt at capture ultimately failed. Consequently, the adversaries sought out the clandestine guardians of Shermin village, perhaps the midwife or the pallbearers, who surreptitiously whisked away the neighbor sister. What struck me as particularly unexpected was the reaction of Haitang's parents. Based on their dialogue, it became evident that they were not like the typical villagers. The overwhelming majority of Shimon's inhabitants seemed to exist in a state of numbness, living their lives in a daze, yet Haitang's parents clearly possessed knowledge of the underlying truths. Furthermore, there existed a notable distinction. Apart from the guards, the remaining villagers were merely ordinary farmers, while Haitang's parents were adept in the arts of geomancy and talismans. Recalling Haitang's assertion that her mother was a local and her father an outsider, I had previously harbored doubts regarding her father's origins. I had contemplated the possibility that he was a wandering geomancer who, for reasons unknown, had formed an acquaintance with Haitang's mother and subsequently settled down. Yet, upon further reflection, another scenario emerged. Could it be that Haitang's father was one of the guardians of Shermin village? Perhaps he chose to marry Haitang's mother and later discreetly imparted his knowledge of geomancy and talismans to her. What then transpired? As I pondered these possibilities, I heard Xiao Zilong pose a question. Haidang turned the grilled fish on the stove, sprinkling a bit of salt over it. After lingering at home for a while, I expressed to my parents my desire to visit the sister at the asylum. Initially, they were opposed, insisting that such a place was unsuitable for children. However, my persistent pleas eventually swayed my father, who reluctantly agreed to take me. He laid down 3 stipulations, forbidding me from disclosing our visit to anyone outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zilong chuckled, affirming that such matters should remain confidential. Yet he reminded me that he and my brother Lin Shou were not outsiders, right? Indeed. Haitang nodded emphatically and continued, explaining that she had specifically prepared sweet potatoes and grilled fish, in addition to bringing along a variety of delicious treats made by her mother, accompanying her father to the asylum. Upon arrival, my father instructed me to wait at the entrance for a moment while he conversed with the gatekeeper. After a considerable wait, the door swung open. My father then guided me to a figure whose voice sounded remarkably familiar. He was the director. He retrieved a handful of candies from a drawer and cheerfully urged me to call him Director Uncle. For reasons I could not comprehend, a sense of fear overwhelmed me, prompting me to hide behind my father, unable to utter the words. Subsequently, the director summoned a nurse who led us to find my sister. Once inside, the patients immediately surrounded us, but the nurse promptly dispersed the crowd. I heard Haidang call the nurse Auntie, yet she steadfastly refrained from addressing the director as Uncle Director. I pondered what manner of person the director must be to elicit such aversion from Haidang. When I arrived at my sister's room, she remained seated, staring blankly at the wall, immobile. My calls went unanswered, and she occasionally muttered to herself. My father remarked that it was getting late and we should return, but I was reluctant to leave without speaking to my sister, insisting that we wait a little longer. My father, with no other recourse, complied. We waited until midnight, and at last my sister awakened. I hurriedly retrieved some treats from the basket to offer her, only to discover that her favorite was roasted fish. From that moment on, I made it a point to bring her roasted fish regularly. It turned out that my sister, who adored roasted fish, was indeed the one. Xiao Zilong and I exchanged knowing smiles. Haitang nodded, and from that day forth, I accompanied my father to the asylum every 2 weeks to visit my sister. However, during our third visit, upon entering, we were taken aback to find my sister confined within a large iron cage, bound by chains. What is happening? Xiao Zilong and I gasped in astonishment. My father and I were equally startled and rushed over to inquire. Haidang explained that the director was present at that moment, surrounded by numerous nurses, all bearing impassive expressions. The director informed us that when my sister was taken for treatment, she suddenly went into a frenzy and gestured toward the 5-story building across the way. I observed a building with a room whose windows had been completely shattered, and the ground below was strewn with shards of glass. Moreover, individuals were being carried down from above, all clad in white coats, doctors and physicians alike, each one bearing wounds and blood, having succumbed to unconsciousness. I overheard the director mention that these calamities were caused by my sister, stating that she posed an immense danger, prompting them to confine her within a cage, intending to relocate her elsewhere. I could scarcely believe it, clinging desperately to the cage, weeping uncontrollably. My father endeavored to persuade me for a long while, but to no avail, ultimately opting to consult the director instead. After an extended discussion between them, the director finally consented to keep my sister, at least for the time being. Your father truly is a devoted servant to his daughter. Xiao Zilong jested lightly before shifting his tone to one of seriousness, inquiring, what exactly transpired? Your sister, who has a penchant for grilled fish, is hardly older than you, a mere child. How could she possibly have harmed so many? Haitang nodded, recalling that she too had difficulty accepting the situation initially. Later, the director informed us that the patients in their hospital came from various origins, and my sister had been brought there a few months prior. I inquired about the individuals responsible for her arrival. It was said that a couple from a nearby town had discovered her while gathering firewood in the mountains and had taken her home with them. Originally, the elderly couple, childless and alone, contemplated adopting their sister. However, after some time, they began to notice something amiss with her. She either remained silent and motionless or engaged in solitary musings. They concluded that she was unwell and decided to send her to the Red River Asylum, yet claiming financial constraints and that the child was a foundling. They were fortunate that the director took her in without charge. Your sister's origins are indeed quite peculiar, Xiao Zilong remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing Haitang mention the patients' backgrounds at the asylum, I inquired whether she had encountered anyone from the village there. Yes, Haitang nodded. I recognized several individuals who had suddenly lost their sanity and subsequently vanished, only to later learn they had been admitted to the asylum. She added, however, my father instructed me never to speak of it upon my return. And what transpired afterward? Xiao Zilong asked. Later, Haitang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out. A few months passed, and my parents met with misfortune. We were momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it struck us that the tragic drowning of Haitang's parents occurred in close proximity to the asylum. We quickly offered words of consolation, relieved that despite her frail appearance, Haidang possessed remarkable resilience. She soon composed herself, wiped away her tears, and presented us with a grilled fish, asking, "Do give it a try. Is it to your liking?" We accepted with smiles, assuring her, "It must surely be delicious." "Looks like we've gained two new brothers who love grilled fish," Xiao Zilong teased. After such an interruption, the atmosphere became somewhat more relaxed. Once Haidang had taken a few bites of the grilled fish, a smile returned to her face. For this young girl, contentment came so easily. Subsequently, I began to live alone. The villagers were apprehensive of me, and I had no friends, only the frequent visits to my sister, carrying grilled fish and other tidbits. Since I was alone, I would simply stay at my sister's for a couple of nights each time, engaging in conversation, unsure if she could hear me, yet I felt the weight of solitude. Sometimes, when I encountered her in a moment of clarity, it was even better, as we could share a pleasant chat. "What did you talk about?" I interjected. "Did you ever inquire about her origins?" Haidang shook her head, mentioning they would casually discuss how to grill fish for optimal taste, where the fish was caught, and since my sister's moments of lucidity were few, I did not press further. "When was the last time you two met?" Xiao Zilong asked. "About a month and a half ago. I should have visited sooner, but an incident occurred in the village, and the village chief forbade us from wandering about. So I thought it best to wait," Haidang replied. "Over these years, has anything particularly noteworthy transpired?" I inquired. Haidang pondered for a moment before responding. "Approximately 3 years ago, an incident occurred where my sister was nearly confined once more." I urged her to elaborate. "Do you all remember that tall, thin, peculiar man, the one who had me committed to the asylum?" Haidang asked. We both nodded in acknowledgement. The peculiar individual was also a patient within that place. Each time I entered, he would lick his tongue and stare intently at me. Had it not been for the nurse accompanying me, I fear I might have been seized and thrown into a pot. I encountered him frequently, yet there was a span of 3 years during which he vanished from my sight. After 2 or 3 months had elapsed, he reappeared, but he was markedly different. Previously, although he would watch me with a somewhat eerie grin, he bore the semblance of a fool, which, while unsettling, was not entirely menacing. This time, however, his gaze had transformed into something fierce and malevolent, causing a shiver of fear to course through me, prompting me to hastily retreat to my sister's room. As was customary, I conversed with my sister for a while before lying down beside her and drifting into slumber. In the midst of my dreams, I was abruptly awakened by the sensation of something moist licking my face. Startled, I opened my eyes to find the grotesque visage of that man. His eyes fixated upon me as his long tongue reached out to brush against my skin. Terror seized me, and I let out a scream, scrambling backward, only to be caught by him, lifted effortlessly from the ground. I struggled fiercely, crying out, yet no one came to my aid. He pulled me closer, his mouth opening wide as he lunged for my neck. In a desperate bid for survival, I kicked out wildly, my foot connecting with his face, causing him to stumble momentarily. We had all witnessed the strength of Haidang. Although she appeared delicate like a sprout, her power was formidable. A vigorous struggle in such a perilous moment could indeed give her adversary a run for his money. Listening to Haidang, I continued, feeling a surge of panic as I flailed my legs. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The strange man had stepped upon my sister's hand, likely fracturing her fingers. Blood oozing from her palm. Perhaps spurred by the pain, she abruptly sprang to her feet and delivered a punch to the man's abdomen. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, and I was abruptly hurled backward, crashing to the ground. Dazed, I glimpsed the man colliding against the wall, blood streaming from his head as he collapsed to the floor. My sister approached, gripping the man's foot with an impassive expression, dragging him out, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The crowd that had gathered outside, upon witnessing her emergence, scattered in terror. After discarding the man, she returned to her previous spot, resuming her contemplation of the wall. I called out to her several times, yet she remained unresponsive. In Chapter 83, The Lunatic Asylum, A Candlelit Night's Wander, what transpired next? As Haidang recounted the events, both Xiao Zilong and I were left in a state of shock, unable to contain our inquiries. I called out to my sister, but she did not react, prompting me to examine her hand and attempt to tend to her wounds. To my dismay, I discovered that 3 of her fingers had indeed been broken. Haidang continued her narrative, and I, unsure of how to assist, merely wiped away the blood, resolving to address the matter further once she regained consciousness. When my sister finally awoke, I recounted the events that had transpired. She merely acknowledged with a soft "oh" and requested that I hold on her ring for safekeeping, before proceeding to straighten her broken fingers. The sight was agonizing to behold, yet she did not flinch, even as she picked up a roasted fish to eat. "It appears that your sister is quite the foodie," Xiao Zilong remarked with a smile. Haidang shook her head and replied earnestly, "It's not my sister, it's me." "Haidang, you just mentioned that your sister took off a ring and asked you to keep it?" I interjected with a question. "Yes, that ring is one that she has always worn," Haidang explained. I inquired if she remembered what the ring looked like and on which finger it was worn. "It's a black ring, though I'm not entirely sure it's a ring. It's simply a plain band without any adornments. My sister used to wear it on her thumb, and it fit perfectly. As we both grew older, she moved it to here," Haidang said, extending her left hand to point at her middle finger. This instinctively reminded me of the handprint I had seen in the ice prison, where a woman's hand bore a mark resembling a ring on her middle finger, which matched these details. "So, has your sister been in the asylum all this time? Has her condition improved at all?" I asked after a brief moment of contemplation. Haidang nodded. "I've always felt that the director knew my father. He promised my father that he wouldn't send my sister away, and he truly hasn't. He has been quite considerate towards me as well. As for my sister's condition, I believe it has improved significantly. Her moments of clarity are gradually becoming longer, allowing us to converse more." Subsequently, Haidang shared a few more anecdotes about her little mad sister, though most were rather mundane. "What do you think? This young lady seems quite eccentric," Xiao Zilong whispered as he leaned closer during Haitong's moment inside the house. "Shall we deliver grilled fish to her together?" I proposed. "That sounds good," Xiao Zilong chuckled. "Once Haidang emerges, we shall convey this plan." Naturally, Haidang had no objections. In addition to the grilled fish, we also prepared a generous basket filled with roasted sweet potatoes and corn. However, the village was currently sealed off, preventing anyone from entering or exiting, so we could only wait. As evening approached, Shun Qingyao came to summon us, indicating it was time to depart. I mentioned I had some matters to attend to and would not accompany them. Shun Qingyao said nothing further. Upon exiting Sherman village, we parted ways. Shun Qingyao returned to Meichang with the wounded comrades, while Xiao Zilong and I followed Haidang towards the Red River Asylum. The route to the asylum was straightforward. After leaving the village, we simply walked alongside the river. After approximately an hour, Haidang pointed ahead and said, "That is the place." This location was indeed at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, though not aligned with Sherman Village. A cluster of gray buildings lay dormant on the ground, appearing like ferocious beasts in the dim light. Surrounding it were sparse trees and a chaotic expanse of rocky terrain, which lent an air of desolation. Continuing forward, we encountered a barbed wire fence, beside which stood a sign proclaiming in bold red characters, "Private property, no trespassing." Haidang led us confidently along the fence towards the east and pointed to a gaping hole, saying, "I crawled through here." With that, she was the first to squeeze through. Being slender and petite, she easily made it, whereas Xiao Zilong and I found it somewhat challenging and opted to climb over instead. Impressive. Haitong's eyes sparkled with excitement. After traversing the barbed wire, we advanced further until we arrived at the asylum. From an exterior perspective, it was nearly impossible to discern that this was a medical facility. All the buildings were stark, rectangular concrete structures, appearing rather dreary. There were no signs at the entrance, nor any distinguishing marks of a mental institution, not even a name. "Has this place always been so quiet?" Xiao Zilong inquired, glancing around. "It is generally quite tranquil," Haidang replied, her youthful face etched with confusion as she surveyed the surroundings. "But why is there not a soul in sight today?" Indeed, along our journey, we had encountered not a single figure. Even after entering the asylum, the surroundings remained desolate. Other than the creaking of a few swings swayed by the wind, there was an eerie silence. Haitang led us into a 5-story building, ascending the staircase. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, yet the asylum was devoid of any illumination. Haidang pressed the switch on the wall, only to discover there was no electricity. "What is going on?" she murmured in perplexity. She quickened her pace, guiding us to the fourth floor, traversing the corridor until we entered an exceedingly vast room. Within this space, numerous smaller chambers were delineated. However, at that moment, the rooms were utterly vacant, devoid of any human presence, save for the litter strewn across the floor. Haitang's expression changed dramatically as she set down her basket and hurriedly rushed inside. We followed her to one of the rooms, where Haitang froze at the doorway. It was evident that this was the abode of the little mad sister, yet at this moment, it lay desolate and devoid of life. "Where is she?" Haitang asked vacantly. Just then, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from a distance. Xiao Zilong hastened towards the source, and I followed closely behind with Haitang. Upon our arrival, we found Xiao Zilong standing there. Not far from him flickered a glimmer of light. It turned out to be a nurse clad in white, holding a lit white candle. Her head bowed as she slowly made her way down the corridor. Xiao Zilong exchanged a glance with us, and the three of us stepped aside. The nurse's gait was stiff and peculiar, her face cast in an eerie glow by the candlelight, as she walked past us with unwavering focus, continuing down the staircase. "Are all the nurses here this intense?" Xiao Zilong inquired, fixated on her retreating figure. To his surprise, Haidang responded with an affirmative, nodding, "They all behave like this. Very aloof." "Are you certain this is aloofness?" Xiao Zilong gazed at Haidang in astonishment. "Isn't it?" Haidang asked, somewhat perplexed. "My father says this is aloof." Chapter 84. Flickering Spirit, Ghostly Eyes. "Oh, your father claims it is aloof. Then it must be so," Xiao Zilong concurred. We trailed behind the nurse as she held the candle, inspecting each room one by one. Eventually, she descended to the lower floor, paused momentarily, and proceeded towards another building in the rear. "What on earth is going on?" Xiao Zilong muttered. As I was about to respond, a fleeting image flashed across my mind, only to vanish as I tried to grasp it. "Did either of you experience something similar just now?" I inquired of Xiao Zilong and Haidang. "Did we?" Xiao Zilong retorted with a question of his own. Haidang also shook her head in negation. After a moment's contemplation, I decided not to dwell on it and continued to follow the nurse in white as she led us past a series of structures. Suddenly, another image flickered in my consciousness. This time, I was better prepared, though the vision was ephemeral, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. I managed to capture it nonetheless. It was an extraordinarily grotesque eye, strikingly similar to the one in the frost hell. However, the brevity of the moment prevented me from discerning it clearly. "What's the matter?" Xiao Zilong, noticing the change in my expression, paused and inquired. I mentioned that I had seen another image, but refrained from elaborating on its specific content. "Is that so?" Xiao Zilong furrowed his brow and said, "Hold on a moment." With that, he stood still, focused his fingers on his brow, closed his eyes. Just then, the image flashed through my mind once more. Xiao Zilong abruptly opened his eyes. I saw it, but it was indistinct. "What did you two see?" Haidang asked, her curiosity piqued. "Let me take another look." Xiao Zilong closed his eyes again. I turned around, scrutinizing the architectural layout of the surroundings. Before long, I heard Xiao Zilong exclaim as he opened his eyes, "It appears to be an eye, a gigantic, monstrous eye." "Indeed," I confirmed. "What in the world is that?" Xiao Zilong's brow furrowed deeply. He then cast a discerning glance at me. "Lin, your intuition is even more acute than mine. Let's proceed for now." I observed the nurse retreating further away, and, with a prompt, the three of them hastily followed suit. The reason Xiao Zilong had mentioned intuition was that the imagery that had just flashed through our minds was not perceived by our eyes, but rather sensed through intuition. This implies that within the confines of the asylum, there lurked some form of a formation or restriction. Anyone who enters would be ensnared beneath a colossal eye. To put it simply, this immense eye now hangs above us, yet it remains invisible to the ordinary observer. Only those with heightened intuition can sense its presence. Moments ago, Xiao Zilong had closed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his brow, a gesture intended to focus his mind, dispel distractions, and enhance his intuition. "This is a ghostly eye," he stated gravely after a while. "What do you mean?" I inquired. "Prolonged exposure to this entity can manipulate the human heart," Xiao Zilong replied, his expression solemn. I glanced at the peculiar, shuffling white-clad nurse ahead and asked, "Is it akin to that?" "Quite similar," Indeed, he affirmed. And this also encompasses the patients here. Remarkable. Suddenly, I comprehended why Lu Hao had muttered the words Red River with such a peculiar expression before his demise. The Red River he referred to could not have been the village, but rather the Red River Asylum. If Lu Hao had ever set foot in that institution, he would undoubtedly have been illuminated by this ghostly eye. Even if only once, it would leave an indelible mark upon his soul. While it might have seemed inconsequential in daily life, when he encountered that ghostly eye again in the icy dungeon, the imprint would have been activated, explaining the strangeness of his reaction at that moment. As the conversation unfolded, several glimmers of light flickered by, revealing 3 white-clad nurses who emerged from an unknown source, each cradling a lit white candle in their hands, heads bowed, and moving with an awkward, stiff gait. The 4 nurses gradually converged, forming a line as they entered a building. This structure, square in shape and comprising 3 stories, was cloaked in a dull gray cement exterior. Strangely, the edifice bore no windows, resembling a concrete mass. We followed the 4 nurses up the staircase to the 3rd floor, the office of the director, as Haidang suddenly whispered, "Xiao Zilong," and I nodded in understanding. At that moment, the 4 nurses halted in front of a room's door, aligning themselves in a row. The leading nurse held the candle in her left hand and knocked on the door with her right, producing a series of rhythmic thuds. "Come in." A somewhat low voice echoed from within. The door creaked open, and the 4 nurses entered in single file. Soon, tranquility enveloped the space, save for the flickering candlelight that seeped through the doorway, casting an erratic glow. "A guest has arrived. Why not come in?" The deep voice floated out once more. Given the invitation, we saw no reason to remain concealed and boldly approached the entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, we beheld the shimmering candlelight within, where the 4 white-clad nurses stood in pairs, heads bowed, each holding a candle. In their midst stood a large desk, behind which was an old-fashioned genuine leather chair, bearing the marks of age. Perched upon the chair was an elderly gentleman clad in a pristine white coat. His temples were frosted with silver, contrasting sharply with the raven hue of the hair atop his head. A pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched upon his nose, lending him an air of refined intellect. He held a pen in his hand, poised above a stack of documents, his head bowed in what appeared to be diligent review. After a prolonged period of writing, he finally raised his gaze to meet ours. "This is the director," Haidang informed us. The old man flashed a toothy grin and said, "How many times must I say it? You should call me Uncle Director." Haidang hesitated for a moment, then timidly inquired, "Uncle Director, where has my sister gone?" The director erupted in hearty laughter. "Is this the first time you've addressed me as Uncle Director? It seems I owe the honor to your sister. Where's my sister?" Haitang pressed. "What did you observe upon entering?" The director asked, leaning back, cracking his neck and stretching his limbs. "This asylum has been disbanded, and I, as its director, can finally retire." "Then where's my sister?" Haidang urgently asked. The director chuckled. "You truly are fixated on your sister. All the patients have been transferred, and your sister, of course, was also transferred." "Where to?" Haidang inquired anxiously. "How should I know?" The director responded with a shrug. "Your little mad sister. She was manageable when she was younger, but now I wouldn't dare provoke her. Who would dare transfer her, lest she go mad and decimate this place?" "Then where's my sister?" Haidang persisted. "Don't ask me. Where she goes is beyond my concern. I wouldn't dare interfere, truly." The director sighed and shook his head. "You're lying." With a quivering pout and tear-filled eyes, Haitang implored, "Where have you hidden my sister?" Chapter 85. The director, "Come now, dry your tears, little girl. There is no need for such distress." The director proffered tissue. Haitang, however, refused to take it, stubbornly repeating her question, "Where is my sister?" The director pinched the bridge of his nose and remarked to Xiao Zilong and me, "Ah, do you see? This little girl is quite the handful." He then scrutinized us with a discerning gaze. "You two seem somewhat unfamiliar. Where do you hail from?" "We're not ill. It's perfectly natural to look unfamiliar," Xiao Zilong retorted. "Quite a valid point," the director conceded, nodding. "So what brings you two here?" Haidang mentioned that your establishment is rather impressive, so we came for a visit. I replied with a smile. The director furrowed his brow and addressed Haitang. "Didn't I tell you not to discuss our affairs with outsiders?" "We're hardly outsiders." Xiao Zilong interjected. The director, taken aback, glanced at us in mild astonishment before nodding in understanding. Ah, I see. That makes perfect sense. Quite a rarity indeed. His sudden exclamation of rarity felt somewhat jarring at first, but upon reflection, it seemed he was alluding to Haidang having her own allies. Indeed, a rare occurrence. So, having toured the place, what are your impressions? The director inquired. Quite satisfactory, indeed exhilarating, I remarked. The director chuckled heartily. Exhilarating? I appreciate that assessment. Alas, I must soon retire. As he spoke, he stretched languidly in his chair, loosening his stiffened limbs. I've heard that you were quite acquainted with Haitang's father in the past. I suddenly shifted the conversation. Who said that? The director asked in confusion, glancing at Haitang. Is it you? However, he did not wait for Haitang's response and simply nodded. Indeed, we are somewhat acquainted. Did you really know my father before? Although Haitang had long harbored this thought, hearing the admission directly left her somewhat astonished. Know him? How could I not? The director retorted brusquely. That lad is like a half-disciple of mine. How can I not know him? A disciple? Haitang's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only she, but even I and Xiao Zilong were taken aback by this revelation. Don't get it twisted, the director insisted. It's a half-disciple. The emphasis is not on the disciple aspect, but rather on the half. Haitang, perplexed, inquired, what does that mean? The director shook his head and explained. This lad used to follow me around, helping out. I noticed he was quite clever, so I took the liberty of teaching him a few things. Would you consider that a half-disciple? No, not even that. Then, were you my father's boss? Haitang asked. The director burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. If you put it that way, I suppose that is accurate. Then why doesn't my father work for you anymore? Haitang pressed on. Upon hearing this, the director's expression soured, and with a scoff, he replied, that boy has a few screws loose. He insisted on tagging along to this godforsaken place. Why did you come here to? To this godforsaken place? Haitang questioned in confusion. I and Xiao Zilong struggled to suppress our laughter at the absurdity of it all. The director coughed awkwardly, his expression peculiar. Had he not fallen on hard times and been dealt with by others, who would willingly come here to endure such indignities? Who dealt with you? Xiao Zilong inquired. Pursuing the question, the director shot him a glare, exclaiming, young man, must you speak so bluntly? Can you not pierce one's innermost thoughts so carelessly? This is an old story better left unspoken. Thus, you were thrust into this position as the director of a lunatic asylum? I asked, still probing. The director retorted angrily. You youngsters truly lack decorum. Who forced you into this role? I persisted. The director's face darkened. Can we not have a civil conversation? If not, then be gone. Where's my sister? Haitang resumed her inquiries. The director rubbed his forehead and sighed. Oh, little ancestor, must you incessantly nag? Do I owe you both something? One after another, all seeking trouble. What happened to Haitang's parents? I interjected. You ask me? How would I know? The director rolled his eyes, then furrowed his brow and barked at the others. What are you still doing here? Leave. The four nurses, who had stood silently since entering, like four candlesticks, finally stirred upon hearing the director's command. They placed the candles on the table and then, one by one, filed out of the room, traversing the corridor and vanishing into darkness. Is any need to ask? The director glanced at Haitang with annoyance, saying, this brat, taking advantage of my inattention, got involved with her mother, and soon enough, she was with child. What, pray tell, could be done? At this juncture, the situation has become rather apparent. Haitang's father is an outsider, well aware of the secrets of Sherman village, who fortuitously met Haitang's mother, leading to their marriage and the birth of their daughter. This corroborates our previous conjectures. So, are you responsible for guarding Sherman village as well? I inquired. What Sherman village? The Ghost Gate village. The director rolled his eyes, stating, I only manage this small patch of land. What does the rest concern an old retiree like me? Then you must know what transpired in Sherman village, correct? I pressed on. The other party cast a glance our way, shaking his head. You young folks simply do not grasp the essence. Are you not aware that curiosity can be perilous? Why delve into such matters? That may not be the case. Perhaps we are rather fierce cats. Xiao Zilong replied with a chuckle. The director scoffed, recalling those two back in the day thought themselves rather unique. Yet what became of them? They were ultimately drowned together in the river. Xiao Zilong and I swiftly turned to Haidang. I had long wished to inquire about this matter, but refrained out of consideration for Haitang's feelings. I was taken aback that it was so bluntly revealed. "Please don't cry," the director admonished sternly. Haitang's face was pale, yet she did not weep. After a long pause, she asked, "Director, what happened to my parents?" Upon hearing Haidang address him as director uncle, his fierce demeanor softened, and he fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable time. "Since you have already stirred up trouble in Sherman village, you ought to know something about it, right?" The dean slowly inquired. Yet he did not await our response before continuing. "That dilapidated village is merely a pig farm. Since it is a pig farm, do you think the pigs confined within can escape at will? They must either remain obediently in their pens or meet a grim fate. Is that not the essence of the matter?" Neither Xiao Zilong nor I interjected. It was evident that the dean possessed considerable knowledge, and although his words were harsh, they accurately depicted the reality of Sherman village. Originally, since that young man chose to marry and raise a child here, he ought to have simply settled down. The dean furrowed his brow as he spoke. Unfortunately, that young man has a penchant for trouble, and his wife is no saint either. The couple has brought forth a daughter, which complicates matters. He cast a glance at Haitang, swallowing the latter part of his statement before adding, "Sherman village is situated atop the Een Serpent, perpetually subjected to the Een tides. Ordinarily, this would not pose much of an issue. However, this little ancestor is exceedingly sensitive to the Een tides. Should they remain in Sherman village, the child would hardly thrive." The young man soon discerned this predicament and hurried to consult me. "Consult? What is there to discuss? To safeguard this little ancestor's life, there is but one path, to depart from Sherman village. Yet, having entered the pig pen and become a pig, how could he possibly escape? Those who have fled have already met their demise. This couple remains undeterred, persistently toiling away, having nurtured their little progeny for several years. Yet, this is ultimately not a sustainable solution." The lad approached me, expressing his desire to escape with his wife and child, bidding farewell, only to receive a stern reprimand from me. However, this young man is remarkably stubborn. The more I scolded him, the more resolute he became, determined to leave. Such a daughter devotee. The very thought of it ignites my fury. The director, gritting his teeth in frustration, uttered a few curses. Noticing our unwavering gaze upon him, he furiously exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Do you think I have harmed that couple? With a clear conscience, one need not fear the specter at the door. Do not be apprehensive. Continue speaking," I reassured him. "Outrageous," the director retorted. "What do you mean by do not be apprehensive?" After glaring at us several times, he continued with palpable anger. The couple fancied themselves flawless in their scheme, only to unexpectedly drown together in the river shortly thereafter. Therefore, you three little rascals truly are unaware of the vastness of the world. When the time comes, you won't even realize how your demise befalls you. His words bore both an ominous tone and a subtle admonition. The Red River Asylum and Sherman Village may appear unrelated, yet they are undoubtedly entwined, albeit existing somewhat independently of one another. The midwife of Sherman Village, affectionately referred to as Granny High, has been a steadfast figure through generations, alongside those who carry the coffin and guide the way. Is it not akin to your esteemed position? I ventured to probe. Equivalent? Nonsense. The dean scolded. What are they even worth? They are not worthy to carry my shoes. I understood. I realized you are internal staff, while they are external hires. The dean rolled his eyes, exclaiming in confusion, "What a nonsensical statement." Although he neither confirmed nor denied it, I shifted the topic abruptly. "The Chow family has a rather close relationship with you, doesn't it?" I inquired. The other party stared at me for a moment before responding coldly. "What does it matter?" I smiled and asked, "You must be aware that Haitang was pursued by two individuals from the Chow family, which inadvertently led her to the asylum. You cannot possibly be ignorant of this, can you? Why are you so concerned about the Chow family?" The dean replied icily, "Let me advise you. Take this little ancestor and leave as far away as possible. Do not get involved with the Chow family." His words only heightened my curiosity. "Stop with the riddles and speak plainly," Xiao Zilong urged. The dean's expression darkened as he scolded. Do you little ones have a rebellious streak? Must you seek your own demise? The Chow family is merely a merchant clan. What is so extraordinary about them? Xiao Zilong remarked dismissively. Foolish. The dean sneered coldly. But if you insist on courting death, I shall enlighten you about the Chow family. Just as I was about to listen intently, a sudden flash struck my mind. A colossal ghostly eye appeared before me, slightly opening, its pupils crimson as blood. In an instant, this giant eye seemed to engulf everything, filling the entire universe. I quickly pulled Hai-Tang close, placing my right hand atop her head and my left palm over her eyes. The air within the room rippled momentarily before erupting violently, sending a tempest of sand and debris hurtling towards us. In that instant, Xiao Zilong surged in front of us, forming a seal with his hands and pressing forward with a resounding shout. Faint glimmers of mystical symbols flickered in the air, successfully deflecting the oncoming wave of energy. However, the walls beside us were mercilessly battered by the flying debris, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The blood-red ghostly eye appeared for but a fleeting moment, vanishing almost instantly. As I withdrew my hand from Hai-Tang's shoulder, the terrifying eye suddenly opened, while Xiao Zilong and I could withstand its gaze. It could potentially obliterate Hai-Tang's sanity in an instant. Yet in retrospect, I realized my concerns were unfounded, perhaps due to Hai-Tang's unique constitution. The ghostly eye exerted no influence over her. Unlike others who might fall victim to its subtle manipulation within this asylum, Hai-Tang remained impervious. She was even oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her. At this point, we had retreated to the doorway, but the room was engulfed in thick, swirling smoke. Amidst the haze, we could discern the figure of the headmaster seated there, tendrils of dark vapor emanating from his mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes, as if his very being were being incinerated. He removed his spectacles, wiping them with his sleeve, and glanced at us with an unexpected grin, exclaiming, "Not bad at all." Suddenly, I noticed an extraordinarily bizarre symbol materializing on the wall behind him, its strokes contorted as if a torrent of crimson blood were gushing forth. In a flash, I scooped up Hai-Tang and darted out, with Xiao Zilong swiftly following suit to evade the impending danger. A resounding explosion of bloodlight erupted, followed by a cloud of sanguine mist billowing forth from the room. Upon our return, we were greeted by a scene of utter carnage within the room, drenched in crimson, with flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The director, who had just moments ago occupied his seat, was reduced to mere dust. Instantly, my thoughts drifted to the Taoists of Wuyang Temple, as their method seemed eerily similar. The room was a macabre tableau, with splattered remnants of blood and flesh adorning every surface, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Though Hai-Tang's delicate visage was pale, her demeanor remained remarkably composed, for despite her fragile appearance, the girl possessed a spirit of remarkable tenacity. What madness possesses this old fool? Xiao Zilong exclaimed in frustration. I furrowed my brows as I surveyed the swirling blood mist within the room. The director's actions were indeed perplexing. When we had first arrived, the asylum was eerily quiet, indicating that the adversary had received word in advance and had made an early escape. Only the director and 4 nurses remained. If they truly intended to flee, they certainly had the opportunity. Yet, they chose to stay behind, almost as if it were deliberate. Could it be that they had come to pay us a visit out of respect for Hai-Tang's father? Such a notion was plausible, yet the subsequent actions were utterly incomprehensible. Was this an act of mutual destruction they were orchestrating, or was there some other motive at play? It was entirely unfathomable. Could it be that this old coot has suddenly succumbed to madness? Xiao Zilong cursed. Upon hearing his mention of madness, a thought stirred within me, and I suddenly recalled the moment of the director's self-detonation, when an eerie talisman surged forth from the wall behind him like a flood of blood. However, that talisman had appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly, merely a fleeting glimpse before it disappeared entirely. What are you staring at? Xiao Zilong noticed my gaze fixed on the wall and approached with a question. I surveyed the room and asked, "Do you think that old man intends to kill us?" Given the previous atmosphere, it was fortunate that it was us who arrived. Had it been another pair, they would have been lost before they even realized it. Xiao Zilong cursed, then furrowed his brow again. But after all this rambling, is it possible that he simply aimed to distract us? Something feels amiss. Even if death is inevitable, it need not be so grotesque, I remarked, observing the blood splattered throughout the room. Sha Zilong let out a surprised, "Oh," glancing at me. "Are you suggesting that this old lunatic is feigning death? If that is the case, it does make a certain amount of sense." At that moment, he suddenly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "I understand now. This fellow is employing us as a diversion for his escape. Do you think so too?" I inquired. "Absolutely," Sha Zilong retorted. "This old rascal is quite adept at this game." Noticing Haitong's puzzled expression, Sha Zilong asked, "Haidang, do you not comprehend?" "I understand now. You are suggesting that Uncle Director is not dead, but rather has escaped. This is what you refer to as a clever ruse, correct?" Haidang responded. Sha Zilong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case. If the Director intended to escape, why did he not do so earlier?" Haidang questioned, perplexed. Sha Zilong patted her shoulder. Adopting an air of wisdom, "Haidang, you are still young and unaware of the treachery of human nature. This old man's cunning ploy is not intended for our eyes, but for the benefit of others." Upon encountering Haitang, I sensed a flicker of comprehension in her eyes, yet I felt compelled to clarify further. Once an individual enters Shermin village, the likelihood of departing alive diminishes significantly. Indeed, much like my parents. Haidang nodded solemnly, and, after a brief pause, whispered, "I understand now. The asylum operates similarly. Once inside, there is no escape. The Director wishes to leave, yet fears death, thus employing the tactic of a golden cicada shedding its shell. Correct?" "Indeed, you are astute, Haidang," Sha Zilong exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. As Haidang articulated, the asylum bears no fundamental distinction from Sherman village. Both are, in essence, confined prisons. The villagers are enclosed within Sherman, while the asylum houses a collection of patients. Haidang previously mentioned encountering individuals from Sherman village who had vanished after descending into madness. These individuals likely possessed an innate sensitivity affected by the sinister influences of the locality, which led to their mental disarray and subsequent descent into insanity, ultimately resulting in their confinement within the asylum. The rationale behind their admission remains suspect, but it is plausible that they are subjected to research. In addition to the residents of Sherman village, the asylum has also received numerous patients dispatched from distant locales. However, these individuals share a common trait. They are not merely ordinary madmen. Thus, it can be inferred that this asylum, situated by the Red River, serves dual purposes: to accommodate the villagers of Sherman village affected by the malevolent influences of the land, and to gather individuals distinctly divergent from the typical madman for the sake of study. Consequently, the asylum and Sherman village are intrinsically linked. The old man, who is referred to in flattering terms as the director of the asylum, was, in truth, merely a jailer, and this asylum was nothing short of an expansive prison. Initially, Haitong's father aspired to break free from their confines and escape to a distant land with his family, but tragically, both parents perished in the river. Thus, for the old man to escape this place, he needed to devise a more cunning plan. This plan was to feign his own death. In the end, we three found ourselves outwitted by this old rascal. Xiao Zilong exclaimed with great reluctance. As I approached the door, I noticed the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and outside lay an impenetrable darkness. Turning back, I declared, "We certainly cannot acquiesce to his wishes." "What do you mean?" Xiao Zilong inquired in confusion. "Let's set this house ablaze and then pursue him," I suggested. Xiao Zilong paused for a moment, then erupted with glee, saying, "You are truly diabolical. Allow me to take part in this." With that, he gestured forward, and a yellow paper talisman appeared between his fingers. It was the first time I had witnessed Xiao Zilong wielding such a talisman. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman emitted a sharp crack, snapping upright. With a gentle wave of his hand, the talisman soared into the air, and then, without any wind, one corner ignited spontaneously, producing a burst of orange-yellow flames. Upon contacting the wall, the flames surged forth, swiftly engulfing the entire room in a matter of moments. Strangely, although the room was cluttered with an abundance of paper documents, The flames did not initially consume these flammable materials. Rather, they first devoured the bloodstains and remnants of flesh within the room. This was because the fire conjured by Xiao Zilong's talisman was no ordinary flame, but rather the fire of the sun. That will suffice. As I observed that the fire had nearly died down, I led Haitang downstairs. Xiao Zilong took the lead, calling out loudly, "I'll go this way. You all go that way. Split up and pursue. Don't let that old fellow escape." His voice resonated so powerfully that it could likely be heard from several miles away. After some commotion, we seized the opportunity to swiftly survey the entirety of the asylum. At that moment, apart from the three of us, the place was indeed desolate, devoid of even a spectral presence. Not only was the director absent, but even the four aloof nurse sisters had vanished without a trace. It seemed the opposition had meticulously planned this, deliberately sending the nurses away to create a diversion before executing their self-destructive ploy, truly a masterstroke of manipulation. "Do you think that old fellow is gnashing his teeth in frustration right now?" Xiao Zilong inquired with a grin upon rejoining us. "Does he even have time to fume?" I retorted. "Fair point." Xiao Zilong chuckled. "He is probably preoccupied with making his escape. Yet, this old man is rather naive if he thinks he can evade the consequences so easily. The director is clearly privy to numerous secrets. He cannot simply slip away without facing repercussions. Perhaps your sister has truly departed on her own." Noticing Haitang's gloomy demeanor, both Xiao Zilong and I took turns offering her words of comfort, managing to ease her distress somewhat. Since we could not locate anyone and had no means to return to Sherman Village, the three of us decided to find a room, pull out a stove, and heat up the grilled fish we had brought along. We shared the meal together until we were satiated, after which we set off back to Meicheng. Upon returning to the city, the dawn had yet to break, and I hastily found a modest inn to spend the night. The following day, I took a taxi to Xinghua Old Street, where I fortuitously encountered Taitu and Zaiganzi, who were returning with a truckload of cement. Chapter 88. The haunted house acquires neighbors. Lo and behold, as soon as Taitu spotted us, he yelled and rushed over with great urgency. His toothy grin startled Haitang, causing Xiao Zilong to nearly throw a punch. Fortunately, I managed to intervene and introduced both parties, thus dispelling the misunderstanding. My apologies, Taitu said, scratching his head in embarrassment, repeatedly offering apologies to Haitang. "I'm just timid. It has nothing to do with you, uncle," Haitang replied timidly. "Uncle?" Taitu's expression froze, prompting an eruption of laughter from Zaiganzi. "Little sister, my brother isn't even 30 yet." "Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies," Haitang quickly responded, her cheeks flushed. Observing this somewhat comical scene, we all burst into laughter. "Brother, you do indeed appear quite mature, very composed." Xiao Zilong patted Taitu's shoulder. "Really?" Taitu replied cheerfully. I glanced at the Feng Shui building across the street, noting its vigorous renovations, and inquired about Taitu's progress. "It's likely to take some time, but many tasks are being handled by us brothers ourselves, which will save quite a bit of money." Taitu enthusiastically shared details about the shop's renovations. After all, it was his own business, and everyone was filled with fervor. "By the way, Haitang will be temporarily assisting at Liunian Hall, as I intend to tidy up that house for her accommodation." I gestured towards the house to the left of Liunian Tang. Previously, due to its affordability, we had purchased several neighboring properties, including the two adjacent to Liunian Tang. Before my return, I had resolved to vacate one room for Haitang. While it was convenient for her to assist at Liunian Tang, residing with me would pose certain complications. Despite her youthful appearance, Haitang is, after all, a 15-year-old young lady, and with Yang Tianbao also residing there, it would be rather inappropriate for her to live in such close quarters. I promptly suggested to my companions that we tidy up the house, and perhaps undertake some renovations as well. Taitu chuckled. I advised against extensive renovations, stating that it would suffice to clean the room and address any problematic areas. "Understood," Taitu replied. "That sounds manageable. I will send Zaiganzi to purchase some furniture shortly, and everything will be in order." "Thank you," Haitang said, bowing in gratitude to Taitu and Zaiganzi, leaving the two sturdy gentlemen somewhat flustered as they hurriedly responded. "It's nothing, really." Xiao Zilong returned after a brief exploration, pointing at the houses on either side. He asked in astonishment, "Are all these houses yours? Are you the ones displaced by the demolition?" Taitu candidly explained, "This place was once a haunted building. The neighboring residents were too fearful to live here, so we seized the opportunity to acquire it at a low price." "This haunted building?" Xiao Zilong glanced at Lai Yuniantang and then turned to me, saying, "How about I perform a house blessing for you? It's one of my specialties." I inquired, "How does one perform such a blessing?" "It's simple. I just need to stay here for a few days," Xiao Zilong replied. I promptly declined, asserting that it was unnecessary. "You, my dear friend," Xiao Zilong said with a hint of reluctance, "do you have any idea how perilous it is if this haunted residence remains unguarded? How can I rest easy knowing Haitang is here?" Tai Dao glanced at me and then back at Xiao Zilong, tentatively suggesting, "What if I also take care of the house adjacent to Lun Yintang? It's currently unoccupied, and your friend could conveniently stay there for a few days." Xiao Zilong rubbed his hands together, expressing his discomfort. "That would be quite embarrassing." I interjected, "Perhaps it's best to refrain from that. He wouldn't want to impose." Xiao Zilong exchanged knowing glances with me, clearing his throat before saying, "While I feel somewhat awkward about it, I must admit I'm a bit uneasy regarding this haunted building. It will be prudent for me to remain vigilant for a few days." Seeing my lack of opposition, Tai Dao smiled broadly. "You're absolutely right. I shall gather the brothers, and we will tidy up that building as well." "Oh, it would be quite unnecessary for you to trouble yourselves. I can handle it," Xiao Zilong hurriedly replied. At that moment, Master Zhang and others, who had been busy at the Feng Shui building, came over upon hearing the commotion. A lively exchange ensued, although Uncle Yang was absent, as he was tending to his ailing spouse. Subsequently, Tai Dao and Zaya Ganzi transported the cement to the opposite side while I opened the door, ushering Xiao Zilong and Haidang into Lun Yintang. Xiao Zilong merely made a cursory inspection upstairs and downstairs before hurrying across to join Master Zhang and the others in their work, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment for not contributing. I took a moment to outline the routine responsibilities of Lun Yintang to Haitang, which primarily involved overseeing the shop and welcoming guests, aside from other minor tasks. Additionally, he pointed to the small room with the locked door and said to Haitang, "You may wander freely in all other places, but this room is the sacred domain of our Lun Yintang. You must not enter, nor allow others to do so." Haitang nodded earnestly, diligently jotting down my words in her notebook. Observing her earnestness, I couldn't help but smile. That afternoon, we gathered for a meal, during which Taitu and Xiao Zilong, accompanied by a group of brothers, set about tidying the rooms. Xiao Ganzi intended to take Haidang to purchase furniture. Noticing Haitang's hesitation, aware that she was somewhat shy, I decided to accompany them. Taitu and his crew worked with remarkable efficiency, managing to clean both houses thoroughly in a single afternoon. They repaired what needed fixing, and once the furniture and essential supplies were moved in, everything would be complete. Dinner that evening was naturally lively, with Xiao Zilong mingling comfortably with the others, sharing many drinks. "Haitang, come and have some peanuts. These are freshly roasted by us," Taitu said, bringing over a large platter of peanuts with a cheerful grin. "Thank you, Brother Taitu," Haidang promptly replied, rising to take the platter, her voice bright and clear. Upon hearing her call him brother, Taitu's grin widened, nearly reaching his ears. He pulled over a stool and sat beside me, lowering his voice with a laugh. "While you've been away from Meicheng, quite a few incidents have transpired in the Chow family. I wonder if you've heard any of it?" I glanced at him with a smile and inquired, "What kind of incidents have occurred? Do share." Though Taitu appeared to be a rough fellow, he was quite perceptive. He had likely sensed my keen interest in the Chow family, which prompted him to relay the news as soon as I returned. The head of the Chow family, Chow Song, reportedly met with a car accident on his way back to Mei City. "You may have heard about this incident, right?" Taitu inquired. "I have heard of it, but I am not well informed about the specifics. How severe are his injuries?" I asked. "It is said that he sustained grave injuries and remains unconscious to this day," Taitu replied with a frown. "However, these are merely rumors circulating among the public. The truth is difficult to ascertain." I even made inquiries through contacts, but to no avail. Chapter 89. Strange rumors in the community. As I pondered this, I suddenly heard Tai Tu laugh and say, "However, the Chow family has been rather beleaguered lately. There are whispers that the child buried by Liu Hao's family is linked to the Chow family. It is said that Liu Hao was merely a pawn responsible for guarding, while the Chow family is the true mastermind behind all. There are all sorts of tales being spun." Noticing Tai Tu's amused expression, I asked, "Could it be that you have some involvement in this matter?" "Ha ha ha." Tai Tu could not contain his laughter and replied, "Your insight is remarkable. Indeed, this affair does have a slight connection to me. Although my brothers and I may not be particularly influential, we do possess some channels in May City, and we managed to stir the pot a little." Seeing his smug demeanor, I gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Impressive. You all certainly have guts." "Guts?" Tai Tu was taken aback. "The Chow family is not to be trifled with. Aren't you afraid of facing dire consequences?" I inquired. Tai Tu was originally engrossed in peeling peanuts when he suddenly shivered, causing the peanuts he had just shelled to tumble onto the table and roll away. "Tai Tu, here," Haitang said, catching one and returning it to him. Tai Tu's face turned pale, and he stood frozen for a moment before stammering, "Not really, right? I recently went to Sherman Village, which has also been sealed off. Would you like to hear about it?" "Why, yes, perhaps," Tai Tu replied, trembling slightly. I then recounted the events in broad strokes. "So, does that involve the Chow family as well?" Tai Tu's eyes widened in alarm, and his complexion took on a faintly greenish hue. "It's hard to say, but might be related," I responded. Tai Tu gulped nervously. "Are you starting to feel afraid?" I inquired with a smile. "No. There's nothing to be afraid of." Tai Tu forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Impressive. Does that mean you possess great courage?" I patted his shoulder with a chuckle. "In that case, why not find someone to stir the pot a little more?" "Huh?" Tai Tu jumped in surprise. "Tai Tu, are you unwell? Why are you shaking so much?" Haiding asked, puzzled. Am I shaking?" Tai Tu managed a strained smile, which was more painful than it appeared. Haiding nodded seriously. "Yes, you are." "Well, since it has come to this, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter this time." Tai Tu gritted his teeth. "But still, be cautious," I advised earnestly. "Try to spread out a bit. Let the rumors swirl chaotically, mixing truth with falsehood." Yes, you are absolutely right." With a spark of inspiration, Ironhead exclaimed, "Let us first stir the waters, leaving them bewildered. Even if they wish to retaliate, they shall find it impossible." I nodded in agreement. As Ironhead contemplated this, his expression brightened considerably, yet a lingering concern remained. After exchanging a few more words, he retreated to discuss matters quietly with his companion, seemingly deep in deliberation. By the time we finished our meal, night had fallen. The group first led Haitang to her room. Master Zhang and Ironhead had been quite attentive. After tidying up, they arranged new furnishings that appeared even more splendid than those in my own quarters. "Thank you, elder brother, uncle, and sir." Haitang graciously bowed in gratitude to everyone. "You can call him uncle, but who is this uncle you refer to?" Ironhead pointed at Master Zhang, puzzled. "I apologize, Ironhead. I misspoke just now." Haitang covered her mouth, hastily offering her apologies, which incited a hearty laughter from the crowd. "Are you not amusing yourself?" Xiao Zilong chuckled, patting Ironhead on the shoulder. "Alas, it is my mother's fault for giving me such a mature visage," Ironhead lamented, feigning injury. We all understood that Ironhead's words were meant in jest, yet Haitang took them to heart. The young girl, anxious, approached Ironhead, repeatedly apologizing and reassuring him that looking mature was a good thing, expressing her envy of his appearance. After lingering for a while, we left Haitang to her own devices and prepared to return to our respective quarters for rest. This young girl had lived alone since childhood, so there was no need for us to worry about her. "Are you not coming to see my place?" Xiao Zilong called us to a halt and inquired what was captivating in our midst, suggesting instead that we retire for slumber. I stifled a yawn and entered the Liunian Tang. The others dispersed to their respective abodes. Master Zhang and Tai Tu, who typically resided nearby, found it convenient to come over for work. After securing the door, I turned back to unlock the small room, glancing inside at Yang Tianbao. The basement, imbued with the energy of the gathering Yin formation, was steeped in a chilling aura, offering a refreshing coolness. Yet, The formation itself remained rather rudimentary. Once the materials were procured, a more elaborate arrangement would be necessary. For now, it would serve as a temporary measure. Upon returning upstairs, I retrieved paper and pen from the study, meticulously organizing the details of Sherman village before proceeding to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, as I stepped onto the balcony, I cast a glance across to discover Master Zhang and his crew already laboring across the way. To my surprise, Xiao Zilong was also among them, diligently stacking bricks and laying walls, his efforts quite commendable. It seemed that despite his occasional lack of shame, he possessed a sense of propriety, feeling guilty for residing without contributing, prompting him to lend a hand. However, upon descending, I discovered that aside from Xiao Zilong, Haidang had also risen early, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. It appeared I was the last to awaken. As afternoon approached twilight, Taitu approached me with an air of mystery, revealing that news of the events in Sherman village had circulated widely. Nevertheless, I recalled your instructions, ensuring a blend of truth and fiction, incorporating some particularly outrageous elements alongside the more substantial facts. Last night, Taitu sought out his acquaintances under the cover of darkness, spreading whispers with utmost caution this time. He diversified the sources to disseminate the rumors, ensuring that even if someone sought to investigate, they would be at a loss for leads. Regarding the affairs of Sherman village, I merely shared superficial details with Taitu, yet that sufficed. Rumors, much like oil stains, cling stubbornly once they adhere, becoming exceedingly difficult to cleanse. He chuckled, revealing the myriad of gossips circulating. Some even claimed that the Chao family, renowned for their 9 generations of virtue, secretly engaged in unsavory dealings. They asserted that the accident befalling Boss Chao was merely poetic justice. That's quite witty. Surely you didn't fabricate that? I inquired with a smile. What do you think? It's rather clever. ISNT it? Taitu responded with a sense of pride. I nodded in agreement, praising indeed. With a beaming smile, Taitu declared, I shall take my leave now. I've instructed my brothers to keep a vigilant eye on the Chao family's movements. I will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Thank you for your efforts, and do take care, I cautioned. Absolutely, Taitu replied briskly before hastening out. However, just as he reached the door, he nearly collided with someone entering. Why are you here? The newcomer was none other than Wei Dongting, who cast a disapproving glance at Taitu. What is it to you? Taitu retorted, rolling his eyes. Repeat that? Wei Dongting's expression darkened. Taitu, recognizing the tension, chose silence and sidestepped past him, muttering, wrapped up like a zongzi, it's not even the Dragon Boat Festival. What did you say? Wei Dongting exclaimed in a fit of rage, turning abruptly. However, Taitu had already dashed away. With a heavy huff, Wei Dongting stormed through the door, casting a glance at me. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Haidang sitting at the counter, causing the words to catch in his throat as he stared at her intently for several moments. Who is this? Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Wei Dongting inquired. So you find her familiar just because she's beautiful? I retorted, glancing at him. Wei Dongting snapped back. She's merely a child. What do you mean by beauty? Spare me the nonsense. You've seen her in Sherman village. Haven tea you? Your memory isn't quite sharp, I replied. I poured him a cup of tea and asked, would you like to sit and have a drink? No need. He frowned, scrutinizing Haidang for a while. Is she the little girl you rescued? What's she doing here? You've caused chaos in her village. Where do you expect her to stay? I countered. Wei Dongting was momentarily taken aback and retorted, what do you mean we caused chaos? His tone softened considerably as he settled onto the sofa, asking, what's she doing here? She is the second in command of Lun Yin Tang, I replied. Nonsense, Wei Dongting said darkly. You're not trying to exploit a child for labor. Are you? Haidang, tell this uncle yourself, I prompted. Uncle, I am the second in command of Lun Yin Tang. Haidang chirped cheerfully. Wei Dongting was left speechless for a long moment. You're injured quite badly. Why are you running around all the time? Shouldn't you be resting at home? I asked, sipping my tea. Where's the one surnamed Xiao? Wei Dongting inquired with a serious expression. I cast a glance at Xiao Zilong, who was caked in mud, laboring alongside others to build a wall. Are you looking for him for something? I seek both of you, Wei Dongting replied. My senior brother expressed gratitude for everyone's hard work regarding the incident in Sherman Village. He is hosting a banquet tonight and invites everyone to attend. How are the injured brothers faring? I asked. It is uncertain whether to attribute this to Chao Jun's fortuitous luck or the resilience of our group. Although many sustained injuries during our return from Sherman Village, at least they all emerge alive, he explained. The situation on Shun Qingyao's side was dire. The brothers from the Feng Shui Association suffered grievous losses, with some dead and others wounded. A few remain in the hospital, while the rest are recovering. Wei Dongting softened his tone, adding, "We have endured hardships together, and my senior brother wishes to express his gratitude in person. Indeed, we have faced trials together. Shall we share a drink?" I poured another cup of tea and handed it to him. This time, Wei Dongting did not refuse and accepted it. However, as for your senior brother, let us not mention him. Did he not leave in haste? What sort of shared hardship is that? I interjected. Just as Wei Dongting was about to sip his tea, he abruptly slammed the cup onto the table. What nonsense are you spouting? My senior brother had pressing matters to attend to. How can you dismiss it as merely leaving in haste? It was just a minor car accident, nothing serious. I retorted dismissively. A minor car accident? Wei Dongting scoffed. Chao Bo has yet to be accounted for. You dare to trivialize it as a minor accident? Oh, is it that severe? I inquired with astonishment. Wei Dongting coldly snorted, warning me not to speak recklessly without knowledge of the situation. Indeed, I asked him to elaborate further. I nodded in agreement, yet questioned whether he would truly divulge the details. Wei Dongting shot me a glare, reminding me to ensure that the individual surnamed Xiao would join us in the evening. I inquired about the gathering location. Would it be at the Chao family estate? This time, he replied it would be at a hotel. I expressed my disinterest in attending. Wei Dongting, taken aback, was engulfed with frustration, questioning the difference. I expressed my belief that it held little significance. If one wished to come, they could do so. Enraged, Wei Dongting stood abruptly, moved to the door, and turned back to say that his senior brother had prepared a token of appreciation for everyone. Were I certain of my decision to decline? I asked if that meant there would be nothing left for me. Wei Dongting was momentarily rendered speechless, then, with a vigorous fling of his arm, exited the room, but forgot his injury. The force of his motion caused him to wince in pain as he swiftly made his way to the car. Later that evening, indeed, someone arrived bearing gifts. Both Xiao Zilong and I received a parcel. Curious, I peered into mine as Xiao Zilong hastily opened his. Upon unveiling its contents, we discovered exquisite jade Rui scepters. My own gift mirrored his. The craftsmanship of these jade pieces was exceptional, and the quality of the jade itself was remarkably rare, signifying considerable value. Master Zhang, with his extensive experience, admired the pieces, showering them with praise. However, Xiao Zilong appeared somewhat disheartened, tossing the item to me, suggesting I handle its disposition, treating it as mere living expenses. He did not specify for whom the living expenses were intended, yet I understood he was referring to Haidang. Shall I allocate a portion to you once everything is settled? I inquired. Xiao Zilong's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he soon dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. Forget it. I fear my elder at home would find out, and that would spell disaster. Very well then. I handed over 2 jade Rui to Master Zhang, requesting him to have them appraised, and if the price was agreeable, to proceed with the sale. 2 days swiftly passed, and the rumors in the neighborhood grew increasingly exaggerated and absurd. The Chao family, affluent and esteemed in Meicheng, naturally attracted attention, and once the gossip began, it quickly escalated into a cacophony. On that midday, Taitu rushed in, producing a silver ingot slightly larger than his palm and placing it on the counter. What is this for? I asked him. With an air of mystery, Taitu replied, Are you aware of the commotion surrounding the Chao family? Surely that ingot does not belong to the Chao family, does it? I queried, perplexed. Indeed, Taitu exclaimed. It is said that Chao Song remains in a deep coma and has been moved back home from the hospital. Though the medical facilities at the Chao residence are hardly inferior to those of a hospital. He scratched his head sheepishly. Apologies, I digress. This morning, the Chao family summoned people to their grand residence to pray for Chao Song's recovery. Is that so? How many attended? I asked, intrigued. A considerable number, Tai Tu responded. The Chao family maintains a good reputation in Meicheng, and with the news of prayers for Chao Song, many hasten to their estate, hoping to bask in the prosperity of the Chao family. Moreover, there is this. Tai Tu pointed to the large golden ingot on the counter, explaining that each participant in the blessing ceremony would receive one from the Chao family as a token of gratitude. Chapter 91. Qian Sui Silver, Coation Garden. Such generosity. I picked up the ingot, feeling its weight in my hand, and upon turning it over, I noticed the inscription Qian Sui at the bottom. I had heard it referred to as Qian Sui Silver. Tai Tu elaborated, and curious about the Chao family's intentions, I decided to join the gathering, ultimately receiving one of these ingots myself. After inspecting it, I handed the Qian Sui Silver back to Tai Tu, advising him to place it in a peachwood box and bury it underground. Initially, Tai Tu was overjoyed at the prospect of keeping it in his pocket, but upon hearing my suggestion, his hand trembled slightly, and he hastily tossed the ingot back onto the table as if it were scalding. Perhaps it's better to leave it with you? He stammered. Why should it be with me? I inquired, perplexed. Is there something amiss with this ingot? I feel it would be safer with you. Tai Tu insisted. Very well, then. You may keep it here for now, and once we ascertain there are no issues, you may retrieve it. I agreed. Excellent, excellent. Tai Tu nodded fervently, instinctively moving further away from the ingot. Just then, Xiao Zilong entered, appearing rather dusty, and immediately poured himself a cup of water, gulping down 3 large servings. What is this? He exclaimed, noticing the Qian Sui silver on the table, and curiously picked it up. Tai Tu then recounted the details of the Chao family's blessing. This is quite intriguing. We must pay them a visit, old Lin. Xia Zilong's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke earnestly. Tai Tu was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, Is there something peculiar about this blessing? Peculiar? What do you mean? Xia Zilong replied, casting a puzzled glance at him. There's a grand opportunity to earn a fortune. We must hurry before it slips away. What? Tai Tu was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Xia Zilong grasped my arm and exclaimed, Come on. Hai Tang, are you all right here by yourself? I'm fine. Hai Tang replied with a clear voice. As he tugged me along, I retorted, You really ought to wash your face and change your clothes. Going out looking all muddy might get you kicked out. True, wait for me, Xia Zilong said, dashing out the door. Before long, he returned, refreshed and clad in clean attire. We hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to the Chao family's grand residence. By the time we arrived, it was nearly evening. The remnants of the setting sun cast a golden glow upon the imposing entrance of the Chao estate. A throng of people gathered outside, some there to participate in the blessing ceremony, while others were snapping photos and filming videos, creating a lively atmosphere. I brushed my fingers between my eyes and activated my fortune-seeing technique. The Chao residence radiated a brilliant red light, signifying abundant fortune, though it appeared somewhat dimmer than before, particularly in the southeast direction, which was notably pronounced. Clearly, the troubles at the old residence guarded by Lu Hao and the incidents in Shimin village had significantly impacted the Chao family. Nevertheless, the family's fortune remained overwhelmingly strong. Even with a slight dimming, it still shone brightly like the midday sun. With so many participants, we first needed to register and join the queue for the blessing. At the entrance stood 4 individuals, one of whom was vociferously urging the crowd to form an orderly line, while another was tasked with registration. Xiao Zilong, with unwavering determination, strode forward, only to be halted and instructed to wait in line. Wait for what? He retorted, his small, squinting eyes narrowing. Xiao Chao invited us here. Summon him to speak. Xiao Gao. The 4 gatekeepers exchanged puzzled glances. You don't know Xiao Chao? It's Xiao Junwu. You must be familiar with him, Xiao Zilong inquired, furrowing his brow. The 4 men glanced at each other, then at me, uncertainly asking, Are you too? Masters? What masters? Let's remain humble. Come now. Complete the registration swiftly. We have a multitude of matters awaiting us. Xiao Zilong waved dismissively. Very well. Please allow me to escort the 2 masters inside, the leader said, bowing respectfully as he ushered us through the entrance, assigning one of his companions to guide us to the place of prayer, while another dashed off to verify our credentials. Seemingly not entirely at ease, Where does Boss Chow reside? I casually inquired during our journey. At Coation Garden, came the response. Coation Garden? Xiao Zilong asked, perplexed. What kind of place is that? Just that large courtyard. The man pointed ahead, explaining. Master Gu mentioned that this courtyard is perfectly situated at the heart of the estate, gathering fortune from all directions, making it the ideal spot for our boss's recuperation. Master Gu? Xiao Chow's master? Xiao Zilong questioned. The man nodded affirmatively. Is Master Gu also present? I inquired. As Master Gu has just departed, he will return later, the man explained. While speaking, he led us to a courtyard filled with people of all ages, both male and female. Each individual sat cross-legged, with a book spread across their knees, inscribed with numerous characters. The assembly placed their palms together, murmuring incantations in unison. Were they reciting? Xiao Zilong inquired. They are chanting Buddhist scriptures, the man elucidated. No wonder I cannot comprehend it, Xiao Zilong remarked, then asked, Isn't this for prayers? What purpose does chanting serve? I cannot say for certain. The man replied with a smile, shaking his head. I then asked him, Is this established by Master Gu? Yet, he too was unaware. All right, you may return to your duties. Xiao Zilong waved him off. Once the man departed, he leaned closer and whispered, What sort of trickery is this? Aren't you here to earn ingots? Why concern yourself with such theatrics? I chuckled. One cannot dismiss it so lightly. My elder urged me to venture out for experience. And this seems like a splendid opportunity for dual benefits, Xiao Zilong replied with a grin. Before we could exchange further words, an elderly man who had been praying suddenly opened his eyes and glared at us, admonishing, Prayer requires sincerity. Do not speak. You are quite right. We responded with forced smiles, promptly retreating from the courtyard. This courtyard alone housed at least 100 individuals. It was merely one of many within the expansive Chow residence, which boasted countless courtyards of varying sizes. As we meandered about, we discovered that nearly all the courtyards had already amassed throngs of worshippers. The courtyards resembled layers of lotus flowers, encircling the Coation garden at the center, much like stars surrounding the moon. This is indeed intriguing, Xiao Zilong remarked with a hint of curiosity. It does not seem to be an ordinary blessing. Upon closer examination, we noted that the arrangement of these courtyards, the number of people within them, and even the gender ratio all conform to a certain pattern. Do you understand the Buddhist scriptures? What are they reciting? Xiao Zilong inquired. I admitted my ignorance. Just then, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps approached, revealing two individuals rushing towards us, one of whom was carrying another person on their back. Both appeared alarmed, and their steps were frantic. Chapter 92. The influence of malice and specters. What is happening? We stepped forward to intercept them. I don't know what is going on. Everything was fine until suddenly he fainted. One of them stammered incoherently. I scrutinized the pair and instructed them to set the person down for examination. What are you hesitating for? If he dies, you will pay with your lives. Xiao Zilong scolded them sternly. Upon hearing this, they panicked and reluctantly lowered the unconscious individual. Upon closer inspection, I found that he was a young man in his 20s, his lips pallid and his eyes tightly shut, with dark circles tinged with a hint of blue. Upon lifting his eyelids, I was taken aback to see his pupils grotesquely constricted to the size of a grain of rice, a sight quite alarming. The two individuals gasped in shock at the sight. What are you making such a fuss about? I glared at them, warning that they would soon find themselves in a similar predicament. What? They trembled in fear. Xiao Zilong, exasperated, replied, Can you calm down? It's merely a case of possession, nothing more. In a moment of distress, the two individuals, whose countenances were already somewhat pallid, turned utterly ashen. The affliction they faced was not particularly alarming. The worst outcome would merely be death. I pried open the clenched fist to the young man, discovering his palm tinged with a faint blue hue, his fingers remarkably stiff. If he wished to survive, he must urgently articulate the events they had just encountered. We just the two, overtaken by fear, fumbled for words, particularly disconcerted upon noticing a similar bluish tinge on their own hands, rendering them nearly speechless. Yet, they managed to convey their tale. They were guardians of the Chow family, tasked with nighttime patrols. This evening was their turn, and their route had been consistent with their usual path, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. However, Upon reaching a courtyard in the northeast corner, one of their companions suddenly collapsed. Unconscious, startled, the pair hastily hoisted him and rushed back seeking assistance. "Which courtyard? Take us there at once," I instructed, gently pressing on the young man's temples. Xiao Zilong had not been exaggerating. This individual had indeed been afflicted by malevolent energy, a form of possession. The remedy for such an ailment is rather straightforward. Talismans like the breaking filth charm are particularly effective. I had employed an even simpler method, extracting the invading negative energy from his body. Gradually, the young man's deathly pale visage regained a hint of color, his eyelids fluttering violently before he gasped and regained consciousness. "He is awake," the two exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Zilong cast a curious glance in my direction, remarking that the method I had just employed was rather rare and unfamiliar to him. "It is hardly surprising that you have never encountered it. I have yet to see your peculiar way of pilfering bricks," I retorted casually. "What brick pilfering? What I do is a clever substitution," Xiao Zilong scoffed, then turned to the other two individuals and inquired, "Are you two feeling cold?" "Yes. It is a bit chilly." The two hesitated before nodding in agreement. They had not noticed it before, but tonight was particularly frigid, and they had just experienced several shivers. "Come over here," Xiao Zilong beckoned. Although the two were somewhat puzzled, they complied and approached. Xiao Zilong seized each of them and delivered a firm slap on their backs. "What are you doing?" they exclaimed, surprised and indignant upon realizing what had transpired. Xiao Zilong shot them an exasperated look and asked, "Are you After a brief pause, the two suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Not cold anymore. Not cold at all. After you slapped us, we felt a surge of warmth. Now we feel completely toasty." In truth, both individuals had also been afflicted by the chill of negative energy, but their inherent vitality was strong enough to suppress its effects, thus delaying any adverse reactions. However, if left unaddressed, they would inevitably succumb to the same fate as their companion. Xiao Zilong's earlier slap had dispersed the negative energy within them, and remarkably, he had done so without relying on talismans. Though our techniques may appear similar, they are fundamentally distinct. Xiao Zilong employed Taoist principles, utilizing a method that overcomes the yin with yang, directly dispersing the malevolent energies with his vigorous aura. My approach, however, leans more towards finesse, akin to drawing silk, extracting the negative energies from the opponent's being. Our heartfelt gratitude to the two masters for their life-saving assistance. The three individuals bowed repeatedly in appreciation. Without further ado, where did the individual faint? Please lead us to that location. Xiao Zilong gestured impatiently. Indeed. The trio promptly guided us along our previous path. After traversing a short distance, they pointed to a courtyard ahead, stating, "It was here that we passed through." This unassuming courtyard, situated at the southeast corner of the Chao family estate, appeared desolate, devoid of anyone engaged in prayers. "Let us investigate," Xiao Zilong declared, striding forward. The three individuals opened their mouths, likely intending to object, yet ultimately withheld their words. Upon our exploration of the premises, we discovered nothing amiss. "For where did you come? Where did you first sense the chill?" I inquired, directing the trio to retrace their patrol route. They promptly acquiesced. It seemed we began from this point, and we experienced several involuntary shivers. After a while, they halted and remarked. I surveyed the surroundings, noting several buildings and additional courtyards nearby. However, at this particular location, there were no anomalies or discernible fluctuations of negative energy. "Do you still feel the cold?" Xiao Zilong inquired. "No, not at all," the three replied, shaking their heads. This suggests that the issue may not lie with this location, but rather that the three individuals inadvertently encountered something during their passage here. Upon further inquiry, however, the trio could not articulate what precisely transpired, only that they experienced a sudden chill that sent shivers down their spines. "What brings you here?" As the conversation unfolded, two figures approached briskly from ahead. The foremost, with a bandaged shoulder and a composed demeanor, was none other than Wei Dongting, followed closely by one of the gatekeepers from earlier. It appeared this individual had gone to summon Wei Dongting. Upon recognizing us, Wei Dongting hastened over. "Come here." Xiao Zilong disregarded Wei Dongting's command and gestured towards the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper hesitated for a considerable time, reluctant to approach. What, do you think we are here to steal? Xiao Zilong glared. No, no, no. Masters, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely... The gatekeeper stammered apologetically. Wei Dongting, with a stern expression, interjected. Stop with the distractions. What are the two of you doing here? We have come to offer blessings from Master Qiao. Is that unwelcome? I inquired, perplexed. You have come to offer blessings? Wei Dongting responded with skepticism. Does it not seem so? I retorted. With a dismissive snort, Wei Dongting remarked. If you wish to offer blessings, then do so, but why are you loitering about? You should explain to him. I directed towards the 3 guards of the Qiao family. They promptly recounted the events that had transpired in detail to Wei Dongting. Have you been possessed? How could that be? Wei Dongting instinctively expressed disbelief. It is true. 3 guards swore in terror, recounting how they had narrowly escaped death. Wei Dongting furrowed his brow, perplexed by the notion of malevolent forces at play. It seemed utterly implausible. After all, they were within the grand estate of the Qiao family, a lineage currently basking in prosperity and good fortune at the zenith of their power. With so many gathered to offer prayers, the vibrant energy of the place was palpable. Typically, malevolent spirits would not dare to approach. Have you truly seen what you claim? Wei Dongting inquired, seeking clarity. Do you think we are as oblivious as you, unable to discern whether we are under some dark influence? Xiao Zilong retorted dismissively. Wei Dongting maintained a serious demeanor, repeatedly questioning the 3 guards. Just then, a sudden scream echoed from ahead. Wei Dongting hurried towards the source of the commotion. Could it be that another disturbance has arisen? Xiao Zilong speculated. Upon reaching the scene, they found 2 individuals sprawled on the ground, with Wei Dongting crouched beside them. Inspecting their condition, a 3rd figure stood nearby, visibly shaken and at a loss. Judging by their attire, it was evident that they were also guards of the Qiao family, tasked with the night patrol. The unconscious pair exhibited symptoms identical to those of a previous guard from the family. Wei Dongting's expression grew grave as he lifted their eyelids for a closer examination, then unfastened their garments to probe their chests. He retrieved 2 talismans, placing one upon each of their foreheads while reciting an incantation. As the talismans made contact, wisps of dark vapor began to emanate from their foreheads. Once the shadowy mist dissipated, Wei Dongting withdrew his hands and handed a talisman to another guard, instructing him to affix it to his chest. Yes, yes, the guard exclaimed, hastily accepting the talisman. They both needed a little more time to awaken. You all stay here and do not disturb them, Wei Dongting instructed a few people. Once they acknowledged, he stepped aside to make a phone call. Judging by his incessant nodding, it was likely a call to his senior brother, Qiao Junwu. Aren't you two supposed to go pray? Then off you go. Don't linger here aimlessly. After finishing his call, Wei Dongting returned, spoke to us briefly, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Xiao Zilong and I hurried to follow him. What does it matter to you? Shouldn't you be heading to pray? Wei Dongting replied coldly. It happens to be on the way. We shall accompany you. Our feet kept moving. As we conversed, we arrived at the outer gates of Kueishan Garden. You're not planning to enter and pray, are you? Wei Dongting halted. I heard that Boss Qiao is inside. We just want to take a look, I replied, and together with Xiao Zilong, we proceeded inward. Wei Dongting quickly stepped forward to block our path. No entry for outsiders. Just as his words fell, he glanced back over his shoulder, and his previously icy demeanor transformed into a radiant smile as he jogged over, exclaiming, Sister Qingyao, you've arrived. Turning back, we saw Shun Qingyao approaching alone from the front. Having not seen her for a few days, she appeared to have lost considerable weight. The recent trip to Shermin village had taken a heavy toll on her companions, likely affecting her greatly. My father is unable to return from out of town, so I can check on Uncle Qiao on his behalf, Shun Qingyao explained. Sister Qingyao, allow me to take you inside. Brother Qiao will surely be delighted to see you, Wei Dongting said with a beaming smile, leading Shun Qingyao inward. As we passed by, Shun Qingyao offered us a slight nod before following Wei Dongting into the Kueishan Garden. Xiaoyao, are you going to see Boss Qiao? I greeted her with a smile. Yes, Shun Qingyao replied with a soft Then let us go together, I said, and Xiao Zilong and I trailed behind. No way. Wei Dongting began to protest, but Shun Qingyao had already nodded in agreement, saying, all right. What do you mean by no way? Xiao Zilong playfully patted Wei Dongting on the shoulder, grinning. It's nothing. Wei Dongting replied, his expression darkening. Upon entering the Coatian garden, we were immediately captivated by the decorations. It wasn't the grandeur or opulence of the place that caught our attention, but rather the myriad of yellow paper talismans adorning every tree and wall. The sight was striking, a sea of golden hues that dazzled the eyes. What is going on here? Shun Qingyao asked, visibly perplexed. What is the situation? To our surprise, Wei Dongting appeared equally bewildered. Xiao Zilong glanced at him in astonishment and asked, we three are outsiders. Are you not an insider? Why are you so curious? What do you mean you three? Sister Qingyao is not an outsider. Wei Dongting retorted with irritation. He then surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow, and explained to Shun Qingyao, Sister Qingyao, I have been preoccupied outside lately and have yet to enter the Coatian garden, so I am unaware of the situation. Shun Qingyao merely acknowledged him with a nod and continued onward. As we ventured further, it became evident that the Coatian garden was not only adorned with talismans, but had also undergone numerous unique arrangements. For instance, these are adorned with numerous hexagonal brass bells. When a gust of wind sweeps through, these bells emit a series of deep, resonant chimes, creating a rather peculiar sound. In the garden, a Feng Shui pond is constructed every 5 paces. This pond stands about as tall as a person, with a diameter of approximately 2 meters, and a depth of half a meter, home to 2 large fish, one black and one white, swimming gracefully within. The contrast of black and white rather resembles the yin-yang fish depicted in the Taiji diagram. When I reached out to touch the water, I was struck by its bone-chilling coldness, an aura of frostiness enveloping it. Judging by the expressions of Wei Dongting and Shun Qingyao, it appeared that these features were newly added to the Coatian garden in recent days. Wei Dongting explained that the Feng Shui pond might have been constructed to gather fortune for Uncle Chao. What about these talismans? Xiao Zilong inquired. Wei Dongting's countenance stiffened. While one could continuously argue that the Feng Shui pond serves to attract good fortune, it is utterly absurd to claim that the plethora of talismans hanging throughout the garden serves the same purpose. Those present were not novices. It was evident that these talismans were intended for suppression, a matter entirely distinct from fortune gathering. After a lengthy discussion, it seemed evident that you remain oblivious to the situation, suggesting that others do not regard you as an insider. Xiao Zilong chuckled lightly. I shook my head, suggesting that perhaps they were simply too preoccupied to relay such vital information. That's a baseless excuse. They're indeed insiders. How could such an important matter be overlooked? Xiao Zilong countered. Could you two possibly cease your bickering? Wei Dongting's expression darkened, resembling someone who had just consumed ink. Chapter 94. The Chao Couple. What are you arguing about? Just as Wei Dongting was about to unleash a scolding, Chao Junwu emerged from within, frowning as he admonished, Junior brother, is not me. Wei Dongting hastily attempted to explain. However, Chao Junwu had already bypassed him, approaching Shun Qingyao with a gentle smile. Yao Yao. Why did you come without informing me? How is Uncle Chao? Shun Qingyao inquired. The situation is not very optimistic, Chao Junwu replied, shaking his head. A look of concern etched on his face. Let's go inside first. He led Shun Qingyao forward. Have they forgotten about you again, my dear brother? Xiao Zilong asked, placing a hand on Wei Dongting's shoulder. Unfortunately, this happened to press on Wei Dongting's injury, causing him to let out a muffled groan, exclaiming in anger. What are you doing? Why are you so irritable? It's quite unfathomable, Xiao Zilong responded, feigning innocence. I told him to stop. You keep poking at someone's sore spot. How could they not be upset? Oh, is that so? Xiao Zilong turned to Wei Dongting. With a sullen expression, Wei Dongting quickened his pace to catch up. The two of us followed behind, observing the arrangements within the Coatian garden. However, since Chao Junwu and Shun Qingyao were walking side by side ahead, Wei Dongting dared not approach too closely, ultimately relegating himself to trailing behind us. What on earth are they planning? Xiao Zilong murmured in astonishment as we entered the room. where the decor was even more surprising. The walls were adorned with rows of inscriptions. From the characters, it appeared to be Buddhist scriptures, though their origin remained unknown. Observing Wei Dongting's astonished expression, it was evident that he was utterly perplexed by the situation. After a short while, we witnessed Chao Junwu entering a chamber with Shun Qingyao. "Stop, let us wait here," Wei Dongting interjected, blocking our path. Given the circumstances, it was likely that Chao Song was within that very room. Just then, Shun Qingyao emerged from the entrance, exclaiming, "Aren't you all eager to see Boss Chao? He has arrived." With smiles, we approached. However, it was not long before we noticed Wei Dongting, his face darkened, trailing behind us. Upon entering the room, we discovered an extraordinary scene within. The spacious chamber was at least 10 times larger than an average room. At its center stood a grand bed, draped with golden gauze curtains that obscured the view within. Surrounding the bed was a group of individuals, their bald heads gleaming, clad in robes and clutching prayer beads. Monks, it seemed, murmuring softly as if engaged in reciting scriptures. Yet, the room was enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of any sound, creating an ambience that was truly peculiar. Chao Junwu and Shun Qingyao approached a couple seated nearby. The woman, strikingly beautiful and exuding vigor, was none other than Shun Bailan, the eldest daughter of the Shun family and sister to Shun Qingyao. The man beside her, sporting a beard and bearing a resemblance to Chao Junwu, possessed a demeanor of greater composure, unmistakably identifying him as Chao Renjia, the eldest of the Chao clan. Chao Renjia is significantly older than Chao Junwu. When I first visited the Chao family, Chao Renjia had already begun overseeing the family's business, frequently traveling far and wide. As a result, I have never had the opportunity to meet him. It is said that Chao Song is now largely uninvolved in the affairs, while Chao Junwu is wholeheartedly engrossed in learning the art of Feng Shui from Gu Jihua. Consequently, it is Chao Renjia who now presides over the business matters. One could assert that he is currently the busiest member of the Chao family. The family's enterprises are spread across various regions, necessitating regular travel for Chao Renjia, who spends little time in Meiqing. It is likely that he has returned only due to the recent incident involving Chao Song. I inquired of Wei Dongting whether the boss Chao's daughter has returned. "Why do you ask that?" Wei Dongting replied coldly. "Why do you immediately inquire about someone's daughter?" Xiao Zilong chuckled. "But I have heard she is an exceptionally beautiful woman. Has she come back?" He added, glancing around curiously. Wei Dongting remained silent, his expression dark. "How does this Chao family girl compare to Xiao Yao?" Xiao Zilong asked with intrigue. I asserted without a doubt, "It is Xiao Yao." "What do you mean?" Xiao Zilong exclaimed in surprise, staring at me. "You aren't actually interested in Xiao Yao, are you?" Wei Dongting also turned to look at me sharply. "Xiao Yao is one of us," I replied with irritation. "Exactly." Xiao Zilong nodded in agreement. "Then I also support Xiao Yao." "You two are ridiculous." Wei Dongting glared at us, managing to squeeze out a retort through clenched teeth. "Are you unwell?" Xiao Zilong asked with concern. "Why not hasten to seek a physician? No wonder your complexion appears so pallid." As I spoke, I noticed Shun Qingyao glance back and wave at us. "Xiao Yao is calling us. I shall cease my chatter with you," Xiao Zilong remarked, patting Wei Dongting on the shoulder. Upon our approach, it was Shun Qingyao's sister, Shun Bailan, who first broke the silence, smilingly inquiring, "Are you two friends of Yao Yao?" "It is quite rare. My sister seldom makes acquaintances." "Not friends, merely companions through trials," Shun Qingyao replied. Shun Bailan chuckled. "Such bonds forged in adversity are indeed precious." She then introduced us to Chao Renjia. "Thank you for your concern." Chao Renjia nodded at us. "However, my father's condition remains uncertain, so it may not be possible for him to meet you both." "I heard that, Mr. Chao was involved in a serious car accident. Is that true?" I asked, my concern palpable. "Indeed, it is grave," Chao Renjia said, his brow furrowed with worry. "He has yet to regain consciousness." "That is unexpected," I mused, furrowing my brow. This prompted a few curious glances from the others. Shun Bailan queried, "What troubles you?" While in Sherman village, I learned of Mr. Chao's misfortune and even consulted an oracle, which indicated auspicious signs. Logically, Mr. Chao should be favored by fortune and turn misfortune into good. I expressed my confusion. I intentionally mentioned Sherman village, eliciting varied reactions. Shun Qingyao's complexion turned slightly paler, while Chao Junwu appeared somewhat uneasy, his expression darkening. As for Chao Renjia and Shun Bailan, the latter furrowed her brow, casting a concerned glance at her sister Shin Qingyao, while Chao Renjia maintained a tranquil demeanor, his expression unchanged. Certainly we hope so, but alas. Shin Bailan shook her head. In truth, my previous words were intentionally spoken for their ears, yet they were not without foundation. Currently, the Chao family is basking in prosperity, and having just employed my divination technique, I discern that the great mansion of the Chao family remains resplendent, its fortune flourishing. How could Chao Song, as the head of the family, possibly encounter such calamity? Even if we were to entertain the notion that Chao Song is gravely injured and unconscious, it would inevitably impact the family's fortune. Yet that is not the case. There is much more to this mystery. Chapter 95. The Sutra of the Buddha's Body. Why haven't I seen any doctors here? Shun Qingyao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Chao Renjia exchanged a glance with Shun Bailan, then replied, This matter is rather complex. Could it be more than just an accident? Shun Qingyao pressed. Yao, I shall explain this to you privately later, Chao Junwu interjected. Shun Qingyao did not pursue the matter further, saying, Then I shall go check on Uncle Chao. However, her sister Shin Bailan called out to her, Yao, it's better to wait until my father-in-law is feeling a bit better. Shun Qingyao cast a curious glance at her sister and nodded, Very well. Chao Renjia smiled lightly and said, Junwu, please take Yao and her two friends out for a moment. Understood, Chao Junwu replied, inviting Shun Qingyao to step outside. Wei Dongting then rushed over, urging us to follow him. Just at that moment, a strange whirlwind surged into the room, causing the scriptures on the floor to flutter chaotically and the drapes above the bed to billow violently. Seeing the situation, Chao Renji and Shun Bailan hurriedly rushed over to grasp the veil. Quick, lend a hand, Xiao Zilong and I exclaimed in unison, hastening to assist in pulling the fabric. However, during this struggle, it was inevitable that we exerted too much force, inadvertently tearing a small opening in the veil. Through the gap, we caught a glimpse of a ceremonial cloth draped over a figure, inscribed with red characters that filled the Buddhist scriptures. The fabric bulged, subtly revealing a human form. What on earth is happening? Xiao Zilong exclaimed in alarm. Hearing the commotion, Shun Qingyao leaned in for a closer look, her surprise evident as she inquired, Sister, is this Uncle Chao? Meanwhile, the whirlwind within the room intensified, carrying an eerie chill that pierced to the bone. Yet, Shun Qingyao's melodious voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Wei Dongting, unable to quell his curiosity, also approached to peer through the veil, and upon doing so, his expression shifted dramatically. It must be acknowledged that the scene before us was indeed exceedingly bizarre. Setting aside the cloth adorned with red Buddhist scriptures, one must ponder which household would cover a patient from head to toe in such a manner. This was a privilege typically reserved for the deceased. Why was Chao Song experiencing this treatment prematurely? Let us lower the veil for now. I will explain later. Shun Bailan interjected. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Turning to look, we beheld the monks, who had previously gathered around the large bed reciting scriptures, now collapsing in disarray. One young monk lay on the ground, clutching his chest, rolling in agony and emitting a series of anguished cries. With a swift movement, Shun Qingyao appeared before the young monk, while Chao Junwu hurried to join her. At that moment, the strange wind inside the room abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. Chao Renjia and Shun Bailan quickly adjusted the curtains. The two of them also assisted in investigating the situation. Chao Renjia approached us, addressing both me and Xiao Zilong. All right, neither of us declined, stepping aside to observe the monks. Initially, the young monk was madly clawing at his chest. Had it not been for Chao Junwu and Wei Dongting restraining him, he would likely have torn his chest apart. Soon, however, the other monks began to frantically grasp at their own chests, their eyes rolling back, and their throats emitting strange sounds. The prayer beads in their hands shattered, scattering beads across the floor. They have fallen under a spell. Gao Junu et Galim, calling for Wei Dongting to assist in calming the monks. With their efforts, it was unnecessary for me and Xiao Zilong to intervene. We merely stood by, observing the chaotic scene within the room. The Chao family certainly has an array of tricks, Xiao Zilong remarked quietly. With 9 generations of accumulated fortune, they are indeed exceptional. I replied. Xiao Zilong scoffed. What kind of twisted logic is that? Just as we conversed, the frenzied monks were subdued by the 2 brothers, Chao Junwu and Wei Dongting. Although their eyes remained tightly shut and their faces were a ghastly shade of blue, they had finally calmed down. Indeed, having a goddess present makes all the difference. Just look at Xiao Chao's determination, Xiao Zilong observed. We both ventured to observe the lifeless monks, these masters whose bodies were frigid to the touch, their skin rigid and bearing a pallid hue, a sight that undoubtedly portended ill. Chao Junwa's earlier remark about being possessed was not without merit. However, the nature of this affliction was indeed perplexing. This chamber, devoid of windows save for a solitary door, remained firmly shut, and the sudden tempest that had arisen seemed to materialize from thin air. Within the confines of the Kuaitian garden, numerous talismans were arrayed for suppression, complemented by the Feng Shui fish pond and hexagonal bronze bells, making it exceedingly difficult for malevolent forces to breach. Moreover, we were present at the scene, yet remained oblivious to any supernatural incursions, while, paradoxically, it was the masters who were clutching their prayer beads and reciting scriptures that suffered the brunt of this disturbance. This was yet another curious anomaly. Sister, what could possibly be the explanation? It was evident that Shun Qingyao was also rife with questions. Shen Bailan glanced at Chao Renjia, who nodded slightly, then sighed softly before addressing us. We did not intend to conceal anything from you. Rather, we are equally in the dark regarding the circumstances. Sister, please share your thoughts, Shun Qingyao urged. Shen Bailan turned to inquire of Chao Junwu, asking about the condition of the masters. They are temporarily subdued and in no danger of losing their lives, Chao Junwu replied. Shen Bailan nodded, then directed her attention to me and Xiao Zilong, stating that since we were friends of Yao Yao, we were not outsiders. However, she requested that the matter she was about to disclose be kept confidential and not shared with the outside world. That is certainly understood. Both Xiao Zilong and I agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Bailan stated, in truth, my father-in-law's incident was not merely an ordinary car accident. Rather, it was an encounter with something sinister. An encounter with something sinister? Wei Dongting exclaimed in surprise. At that time, my father-in-law was returning to Mei City from another location. They traveled in 3 vehicles, and with the drivers and bodyguards included, there were a total of 9 individuals. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly until they reached Li Maoling, where calamity struck. Shen Bailan elaborated. Sensing our unfamiliarity with Li Maoling, she added, Li Maoling is situated to the southwest of Mei City, approximately 50 kilometers from here. The area is predominantly mountainous, and traffic is generally sparse. At that moment, Renjia was on the phone with my father-in-law. Suddenly, after only a few exchanges, an alarming sound crackled through the line, followed by a disconnection. When Renjia attempted to call back, he found the line utterly unreachable. He then sought to contact others accompanying my father-in-law, yet they too were unresponsive. Being out of town, Renjia hastily called me. I happened to be quite near Li Maoling, so I rushed over. Upon arrival, I discovered 3 of my father-in-law's vehicles parked at the roadside, billowing thick black smoke. Chapter 96. Chao Song rapped like a zongzi. I was taken aback, initially believing it to be an accident. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that the 3 vehicles had not collided. The ominous black smoke did not emanate from the destruction of the cars, but rather emerged as swirling dark vapors from within them. Sensing something was amiss, I hurriedly opened the car doors in search of individuals. The car door appeared as if it had been welded shut, and the touch was icy to the bone, with a layer of frost coating the exterior. I had no choice but to shatter the window, and as it broke, the vehicle shuddered violently, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Inside, my father-in-law and others were seated, their bodies covered in frost, completely frozen. The car was colder than a refrigerator. The same dismal fate befell the other 2 vehicles. All occupants were trapped inside. Despite my earnest efforts to rescue them, I arrived too late. Aside from my father-in-law, who still exhibited a faint breath, the others had succumbed. I hurriedly transported him to the hospital, yet he never regained consciousness, leaving us in the dark about the incident's true nature. At this point, Shun Bailan sighed heavily. "May I visit Uncle Chow?" Shun Qingyao inquired. Noticing the hesitation from Chow Renjia and Shun Bailan, she added, "Although I lack medical expertise, I do possess some knowledge regarding malevolent forces." "Yao Yao, your abilities are well acknowledged," Chow Renjia nodded. "The reason your sister and I hesitated is—" "Very well, let us proceed to see him," he concluded, leading us to the bedside. Shun Bailan lifted the bed curtain, revealing a cloth inscribed with Buddhist scriptures draped over the figure beneath, which appeared oddly contorted. "Father, Yao Yao and the others have come to see you," Chow Renjia called out, but there was no response from the bed. After a pause, he grasped the edge of the cloth and cautiously lifted it. I had been pondering, after so many years, what had become of Chow's song. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback to find him entirely wrapped in bandages, not a single inch of skin exposed. This was no longer a human being. He resembled a mummy. How had Uncle Chow come to this? Wei Dongting was utterly astonished. My father, like the others, suffered severe frostbite. Chow Renjia spoke solemnly. In such a state, one could merely ascertain that he was a person, but determining whether he was indeed Chow Song was entirely impossible. After we had observed him, Chow Renjia and his wife covered him back up with the bandages. My father-in-law's frostbite is unlike ordinary cases. It is likely caused by malevolent forces, Shun Bailan elaborated. Thus, we covered him with bandages and summoned a high monk to chant spells, gathering everyone to pray for my father-in-law, hoping to aid in his recovery. "Has Master Gu visited?" Shun Qingyao inquired. "My master has been here, but he too could not ascertain the situation at this time," Chow Junwu interjected. Shun Qingyao furrowed her brow, glancing over the unconscious monks on the ground, murmuring in confusion. By the way, the guards patrolling outside also encountered malevolent forces. Wei Dongting recounted the previous events to the group. How could the Chow family be plagued by such evil? Shun Qingyao expressed her bewilderment. "This matter is indeed very strange." Chow Junwu readily agreed. "Although the situation is peculiar, there are traces to follow," Chow Renjia remarked. As we all looked at him in bewilderment, Chow Renjia explained, "I have already had someone investigate this matter. Previously, when my father passed through Tongzhou, he had a confrontation with a group of malevolent sorcerers. It is highly likely that this incident is related to them." "Tongzhou? What happened there?"